September 22nd, 1991, a Sunday. Also the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, Mid-Autumn Festival. Lewin stood alone at the school gate, watching bicycle after bicycle roll by from east to west. Memories surged through his mind like traffic on a one-way street in early autumn. Lewin, do you want to ride home? He snapped out of his thoughts as a pink Goop brand bicycle came to a stop in front of him. A shy girl sat astride it, hesitantly asking. He recognized her immediately, Lu Hui, a girl from class 238, senior year. Over the past 3 years of high school, they'd often shared exam rooms and had gradually become acquaintances who would greet each other when passing by. No, Lewin replied. They just walked back. Thanks anyway. He declined for 2 reasons. First, their homes were in opposite directions. Second, he didn't live far, about 10 minutes on foot. Lu Hui smiled slightly, dimples forming briefly. Then he'll go ahead. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Thanks, Lewin said again. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. As the girl and her bicycle disappeared down the road, he rubbed his temples. Fragments of memories swirled in his mind. His brief encounter with Lu Hui felt like a collision on that one-way street, more memories piling up behind it. He really had been reborn back to when he was 17. After a hazy morning, he still hadn't fully accepted the truth. The distance between Guifei Alley and No. 1 High School wasn't far. Turning left off Taohua Street, he passed the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the Credit Union, the Neighborhood Committee Office, the District Government Compound, the Cadre Guest House, the Liquor and Tobacco Shop, the Public Restroom, the Market, and the Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic before reaching the alley entrance. Guifei Alley had some local fame in Baoxing City. It was said a concubine once lived here, hence the name. Built in the 1960s, the alley wasn't long, only 12 door numbers in total. One shout at the entrance could be heard in every household. Lewin lived at No. 9 Guifei Alley, a number symbolizing longevity and good fortune. In reality, though, it was just 2 low brick and tile rooms and a kitchen made of oilcloth. Though not as grand as the apartment buildings next door, it was a private residence. Walking through the alley, he politely greeted neighbors while comparing everything he saw against the images in his memory. Then he noticed something unsettling. The smiling elders around him seemed like figures peeled from black and white portraits. Their kind smiles somehow felt eerie. He shook his head to clear the thought and continued forward. Exam prep in progress, do not disturb. Arriving at No. 9, he saw the sign hanging on the gate and couldn't help but sigh. This house had a story. It wasn't actually his family's. After he got into No. 1 High School, an old friend of his late father's offered it to him so he wouldn't be alone in the city. He hoped Lu and could focus on his studies without distraction. In normal times, he lived here alone. He paused for a moment, staring at the sign, then turned and sat under a camphor tree nearby instead of going in right away. To the left of No. 9 was No. 7, to the right No. 10, both 4-story apartment buildings. Across diagonally was No. 8, a 2-story residential house occupied by the family of the supply department head from the cigarette factory. The man's second son was in the same class as Lewin, a frequent playmate and close friend. As he sifted through these memories, the door behind him creaked open. A young man stepped out. His name was Lu Yǒuqíng, around 35 years old. Hair slicked back, wearing a popular notch lapel suit of the era, paired with wide-legged trousers pleated 14 times at the waist and polished black leather shoes. Quite dashing. He was Lu An's cousin-uncle, working as a TV reporter in the city. Also a self-proclaimed admirer of qíngqīn, a product of the transitional period during social transformation. This rogue looked like a nobleman, nearly as handsome as Lewin himself, almost. Of course, his flamboyant charm was something Lewin could never hope to match, he admitted begrudgingly. Lu Yǒuqíng removed the exam prep in progress sign and tossed it carelessly into a corner of the yard. Then he strode out, followed closely by a pretty woman. She was one of his many temporary companions, destined to be forgotten. Lewin never bothered greeting such women or remembering their names. Seeing Lewin waiting outside, Lu Yǒuqíng didn't waste words. He casually reached into his pocket and handed over 10 yuan. Lewin didn't hesitate to accept. 5 extra. Without turning around, Lu Yǒuqíng waved a hand. It's Mid-Autumn Festival today. Buy yourself some mooncakes. Lewin didn't bother pretending modesty. Back then, skilled rural laborers earned only 12 yuan a day, general workers 10. 5 yuan was half a day's wage. Only a fool would refuse. Watching the woman disappear down the street, he muttered a judgment. Average. Then he stepped inside. First, he retrieved the Do Not Disturb sign from the corner and hung it back on the wall. Then he closed the courtyard gate and walked further in. Decades later, this place would be demolished amid the slogan of economic development. But now, standing in the yard, surrounded by relics of the past, he felt a complex mix of nostalgia, gratitude, uncertainty. The grapevine in the center was planted by Meng Qíngqīn. It grew wildly in the courtyard well, but had never borne a single fruit. The cucumber plants, however, thrived brought from his rural hometown. All summer long, cucumbers were his main fruit and vegetable. They say poor children grow up fast. Though young, Lewin had already mastered the art of cooking. With just a cucumber, he could create multiple dishes: stir-fried shreds, boiled slices, smashed cucumbers, pickled ones, marinated ones. Confidently speaking, if given a few more ingredients, his cucumber dishes could easily rival meat. Plucking a fresh cucumber, wiping it roughly on his clothes, he took a big bite and pushed open the inner door. Smells weird. Standing at the threshold, the stench hit him immediately. He looked at the worn-out sofa in the living room, its leather peeling. That bastard yǒuqíng knew he wouldn't clean up after himself. Now, he didn't even bother hiding the evidence. You wait next time. Raise the price, Lewin muttered angrily to himself. He dropped his school bag, grabbed some mosquito repellent, and sprayed everywhere. He opened all windows and doors for ventilation. Only after thoroughly inspecting the living room did he finally head toward his bedroom. Chapter 2. Indelible impressions of autumn. The bedroom is quite modest, furnished with an antiquated wooden bed, a time-worn desk, a long bench, and a two-door wardrobe with peeling paint that betrays its age. This constitutes the entirety of the room. The surroundings are unremarkable, neither extraordinarily pleasant nor excessively dismal. The sole embellishment is a traditional folk painting adorning the wall, depicting a mouse wedding. Meng Qíngqīn had contemplated purchasing new furniture several times, but each time he was gently declined. He felt averse to imposing too much on others, fearing he might inadvertently damage something he could not afford to replace. Considering he was merely a temporary occupant of this home, this represents a peculiar obstinacy for one so young, perhaps stemming from a fear of being indebted to the kindness of others. Had it not been for the overwhelming mental strain he experienced over the years, leading to a frail state of nerves that rendered him susceptible to sleepless nights filled with the sounds of snoring and grinding teeth in the dormitory, thereby impacting his studies, he would have preferred to remain in the school dormitory rather than engage in unnecessary upheaval. The desk features 3 drawers, arranged from left to right. Lewin retrieved a key from the hem of his trousers, inserted it into the lock, and with a firm right twist, opened it. He then hooked his finger around the slightly rusted brass ring and gently pulled, revealing the leftmost drawer in its entirety. Inside lay a collection of books and examination papers. As his gaze swept over the stack of books and test papers, Lewin focused intently and unearthed a yellowed volume from the bottom, Ordinary World, borrowed from his cousin yǒuqíng, which had been his cherished reading during childhood. The narratives within resonated with him, continually motivating him over the years. He caressed the cover with his right hand before opening the pages. On the 20th page, he discovered 2 yuan tucked away. The 24th, 28th, and 32nd pages yielded 5 yuan each. The 36th page concealed a 10 yuan note. The 44th and 48th pages each harbored a 50 yuan bill. He laid the bills out in a row on the desk, totaling 7 notes and amounting to 127 yuan. When he combined this with the 10 yuan just found, the total reached an impressive 137 yuan, his most substantial savings during his high school years. Half of this sum was contributed by yǒuqíng in the form of rent, while a portion was left over from his scholarship after deducting living and miscellaneous expenses each semester. Additionally, some funds were earned from his side ventures. Yes, he had indeed engaged in selling goods. Each summer, he would bring dried wild mushrooms from the village to sell in the city. Out of fear of embarrassment and recognition from acquaintances, he typically avoided the vicinity of Guifei Lane and the first high school, opting instead to set up his stall on the western bank of the river. Despite his precautions, he had once been recognized by a classmate, which caused him considerable anxiety for a time. Fortunately, she did not publicize the incident, and he gradually managed to forget about it. A mere 137 yuan is still far from the amount needed to purchase a sewing machine for his sister. Lewin gazed down at the money, and a cascade of troubling memories flooded his mind. He once had a reasonably good family, but the taste of happiness was abruptly altered by unforeseen circumstances. His father, a distinguished graduate of Wuhan University in those times, had single-handedly escaped the shackles of rural poverty, securing a stable government position that garnered respect from the villagers. In those days, it was indeed a remarkable event in the village, celebrated with 3 nights of open-air films at the rice paddy, drawing villagers of all ages who brought their small stools to watch. Alas, such joy was short-lived. The old father, a man of fiery spirit, lost his job under special circumstances and was sent back to his hometown. From that point on, he languished in despondency. And eventually, he passed away. His mother, originally from the city, had fallen in love with him during his most promising years. When their fortunes declined, she chose love and returned to the countryside with him. The father's death struck her deeply, and under the dual pressures of poverty and mental anguish, she fell gravely ill. Luan has an older sister, Yǒuqíng, who became the pillar of the family after graduating from elementary school, shouldering the responsibility of caring for her younger siblings. Currently an apprentice at a tailor's shop in town, her greatest wish is to possess her own sewing machine. Yǒuqíng is exceptionally talented and industrious. Yet at the age of 22, she remains unmarried, a rarity in an era of early marriages and childbirth, inviting much gossip from the town's busybodies. Logically, with Yǒuqíng's attributes, it should not be difficult to find a partner. Many young men from both the village and beyond have expressed their admiration. However, most are deterred by the burden of her younger siblings, whom they perceive as additional liabilities. In these times, no household is affluent. Every meal and every expense must be tightly managed, making life a struggle. Who would willingly assume the role of a benefactor for two outsiders? Luan's younger sister, Songjia, is the daughter of their uncle and is currently in her third year of junior high school in town. He recalls that during their father's lifetime, one fateful night, their uncle arrived unannounced and left little Songjia with her brother and sister, never to return. Later, he learned from their mother that their aunt was a fashionable woman from Hong Kong who pursued her dreams in Japan, followed by their uncle in search of her, after which he disappeared without a trace. Reflecting on this uncle, whom he has not seen in many years, Luan surprisingly harbors no resentment, only a deep sigh. It seems his uncle's life in Japan has not been kind. For reasons unknown, he lost his right hand, which he relied upon for his art. When Luan inquired about it years later, his uncle seemed reluctant to discuss it, never bringing it up. Additionally, he has two aunts, both genuine farmers, yet kind-hearted. The Liu family managed to navigate through their most challenging times thanks to the support of these two aunts. In the current chaotic state of their household, Luan feels a profound sense of despair, devoid of any grand aspirations or the courage to start anew. In his past life, he was a professor at a prestigious university, earning a respectable salary. Coupled with his artistic talents, he could have earned hundreds of thousands through commissions in his later years, while enjoying leisurely pursuits such as gardening, birdwalking, practicing martial arts, playing chess, collecting rent, and indulging in the company of charming individuals. Life could have been exceedingly pleasant. Yet now, the thought of clawing his way out of this abject poverty fills him with trepidation. After merely sharing a meal and a drink with a confidant, without committing any egregious act, he wonders why fate has condemned him to endure such suffering once more. Silently, he tucked the money into the pages of the book, returned it to its original place in the drawer, locked it, and then lay down on the bed. In his previous life, he had sailed smoothly, living a relatively carefree existence, yet he owed his family too much. Could it be that fate had granted him this second chance to make amends? As thoughts of his elder sister, who had been delayed, and his younger sister, who was about to face the same fate, flitted through his mind, an inexplicable agitation surged within him. He suddenly realized that he could no longer afford to remain idle in this era rife with opportunities. One could almost scent the allure of wealth in the air. He needed to earn money to fulfill his elder sister's wishes, to purchase her a sewing machine, and to prepare her dowry, ensuring she would marry with dignity. He also needed to secure tuition for his younger sister, preventing her from dropping out of school and working, as had happened in his past life. The fact that Songjia had left school prematurely was a lifelong regret for him, especially since her academic performance had always been exemplary. The urgency to earn money consumed him. He could not bear to wait even a moment longer. However, as he rummaged through his memories for opportunities, the only thought that surfaced from 1991 was a real estate venture in Hainan. Yet, the distance to Hainan was vast, compounded by a lack of time and capital. Surely, he could not abandon his studies to chase after wealth. Having experienced life in the modern world, he was not so short-sighted. While education might not define one's potential, it certainly represented a baseline. Moreover, in this day and age, a university degree was invaluable. Setting aside these unrealistic prospects, Luan began to introspect. In his previous life, aside from his primary role as an educator, his earliest foray into part-time work had been stock trading with colleagues. Perhaps it was his early entry into the field, or perhaps it was his calm demeanor, or maybe his laziness in neglecting stocks after purchase that led him to earn more than those economics professors who taught futures and stock trading. Although he had made a considerable sum, the notion of technical prowess was non-existent. especially since the domestic stock market was still in its experimental phase, rendering this path to wealth currently impractical. With stocks off the table, he naturally turned his thoughts to painting. Influenced by his mother and uncle's artistic background, Lewin had been fascinated by painting since childhood and possessed considerable talent. However, due to family circumstances, he had not been able to nurture this passion in his youth. It was only after he became a university lecturer and met a fellow art instructor at his institution that he rekindled this interest. When he initially proposed to learn painting from a friend, the friend had advised him, "If you aim to make money from this, I suggest you save your effort. But if you wish to enhance your overall painting skills, then learn from me." To his surprise, this endeavor bore fruit, and while his friend's works remained priced between 20,000 to 30,000 per piece, he had surpassed expectations, commanding prices of less than 500,000. Of course, mastering painting was a lengthy journey, under favorable financial conditions. It took him 2 decades to achieve such success. His deep understanding of the art world made him acutely aware of its complexities. To put it succinctly, the value of an artist's work hinges on 2 fundamental aspects. One is their artistic skill, and the other is their reputation. The latter is particularly crucial. If an artist lacks recognition, no matter how skilled they may be, selling their work at a favorable price, or even selling it at all, becomes exceedingly difficult. In other words, the realm of art often relies heavily on influential figures within the community. When a prominent patron praises your work, its value skyrockets. Conversely, if the critique is unfavorable, its worth diminishes. Without the endorsement of these luminaries, aspiring artists are unlikely to gain recognition, and even self-funding an exhibition seems impossible. The reason he ascended in this field in his previous life was not solely due to his exceptional talent, but also because he encountered a benefactor. As this realization washed over him, Lewin felt a sudden deflation. At present, he lacked even the means to afford the most basic supplies, let alone achieve fame. He was burdened by his abilities, yet unable to translate them into financial gain, feeling increasingly stifled, as if submerged in water, struggling to breathe. What was he to do? Was he truly destined to rely on a face that could make women weak at the knees, like the infamous Liu Yǒuqíng? Knock, knock, knock. Just as he lay there in despondency, a sound echoed from outside the courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Lewin opened the door. It was the voice of qíngqīn. In his moment of confusion, Lewin quickly regained his senses, hastily rising from his bed and making his way outside. Leaving the main room and traversing the courtyard, he grasped the wooden bolt and pulled it aside with a creak, opening the door. There stood qíngqīn. Adorned in a delicate green floral dress, her features soft and inviting, with enchanting eyes and an elegant oval face reminiscent of women from classical paintings. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, and in the words of Wu Meipa from number 3 Guifei Lane, qíngqīn possessed both character and beauty. Fit a provincial official. Carrying a woven bag, she stepped into the courtyard, her transparent high-heeled sandals producing a gentle tapping sound against the stone slabs. qíngqīn surveyed the surroundings, and for a moment, the air was still, perfumed by the fragrance of blossoms. This scene would forever remain etched in Lu's memory as an indelible autumn impression. Chapter 3. God enjoys watching women with her gaze lingering for a fleeting 2 seconds on the unfruitful grapevines. qíngqīn turned to Huang and remarked, "It has been 2 months since my last visit. Your cucumbers appear to be flourishing. Are they bitter?" Lewin shut the courtyard gate and replied, "Not at all." He then approached, selecting a plump and tender cucumber, instinctively wiping it on his clothing before snapping off the stem and offering it to her. "Would you care for one? If you find it unclean, I completely understand." qíngqīn appraised his relatively tidy old garments, smiled, and accepted the cucumber, taking a small bite. However, as she reached the entrance of the main room, she abruptly halted, furrowing her brow at the scent of floral cologne. "Did Liu Yǒuqíng come by today?" she inquired. "Not long ago," Lewin responded. Upon hearing this, qíngqīn decided against entering, handing him the woven bag and calmly stating, "Please tidy up a bit. Accompany me outside." Lewin glanced at the bag, noticing its contents were wrapped in newspaper, rendering them indiscernible. Yet, he refrained from probing further and set the bag down, following her out. Opposite Guifei Lane stood an ancient tea house, flanked by several rockeries on the left and a small pond on the right, adorned with 3 osmanthus trees that filled the air with a subtle fragrance as the two entered. The tea house featured a main hall and 12 private booths. qíngqīn favored booth 9, though the reason eluded her, while Lewin preferred booth 1, allowing him to observe the eclectic crowd outside. "Is there any bilyuakun left today?" qíngqīn inquired. All sold out, the server replied. Previously, an elderly man had managed the tea house, but due to declining business, he had retired early. In his place, a voluptuous woman took over, and to everyone's astonishment, the establishment thrived, seemingly resurrected. Initially, the young Lewin could not comprehend why the change in staff had such a profound effect. It took him a sleepless night to realize that customers are akin to deities, and these deities prefer to gaze upon women. Therein lies the enigma. Then let's have a pot of Mao tea, qíngqīn declared. Mao tea is a local variety, known for its bitterness yet lingering aftertaste. In his youth, Lewin often sampled the raw Mao tea while gathering leaves to supplement his family's income, developing a fondness for its unique flavor. He recalled the server, always adorned in kipayos, fanciful, slick kipayos that revealed her legs year-round. The men of Guifei Lane affectionately dubbed her by Gagan, a reference to a poisonous mushroom, implying that her fair legs could ensnare any heart. Due to this, the women of Guifei Lane viewed her with disdain, secretly chastising her as a vixen, corrupting morals by flaunting her legs and enticing men. The server, scooping a handful of tea leaves from an iron canister, sprinkled them into the teapot. Lewin distinctly observed a centipede, its legs bristling, scuttle forth and, hesitating briefly beneath their gaze, slip into the crevice of the table. The server violently shook one corner of the table, dislodging the centipede to the floor, where a shoe promptly crushed it. With a twist of the toe, a puddle of mangled flesh and blue liquid pooled beneath. Lewin turned to qíngqīn and said, "Sister qíngqīn, let us change our location." The server interjected, "That is not for you. It belongs to booth 10. This truly is a conscientious server." Lewin, somewhat skeptical, inquired if they also served hair tea. Without further ado, the server delivered the pot of tea to booth number 10 right before their eyes. Exchanging a glance, qíngqīn switched to qīngqīn tea and took it upon himself to brew it. Due to the unfortunate plight of Brother Centipede, Lewin paid special attention to the patrons at booth number 10. He recognized them as two pairs of middle-aged men and women he had encountered numerous times in the tea house. At that moment, the two men were engaged in a boastful exchange of experiences. The man in gray spoke, "I primarily consume bull's penis now, occasionally indulging in tiger's penis. I found that for men over 40, this is the key to longevity." The man in blue asked, "Does it actually work?" "I recently managed to acquire a tiger's penis, but it had no effect." The man in gray, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it truly ineffective? Surely, you can't be experiencing dysfunction?" At this point, the female companion of the man in gray turned to the man in blue and asked, "So, what are you consuming these days?" The man in blue replied, "I mainly eat snake." Upon hearing this, several nearby patrons leaned in, filled with curiosity. Suddenly, the man in gray leaned toward Lewin and asked, "Young brother, I know you're well educated. Do snakes have a penis?" Under qíngqīn's calm gaze, Lewin sat upright and replied, "Brother, the snake itself is a penis." Laughter erupted from those nearby, and shortly thereafter, the patrons at booth 10 departed. qíngqīn lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it before taking a small sip, and asked, "How did your scholarship examination go this time?" The mere mention of it filled Lewin with a sense of melancholy. Reborn not too late, nor too early, but precisely during the scholarship examination at the beginning of the semester. However, amidst the misfortune, there was a silver lining. The last subject was geography, and he had completed more than half of it. The remaining portion he had done in a daze, unsure of its correctness. Noticing his silence, qíngqīn asked, "Did you not perform well?" Lewin replied candidly, "I didn't do well on the last subject." qíngqīn inquired, "The last subject was geography?" Lewin confirmed, "Yes, geography." qíngqīn scrutinized him for a moment, puzzled. "In my recollection, your geography scores have always been as stellar as your math scores." Thus, a flaw had appeared. Lewin, maintaining his composure, fabricated a lie. "I had a slight headache at the time." qíngqīn set down her cup and asked earnestly, "Have you been experiencing headaches again? Is it severe?" Lewin silently chastised himself for his deception. Continuing his ruse, "It's all right. There was a noisy argument across the hall that kept me from sleeping well." The door number 8 on Guifei Lane was notoriously known as a powder keg, and Lewin occasionally used them as scapegoats. Upon hearing this, qíngqīn sighed in relief but still stated, "The National Day holiday is approaching. Come to the hospital to see me, and I'll have someone take a look at you." qíngqīn was a physician at the city's People's Hospital, having graduated from Hunan Medical University, the predecessor of Xiangyang Medical College. She chose to return to Baoping for familial reasons. Juan is acutely aware of his own circumstances, and it is not merely a headache that troubles him. He confides, I plan to return home during the National Day holiday. I find myself longing for my elder sister and younger sister. This expresses his innermost feelings. As after experiencing life anew, he yearns to see them once more and ascertain their well-being. Had the journey home not been so arduous, he would have departed that very afternoon. Reflecting on his family situation, Qíngqīn chose not to press the matter further, instead imparting earnestly, "I understand your concerns. But this is not the moment to dwell on finances. You have less than a year until your college entrance examinations, a pivotal juncture that could alter your destiny. You must prioritize your health." He continued, "Listen to your sister, take an earlier leave during the National Day holiday, and I will ensure you receive a thorough examination." Given the sincerity of her words, one felt compelled to acquiesce. He pondered that perhaps undergoing an examination would be beneficial in his previous life. He had invested considerable effort to resolve his issues of mental frailty, and he wondered if rebirth had alleviated such troubles. Observing his silence, Qíngqīn assumed she had touched a nerve and thus shifted the conversation, advising, "You should make an effort to engage more with others. Do not isolate yourself like a closed-off gourd." Chapter 4. The ball he hailed from a rural area 100 miles away, where pursuing an education was no easy feat. Among the 73 students from his village who graduated in the same year, only 3 remained in school. He was at the first high school, while the other 2 attended the second. One must consider a country boy, untouched by the world, arriving in a bustling city of millions, initially unable to speak Mandarin. With meager meals and worn clothing, feeling utterly out of place. How could one possibly thrive in such an environment? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that despite his humble background, he was quite handsome, and many young women were eager to befriend him. Yet, his singular focus was on his studies to alter his fate. Over the past 2 years, aside from a few congenial acquaintances, he had essentially isolated himself. Lewin remarked, "My mother once advised me not to be overly proactive in making friends." Qíngqīn inquired, "Why is that?" Lewin replied, "I possess a fortunate appearance. Being too forward might lead to deceiving girls. They say that easily obtained things are seldom cherished. And she feared I would inadvertently hurt women." Qíngqīn, somewhat taken aback, scrutinized him closely and smiled. "Your mother makes an astute point. It seems I should maintain my distance from you." She then added with a hint of regret, "Your mother was the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in town. A pity I will never see her again." Recalling his deceased mother, Lewin, who had been playful moments earlier, suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He cradled his teacup and sipped slowly, lapsing into silence. Observing his demeanor, Qíngqīn felt a pang of guilt and suggested, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Our office is hosting a ball this afternoon. Why not accompany me for a dance?" Lewin instinctively shook his head, opening his mouth to protest. "I'm not very skilled at dancing." Qíngqīn gazed into his eyes calmly. "Practice makes perfect. You can learn gradually. Once we arrive, my colleagues can teach you." Understanding her intentions to encourage him to engage more with the world and step out of his self-imposed isolation, he reflected on how socializing had been a significant challenge throughout his high school years. However, given his striking appearance, breaking through such barriers should not be overly difficult. It seemed that not only young girls, but also many women were interested in him. Yet, despite his thoughts, Lewin did not reject her kindness any longer, for she was one of the few individuals who genuinely cared for him in this world. After finishing their tea, the 2 took a taxi to the hospital. Upon entering the hospital, they encountered a wall adorned with climbing ivy on the left. Ascending the stairs past the ivy led them to the auditorium. At that moment, the auditorium was infused with a festive atmosphere, decorated with red lanterns and colorful lights, while square-shaped red banners proclaimed Happy Mid-Autumn Festival on the walls. The space was bustling with people. Music filled the air as couples danced joyfully in the center, creating an exuberant and lively scene. After observing the festivities, Qíngqīn guided him around the periphery towards a corner filled with tables and chairs. Following behind, Lewin surveyed his surroundings with a sense of nostalgia and remarked, "Sister Qíngqīn, why do I smell something akin to stir-fried green peppers with meat?" As Qíngqīn smiled, she remarked on the sharpness of her nose. At noon, our unit held a meal at this venue, during which one of the dishes served was stir-fried pork with green and red peppers. Lewin followed her to a corner, where a charmingly dressed female colleague stood up with a smile to greet them. "Qíngqīn, you never attended such dances before. What brings you here today?" Upon finishing her greeting, her gaze fell upon Yǒuqíng's face, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Noticing her friend's subtle expression, Qíngqīn smiled and introduced, "This is my cousin whom I mentioned to you. I brought him along to broaden his horizons." Gao Yao raised her eyebrows and teasingly asked in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Is he your real cousin, or the other kind?" Ignoring her jibe, Ming Qíngqīn replied, "You dance beautifully. Teach him a few steps later." As her gaze lingered between the two, Gao Yao jested, "With such a handsome young man, I cannot refuse." Ming Qíngqīn chuckled softly and chose a vacant small round table to sit down. Gao Yao elegantly extended her hand towards Luan and said, "Cousin, right? Come, dance with me." Luan glanced back, and upon seeing Ming Qíngqīn's encouraging gaze urging him to be bold, he pondered for a moment before accepting the invitation. The friendship dance, also known as the standard dance, was introduced to China during the Republic of China era and once enjoyed great popularity. It experienced a decline in the 1960s, regained vitality in the 1980s, and was at its peak in the early 1990s. Influenced by Western court dances, its movements are solemn and elegant, with precise and regulated steps, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor, thus making it highly favored among intellectuals. In his previous life, Luan had learned to dance in university, mastering not only the standard dance but also the rumba and even the emerging breakdance. Although he had not danced for many years, he gradually regained some of his former rhythm after a couple of minutes. Seeing his swift progress, Gao Yao was pleasantly surprised. "Have you danced before?" she inquired. Luan kept in time with the beat and replied, "Sister Qíngqīn taught me a few times, and I often watch the elderly ladies dance in the southern park." Gao Yao complimented him. "You learn quickly just by watching. You have a natural talent for dancing." Luan humbly responded, "You flatter me. I merely strive not to embarrass myself in your presence." Gao Yao then asked, "How old are you this year?" Luan replied, "Guess." She continued, "Are you over 18? He answered, 22. Gao Yao scrutinized him from head to toe and asked, "Have you been with women before?" Luan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a question upon their first meeting. To maintain his composure, he refrained from answering directly and countered, "What do you think?" Gao Yao replied, "You seem quite innocent. Qíngqīn mentioned bringing you out to experience the world, so logically, you shouldn't have been with a woman. Yet, your hand around my waist is quite measured, and you are not awkward around a stranger, which feels rather seasoned." Her analysis was astute and convincing. Luan shared his uncle's experiences, stating, "You guessed correctly. I have been with dozens of women." Gao Yao burst into laughter. "Dozens? Does Qíngqīn count among them?" Luan responded, "I do not involve myself with acquaintances." Gao Yao smiled even more joyfully, asking, "So does this mean we are acquaintances now?" "Indeed." This young lady is quite open-minded, finding herself the subject of playful banter. Luan responded languidly, "If you dare to claim we are not acquaintances, I shall boldly sleep with you." In this era, many remain rather conservative, while a smaller segment, influenced by Western society, has taken strides towards liberation. Gao Yao, hailing from a well-off family and having spent considerable time in a bustling city, prided herself on being quite affable. However, she found herself momentarily taken aback by such unabashed words, her cheeks flushed and somewhat at a loss. Luan remarked, "To dare to flirt with handsome men in broad daylight yet shy away is rather fashionable, albeit half-hearted." After a brief silence, Gao Yao forced a smile and said, "I somewhat believe you have been with dozens of women." To which Luan replied, "Why only somewhat? You should wholeheartedly believe it." Chapter 5, Taboo. Suddenly recalling something, Gao Yao abruptly inquired, "Are you surnamed Liu, with the full name Luan?" Luan's countenance revealed surprise. Having just endured a setback, Gao Yao felt a sense of triumph in reclaiming a point. "Although this is our first meeting, I have heard of your name. It has only now dawned on me that you are the infamous heartbreaker, Luan." Heartbreaker? Perplexed, Luan found himself bewildered. Gao Yao looked up and asked, "By the way, I heard that you started dating girls in your first year of middle school?" Upon hearing her mention his middle school past, Luan sifted through his memories but could not conjure a significant impression of this woman. With a mischievous grin, Gao Yao remarked, "Your first love, Meng Qíngqīn, is only in her third year of high school this year. If you dated in middle school, you must be around the same age, approximately 17 or 18, right?" Luan began to piece things together. This girl seemed quite familiar with the Ming sisters. "Thus," he jested, "that was not me. But if you insist, it could very well be." Gao Yao's eyes sparkled. "Aha! I thought you were truly extraordinary, but it turns out you were just another klitsch, boasting to me." Luan replied, "All right, I may be ordinary, but do not forget, from this moment onward, we are acquaintances. Who can say?" At that moment, a piece of music concluded, and Gao Yao laughed as she released his hand, swiftly moving to a nearby corner and sitting down. She casually tossed a remark to Ming Qíngqīn, "Is this the socially awkward cousin you often speak of?" Ming Qíngqīn glanced at Luan, who was approaching. Deep in thought, what has he done to you? Upon his arrival, Gao Yao, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, refrained from revealing her thoughts directly. Instead, she simply said, "What's the matter? You'll have to figure it out for yourself." After a brief respite, when the music resumed, a young man in a white shirt and black trousers, wearing a tie, approached and politely bowed to Meng Qishui, saying, "Qishui, may I request a dance?" Meng Qishui gently shook her head. "I do not know how to dance to this piece." Unfazed by the rejection, the young man maintained his composure, moving to another table to invite someone else to the dance floor. Watching the young man, Gao Yao expressed her admiration. "You have it so easy. Able to refuse as you please. No one dares to challenge you here." This statement held a ring of truth. Meng Qingshui's father was the second in command of the county, and her mother served as the deputy director of the municipal hospital. In the realm of Baoqing City, there truly was no one foolish enough to provoke her. As their gaze swept across the dance floor, Luan casually asked Gao Yao, "Is there anyone here you cannot refuse?" Gao Yao merely tilted her chin in a guessing manner, choosing not to respond, and took a sip from a bottle of soda. After enjoying some light conversation while sipping her drink, when the next tune began, Meng Qishui stood up, saying, "Come, dance with me." "Oh, certainly." Luan set down his unfinished soda and followed her onto the dance floor. The current waltz was the Blue Danube, and after a brief, immersive dance, Meng Qingshui inquired, "Do you practice privately?" In the presence of this young lady, Luan retracted the playful demeanor he had exhibited while conversing with Gao Yao. "After you instructed me previously, I practiced a few times during my moments of relaxation." Turning halfway around, Meng Qiqi inquired, "How is it, Gao Yao?" Luan asked, "In what regard?" Meng Qiqi responded, "In terms of character." Luan replied, "It's quite good, rather lively." Concerned, Meng Qiqi remarked, "I noticed you both were laughing and conversing earlier. It reassures me greatly. In the future, I will bring you along for similar activities at the workplace." Feeling the sincerity of her words, Luan, who had initially intended to decline, swallowed his words and finally said, "All right." The two had known each other for quite some time, and their casual embrace felt comfortable rather than awkward. As they danced, their coordination grew increasingly harmonious, and their spirits soared higher with every step. Sensing the multitude of gazes fixed upon them, Luan declared, "Qi at this moment, I feel like a star." Meng Qingqi smiled gently and replied, "Haven't you always been a star in your studies?" Luan retorted, "That's different. It's in your presence that I truly shine." Meng Qingqi gazed silently into his eyes, her faint smile betraying no response. In the midst of their lively dance, Luan inadvertently brushed against her, and he became acutely aware of an intimate boundary crossed. For a fleeting moment, the two, who had been synchronizing so well, paused. The atmosphere shifting subtly like a lake unexpectedly stilled amidst a tempest. Meng Qingqi lowered her eyelids slightly and corrected him, "You were half a beat too fast just now." Luan tightened his grip around her waist, mimicking her movements. After dancing through 3 songs, Meng Qiqi appeared somewhat fatigued. She raised her right wrist to check the time and said, "It's getting late. We should leave." Luan, drenched in sweat, eagerly complied and exited the hall. Upon reaching the entrance of the hospital, Meng Qiqi halted and asked, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Will you join me for dinner at my home? Or shall we go to yours?" Instinctively, Luan replied, "I'll go back to Guifei Alley." Upon hearing his response, Meng Qiqi was not at all surprised and playfully inquired, "Are you still wary of Qingshui?" Luan replied, "It's not fear. I simply feel it's inappropriate to visit empty-handed when your parents have been so kind to me." This was his candid truth. Although he now lived in a different life, he was not particularly eager to meet Uncle Meng. Each encounter with him inevitably resurrected memories of his deceased father. Luan harbored unresolved feelings regarding his father's tragic end, having chosen to end his own suffering with a noose, leaving behind a family to fend for themselves. In his youth, he had cursed his father for his cowardice, lamenting that he had abandoned his family in their time of need. However, as he matured and faced the hardships of life, such resentment faded, giving way to a flicker of sympathy for his father, an unrecognized talent who had suffered throughout his existence. Meng Qiqi continued walking, offering lighthearted counsel. "It is said that enemies should be reconciled rather than fostered, especially since you were once lovers. As a man, you should take the initiative to mend this relationship." Luan fell silent, his thoughts unwittingly drifting back to the past. Meng Qishui is the younger sister of Meng Qiqi. During their first year of junior high, they attended the same school, but their relationship soured in the second semester due to an incident at the command platform. In the 1980s, early romantic relationships were considered taboo, a word that could hardly breathe without the support of poetry and pop songs, and one that teachers and parents avoided like the plague. Consequently, the school issued repeated admonitions against dating on campus. On one occasion, shortly after, the principal reiterated the prohibition against early romance during an assembly. Someone reported that Meng Qíngqīn had secretly written a love letter to him. Chapter 6. The Command Platform. The principal, a steadfast intellectual on the cusp of retirement, possessed an audacity that defied authority. Before the entire faculty and student body, he delivered a searing reprimand to Meng Qíngqīn, summoning him to stand beneath the national flag at the command platform for the entirety of the morning. Following this incident, overwhelmed by humiliation, Meng Qíngqīn transferred schools, moving to the junior high division of the first middle school in the city. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, Luan enrolled in the same institution, having achieved 5th place in the county examinations, thus reuniting them once more, truly illustrating the adage that enemies are destined to cross paths. Upon returning to Guifei Lane, evening had already fallen. The crimson sun hung low in the sky, casting a disarray of vibrant hues across the horizon. In the alley, several boisterous children were wailing after being chastised. Instead of heading straight home, the two made their way to the market. Recalling his earlier remarks upon entering the auditorium, Meng Qíngqīn headed directly to the meat stall. At that moment, the butchers had nearly exhausted their supplies, with only a few fragmented pieces remaining. After a careful comparison, she selected the stall that offered the finest cuts. "How much for this meat?" she inquired. The elderly butcher, taking a drag from his water pipe, replied, "Lean meat is 3 yuan per jin. Fatty meat is 2.5. Meng Qíngqīn picked up a piece of lean meat and brought it to her nose to smell. The old man reassured her, "Rest assured, this meat is from pigs slaughtered this morning, not from overnight." Setting the meat down, she remarked, "It's almost closing time. Could you offer a discount?" Recognizing her, the old man pondered a moment before lowering his voice. "I'll sell you both lean and fatty for 2 yuan a jin, but keep this between us." Meng Qíngqīn smiled and nodded, placing the chosen meat aside. She then selected a smaller piece of pork belly for rendering fat. The butcher waited, stating, 2 jin and 3 liang, that'll be 4 yuan and 6, but counted as 450. After settling the bill, she purchased both green and red chilies, a jin of eggs, and some garlic sprouts. Following behind, Luan gazed at the meat and chilies in his hands, a primal craving igniting within him after such a long deprivation. An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart, causing his eyes to glisten. Had it been his former self, he would have hesitated to buy any meat, considering the impoverished conditions at home where his sister and younger sibling still suffered. How could he indulge alone? If he truly could not withstand the hunger, he might have settled for a mere 15-cent block of tofu, pan-fried to a golden crisp. Upon entering the yard, Meng Qíngqīn walked towards the kitchen while instructing him, "Please prepare a plate of your best smashed cucumbers. I adore them." "Understood," Luan replied, placing the vegetables on the ground and selecting 2 of the finest cucumbers. He mused that fine ingredients paired with a beautiful person like her were a stroke of fortune bestowed upon them, a merit that warranted their continued existence as cucumbers in the next life. Though Meng Qíngqīn hailed from a privileged background, her culinary skills rivaled those of seasoned housewives who labored in kitchens for years. The pigskin crackled in the scorching iron wok, emitting a tantalizing aroma as it sizzled. And with a swift stroke of the cleaver and a splash of water, it gleamed brilliantly. Today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, and she decided to prepare a sumptuous meal. Crafting 3 dishes, stir-fried meat with peppers, egg drop soup, and smashed cucumbers. Watching the ingredients pile up in preparation for the new year, Luan filled a bowl to the brim with rice and, without hesitation, began to indulge in a hearty feast. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that in his previous life, he was not particularly short of money and had grown weary of meat. Yet in this life, the mere sight of it ignites a glimmer of desire in his eyes, and he cannot help but swallow hard. Oh, how his frail body yearns for a satisfying meal of meat. Meng Qíngqīn, possessing a modest appetite and having already dined at midday, was not particularly hungry. After consuming a couple of slices of meat, she turned her attention to the cucumber salad. While delicately savoring it, she praised him, saying, "Your skill in preparing this cucumber dish has improved since the last time. Do share your techniques with me later." Luan glanced up briefly, then picked up a generous portion of meat with his chopsticks, returning to his meal with gusto. Having known each other since childhood through the friendship of their fathers, Luan and Meng Qíngqīn were well acquainted with each other's temperaments. Faced with such a large platter of meat, he could not be bothered to feign any pretense of decorum. "Is the beauty lovely?" "Indeed, she is." "Can the beauty indulge in food?" Alas, she cannot. Thus, he found it far more gratifying to focus on his meal. After devouring 3 mouthfuls of rice and 4 chopsticks full of meat, he let out a satisfied burp and said, "Forget about teaching me. Your hands are too precious, qīngqīn. If ever you wish to feast again, simply call for me, and I shall come running, day or night." qīngqīn smiled and remarked, "You seem to have changed. Your words today are sweeter than before." Having been reborn, indeed, he had transformed. Luin, aware of his own circumstances, brushed it off, saying, "It's not that I have changed. It's merely that seeing you brings me joy." qīngqīn replied, "This change is quite pleasant. If you continue this way, I shall worry less about you." For the sake of meat, Luin shamelessly chimed in, "Then do visit me more often. Bringing a piece of meat along would be even better." After saying this, he rose to fill another bowl with rice and continued his feast. Having consumed a modest portion of cucumber, qīngqīn eventually set down her chopsticks and quietly watched him eat. Luin soon finished another bowl of rice and, as he prepared to enjoy some egg drop soup, inquired, "Would you like some?" qīngqīn did not refuse and placed a white porcelain bowl before him. "Not too much, please." He ladled a small portion into her bowl, then lifted the bowl of soup to enjoy it unabashedly. This feeling was utterly delightful. With 2 bowls of rice and 1 bowl of soup, Luin glanced at the remaining half bowl of meat and decided against finishing it all at once. Instead, he planned to store it in the courtyard for tomorrow's noodles. It was not that he could not finish it. After all, 2 pounds of meat was a considerable amount. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but the reverse is a challenge. He feared he might wish for more the following day. As dinner concluded, time quietly slipped to 6:30 and the sky gradually darkened. Luin tentatively asked, "Will you be staying here tonight?" qīngqīn shook her head. "Father will return today. I have some matters to discuss with him." Upon hearing this, Luin stood and retrieved a short steel rod to place in his backpack, saying, "Let me walk you home." Yǒuqíng is famously known as a city of bandits with a fierce populace in these times. The spirited common folk are unfamiliar with the notion of weakness, and brawls are commonplace. Should one encounter 2 groups brandishing weapons, there would be no cause for surprise. Such is the way of life here. It is precisely for this reason that Luin, having engaged in brawls and endured hardships, has maintained the habit of practicing martial arts throughout his life. The distance from Guifei Lane to the family quarters of the Municipal People's Hospital was considerable. qīngqīn initially contemplated hailing a taxi, yet after waiting for a prolonged period at the entrance of the alley without success, Luin suggested, "Sister qīngqīn, please wait a moment. I shall borrow a bicycle from a classmate to escort you." qīngqīn called out to him, "There's no need for that. Accompany me as we walk back instead. We've just finished our meal. We might as well consider it a leisurely stroll to aid digestion." "Very well. I shall heed your wish," Luin responded after some deliberation. In this era, a bicycle was akin to a family car of the future, cherished by every household. Thus he did not press the matter further. Chapter 7. Parachutes and cloth bags. In the early 1990s, Yǒuqíng boasted a permanent population of several million, including its suburbs, ranking 17th in urban population nationwide. The commercial district, marked by the first department store, was once a fashionable and vibrant hub, filled with the clamor of voices and the allure of nightlife. Guifei Lane lay at the periphery of this bustling area. Emerging from the alley and turning onto Yǒuqíng Street led one eastward to the Guifei Hotel, while a longer stretch to the north would bring one to the Municipal People's Hospital after a walk of approximately 400 meters. As dusk had yet to fully descend, the streets were alive with the ebb and flow of pedestrians, and the 2 companions felt little trepidation regarding their safety. Upon crossing an intersection, qīngqīn inquired, "Luin, which university do you dream of attending?" The notion of an ideal university weighed heavily on Luin's mind. Since his rebirth, he had found himself at a scholarship examination, bewildered and completing the geography paper without having perused any textbooks, unsure of how much he still retained from high school. Under the scrutiny of his companion, he mentioned the university he had attended in his previous life, Wuhan University. The reason he had chosen this institution before was due to the fact that his father was an alumnus. qīngqīn appeared somewhat taken aback, turning to him and asking, "With your academic performance, why not aim for Tsinghua, Peking University, or Fudan University?" Indeed, prior to his rebirth, he had the capability to strive for those prestigious institutions. However, now, uncertainty gnawed at him. Without a thorough review of the high school curriculum, any declaration about which school he could aspire to felt like mere bravado. To avoid disappointing her, Luin replied, "It would be wonderful to be accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University, but if that does not materialize, I also have a strong inclination toward Nanjing University and Sun Yat-sen University. Ming Qíngqīn pressed further. What draws you to those two universities? Why not consider a stroll through the capital? Luan candidly explained, Nanjing University is close to Shanghai, while Sun Yat-sen University is in Guangzhou. Following the reform and opening up, these two locales have gradually emerged as economic centers of the nation. Sister Qíngqīn, to be frank, I have grown weary of poverty. I yearn to explore these places. Ming Qíngqīn fell silent. Given that the Ming family's connections predominantly resided within the bureaucratic system, she had initially hoped he would pursue a political career. However, recalling the tragic fate of Uncle Lu and understanding Lu's family circumstances, she found herself empathetic. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the hospital's family quarters. Noticing Luan's pause, Ming Qíngqīn turned back with a smile. Are you truly so apprehensive about Qin Shui that you won't come in for a while? I am no longer the person I once was. Having grown up, I have learned to move on. I am not afraid of that girl anymore, he replied. Though he preferred not to elaborate, waving his hand dismissively, Sister Qíngqīn, you go on inside. I will wait here for you. Seeing his insistence, Ming Qíngqīn refrained from pressing further, offering a final piece of advice. If you receive the scholarship, remember to share the good news with me. And come back a day early from the holiday to see me at the hospital. Do not delay about your headache, understand? Luan responded affirmatively. Yes, I understand. You should hurry inside. I can still make it back before dark. With that, Ming Qíngqīn nodded, turned, and soon vanished into the family quarters. As he retraced his steps, Luan found himself passively contemplating the idealistic questions that Ming Qíngqīn had posed. Ideals certainly exist. Upon returning, his most pressing concern is to satiate his hunger, improve the culinary conditions at home, and ensure the well-being of his family. After gaining admission to university, he intends to rely on the knowledge etched in his memory, striving to achieve financial independence at the earliest opportunity. Nevertheless, his primary aspiration remains to emulate his previous life, becoming a university professor, reconnecting with old friends and colleagues, and rekindling his passion for painting in pursuit of greater acclaim. Attaining success and recognition within the art world, a goal he had failed to realize in his past existence, looms large in his mind. However, given that he has been reborn, the future unfolds with boundless possibilities. Can he truly maintain the same mindset as before? Contemplating this, he is suddenly engulfed by a sense of urgency. In this era of profound transformation, opportunities slip away in an instant. Without proper preparation, one risks missing out. For someone who has witnessed the splendor of the future, the thought of remaining in school, buried in textbooks, is excruciating. Time waits for no one. He must devise a plan. The solution need not be extraordinary, but at the very least, it should enhance his meals and resolve the issue of obtaining meat. He cannot afford to experience the debilitating dizziness caused by malnutrition again. To improve his economic conditions swiftly, he resolves to explore the commercial district. Over the next few hours, he traverses the bustling streets and alleys of the area, visiting various markets. He discovers numerous avenues to earn money. However, few align with his identity as a student. With limited spare time and insufficient funds, there are no paths that promise both rapid and substantial returns. First and foremost, he dismisses manual labor. Next, he rules out jobs requiring physical exertion. Although such work may be primarily technical, it still resembles manual labor to some extent. He fears that, should he enter this realm, his distant uncle, Lu Yǒuqíng, might seek him out due to unemployment, which he dreads most of all. Ultimately, he considers the prospect of buying and reselling goods. With his entire fortune totaling a mere 137 yuan, embarking on a significant business venture seems implausible. Undeterred, he continues to explore, ultimately concluding that the most practical, liberating, and swiftly rewarding option is to set up a stall. However, he feels uncertain about this choice. While street vending might be viable elsewhere, this is Baoqing, where not far away lies a globally renowned wholesale hub for counterfeit goods in Shandong. This operation, a powerhouse in reselling everyday items to the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries, renders the notion of profiting from regional information imbalances utterly unrealistic. Moreover, during this era, various shops and stalls abound. With numerous vendors aggressively competing, Luan doubts his ability to compete against them. Setting aside concerns of pride, he recognizes that his current financial state leaves little room for embarrassment. Yet, the persuasive sales techniques employed by seasoned vendors leave him feeling inadequate as a mere educator. He finds himself at a loss in this arena. As he dwells on these thoughts, a wave of despondency washes over him. Conventional avenues such as selling clothing, socks, toys, or food are saturated with competitors, making them less viable. For a fleeting moment, he contemplates sourcing goods from Shandong to sell in remote county towns, which could potentially yield a profit, but he swiftly extinguishes this thought. Time is simply not on his side. He must prioritize learning above all else, ensuring that the pursuit of wealth does not overshadow this fundamental principle. Additionally, in the remote county towns and villages, where information is scarce, the phrase pickpockets abound and highwaymen are as numerous as dogs is not an exaggeration. Traversing these areas alone can be perilous. While one may escape unscathed once or twice, frequent nocturnal journeys are bound to attract misfortune. If one is not cautious, they may find themselves ensnared by an alluring young woman, dragged into a secluded grove. He truly prefers vibrant parachutes over antiquated burlap sacks. Chapter 8. The Peeping Tom. Lewin once heard an experienced bus driver recount that, in these times, every route harbors a fixed gang of pickpockets. Whenever the driver encounters these thieves, arriving punctually to halt his route, he feels compelled to stop. Those with a conscience may offer a brief warning to passengers: stay awake, beware of pickpockets, and safeguard your belongings. On his return journey, Lewin reflected on his observations of the day. Among the 4 essential categories of livelihood, clothing, food, housing, and transportation, he deemed the first 3 expendable. He recognized that his limitations stemmed not from a lack of capability, but rather from insufficient capital or other constraining factors. Nevertheless, he did glean some insights. Through his explorations, Lewin uncovered 2 intriguing phenomena. The first was the sight of a young woman at the entrance of the Guifei Hotel, offering quick sketch portraits. He stood behind her for over 10 minutes, concluding that she was likely a student from an art technical school, hailing from a well-off family, as her bag contained more than 10 different types of acrylic paints. Among the student circles in Baoqíng, a popular saying circulated: the girls from No. 1 high school are bookish, those from number 2 are eccentric. Night school produces many a broken shoe, the textile school is impoverished, while the finance school is affluent. The art school girls rival fierce tigresses. This corresponded to the notion that girls from the first high school were mere scholars. Those from the second were both studious and quirky. As for night school, it was predominantly attended by women from society, where relationships and abortions became commonplace. The textile school girls were poor, while those from the finance school were well off. Ultimately, the female students from the craft and art school were not only well endowed but also fierce, often wielding utility knives, making life quite challenging for men. After observing her work, Lewin lamented that the girl's sketches were overly focused on lines and structure, lacking depth and nuance. With such talent, pursuing art seemed a tragic waste of time. And both she and her acrylic paints warranted his consolation. The second fascinating observation was that any street trade requiring a modicum of skill tended to flourish remarkably. For instance, cobblers, roadside tailors, barbers, and repair shops thrived. When repair shops were mentioned, Lewin instinctively thought of bicycle repairs, a skill he possessed. Liu Yǒuqíng's elder brother, Liu Yǒuqíng, worked as an old mechanic at a state-owned chemical factory in the west of the city. When he had little to do at work, he would sneak out to set up a stall repairing bicycles. After the college entrance examination in a past life, when Lewin struggled with university expenses, this great uncle had offered him the chance to assist in bicycle repairs, where he could earn a few yuan daily, or even dozens on a good day, without ever experiencing a downturn. The bicycle repair business was indeed lucrative, largely because, in these times, bicycles were the most common mode of transport. Employees from state-owned enterprises such as cigarette, chemical, saccharin, pesticide, feed, and textile factories often owned bicycles. The phrase "our country is a kingdom of bicycles" holds true. Were there bicycle repairmen on the streets? Certainly. However, most were like Liu Yǒuqíng, skilled technicians from state enterprises looking to earn extra income. Hence, Lewin devised strategies to address them. If one were to engage in car repairs themselves, and were to encounter an ungracious mechanic attempting to encroach upon their territory, they would not hesitate to report the matter to the rival's company. After all, it was 1991, a time when the wave of layoffs had yet to commence, and the status of workers in society remained exalted. Little did anyone realize that transformative changes were on the horizon as the nation prepared to undertake state-owned enterprise reforms. In the traditional mindset of working-class families, jobs within state-owned enterprises were regarded as invaluable treasures, akin to heirlooms, providing a secure livelihood that could be passed down through generations. To illustrate, if you had been a worker in a state-owned enterprise over the past 30 years, even an unremarkable appearance would not impede your chances of finding a spouse. Such positions held considerable allure in the marriage market. Therefore, Should one be provoked by territorial disputes, a swift report would surely follow. Upon returning home, it was already quite late. The alley was nearly deserted, save for a few furtive older bachelors seeking companionship and the workers returning from their night shifts, creating a tranquil atmosphere. After hours of walking and sweating, Lewin tidied up his living space and retrieved a change of clothes in preparation for a bath. Given that Guifei Alley adhered to an antiquated layout, lacking the luxury of a shower, each household devised their own methods for bathing. Fortunately, Luan's modest courtyard allowed for a refreshing outdoor rinse using well water, which was quite convenient. In contrast, the adjacent buildings numbered 7 and 10, towering 4 stories high, presented a far more arduous bathing experience. Without running water or drainage systems, kitchens were communal on the ground floor, and both cold and hot water had to be laboriously transported in aluminum buckets. Each household possessed a wooden round tub, and after bathing, dirty water was scooped back into the aluminum bucket with a tin ladle for disposal outside. This entire process was cumbersome, more complicated than an illicit affair. Wearing plastic sandals and a pair of loose shorts, Lewin indulged in his first bath after what felt like a rebirth. Buckets of icy water cascaded over him, infusing his body with an indescribable exhilaration, pure bliss, almost overwhelming in its comfort. Suddenly, as he lifted the 4th bucket of water for one final rinse, a memory struck him. He turned abruptly to gaze at the second-floor window of building number 10, where a face emerged, a woman, around 35 years of age, known as Widow Zhang. In the stillness, their eyes met across the distance, their gazes locking in a moment that felt suffocatingly intense. It was a shocking scene. This terrifying visage nearly rendered Lewin unconscious. Indeed, he had been spied upon, the observer silent in the dark, her face reminiscent of a ghostly portrait against the glass, hauntingly pale. Regaining his composure, Lewin inhaled deeply and positioned the aluminum bucket strategically in front of him, steadying his nerves before exclaiming, "Aunt Zhang, this is utterly outrageous. You must pay." With a resounding crash, a broken bowl was hurled from the 2nd floor into the courtyard, shattering into countless pieces. Quick on his feet, Lewin recoiled several steps and shouted again, "Double the fee." Widow Zhang remained silent, a smirk ghosting across her lips as she drew the curtain and extinguished the light, disappearing into the night, leaving behind her unearned accolades. How audacious! Never had he encountered such a brazen voyeur. It was beyond the pale. At that moment, a head peeked out from the 3rd floor of door number 10, exclaiming loudly, "Juan, Widow Zhang has desired you for quite some time. Why not yield to her?" "Get lost." Juan had yet to utter a word when the fierce voice of Widow Zhang pierced the heavens, causing the head from the 3rd floor to retract hastily. "Ha ha." Instantly, a wave of malicious laughter echoed throughout the entirety of Guifei Lane. Chapter 9. The darkness of the heart. It is said that a tree without bark is doomed to perish. Similarly, a person without shame is invincible. When a widow becomes unabashedly infatuated with male beauty, both the righteous and the wicked find themselves powerless against her. Lewin considered himself unfortunate in this matter, resigned to suffer in silence and let it be. He dressed himself, packed the leftover meat from the afternoon into a bamboo basket, and hung it in the courtyard. The weather during this season was still quite sultry, and he could not allow it to spoil. It had nearly been a day since his rebirth. Yet he had not even touched a high school textbook. The time wasted weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him with a sense of uncertainty. Thus, he lit an oil lamp and began to exert himself. In his previous life, he had been a professor at a prestigious foreign language institute, naturally sensitive to languages. To recapture the sensation of studying, he first perused an English textbook. Fortunately, after half an hour, he discovered that high school English was child's play for him. From listening comprehension, grammar, and closed tests to reading comprehension and short essays, he handled them with ease. Next came Chinese literature, and he flipped through 2 textbooks in succession. Perhaps due to the depth of knowledge he had accumulated over his lifetime, he felt quite comfortable. It was not difficult. However, some aspects requiring rote memorization still demanded his time and effort. With English and Chinese proving no obstacle, he felt a slight easing of his tension and regained a modicum of confidence. Mathematics, once a source of pride throughout Luan's academic career, now left him aghast as he flipped through the material. The foundational knowledge was still there, and he retained vivid memories of certain problems and formulas. Yet, the vast amount he had lost was staggering. Reclaiming his former glory in such a short time seemed improbable. Finally, he turned to politics, history, and geography. After reviewing the content, he could only describe his feelings as dismal. Comprehension was his forte, but with a crumbling foundation, even the strongest understanding was of little use. He had to start memorizing from scratch. English and Chinese had provided him with a breath of life, instilling in him a sense of existence. In contrast, mathematics and the social sciences suffocated him, rendering him breathless once more. It was akin to an elderly man visiting a club, initially exhilarated by the sight of a young model, only to feel utterly deflated when faced with her youth, wishing to call for help, regretting his predicament. With a deep sigh, he longed to lie down on his bed, hoping that upon awakening, he would find that the day had merely been a dream, and he would be drinking with his beloved confidante, who had loosened 3 buttons, unguarded in her approach. That night, he first studied mathematics for 4 hours, followed by 2 hours of political science, not retiring until the dawn light began to break. Lewin dreamed of Ming Qi, the gentle breeze and ethereal clouds, the serene waves across the lakes, her form shimmering with brilliance. Suddenly, the dream shifted, and the person beside him transformed into Widow Zhang, who laughed triumphantly, her laughter echoing mockingly as she turned over. Gasping sharply, Lewin awoke, his hands and feet icy cold. Widow Zhang, when will you cease your torment? Even in dreams, you do not spare me. The fortune teller said you must observe mourning 6 times, and you have only done so thrice. Do not seek me out. He draped himself in his clothing and peered out the window, discovering the same old Guifei lane, where shattered porcelain bowls lay abandoned in the courtyard. Everything remains unchanged, there is no turning back, and he has resigned himself to his fate. For breakfast, he cooked some noodles, placing half of the leftover meat from yesterday atop them. He hurriedly devoured it in large mouthfuls before purchasing a packet of candy and a bottle of erguo at the alley's entrance. Then took a bus to the western part of the city. With less than a year until the college entrance examination, time is of the essence. He cannot afford to waste a single moment. Once a decision has been made, it is imperative to act swiftly. His distant uncle, Lu Xueyou, resides in the western part of Baoqíng. Prior to the Republic of China, this area was a slum, densely populated by the impoverished. However, since the establishment of New China, it has undergone a dramatic transformation, now dominated by towering chimneys billowing thick smoke into the sky, the wind carrying the pollution for miles. Behind the chemical factory lies a workers' district, where the houses are hastily constructed shanties made of dry pine and iron sheets. The roads are narrow and winding. After navigating a few alleys and passing a public restroom with yellow water flowing, Lewin finally located his uncle Lu Xueyou in a dimly lit room. Lu Xueyou, slightly hunched with an unkempt beard and clothes so greasy they could ensnare a rat, had lost his wife early in life. He has 2 sons who have diverged drastically in their paths. The elder serves in the military and enjoys the benefits of state provisions, while the younger has resorted to a life of petty crime on the streets. Living alone for an extended period has led to a rather chaotic and filthy household. Uncle, I've come to visit, Lewin announced as he entered, placing his belongings on the table and choosing a relatively clean spot to sit. Lu Xueyou, who had been engrossed in filing a piece of metal, glanced at him before quickly averting his gaze, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Uncle, your neck and chin are cleaner than the rest. Did a cat lick them last night? Did it leave a flower? Lewin nearly chuckled. As a seasoned mechanic with 30 years of experience, Lu Xueyou's fingernails were caked with thick grease, and his entire visage, along with his hair and even his teeth, seemed to be coated in a layer of rust. A strong odor of lubricating oil emanated from him, mingled with body odor, potent enough to overpower even dogs 5 miles away. Having been exposed, Lu Xueyou quickly regained his composure. Brushing off the dust from his trousers and patting Lewin on the shoulder, the gold bars must be substantial, while the ingots should be small. This trade is quite intricate. You are but a fledgling, yet to comprehend its true nature. I understand, Lewin replied. As a mechanic, your skills are paramount. Lu Xueyou erupted in laughter, pride swelling within him. Our ancestors have blessed us. The Lu family has birthed yet another genius. They then proceeded to a restaurant, where Lewin articulated the purpose of his visit. Lu Xueyou snapped a pair of chopsticks in half, selecting a slender bamboo stick to use as a toothpick, and remarked, repairing bicycles is an art, akin to managing relationships with 50 women simultaneously. One must ensure not to mistakenly call out the wrong name in bed. Each component requires meticulous maintenance and repair, down to the last detail. Listening patiently to his uncle's words, Lewin interjected, I have no ambitions of grandeur. I merely wish to improve my family's living conditions, and if I could earn a bit for my university tuition along the way, that would be even better. Upon hearing the phrase university tuition, Lu Xueyou, who had just been rather flamboyant in his speech, immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. Do not underestimate such a stall, he remarked. I I set up shop at the alley entrance for 2 hours each day, earning no less than 400 yuan and as much as 800 yuan in a month. If you master this skill, it will suffice to make a living. Luan, well aware of the intricacies of this trade, nonetheless approached him humbly to inquire about various technical matters, departing with an entire set of repair tools. As he escorted Luan for a mile, Lu Shuiao imparted the most crucial secret. It is quite easy to earn substantial money in the repair business, but the key lies in being ruthless. After a bicycle has passed through our hands, it should not only move forward but also backward. White must be declared black. The parts should be encouraged to be replaced frequently. And remember to scatter some glass shards. Keep that in mind. Luan replied, I shall begin my first task upon returning, collecting glass bottles. Lu Shuiao chuckled, patting him on the shoulder once more, and earnestly advised, Shaoan, you have always been exceptionally bright. Do not squander too much time earning money through repairs. It is said that the female students at university possess skin far superior to that of those in workshops. Your youthful vigor is quite appealing. Luan responded, Uncle, thank you. When I make a fortune in the future, I will certainly treat you to a month's stay on the 5th floor of the Guifei Hotel. Lu Shuiao's squinty eyes widened slightly. I have heard that they have fine ladies from Hong Kong there? Luan affirmed, indeed. Lu Shuiao encouraged him. Then you must work diligently. I shall embark on a journey of health starting today, awaiting your return. Chapter 10. The unattractive girl enters the workshop as the autumn light lingered. Pigeons soared high in the sky. Luan, swallowing hard in anticipation, arrived at the entrance of the alley, glancing up at the pigeons belonging to the matchmaker Wu at number 3 Guifei Lane. In a previous life, he had repaired bicycles and understood that a thriving stall merely required a complete set of tools and a fixed location to thrive. Guifei Lane, situated on the periphery of the commercial district, lay between the western outskirts and the city center, serving as a vital thoroughfare for workers commuting by bicycle. The foot traffic here was substantial, and being just a stone's throw from home made it an ideal place for setting up a stall. Numerous vendors had already established their businesses here, selling fish, tapes, toys, wooden buckets, old books, clothing, as well as earthenware and tableware, totaling no less than 30 stalls. However, all they offered were daily necessities, with no repair stalls in sight, leaving Luan feeling quite reassured that no one would be competing for his trade. As of now, the wave of layoffs had yet to hit. Most families in Guifei Lane and its surroundings still held legitimate jobs, and for them, street vending represented a form of failure, earning little respect. This perception resulted in ample space, allowing Luan to select a prime location. Having just set up his stall, the nearby female clothing vendor tugged at his sleeve, her eyebrows raised. Luan? Turning around, he recognized her vaguely, though her identity eluded him. Do you know me? The vendor replied, I'm familiar with yǒuqíng. Oh, hello, Luan said, realization dawning on him. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be one of Lu Shuiping's former girlfriends. It seemed that the scoundrel had no qualms about seducing even the vendors at his doorstep. Yet, it was evident that this girl had failed to capture the heart of that rogue. The female vendor inquired, Has Yǒuqíng come looking for you recently? Luan set down a small stool and replied, No. At this, the glimmer of hope in her eyes dimmed. Observing this, Luan added, You should know, his not seeking me out is, in itself, good news. As if summoned, Lu Shuiping appeared just as Luan spoke. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the vendor's expression freeze. Following her gaze, Luan spotted Lu Shuiping approaching in a sharply tailored suit, his slicked back hair immaculate. A young girl accompanied him. It was clear that Lu Shuiping's tastes were consistent. Having previously dated an older woman, he was now with someone of his own age, and soon enough, he would likely shift his affections to a youthful maiden. Lu Shuiping's gaze lingered on the female vendor for 2 seconds before he nonchalantly approached Luan and said, I went to the western part of the city at noon and heard you were setting up a repair stall, so I came to show my support. With that, he tossed a bicycle onto the stall and confidently commanded, Get my bike fixed. Luan replied, A major repair is 5 yuan, a minor one is 2. Lu Shuiping asked, For a major repair, how's your skill? Luan responded, My bicycle repair skills can rival your expertise in undressing women, smooth and immaculate. Excellent. Lu Shuiping enthusiastically praised, reaching into his pocket to briskly extract 10 yuan for him. Luan accepted the 10 yuan and then produced a 5 yuan note to hand over. Unexpectedly, Lu Shuiping did not accept the money. Instead, he extended his hand and requested, Please give me your house key. Luan reminded him, Sister Qi came by yesterday but did not enter. Lu Shuiping was not particularly admirable, except for his tendency to regard money lightly when he had it. He decisively pulled out another 5 yuan and pressed it into Luan's hand, saying, "Apologize to her for yesterday's incident. I will abide by the rules in the future." With an income of 15 yuan, Luan, sensing a favorable situation, tossed the key over. Yǒuqíng swiftly caught the key in midair with his right hand, then whistled and said, "See you," as he elegantly turned and departed with his female companion. Once the couple left, Luan glanced at the female vendor, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. He secretly hoped she could continue to entangle this uncle, as even a single success would mean an additional 5 yuan in his pocket. The female vendor bowed her head in silence. Luan, however, had no time to advocate for her. He busied himself with his own trade. The so-called small clean involved removing the grease and dust from the bicycle's surface. This task was not difficult. He had always thought that charging 2 yuan for this service was somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, market conditions dictated this pricing, and given his limited selling time and need to earn money, he would not feign virtue. In contrast, the big clean was considerably more labor-intensive. It required disassembling the wheels, extracting the ball bearings, polishing each one to a mirror finish, applying grease to the axle, pouring oil into the chain, and checking all screws and nuts while calibrating the brake position. Excluding labor, the cost of a big clean was around 40 cents, but it demanded considerable skill. Otherwise, one risked embarrassment by failing to reassemble the bike correctly. Thus, a 5 yuan charge for a big clean was undeniably a bargain in the eyes of an outsider. This was akin to visiting a spa. A small clean was like a foot massage, while a big clean offered a comprehensive service, complete with additional perks. The clientele for such services typically comprised owners of brand-name bicycles or women's bikes. Conversely, those with second-hand bicycles or the bikes of middle-aged, greasy men would rather spend their money on beauty salons than waste it on such services. 10 minutes later, the big clean was complete. Luan washed his hands and surveyed his surroundings. With no customers in sight, he took out his history book to read. Having lived 2 lives, his mindset was now quite zen. He was indifferent to the curious glances of passers-by. If business came, he would attend to it. If not, he would read. This was how he balanced learning and earning. He chose a history textbook because history encapsulates the rise and fall of civilizations, rich in narrative and readability, making it easier to immerse oneself in the bustling urban environment. After reading for about 10 minutes, a customer approached. A young woman inquired, "Master, how much for inflating the tires?" Luan glanced up at her. She wore a blue work uniform with an S emblem on her left chest, the logo of a state-owned feed factory. 10 cents, Luan replied. Upon hearing the price, the young woman pushed her bicycle closer. Luan set aside his book and retrieved a pump to inflate his tire, yet found it impossible to fill. Upon inspection, he discovered the issue lay with the tire itself. "You've punctured your tire. It requires mending," he remarked. The young woman, her gaze sweeping over the history book, calmly inquired, "How much does it cost to repair a tire?" Luan replied, 150 for each puncture. She produced 3 yuan, stating, "There are 2 punctures. Both front and rear tires are affected." Surprised, Luan accepted the money, exclaiming, "So you were aware?" She smiled. "As the owner of the vehicle, I certainly am." Luan said little further. Money exchanged hands, and he focused on his task, indifferent to any controversies. As he disassembled and repaired the tire, the young woman asked, "Are you a student?" "Yes," he replied. "At the first high school?" She continued. "Indeed," he affirmed. "What year are you in? Are you a senior?" She pressed on. "Yes, a senior," he confirmed. "Are you in the art stream?" She queried. Luan complimented her intuition. "You have a keen eye." Then she asked, "Is studying in your final year exhausting? Do you have time for romance?" He responded, "Not at all. It's utterly draining." He then ventured, "Miss, you must work in an office at the feed factory, correct?" Although uncertain if the term "miss" had become tainted in contemporary usage, he deemed it still a respectful address. The young woman widened her eyes in curiosity. "How did you know?" Luan replied, "It's quite simple. Only less attractive girls work in the factories." She smiled but said nothing more, simply watching him until the tire was mended. After testing the repair, she rode away. Chapter 11. 1. I have experienced heartbreak in a striking red cheongsam, adorned with delicate shoulder details and elegant high heels. A woman with a voluptuous figure gracefully approached, each step as if she were gliding on lotus blossoms. With a charming smile and a flirtatious sway of her split cheongsam, she passed by. Her alluring silhouette was such that a mere touch from a man might cost him a year of his life. After the first customer at the feed store departed, Juan scanned the street in search of beauty amid the throngs of people, ultimately finding a captivating woman, fulfilling his wish to continue his reading. History was a subject he could boast about, In a past life, he had memorized every textbook thoroughly. He could recall the chapter and page number upon mention, along with the number of paragraphs on that page, the content of each paragraph, their positions on the page, whether illustrations accompanied them, and if any small print was interspersed within the paragraphs. Just as one cannot forget the thrill of a first love's forbidden fruit, every intricate detail remained vividly etched in his memory, cherished like a family heirloom. To him, reading was a blend of innate talent and diligent effort. To achieve impressive scores on examinations and to become a top student, mastering the textbooks was fundamental. The adage that reading 100 times reveals the meaning is quite apparent. No matter how challenging or obscure the text, with enough repetition and practice, enlightenment is inevitable. Little master, can you fix brakes? Just as he had finished reviewing the history of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, a voice called from the right side of the street. A refined middle-aged man approached, pushing a bicycle. Business is here, Juan smiled. Hello. Yes, I can. The gentleman parked his bicycle and pointed to the rear wheel, explaining, the brakes are malfunctioning, making me hesitant to ride downhill. I had to push it all the way here. Can you take a look? Juan placed his book on a small stool and began his examination. After a brief inspection, he concluded, the rear brake is broken and needs replacement. How much for the new one? The gentleman inquired. Since today is our grand opening, I'll give you a discount, 5 yuan, Juan replied. The middle-aged man, evidently familiar with market prices, did not haggle, but simply asked, how long will it take? Juan set his book aside. Please take a seat. It will be ready shortly. The gentleman nodded. All right, little master, please be quick. I am in a hurry. Understood, Juan acknowledged, transitioning into his busy mode. The middle-aged man glanced at the book and asked, are you still a student? Juan, preoccupied with his work, did not look up. Yes. Observing Juan's worn, faded clothing and the cheapest casual shoes from a street vendor, the man later commented, balancing studies and family must be quite challenging for you. Juan smiled in response. It's manageable. Thanks to your support, I can get by. The gentleman fell silent for a moment, watching Juan's repair skills, then suddenly recalled something. He reached for the history book, flipped through a few pages, and praised, your handwriting is excellent. It's evident you've practiced. Who did you learn from? His mother had once learned traditional Chinese painting from his grandfather, where inscriptions and calligraphy played a significant role. Consequently, her insistence on him perfecting his calligraphy skills during his childhood led him to master the art of writing beautifully, whether with a fountain pen or a brush. His lifelong dedication to the craft, though he could not claim to be a master, often elicited admiration from those who beheld his work. Lewin remarked, the gentleman possesses an excellent eye. He must have learned from his mother. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man tactfully refrained from further inquiries, for it was evident that a mother of such refinement had fallen upon hard times, leading her son to resort to street vending for a livelihood. Lewin was adept at his craft, and he efficiently replaced the brake in no time. The middle-aged man tested it and found it quite satisfactory, retrieving 5 yuan from his pocket to hand to Lewin, stating, your youthful expertise in bicycle repair is remarkable. I shall bring my wife's bicycle over for your assistance. This exchange had evidently struck a chord of sympathy within the man. Lewin tucked the money into his pocket and cautiously inquired, what brand is the bicycle? What seems to be the issue? The middle-aged man replied, it's a flying pigeon lady's bike. The front wheel's rim is bent and deformed. Lewin pondered that it might require a replacement and decided to contact his elder uncle for some commonly used parts. He sought his uncle's assistance due to the latter's extensive experience in the bicycle industry, having mingled within the city for over 30 years. His uncle often procured quality parts through personal connections, some at cost price, others at friendly rates, and occasionally received gifts. This was also the reason his uncle boasted about earning over 400 yuan a month with just 2 hours of street vending daily. Many parts came without cost. With enthusiasm, Lewin invited, sure, uncle, whenever you have time, please bring them over for me to inspect. Before departing, the middle-aged man asked, you set up your stall on weekends. You'll be here tomorrow, right? Lewin assured him, yes, I'll be here after school on Friday. He intended to set up his stall for a while after evening study, but since it would be late and uncertain, he refrained from mentioning it. The middle-aged man nodded, then I shall come by tomorrow. Lewin stood by, responding, all right then. Take care, uncle. Repair work is indeed a skilled trade, yet it also falls within the realm of service. One must possess a sweet tongue and the ability to converse to thrive in business. This proved to be a challenge for him, a humble educator, who found himself compelled to adapt for a few coins. Nonetheless, The sight of the 5 yuan in his hand brought him an inexplicable joy. This sum represented half a day's wages for a laborer in the village. What more could he possibly desire? Having endured hardship since childhood, he had cultivated a character that shunned lofty ambitions and unrealistic aspirations, understanding clearly that one earns according to their position. Observing this scene, a nearby woman selling toy firearms expressed her envy, saying, "Young man, you earn money swiftly." Lewin chuckled as he returned to his small stool, replying, "I cannot compare to you, auntie. In no time, I sold 3 toy guns. This is far better than sitting in an office at a state-owned enterprise." Her envy dissipated as she basked in the compliments, her smile widening considerably. A pair of mother and son approached the stall of the elderly woman, leaving Lewin with no time to attend to them. He lifted his gaze momentarily before returning to his book, striving to comprehend the feudal system and silently reciting its tenets. Half an hour elapsed, and he had thoroughly absorbed the concept of feudalism. He began to delve into the unification under the Qin dynasty when a passerby stopped to inflate a tire, earning a mere dime in the process, just as he concentrated all his attention on the central bureaucratic system of the 3 lords and 9 ministers outlined in his textbook. A sudden voice interrupted the quietude. "Lewin, I have suffered a heartbreak." The voice, though not loud, was imbued with sorrow, accompanied by an unsettling clang reminiscent of steel grinding against steel. Startled by the familiar yet long-forgotten tone, Lewin swiftly turned his head to find a recognizable face, Liao Shiqi, the only daughter of widow Zhang, now 15 years of age. If his memory served him correctly, she should be apprenticing in the kitchen of the Gui Fei Hotel at this very moment. Chapter 12. A kitchen knife and a bone knife. Luin's gaze lingered on the familiar face for a brief 2 seconds before he instinctively lowered his eyes to the knife she held. In her left hand, she grasped a kitchen knife, while her right hand wielded a bone knife. The 2 blades clashed, producing a sound that was both jarring and chilling, as he beheld the blinding gleam of the blades, which pierced the air with an unsettling brightness. Lewin instinctively recoiled a half-step on the small stool beneath him and tentatively inquired, "Is it not alarming to wield 2 knives in broad daylight? Have you been wronged? Speak, and I shall seek vengeance on your behalf." The knives in Liao Shiqi's hands continued to rasp against one another, emanating an aura of menace. With a discontented expression, she queried, "Do you know the purpose of these knives?" Lewin retreated another half-step and revealed his aspirations: to chop vegetables, to cook, to master the culinary arts, and to become the most celebrated chef in Baoqing. "No." Liao Shiqi shook her head. "The kitchen knife is dull, meant for you. The bone knife is sharp, intended to ensure that Zhang Guofu meets a painless end." Lewin's face stiffened momentarily before he forced a smile and retorted, "Surely, it cannot come to that. Given our relationship." Liao Shiqi fixed her gaze upon his face, declaring, "Last night, I lay awake in bed, and it was then that I conceived of this method to ensure you remember me eternally." Lewin queried, "Is this not a tad extreme? Could there be a more amiable alternative?" Liao Shiqi persisted in her silence, biting her lower lip as she continued to stare at him. Sighing, Lewin expressed, "I regret causing you such anguish. I deserve a fate worse than death. At 17, my reckoning cannot be delayed. Perhaps we could strike a bargain. A single blow would merely quench your momentary wrath, leaving you to grapple with endless emptiness thereafter. It would be far better for me to exist in the shadow of your fear until I reach the age of 90, at which point you may see me meet my demise in 1,000 cuts." Liao Shiqi's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, and after a lengthy pause, the clumsy chef finally managed to utter, "Lewin, not only are you handsome, but your words are also beguiling. Perhaps it would be better for me to end your life now, thus sparing several of my sisters from a similar fate." Lewin lamented, "I had once believed our friendship would endure through the ages. Alas, after my death, only the bond of a knife will remain between us." Suddenly, Liao Shiqi burst into tears, her face awash with sorrow. Lewin intended to offer her words of comfort, yet before he could speak, a glint of cold light flashed as the kitchen knife severed a corner of the small stool. It appeared that this girl had sharpened her blades prior to her arrival. After a silent bout of weeping, Liao Shiqi posed a question. "In the alley, many men cast longing glances at my mother. Lewin, tell me, have you ever fantasized about her?" Lewin shook his head, replying, "We have known each other for years. Our conversations should not delve into such matters." Liao Shiqi paused, her expression contorted with pain. "Do you know what my mother said last night?" Lewin asked, "Was it a single statement that kept you awake all night?" Liao Shiqi withdrew the knife embedded in the stool and whispered, in a tone only the two could hear, "She said you have matured." With that, Liao Shiqi departed. one knife in each hand, striding down the street as passers-by instinctively parted ways, her presence as formidable as the legendary hero Wukong. This is a year in which no one will disdain your youthfulness, a splendid time to etch one's adolescence upon two blades. Oh, the exuberance of youth is indeed delightful. Lewin withdrew his gaze as the elderly woman sold yet another toy gun, earning a tidy profit of $1.50. Turning with curiosity, she inquired, "Young man, was that girl just now your girlfriend?" Lewin replied, "Just a sister." The woman, now invigorated as if infused with energy, exclaimed, "A sister, you say? Quite tall indeed, ready for marriage. My sister's youngest son is also of marrying age. He works in the security department at the pesticide factory. Perhaps our families could be introduced?" Lewin responded, "That sounds fine, but can your nephew handle two blades?" The elderly woman, who had just excitedly risen, slowly settled back down, her gaze fixed on the fallen stool, choosing not to revisit the previous topic. Lewin bent down to retrieve the piece of wood, tossing it into the toolbox, contemplating how he might later reattach it with wood glue. He then proceeded to the nearby grocery store to place a call to the west side of the city. "Hello, who am I speaking to?" A gentleman answered the phone. Fearing that the elder might not hear him, Lewin spoke loudly. "Is this the chemical factory? Please call for Liu Shuiyo from the machinist group. I'm his nephew and need to speak with him about something." "Hold on." The gentleman set the receiver down on the table and entered the machinist group. "Liu Shuiyo. Liu Shuiyo. Where are you?" he called out loudly. "What do you want, you bald head?" Liu Shuiyo, who was reprimanding a newly recruited apprentice, turned around in response. "Your nephew is looking for you," the elder announced, hands on hips. Liu Shuiyo, whose brother Liu Shueping was unmarried and childless, immediately discerned that it was Lewin seeking him. After leaving the machinist group, Liu Shuiyo picked up the phone and asked, "Little one, what do you need?" Lewin inquired, "Uncle, I hope I'm not interrupting your work." Liu Shuiyo replied, "Work? What work? If there's something to be done, the apprentices will handle it. It's not my turn." To conserve talk time, Lewin succinctly conveyed his purpose. "Uncle, I might need a steel ring tomorrow." Liu Shuiyo assured him, "Well, I have nothing else to do. I will deliver it to you shortly, along with the steel ring, axles, and chains. I'll bring you 4 complete sets." After hanging up, Lewin looked toward the grocery store owner. The owner had been running the shop for several years, recognized him, and knew he was a student from the northern mountains who would call every semester. "You've spoken for 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Just pay $2. Reluctantly, Lewin produced $2 and placed them on the table, thanking the owner. Around 4 in the afternoon, Liu Shuiyo arrived on a tricycle piled high with various bicycle parts. Upon arrival, he asked, "How's business on your first day?" Lewin responded cheerfully, "Not bad. I've made over $20. This sum was indeed substantial, having been calculated after deducting the $10 rent owed to Liu Shueping. Liu Shuiyo patted him on the shoulder, beaming with pride as he declared, "That's splendid. I'm one step closer to my dream of becoming a successful entrepreneur." Riding back to Guifei Alley on a tricycle, Lewin unexpectedly encountered Widow Zhang, who was carrying a hot water bottle. Her gaze briefly traversed over the two of them before she exited the alley. Liu Shuiyo's eyes lingered on her retreating figure until she vanished from sight, at which point he remarked, "Hey, her standards surpass even those of the factory director's newlywed young wife." As Lewin assisted in unloading the items, he inquired, "Is that how you perceive the factory director's wife as well?" Liu Shuiyo chuckled, quite flirtatious, indeed. Everyone enjoys the spectacle. Chapter 13. Spirits awaken at night. As the clock struck 10, the workers from state-owned enterprises in the western part of the city gradually concluded their night shifts. Lewin was also in the process of closing up his stall. It was perplexing. Every night at this hour, the streets would suddenly become desolate, with shopkeepers shuttering their businesses and vendors wrapping up, each returning to their respective homes. This phenomenon seemed to have morphed into an unspoken agreement among the populace. Noticing Lewin's reluctance to leave, a nearby toy vendor, an elderly lady, offered an explanation. "You're still young and inexperienced, so you may not understand. Here in Baoqíng, during the day, it's people who roam the streets, but at night, it's the spirits that emerge." At that moment, Xiaofan, the former girlfriend of his uncle and a clothing vendor, chimed in with concern. "Lewin, after 10 o'clock, regardless of how prosperous business may be, you must promptly close up. Otherwise, you risk losing everything you've earned for the day, or worse, incurring losses." Lewin pondered her words. "What do you mean?" Xiaofan, visibly anxious, recounted, "Both Wang Dama and I have been robbed twice. Once, Wang Dama was even attacked and ended up in the hospital." Lewin comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had heard whispers of such incidents from classmates but had never paid them much heed. His school typically concluded evening study sessions by 9:30, and with a mere 10-minute walk home, he never ventured outside afterward. Wang Dama animatedly embellished her tale. Just the other night, around midnight, I was startled awake by the commotion outside. I crouched down and peered through the window. Lo and behold, you wouldn't believe what I saw. The street was teeming with people, all young and brimming with vitality, some armed with sticks, others brandishing knives. Two groups clashing in a fierce altercation. It terrified my family so much that we dared not turn on the lights nor close our eyes the entire night. At this point, Wang Dama clapped her hands together and exclaimed, one group seemed to be called the Milan Gang, led by women. The Milan Gang? Led by women? The name struck a chord in Lewin's memory, yet he could not immediately recall why it was familiar, though it undeniably lingered in the recesses of his mind. Xiaofan resided in the western part of the city, necessitating a river crossing and a fair distance to return home. Wang Dama shared the same route, but did not have to cross the river. Their homes were merely separated by a bridge, and they traveled together daily. As for Lewin, he merely had to turn down the alley and walk a few steps to reach home. After placing his stall items in the corner of the yard, he, drenched in sweat, retrieved a change of clothes and prepared for a shower. However, this time he had learned his lesson. After glancing at the darkened window of Widow Zhang's second floor, he carried 2 buckets of water to the kitchen for his wash. The space was well suited for the task, constructed of tarpaulin, spacious, and with a cement floor. He need not worry about making a mess. While bathing, an odd thought crossed his mind. Recalling what Liao Shiqi had remarked earlier that day, my mother says you've matured. Matured? Lewin scoffed. Indeed, he had matured, so much so that he startled even himself. Feeling as if he were a vast expanse of grassland that could not be contained. No wonder Widow Zhang had been so captivated by him in both this life and the last. It was undeniable that he possessed an allure that warranted her attention. After his shower, he eagerly embarked on the delightful task of counting his earnings. Regardless of the amount of money, he takes pleasure in counting it. This is one of the few moments of joy during his days of poverty. He empties the small change from his pocket onto the table, meticulously counting each note and coin. 3 10-yuan bills, 2 5-yuan bills, 5 1-yuan bills, and several coins. In total, it amounts to 48 yuan and 30 cents. After deducting the cost of over 3 yuan, his profit exceeds 45 yuan. Quite commendable indeed. It would take him 4.5 days of labor in town to earn such an income, and he feels a sense of satisfaction. This marks his first earnings since his rebirth, and Lewin counts the money twice before locking it away in a drawer, contemplating that if he maintains this momentum, his elder sister will soon be able to acquire her own sewing machine. It is often said that contentment brings happiness. With his position impeccably arranged, Lewin picks up his mathematics textbook and immerses himself in studying and solving problems. At 2 in the morning, a sudden downpour begins outside. The raindrops pelting against the roof with a rhythmic thud, and the temperature drops, creating a chill in the air. Lewin gazes out the window, where the rain appears almost silvery in the dim glow of the kerosene lamp, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Strangely, the fascination he had with the math problems dissipates, replaced by a sense of ennui. Lost in thought, he reminisces about the past life and suddenly recalls a painting he had envisioned before embarking on a journey to meet a kindred spirit. More precisely, it was a work he aspired to create in order to transcend his own limitations. To elevate his artistic realm, he journeyed through France, Switzerland, Italy, the United Kingdom, and Japan, attending numerous art exhibitions and closely observing renowned oil paintings. He dedicated nearly 6 months to this quest, until one day, an epiphany struck him: the integration of Chinese ink wash techniques and spatial concepts into oil painting. This realization prompted him to conclude his artistic pilgrimage prematurely, forsaking even his final destination in America to return home with impatience. Upon his return, he began to create based on inspiration, a lengthy process that involved the rejection of numerous drafts before he accurately discovered the essence he sought. The portrayal of light and the shaping of space became the core of his brushwork. This journey encapsulates the diverse creative characteristics and styles of his 30-year artistic career. He named his work Eternity, signifying the perpetual existence of that fleeting moment. In truth, Lewin's artistic journey bears some resemblance to that of the celebrated painter Wu Guangzhou, initially devoted to Western oil painting. It was not until the age of 45 that he gradually began to engage in Chinese painting. While creating his masterpiece Eternity, an ambition arose within him to employ traditional Chinese materials and tools to express the spirit of the times, seeking innovation and breakthroughs in the realm of Chinese painting. Alas, fate proved unyielding, just as he reached the pinnacle of his artistic expression. The creation of eternity was only halfway completed when he succumbed to death while drinking with his kindred spirit, leading to his rebirth. As he closes his eyes and reflects upon the painting eternity, an unstoppable yearning surges within Lewin, his blood racing with fervor. He possesses an inexplicable intuition that upon the completion of this work, his artistic skills and vision will transcend into another realm, elevating him to a new world. And his name will undoubtedly be etched in the memories of many esteemed peers. It is imperative that I complete this painting at the earliest opportunity, otherwise, the simple pleasures of dining and slumber will elude me. As these thoughts flooded his mind, he could not help but mutter to himself. Yet, despite his contemplations, when Lewin emerged from his reverie, he found reality to be exceedingly harsh. He lacked paintbrushes, oil paints, and could not even afford a canvas. Damn it! Money is essential. I must earn it. After uttering a rare series of expletives, Lewin now felt an unbearable urgency. How can one describe such a sensation? It is akin to possessing an immense fortune of 200 million yet being confined in a dark room, unable to escape. What does it feel like to suppress such wealth? Merely seeing a woman would evoke thoughts of beauty. In a word, distressing. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, continuing to tackle his studies amidst the chaos in his mind. Nevertheless, a singular thought persisted. This semester, I must create that painting. When the rooster crowed for the first time, it was still raining outside, and he continued to read and solve problems. By the time the rooster crowed a second time, the rain had diminished slightly. Lewin pondered for a moment, set down his pen, and stretched lazily. If the rain ceased by morning, he would need to set up his stall again. It was time for rest. Lying in bed, he instinctively wished to set an alarm to wake himself at the designated hour. However, alas, his home was bare, devoid of even a paper doll, let alone an alarm clock. It was the weekend, 8:30 in the morning. Upon arriving at the market stall, Lewin found Aunt Wang and Xiaofan already present. Both were warm-hearted, assisting him in setting up. Aunt Wang inquired, "Xiaoan, why are you so late today?" Xiao has already completed 3 transactions. Lewin was taken aback. So early, and people are already buying clothes? Aunt Wang gestured towards Xiaofan's stall, saying, "Not just clothes, they are purchasing lingerie as well." Following her gaze, Lewin was astonished to see a model at Xiaofan's stall, a headless female plaster statue. This sculpture boasted a perfect figure, every curve in place, adorned with the latest styles of lingerie. Noticing Lewin's astonishment, Xiaofan blushed and explained, "A sister told me that offering something like this would attract more business." Lewin inquired, "Is it effective?" Xiaofan nodded. "All the sales today have been lingerie." She added, "The buyers are all female workers." This revelation surprised him. It was unexpected to find such avant-garde behavior in this era, particularly on the streets rather than in a boutique. Before long, Lewin encountered a familiar face, the young woman from the feed factory's office, who had previously stopped by. "What brings you here again? Did a nail puncture your tire once more?" Shortly after setting up, he noticed her approaching. "Please help me fix my tire quickly." "I'm in a hurry," she said, deftly handing him 3 yuan. Lewin chuckled, accepting the money and asking, "Is it the front or rear tire that was punctured?" She calmly replied that it was indeed both. Then, quite at ease, she sat on Lewin's small stool, casually flipping through his history book. The tire repair was completed swiftly in less than 10 minutes. The young woman spoke little. She placed her left foot on the pedal, pushed off the ground with her right foot, and then gracefully settled onto her bicycle. She departed like the wind. Chapter 14. Meng Qishui spent the next 3 hours engrossed in his reading, interspersed with 9 transactions. He replaced 3 front brakes, fitted a new bicycle chain, repaired 2 tires, and inflated them thrice, earning a commendable profit of 38.2 yuan. This impressive gain left his neighbors, Xiaofan and Wang Dama, filled with envy. For lunch, Xiaofan and Wang Dama had brought their meals in thermos flasks, while Lewin hurried home to prepare a bowl of noodles. In his quest for convenience, he opted for simplicity, boiling plain noodles with a dash of salt and oil. The afternoon proved to be moderately busy, with Lewin largely absorbed in his reading, occasionally exchanging a few words with the 2 ladies. It was evident that Xiaofan still harbored lingering feelings for Lu Yǒuqíng. The conversation eventually veered towards her little cousin, which left Lewin inwardly sighing in disbelief. He mused, what charm does Lu Yǒuqíng possess that captivates her so? Truly, it is said that the more flawed a man, the more a woman is drawn to him. Around 3 in the afternoon, the refined middle-aged gentleman from yesterday returned, fulfilling his promise while balancing a dark red Feigo brand women's bicycle. "Young master, could you assess whether this bicycle is reparable?" he inquired. Luan bent down, inspecting it closely. Uncle, this bicycle can indeed be repaired, but the steel rim will need replacing. The gentleman, unperturbed by this news, asked about the cost. Luan gestured towards the steel rim he had brought along. This is a branded bicycle, so the rim is a bit pricier. It'll be 40 yuan for a replacement. Upon examining the rim, which bore an identical shape to the one on his bicycle, the gentleman consented to the price. The steel rim had been procured from his uncle at a mere 20 yuan, yielding Luan a tidy profit of 20. As for its authenticity, it was doubtful that genuine parts would circulate in Baoqing City, especially with the nearby Shaodong counterfeit hub. After all, one must prioritize sustenance. With practice comes proficiency. Although replacing the steel rim may sound intricate, it was quite straightforward, and Luan completed the task swiftly. As he stood to bid farewell to the gentleman, he inadvertently stumbled and twisted his right ankle. Wang Dama inquired, Luan, are you all right? He rotated his right foot and confirmed, I'm fine. It's just a bruise. At that moment, a young man approached, pushing a bicycle with a faulty rear brake, and asked Luan, hey, can you fix this? Luan glanced up and replied, yes. The young man halted his bicycle and inquired about the price. After a brief examination, Luan stated, 5 yuan for a replacement. The young man grumbled, why is it so expensive? Luan calmly responded, my friend, is this price truly high? Go check the market. Can you find anyone cheaper? This is my cost price. I wouldn't profit otherwise. Clearly having consulted several shops before, the young man ceased his dispute and said, all right, just replace it quickly and do a good job. I want to pay if it's not fixed well. Although the young man's tone was somewhat brusque, Luan chose not to take offense. In this line of work, one encounters all sorts of individuals and must learn to turn a blind eye at times. Otherwise, one risks becoming exasperated. As he was nearing the completion of the rear brake replacement, the young man scrutinized Luan's right ankle and remarked, hey, your right foot seems swollen. What happened? Is it serious? One did not turn his head. It's nothing, just twisted it a bit. The young man pressed further. Can you still run? Luan glanced back, stealthily grasping a large wrench in his right hand. You say it's swollen. How can you run? Before Luan could finish his sentence, the young man suddenly darted forward, gripping the handlebars tightly. With a powerful push of his right foot, the bicycle surged ahead with remarkable speed. The sound of tires skidding echoed as the young man displayed impressive cycling skills, radiating an air of bravado. He shouted back, you bastard. Charging such an outrageous price, I wanted to give you a single cent. You can cry yourself to death. Before he could utter another word, a hefty wrench descended from above, causing his eyes to widen in terror. He hastily swerved to the right, only to collide with a camphor tree at the roadside, sending both him and the bicycle crashing to the ground. The resounding thud that followed was the wrench striking the pavement, though fortunately, it did not hit him. At that moment, Luan's foot no longer felt painful. He sprinted over in a few strides and delivered a powerful kick to the young man's abdomen, sending him sliding over a meter on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes from the pain. However, being a native of the bandit city, the young man was no stranger to hardship. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he swiftly rolled backward and sprang to his feet, engaging Luan in a fierce brawl while shouting wildly. Luan, having trained in martial arts in his previous life, found the young man lacking as a contender, easily landing blows. Yet, the young man was not entirely without merit. Despite Luan holding back from delivering lethal strikes, he displayed an astonishing resilience, rising from the ground repeatedly, each time with an even fiercer spirit, embodying the relentless tenacity of an unyielding cockroach. In the midst of their struggle, the young man seized opportunities to viciously target Luan's injured right foot. Just then, at the entrance of the alley, a figure suddenly emerged, sprinting towards them. With a knee driven into the young man's waist, the newcomer shouted, how dare you strike my brother? I'll make sure you pay. This was Li Dong, the second son of the supply and marketing department chief at number 8 Guifei Lane, and also Luan's high school classmate. Li Dong, standing at a similar height to Luan, around 176 centimeters, mounted the young man and unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet, the young man continued to resist fiercely, cursing and threatening to annihilate both of them, to destroy Luan's stall, and to desecrate their ancestors' graves. Hearing such words ignited Luan's fury, compelling him to join the fray. Consequently, the three became entangled in a chaotic scuffle on the ground. By 6:30 p.m., Luan and Li Dong emerged from the police station. The young man, now identified as qíngqīn, followed behind them, battered and bruised, his face covered in dirt. As he passed by Luan, he muttered in confusion, "You're already connected to the county chief. So why are you still setting up a stall? Isn't that just bullying? However, at that moment, Yuan and Li Dong had no time to pay attention to that individual, their gazes fixated on a young girl ahead. Separated by a distance of over 10 meters, silently observing one another. Li Dong, standing behind Yuan, suddenly let out a series of exclamations. What? Yuan. How do you know Ming Qishui? Do you realize? When we entered the first year of high school, many boys were utterly smitten by her. Merely conversing with her felt akin to exchanging a dream. Yuan inquired, so, have you realized this dream? Li Dong sighed in disappointment. No. He then lowered his voice and asked, are you aware of how the boys from other classes speak of Ming Qishui behind her back? Yuan, who had previously been rather introverted and reluctant to engage in such discussions, curiously asked, what do they say? Li Dong leaned in and whispered. The beauty of our school is akin to the rice cultivated in Yuan's experimental fields, visually appealing, high-yielding, albeit on a small scale. And Ming Qishui is undoubtedly the finest among them. Chapter 15. Memories like smoke. Ming Qishui possessed an ethereal beauty and figure. Her skin is fair as glistening cream. Her enchanting eyes, adorned with long, mist-like lashes, sparkled like black jade, radiating a lively spirit. Her lips were soft, and her long hair flowed gracefully. She appeared to be casually attired in a light blue blouse paired with fitted three-quarter casual pants, complemented by a simple yet comfortable pair of shoes. This modest and elegant ensemble only served to enhance her already captivating allure. Truly, she was a vision of beauty, a beacon amid the fog. A serendipitous encounter in the mortal realm. Even Luan, who had traversed the world for 2 lifetimes, could not help but exclaim, what a stunning girl. Li Dong whispered softly, so beautiful. Luan, curious, inquired, how beautiful? Li Dong replied earnestly, more beautiful than any girl I've ever seen. Luan turned to him and said, you wait for me up ahead. What? Li Dong gasped, staring incredulously at his closest friend. As a high school boy, he had longed for even a fleeting exchange with Ming Qishui, even if it was just a shy introduction like, hello, I am Li Dong. Luan urged, stop it. You're my brother, but a brother doesn't need a bothersome third wheel. Li Dong, nearly choking on his indignation, muttered a frustrated exclamation and stormed off to the left. He maneuvered around Ming Qishui, feeling too intimidated to meet the gaze of such a beautiful girl directly. From a distance of over 10 meters, he observed Luan approach, standing silently before Ming Qishui, who remained quiet. After being rescued from the police station, Luan sincerely expressed, thank you for today. Ming Qishui continued to gaze into his eyes without uttering a word. After a minute of silence, Luan finally asked, how did you know I was at the police station? Still, Ming Qishui remained silent. Luan, losing his patience, stepped closer and jested, am I really that good-looking? Perhaps you should give me a kiss? Sensing the overwhelming presence of a man, Ming Qishui subtly stepped back, hesitated, and then retreated another step before handing him a tote bag containing disinfectant, medical cotton, and gauze. She spoke her first words, your sister Qíngqīn is preparing for surgery. So I was sent to find you. In the midst of a chaotic 2-on-1 brawl, Luan emerged unscathed. Yet he accepted the tote bag and expressed his gratitude once more. Ming Qishui chimed in with a melodious voice. What led you to take up such exhausting work as street vending? Luan replied candidly, I ran out of money and needed to earn a bit. After a moment, Ming Qishui remarked, the police confiscated your stall. Luan acknowledged, I know. Ming Qishui fixed her gaze upon his face. I managed to save it for you. Luan responded, thank you. It's getting late. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Allow me to treat you. Ming Qishui replied, I am quite particular. Luan rummaged through the bag for money, finally extracting 2 yuan and 80 cents. This is just enough for 2 bowls of noodles. How about you choose a place that serves delicious noodles? Ming Qishui finally shifted her gaze from his face to the money in his hand, pausing briefly to say, I had noodles for both breakfast and lunch. Observing this, Luan called out to Li Dong, who was 20 meters away, brother, do you have any money? Li Dong replied loudly, I do. Luan inquired, how much? Li Dong counted his entire savings, revealing 15 yuan and 2 jiao. Luan approached, extending his hand. Lend me the money. I will return it to you. Curiously, Li Dong asked, what do you need so much money for? Luan seized the money from his hand, declaring, I'm treating Qíngqīn to a meal. Eagerly, Li Dong chimed in, take me along. Luan stated, this amount is only sufficient for a lavish meal for the 2 of us, with nothing left over. Li Dong remained undeterred, suggesting, we could opt for a slightly lesser street vendor. Luan halted, turning to ask, would your brother and sister-in-law allow you to watch them while they sleep? Enraged, Li Dong retorted, don't call me brother anymore. I am not your brother. Luan turned to leave. 2 minutes later, recalling something, Li Dong sprinted after the bus, shouting at Luan inside, "Brother, toss down 50 cents for my fare." The bus remained unresponsive, with no money falling from above. After running a bit further, nearly choking on exhaust fumes, Li Dong lamented towards the bus, "You beast." After some distance, as the cries of a nearby infant ceased, Luan asked Meng Qingshui, "I believe I heard Li Dong's voice. Did you hear it?" At that moment, Meng Qingshui was gazing outside, and after a couple of seconds replied, "I was paying attention." Clearly, the young woman's mind had wandered. Concerned, Luan stood, leaning over Meng Qingshui to peek out the window, yet he saw no one behind the bus. In this age of poorly designed buses with limited seating space, when Luan suddenly stood, Meng Qishui's face inadvertently pressed against his chest. Just as Luan pulled back, the bus abruptly braked, causing everyone to lurch forward due to inertia. The unexpected event caught Meng Qishui off guard, and her body leaned forward as well, resulting in her lips unexpectedly meeting Luan's face. The sensation was smooth and electric for both. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Luan and Meng Qingshui seemed to transcend all worldly matters, isolated from those around them. After a few seconds of wide-eyed surprise, Meng Qingshui instinctively recoiled, shrinking back as if wishing to disappear entirely into the seat. In that fleeting moment, her lovely face flushed a delicate shade of crimson, her lashes lowered, avoiding his gaze. Just then, the bus driver erupted in anger at a woman crossing the street, shouting, "Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." In response to the scolding, regardless of right or wrong, the woman holding a child defiantly stood in front of the bus, retorting to the driver, "Are you blind? Can't you see the road? It's so wide, yet you steer right towards me. You're endangering lives." In the encounters between drivers and pedestrians, Luan had witnessed countless instances throughout his life. Those within the vehicle were equally desensitized, merely observing with a detached curiosity as they speculated on who would emerge victorious in the verbal sparring match, none daring to intervene. It was universally understood, until the two parties ceased their tirade, any attempt at mediation was futile, rendered powerless even by the most formidable of authorities, unless, of course, a police officer arrived with a threat of fines. Only monetary penalties, involving the essence of livelihood, held the power to quell all forms of defiance. As Luan continued to scrutinize him, Meng Qishui, feeling increasingly uneasy under his gaze, took the initiative to shatter the silence. "Do you earn a living fixing bicycles?" Luan shook his head. "What can one earn from a stall? It's merely a means to put food on the table." Meng Qishui inquired. "Then why do you treat me to a meal?" Luan replied, "This meal is on me. It is a debt I owe you." The mention of a painful past made Meng Qishui turn her gaze out the window, losing interest in further conversation. A few minutes later, the traffic police arrived, and the vehicles dispersed. As they passed the Municipal People's Hospital, Meng Qingshui exited the car. Luan did not question her reasoning and followed suit. After walking a dozen steps ahead, Meng Qingshui asked, "Do you know who reported me?" Luan was genuinely unaware. He responded, "Do you know?" Meng Qingshui halted, gazing at the vibrant crimson sunset, and said, "I know why that person reported me." This was a mystery Luan had never unraveled in his lifetime. Who could it be? Upon hearing her words, Meng Qingshui turned her head to look at him, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she asked, "Has that person not approached you afterward?" This statement ignited Luan's imagination. Did she truly know the identity of the informant, or was she merely toying with him? Regardless, he began to vaguely piece together some truths from the past, yet he felt there was still a crucial element missing. Standing at the command post, the love letter had been publicly displayed, an event Meng Qingshui was most reluctant to discuss. The meal had not come to fruition, and she returned to the family quarters. Chapter 16. Gui Fei Lane. Luan found himself empty-handed, having chosen not to follow inside, but instead meandered through the hospital. Just as he was about to enter Meng Qingqi's outpatient room, a familiar voice called out from behind. Upon hearing the somewhat recognizable tone, Luan swiftly turned around to find Gao Yao standing there. "Hello, Comrade Gao," he greeted. "Wow, such formality. Is this how you greet acquaintances? Or am I simply special?" Yao Yao teased him, dressed in a rather sumptuous manner today. "Reciprocation is only polite," Luan replied. "My apologies. I have mistakenly regarded you as a stranger." Recalling his earlier remark about daring to sleep with her if she claimed they were not familiar, Gao Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to change the subject. "You are here to see Qíngqīn, aren't you? She's currently in surgery." "Indeed, I am," Luan confirmed. "I came to see her." as well as to catch up with you. Gao Yao pointed out the contradiction in his words. Didn't you just say you considered me a stranger? How does that align with coming to see me? With hands tucked into his pockets, Luan replied, in our line of work. There is a rule. One does not engage with acquaintances. Gao Yao retorted. Is that the rule for someone who has slept with dozens of women? Just one more, and I'll hit 100, Luan quipped. If Comrade Gao is interested in witnessing this historic moment, she might consider paying for my company. Gao Yao's high-heeled sandals paused momentarily, producing a sharp sound as she exclaimed, Get lost, Luan. With a chuckle, Luan inquired. What surgery is Sister qíngqīn performing today? Will it take long? Gao Yao informed him. She is performing a liver lobe tumor resection, a major operation. She just went in. So it's likely to take quite some time. It's getting late. Would you like to wait in my office for a while? Or perhaps return to school before dark? Gazing out the window at the dimming light, Luan replied, Never mind. I have classes tomorrow. I should head back. Remembering something, Gao Yao called out to his retreating figure. Have you eaten yet? If not, why don't you join me in the cafeteria for a bite? Luan turned halfway, asking, Is there meat? With a playful tone, Gao Yao answered, Indeed, there is. Then let us go. Luan felt a strong craving for meat. Since he had the opportunity for a free meal, he saw no reason to decline. Gao Yao did not deceive him. There was indeed meat, specifically exquisite braised pig trotters. Seeing him relish the food brought her joy, and she even fetched a second plate for him, placing it before him. Here, eat up while it's hot. I've chosen the best pieces for you, a delightful mix of fat and lean. Thank you, Luan replied, no longer the naive youth he once was. After expressing his gratitude, he continued to eat, casually asking, The ladies serving the food looked at you differently than the others. Care to explain? Is the director your relative? Or are you close with some attending physician? Gao Yao popped a long green bean into her mouth and replied, What if I said the director is my father? Would you believe me, Luan? With food in his mouth, Luan mumbled, that's great. I'll feel no guilt about mooching off you in the future. Gao Yao chuckled, vigorously stirring the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks. So, you only know me to indulge in meat? Is there no other motive behind your acquaintance? Luan glanced at her and remarked, I didn't come to know you merely for the sake of indulging in meat. What else is there to consume? Aren't you also made of flesh? You rogue. Gao Yao muttered under her breath before continuing, however, I genuinely appreciate your free-spirited nature. Upon hearing this, Luan paused with his chopsticks, feigning a sigh. Please, spare me the talk of love and romance. Let me enjoy my meal in peace. Gao Yao inquired. Aren't you an experienced hand at this? Why the hesitation? Luan replied, In our line of work, genuine emotions are not a currency. Gao Yao sipped her soup and asked, I've heard from Qi that Lu Yǒuqíng is your uncle. Luan was taken aback. Has he already cast his net into your hospital? Gao Yao nodded. A nurse on duty skipped out yesterday. So that was the nurse from yesterday. Luan silently honored her for 3 seconds. Gao Yao asked, When you mentioned having been with dozens of women, you were referring to Lu Yǒuqíng, weren't you? Luan queried, Has he approached you? Gao Yao chuckled derisively. If he can deceive so many women, he must possess some self-awareness. Having satisfied his hunger, Luan took a tissue to wipe his mouth and asked, The director isn't truly your father, is he? Gao Yao responded, What do you think? Guessing? Why waste my brain cells on such trivialities? It's far more pleasant to eat and feign ignorance than simply walk away. The first rule of a freeloading diner is to return for seconds. On the bus ride back to Guifei Alley, he unexpectedly encountered Li Dong's younger sister, Li Xia. The Li family's naming conventions were peculiarly whimsical. Their eldest son, born in autumn, was named Li Qiu. The second son, born in winter, was named Li Dong. The third child, a daughter born in summer, was named Li Xia. The youngest, another daughter born in summer, was initially called Li Xia Xia, but later changed to Li Xia due to mockery. In essence, the father, who served as the head of the supply and marketing department, named his children with utter nonchalance. Luan greeted her. Li Xia, where are you off to? Seeing Luan, Li Xia pointed towards the bicycle stand. Sister Qi is watching the stall for me. My mother has business at school and hasn't returned. I'm bringing her lunch. Yi Run, affectionately known as Yi Qi, was a classmate of Luan and Li Dong at the first middle school. Her family resided at number 12 Guifei Alley, consisting solely of her mother, a junior high school teacher. They, along with widow Zhang's family, were among the few single-parent households in the alley. Luan asked, What delicious dishes are you having at home today? Li Xia replied, We're having home-style tofu, beef, and green beans. The menu sounded delightful. The Li family was indeed one of the better-off families in Guifei Alley. Luan inquired, What about your second brother? Li Xia answered. He just came back, drenched in sweat, and is currently having his meal. He said he would come out to relieve Sister Qi after his shower. True to her name, Yirun was strikingly beautiful, with an elegant figure, almond-shaped eyes, and fair skin, complemented by exquisitely shaped lips. This girl was captivating in every aspect, exuding a refreshing and pleasant aura. However, there was one unfortunate detail. While other girls adorned themselves with accessories, she carried nothing at all. Seeing two individuals approach, Tianyi rose to her feet and inquired with concern, "Luan, are you all right?" "It's nothing," Luan replied, pulling her aside to inquire privately. "Did you inform Meng Qingshui?" Yirun exclaimed. "At that time, when I saw you and Li Dong being taken away by the police station, I anxiously called the People's Hospital. However, the one who answered the phone was Meng Qiqi. How did it transform into Meng Qingshui?" At this moment, Yirun finally came to a realization. Oh, of course, they all share the surname Meng Qiqi and Meng Qingshui. Their names unmistakably indicate that they are sisters. Alas, how could I have been so foolish? Why did I not connect the dots earlier? Regarding this matter, Juan found himself at a loss for words. In any case, he had resided in Guifei Alley for over 2 years, and while Sister Qi visited occasionally, he had never once seen Meng Qingshui in this vicinity. The inhabitants of Guifei Alley were unfamiliar with her. After conversing for a while, Yirun retrieved 60 cents from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, "I am not skilled in repairs, but I have merely assisted in inflating a few items. Here, this is for you." Chapter 17. I Want to Stab You Wednesday. September 25th. In the early morning, as dawn began to break, the sky was a pale gray, shrouded in mist. Luan suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively raising his left hand to check, only to find his wrist bare, no watch. He turned a glance outside the window. The day had yet to brighten, and it was likely still before 6 o'clock. This was to be expected if it were past 6. His neighbor Li Dong and Yirun from the end of the alley would have already come to call for him. For several years now, the three of them had formed a routine of walking to school together in the mornings and returning home to Guifei Alley after evening study sessions. It was precisely because Luan had 2 male companions that Yirun's mother felt reassured about her daughter's safety. After freshening up, Luan, who was mentally chiding himself for needing to buy an alarm clock, stepped out into the courtyard, glancing at the doorplate of No. 8 Guifei Alley. No one had opened the door. He turned to check the doorplate at number 12 at the end of the alley, where the lights remained off. Well, it seemed he had risen too early. His classmates were still asleep. Not wanting to wait any longer, Luan stretched languidly, raising his arms high, and then, for once, extravagantly spent 50 cents at the alley entrance to purchase 2 meat buns, as he truly did not wish to cook. What a luxury. The school offered breakfast, but that would not be served until after 7:30, and he felt quite hungry at that moment. The buns were white, large, and round. Taking a bite, the juices burst forth, tantalizing his taste buds with an explosion of flavor. He simply could not resist meat. He relished it. "Luan." A sudden voice called from behind him, accompanied by the sensation of something metallic nudging his left shoulder. Instinctively, Luan turned around, only to find a gleaming bone knife waved before his brow. It seemed that the blade's back had just tapped him. Taking a step back, he scrutinized Liao Shiqi and asked, "Are you off to the hotel this early?" Liao Shiqi tilted her head, silent for a moment, before finally inquiring, "Why are you so willing to spend today? This is the first time I've seen you buy buns." After years had passed, Luan's memories of his first 2 years of high school were rather vague, and he instinctively replied, "Really? Do you think I've never eaten buns before?" Liao Shiqi, with a tone of mock seriousness, responded, "You've eaten them, but you never paid. You always mooched off Yirun's buns." She paused thoughtfully before correcting herself. "But Yirun doesn't seem to have any buns." Just as Luan was swallowing a mouthful of bun, he nearly choked, managing to finally force the food down his esophagus. He retorted, "At such a young age, don't be so strange. Learn something good." Oh, Liao Shiqi drew out the sound, then walked away, but after a few steps, turned back to ask, "Luan, would you like to have one of my buns?" Luan quickly glanced at the budding dawn and silently prayed for mercy. Liao Shiqi brandished her 2 knives, smirking, "I make excellent buns, and I want to charge you." Not wishing to engage further with such a young girl, Luan replied bluntly, "No thanks. You worked hard to learn culinary skills to earn money. I'd rather enjoy Sister Qíngqīn's handmade buns." Liao Shiqi bit her lip, but after a moment, jogged to catch up, asking, "Are her buns really delicious?" Luan affirmed, "Yes, they are." Liao Shiqi pressed, "Have you tried them?" Luan replied, Do you even need to ask? And with that, Luan continued on his way. Under the shade of a camphor tree by the roadside, Liao Shiqi fixated on his silhouette for what felt like an eternity before murmuring, Luan, I wish to stab you. She then whispered again, I will pierce every woman in Guifei Lane. None shall possess him. After taking a few steps, her resolve wavered. No, I shall stab every woman in the world. Eventually, she halted at a crossroads. Gazing at the stream of female workers hurrying to their jobs at state-owned enterprises in the western part of the city, Liao Shiqi felt a wave of dejection wash over her. Forget it. It's too many. It's far too difficult. The streets were bustling with bicycles. Occasionally, a Santana would weave through the throng, boasting more prestige than a Rolls-Royce in later years. When the car horn blared, both male and female cyclists would swiftly veer aside, eager to make way. It had been years since Luan had witnessed such a familiar scene. A myriad of inexplicable thoughts flickered in his mind like a slideshow. With a nostalgic gaze, he surveyed the street, pondering how these industrious workers could ever conceive of the future that awaited them. In the coming 2 years, many among them would face unemployment. They would retreat into their homes, weeping in solitude, scavenging for vegetable scraps in the markets at dawn and midnight. This was the clarion call of the times. An inexorable reality. As Luan ambled along, he contemplated the necessity of acquiring several properties in Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen once he had some money. He dismissed areas of lesser appeal, fixating solely on the city center and courtyard residences. Yes, he mused, he should also invest in a few stocks to let them sit. While he idled away his days at work, living off his investments. Such were his lofty ambitions. Lost in these pleasant thoughts, he finished the bun in his hand and found himself at the entrance of his former high school, raising his gaze to the somewhat weathered archway. A wave of familiarity washed over him. Luan felt a twinge of disorientation. He wondered what he would do if those once familiar faces were no longer present. After a brief shake of his head, he recalled his rebirth in the examination hall 2 days prior, and Lu Hui was still there. His gaze drifted across the teaching buildings, and he made his way towards the far-left structure. It was still early, and the corridors were not crowded. Yet he encountered a few recognizable faces. A girl ascending the stairs, delicately sipping soy milk, caught his attention. Upon noticing Luan's glance, she shyly lowered her head, her face aflame. Gripping her cup with her left hand, she inadvertently squeezed too tightly, causing the soy milk to spray out like a fountain, splattering her ample bosom. At that moment, a friend beside her noticed and called out, "Shooting, you're all wet." Luan averted his gaze, realizing her name was Li Shooting, and he had wondered why she appeared so familiar. Li Shooting feigned busyness as she hurried away, only attending to her soiled clothes after Luan had ascended the stairs and turned the corner. Her friend leaned in, teasing, "Oh, why are you blushing? Did it spill inside?" Li Shooting shot her a glare. Although it had been years since Luan had been in the teaching building, certain profound memories remained indelibly etched in his mind, compelling him to enter class 237. The classroom was sparsely populated, with around 7 or 8 students, both male and female, engrossed in their studies like a patchwork of diligent laborers. Hearing a commotion at the entrance, a young female teacher in her 20s, sporting a bun and framed by red glasses, cast her gaze upon him. As he moved, her eyes followed suit. Her name was yǒuqíng, colloquially known as Zhou the Skinflint. A graduate of Xiangnan Normal University, it was rumored that she was the daughter of a leader within the Municipal Education Bureau, which afforded her the audacity to assume the role of homeroom teacher for the key liberal arts class at such a tender age. The 7th group, 4th row, was Luan's designated seat. He counted quietly to himself and proceeded to the desk, placing his books down and slightly shifting the chair in preparation to take his seat. Chapter 18. The Strange Death of Luan. Barely settled into his seat, Luan heard the voice of teacher Zhou from the podium. He lifted his gaze. Yǒuqíng stepped forward, beckoning him towards the office. Just after being reborn, a beautiful teacher summoned him to her office, under different circumstances. Other lecherous fellows would surely relish the moment. Yet, he wore a distressed expression, fully aware of the impending disaster. Indeed, upon entering the office, Yǒuqíng commanded him to close the door. Luan protested, "Teacher, I have a cold. It's better to let in some fresh air, or I might infect you." Zhou scrutinized him for a few seconds before retorting, "What? Are you afraid I'll scold you?" Without waiting for his response, she reiterated her command, "Close the door." Oh, clearly possessing an appealing appearance, yet she chose to adopt an aloof demeanor. Luan, with a flick of his right foot, shut the door. Yǒuqíng remained seated, slightly angled towards him, and asked, "Why are you standing so far away? If you're that distant, I won't scold you." He approached her, selecting the seat closest to her. Noticing her continued gaze, Luan decided to shift his chair to her side, sitting properly and meeting her eyes directly. They were now less than a meter apart. After a moment of silent confrontation, yǒuqíng couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Luan, you're quite intentional. Aren't you? I've never seen you so audacious before. Luan replied earnestly, your beauty inspires such audacity, teacher Zhou. Yǒuqíng, adjusting her glasses, seized upon a vulnerability in his words. What did you say? Are you implying I wasn't beautiful before? Luan affirmed, beautiful. According to that matchmaker from Fei Alley, with your charm and eloquence, you could marry a high-ranking official. Yǒuqíng suppressed a laugh and shot him a glare before pulling out a geography exam paper and placing it before him. She tapped the paper with her right hand and inquired, now, tell me, what happened? Scoring 63? Were you trying to scare me? The score of 63 did not surprise him in the least. Glancing at the latter half of the scholarship exam paper, Luan noted that his foundation was still decent. Remarkably, he had managed to score 13 out of 50 after several decades. After a minute had passed, Yǒuqíng urged him to speak. Stop playing dumb. What is the matter? I haven't been able to eat well over this. With an unflinching demeanor, Luan set down the paper and responded. The questions were too difficult. Difficult? Yǒuqíng's tone quickened at the mention of the word. Are you saying the exam was hard? I spoke with your geography teacher, and he said it was reflective of your ability. He mentioned you were merely guessing on the latter questions. Let me tell you, Luan, if the grading teacher hadn't recognized your handwriting and awarded you over 10 points as a favor, you wouldn't have even passed. You'd lose the scholarship. Damn. He had just boasted about his decent foundation, only to be swiftly contradicted. Confronted with the harsh reality, he found himself at a loss for words. Yǒuqíng sighed, expressing her disappointment. Meanwhile, Lu Hui from the adjacent class scored full marks in geography, achieving a total of 633 out of 660. You, with an overall score of 597, fell short by 37 points in geography compared to others. If you were to perform at your previous level in geography, wouldn't the title of top student in the humanities be yours? Oh dear, why even bring that up? That is but a relic of the past. Let us not speak of being the top in the humanities anymore. You might not even retain your current standing. It seems with each examination, you face criticism anew. You know your own circumstances, and Luan maintains a commendable attitude. Teacher, I have done my utmost, yet human effort has its limits. Yǒuqíng furrowed her brow, clearly unconvinced by his excuses. If this were a regular exam, I could somewhat understand your struggles at the top. But this is a scholarship examination with such significant weight. By performing like this, the scholarship that seemed certain is now lost, leaving you with only a third prize. The scholarship evaluation consists of midterm, final, and beginning of term exams, accounting for 20, 30, and 50 respectively. Since Luan did not perform well in this crucial scholarship assessment, even his excellent midterm and final results from the previous semester would amount to nothing, relegating him to a second prize at best. Nevertheless, a third prize is not too shabby either, providing him with a modest sum of 200 yuan, and he takes solace in that. Noticing his silence, Yǒuqíng began to realize something. Understanding the financial difficulties of his family, it was clear that he could not afford to disregard the importance of the scholarship. Something else must have transpired, perhaps a difficulty unspoken. With that thought, she softened her tone. You missed full marks in mathematics by just 1 point, and performed admirably in other subjects. It was only geography that faltered. Have you spoken to the teacher about what might have occurred during the geography exam? Were you unwell? The moment was ripe, and Luan seized the opportunity to fabricate. I had a headache. Yǒuqíng leaned forward slightly, expressing concern. You had a headache during the geography exam? Was it severe? Luan replied, not only during geography, but it still hurts now, especially after your reprimand. Yǒuqíng looked at him, her mouth opening and closing in disbelief. Being aware of Luan's struggles with mental fatigue, having been his homeroom teacher for over 2 years, she realized that it had escalated to affecting his exams. Regardless of the truth behind Luan's claims, Yǒuqíng felt a pang of worry. He was her top student, consistently performing well, and she had high hopes for his future. With a mind full of questions, Yǒuqíng fell silent. She opened her drawer once more and placed 2 letters on the desk. Here are 2 love letters addressed to you, which I stumbled upon while searching through your mathematics and English books this morning. I haven't read them and do not know which 2 girls wrote them. Would you like to take them home to keep, or shall I hold on to them for you until you graduate? Luan glanced at the 2 letters and suddenly inquired. Teacher, do you often rummage through my books? Yǒuqíng did not deny it. Should I not touch your books? Am I forbidden from looking? Luan reached out. What about those previous letters? Yǒuqíng spoke quickly. What do you intend to do with them? Luan replied, just curious. Yǒuqíng chuckled. Oh? Are you curious about which lovely girls have penned love letters to you? Planning to seek them out after graduation? Luan nodded and then shook his head, expressing his curiosity about why you would delve into his book. Yǒuqíng replied, for no particular reason, of course. I merely fear that your early romance might adversely affect your studies. Luan responded with a soft "oh," realizing, so that is the case. I thought you. As he spoke, he stifled a yawn. Yǒuqíng fixed her gaze upon him, insisting, what did you think? Go on, finish your thought. Luan rose, picking up his exam paper, intending to leave, but added, no, I have a headache now. I cannot bear to be scolded. Yǒuqíng called after him, speak. I will not scold you. Chapter 19 means upon returning to the classroom, Juan discreetly concealed his geography exam paper within his desk. Scoring a mere 63 points, a score he had never encountered since his preschool days, was utterly humiliating, a disgrace he felt he had brought upon himself at his grandmother's house. Moments later, Yǒuqíng entered the classroom, her arms crossed, pacing back and forth in the aisle, occasionally casting furtive glances at Juan. A woman's intuition told her that today, Juan seemed different from his usual self, but what exactly was different? She could not quite articulate it. If pressed, she would note that this lad appeared to possess a newfound boldness. The words he had exchanged with her in the office starkly contrasted with those of the previously awkward youth. To Yǒuqíng, a more vivacious Juan was a positive development, as it might alleviate his lingering emotional frailty. However, one particular concern weighed heavily on her mind. This boy was exceedingly handsome, and it was not uncommon for girls to secretly slip love letters into his textbooks, both from their class and from others, including attractive girls from well-off families. She understood that intercepting these love letters was not a sustainable solution. While she might manage to do so temporarily, she could not halt the tide forever. As the college entrance examination loomed ever closer, the girls would grow bolder, their audacity often exceeding that of their usual selves. In her first year of teaching, she had witnessed a promising male student fall prey to the charms of a stunning female classmate, leading him to distraction for months and ultimately forcing him to scrape by just barely. The regret lingered with her. What pained her more was that the beautiful girl had achieved excellent grades, attending a prestigious university in Shanghai, and had broken up with the boy before the semester began, leaving him in such despair that he nearly took his own life. To prevent a similar tragedy from repeating itself, she had deliberately tested Juan's reaction this morning with 2 love letters. Fortunately, his resolve seemed steadfast thus far. At 6:40, morning self-study officially commenced, and the classroom was filled to capacity. Yǒuqíng took a roll call sheet and stood at the podium. Everyone, please quiet down. I have 2 announcements to make. The first is that the scholarship exam results are out. Liao Mali and Yang Chun performed exceptionally well, both scoring over 612 points and receiving first-class scholarships. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in astonishment, all eyes turning towards Juan. They could hardly believe it. Even Liao Mali and Yang Chun were incredulous that Juan, who had consistently outperformed them since their first year, had not fared well this time. He had not secured the unassailable first-class scholarship. Yǒuqíng glanced at the composed Juan and continued. The second announcement is that today is September 25th, and the month is drawing to a close. In the coming days, I urge everyone to dedicate time to review for the first monthly examination of your senior year, which is just 4 days away. She emphasized. This monthly exam will differ from previous ones. It is crucial. The school will design the questions in accordance with the college entrance examination format, with a level of difficulty slightly exceeding that of the actual exam. Prepare yourselves. In 4 days, it would be September 29th, Juan internally lamented. It was not merely 4 days. He doubted he could recover his grades even in 4 months. Damn it. Others reincarnated to become wealthy. Why then? Was he destined to endure such torment? Grandmother Bear, this is not the right way to open it. In the end, he could only comfort himself with the thought that he would soon see his elder sister and younger sister, Yirun and Lidong. Come to my office for a moment. Having succinctly stated her 2 points, Yǒuqíng summoned Yirun and Lidong into her office. You have a good relationship with Luan. You often walk to and from school together. Have you noticed anything amiss with him lately? Yǒuqíng inquired as the 2 entered. Lidong, with his straightforward demeanor, shook his head vigorously. No, everything is normal. He is always teasing me. He tricked me just yesterday. Yǒuqíng turned her gaze towards Yirun. After a moment of recollection, Yirun replied, he seems to be more cheerful than before. And he is willing to converse with strangers now. Qíngqīn asked, do you know the reason behind this? Yirun similarly shook her head but soon added, teacher, Luan has set up a bicycle repair stall to earn some money, so talking to strangers might be a necessity. Qíngqīn paused and asked, when did this happen? Yirun responded, just in the past couple of days. Qíngqīn regarded her intently. Please tell me all the details you know. Yirun recounted the events in detail. After listening, Qíngqīn fell into contemplation, and after a long while, she looked up at the two and finally fixed her gaze on Yirun. Luan scored only 63 in geography this time. Yirun exclaimed in surprise. Li Dong's mouth fell open, his eyes wide as saucers. Qíngqīn said, Yirun, would you be willing to switch seats with Yang Jiala and sit with Luan? Yirun understood the teacher's intention behind this arrangement and agreed. Qíngqīn cast a glance at Li Dong. Li Dong, you may leave for now. Li Dong turned and exited. Once the door closed, Qíngqīn addressed Yirun. Please pay more attention to Luan for me. See if he is feeling unwell or if there are any urgent financial matters at home. Yirun nodded. After giving her instructions, Qíngqīn looked at Yirun for a moment longer and suddenly said, you have excellent grades, and I have high hopes for you. If this trend continues, you have a good chance of being admitted to one of the top 10 universities in the country. Stay focused and avoid romantic entanglements, understood? Yirun's face flushed slightly. After another long look at her, Qíngqīn waved her hand. Off you go. When Luan found that Yirun had become his deskmate, he merely cast a suspicious glance at the girl in front of him, asking nothing. In the days that followed, he attended classes during the day, memorizing the textbook material. In the evenings, he primarily focused on practicing exercises. Occasionally, feeling the urge to create, he would swiftly sketch something with a pencil on paper. He recalled a conversation from a past life with a benefactor about what a sketch was. The benefactor had said, a sketch is when cars pass by on the road and people walk past, and you quickly capture it on paper. This was the first time Luan had encountered such a concept. That night, he pondered it for a long time, fully grasping the essence of sketching, understanding that it is not about speed of hand but the practice of the eye. Since then, his sketches underwent a profound transformation, embodying the benefactor's original words, concise and expressive, as if he had imparted a soul to his sketches. After his rebirth, the first sketch he drew in his notebook was of Meng Qiqi. He could not fathom why he had suddenly decided to depict her. Yet he managed to capture her essence with remarkable clarity on paper. Do you still draw? A voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Luan was rendered speechless. This week, the young lady had been elusive, frequently appearing before him without warning. It's quite well done. Qíngqīn did not inquire about the identity of the subject, but offered a rare compliment instead, as her gaze shifted towards him after her appraisal. Luan rubbed his temples and replied, Teacher, I have a headache right now. I can only accept kind words. Such words. Was that truly the manner of speech one would expect? Qíngqīn, at the tender age of 26, nearly twisted her mouth in exasperation, casting a cold glance at him before ultimately confiscating the sketch. Watching her retreating figure, Luan remained silent, lost in thought for a moment before he picked up a mathematics problem to tackle. His immediate priority was to familiarize himself with mathematical formulas and their applications, striving to practice as many problems as possible. Fortunately, his foundational knowledge was robust, complemented by years of teaching at the university, making the review process relatively smooth. This brought him a sense of satisfaction, for days slipped by in a flash. During this time, aside from studying, he made it a point to visit Qíngqīn's office daily to peruse the latest newspapers. In this era, devoid of mobile phones and the internet, communication largely relied on shouting. Even if one had a landline, the costs were exorbitant. Local calls charged a staggering 1 yuan per minute. A single kilogram of meat cost merely 3 yuan. To make a phone call required waiting on both ends, and thus a few yuan could vanish in an instant, akin to outright theft. Until his finances were more secure, he refused to squander money in such a manner. It was far more sensible to purchase some meat for a hearty meal. Chapter 20. Teacher Zhou has gone mad observing Lu An's allocation to the second examination hall for the first time. Yirun expressed her concern. Are you all right? Luan waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, Dear girl, this is just the beginning. If you ever see me in the third or fourth examination hall in the future, do not be alarmed. Just ensure your jaw doesn't drop to the ground in shock. The first and second examination halls were adjacent, both located on the third floor of the experimental building. Each hall accommodated 30 students, comprising the top 60 in the humanities department. The seating arrangement reflected their academic standings. with a seat number of 38. Lewin deemed it acceptable, particularly as he noted the long legs of the girl beside him, quietly admitting to himself that they were quite a sight. As he surveyed his surroundings, the others were also discreetly observing him. They were intrigued. The renowned figure from the humanities class had found himself relegated to the second examination hall. This spectacle was more entertaining than a monkey show, a rare occurrence indeed. When the Chinese language examination papers were distributed, Lewin perused the questions and confidently uttered a thought-provoking remark before swiftly completing the test. His speed, honed through rigorous practice in mountainous terrains, left the surrounding candidates in awe, feeling an overwhelming pressure, and they could only console themselves with the thought, after all, he is Lewin. The second subject was mathematics. Out of 12 multiple-choice questions, he managed to solve 7, which was satisfactory. He tackled 3 of the 5 fill-in-the-blank questions as well. However, he found himself at a standstill with the remaining large questions, staring blankly at the paper. Meanwhile, the girl with the long legs initially watched in amazement as he wrote with the swiftness of a genius, anxiety causing her to sweat. He was too fast. She had never completed questions at such a pace. However, when she caught up to the progress of the third large question and glanced at Lewin, she was perplexed to see him not writing. A question mark appeared on her face. As she worked on the fourth large question, she couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Lewin is at odds with the math teacher? By the time she finished the last large question and noticed Lewin still hadn't moved, she felt her suspicions confirmed. The following day, the morning examination was in English, lasting 120 minutes. Lewin completed his answers in just 60 minutes and quietly began reviewing political studies. It was not that he wished to submit his paper early, rather, the school forbade it. The girl with the long legs experienced yet another roller coaster of emotions. Just as she finished the first reading comprehension question, Lewin had already completed his exam, causing her great distress and throwing off her rhythm. She silently prayed, "Please, return to your first examination hall and do not inflict chaos here." Unbeknownst to Lewin, who was feeling quite dazed as he stared blankly at the political history examination paper, the mental journey of the girl on his left was entirely different. Having completed all 3 subjects, she regained her former confidence. As the bell signaling the end of the examination rang, she pondered Lewin's retreating figure, wondering if shooting harbored feelings for him, would she be heartbroken upon learning of his performance in the examination hall? With the geography examination concluded, September officially came to a close. The school announced a 7-day National Day holiday, allowing students from distant locales to return home. As the students departed, the teachers remained behind to grade the papers. This was customary. Results had to be released that very evening, and even if it meant staying up all night, the teachers were determined to finish. The papers were graded in groups, adhering to a tradition of first reviewing those from the first and second examination halls, as both examination halls brimmed with exceptional talent. They bore the hopes of the current cohort in the arts. Shortly after 6 in the evening, an English teacher approached the Chinese language research group and informed teacher Xiao, your student Lewin has performed exceedingly well in English. Upon hearing Lewin's name, all the teachers perked up with interest. Yǒuqíng turned with a smile and inquired, what score did he achieve? The English teacher gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, full marks, 120 points. I just overheard another teacher saying that Lewin completed the exam in merely 60 minutes, truly impressive. At that moment, a middle-aged female teacher, filled with envy, remarked, Lewin is undoubtedly a candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University. I recognize that from his first year. Regrettably, he is not in my class. Xiao, it seems you are destined for fame next year, surely a candidate for the title of outstanding teacher in the city. Yǒuqíng, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, replied, I also wish to have Lu Hui from teacher's son's class. She is even more steady than Lewin teacher's son, a balding gentleman, was a source of amusement. Often jesting, he playfully rubbed his bald head and joked, don't even think about it. I've been contemplating how to recruit Lewin through Lu Hui. They seem like a perfect match. Yǒuqíng chuckled in disagreement. That's simply one do. You might ruin their chances. As the clock approached 8, a teacher from the Chinese group suddenly asked, is this Lewin's handwriting? Take a look. Teacher's son, sitting nearby, half stood to sneak a glance. Promptly snatching the test paper away, he flipped through it and inquired, 117 points? Only 3 points deducted? The teacher took a sip of tea and replied, 3 points is already too much. Just look at his essay and other answers, truly flawless. Being a Chinese teacher himself, Sun quickly read through it, furrowing his brow. He reread it meticulously, word for word, before placing the test down in silence. The teacher teased, What do you think? I'm not showing favoritism, am I? Sun sighed and, in a rare moment, said, You deducted too many points. The teacher did not respond but handed the Chinese test to Zhou, saying, Teacher Zhou, this is your student. You should take a look. Intrigued, Zhou accepted it and read through it carefully, ultimately smiling without uttering a word. However, it was evident to all that the young girl was quite pleased. The ensuing discussion among the Chinese group revolved around who would claim the title of the top student in the arts. Would it be the resilient Lu Hui, or the consistently second-place Luan, or could Tang Jian and Wu Ying from behind possibly catch up? Engaged in the conversation, a delighted Zhou completely forgot the fact that Luan had scored only 63 in geography. As 9 o'clock approached, news trickled into the Chinese language research group, revealing that Lu Hui had achieved a perfect score in mathematics, while Tang Jian and Wu Ying both scored 115. After waiting in vain for the mathematics teacher to announce Luan's score, Zhou could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, What did Luan score? The mathematics teacher appeared somewhat awkward, fidgeting with his hands. Teacher's son, equally curious, chimed in, What's Luan's math score? This time, the mathematics teacher responded, 73 points. What? 73? Zhou gasped, rising from her seat in shock. The other teachers in the research group halted their grading, turning their attention towards this startling revelation. The mathematics teacher remarked, I have personally reviewed his examination papers. This is all there is. Zhou was taken aback, feeling utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend what Luan was up to. Last time, she scored 63 in geography, and now, a mere 73 in mathematics, both teetering on the edge of passing. Was this meant to drive her to despair? The head of the language research group was the first to speak up, inquiring, What could be the reason for this? The mathematics teacher shook his head. The other educators exchanged glances with Zhou, hesitant to discuss the matter openly. Later that night, shortly after 11, the scores for politics, history, and geography were released. As she glanced down at the glaring numbers 67, 65, and 61, Zhou came to the realization that Luan was not the one who had lost his mind. It was she who had succumbed to madness. She was convinced that she must have indeed gone insane. P.S. As every writer's reservoir of knowledge is finite, especially when one has penned 3 urban rebirth narratives, this book will endeavor to introduce some fresh elements to avert redundancy. As for how it is new, you shall gradually discover it. Rest assured, the core content that you anticipated from the previous work will undoubtedly receive my utmost dedication, although it will require some time to unfold and develop. Additionally, I would like to mention that the update schedule will be shifted to the afternoon. My irregular routine has prompted my doctor to advise me to adjust my schedule for the sake of my health, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 21. The blossoming youth during the monthly holidays. The local shuttle bus from the nearby county town would arrive early to pick up students from school. However, this was not the case for the first high school. The reason lay in the fact that the county town where Luan resided was the primary source of students for the second high school. Despite the first high school's superiority, the students from their hometown were deemed unqualified to attend it. Luan's admission to the first high school was due to 2 factors: his outstanding performance in the entrance examination and the assistance he received through a backdoor connection from Uncle Meng. The first high school was located in the heart of the city, whereas the second high school was situated in the eastern outskirts, separated by a considerable distance. A bus ride between the two would take approximately half an hour. In those days, there were few shuttle buses running to the front town. Only 3 trips were available daily: morning, noon, and evening. Missing any of these meant having to wait until the following day. Each time Luan returned home for the holidays, he would first take a bus to Huamin, where he would meet with Zheng Lingbo and Wei Fanyuan from the second high school, and together they would ride the shuttle bus back to the town. Ultimately, the 3 of them would cycle the 12 miles of mountainous terrain to reach their homes. In that era, transitioning from a rural upbringing to the vast outside world was an extraordinary achievement for the son of a farmer. Luan vividly recalled the moment when the 3 of them first set foot in Baoqing City. They were immediately captivated by the myriad of novel sights. The men and women of the city exuded an air of fashion, and even the scent of coal smoke wafting through the urban atmosphere felt uniquely enchanting. As Luan gazed through the bus window at the old street, reminiscing about the past, he realized that they had unknowingly arrived at Huamin. He promptly stood up and called out, "Driver, please stop." The bus came to a halt. As the door swung open, Luan swiftly disembarked, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting someone energetically waving at him, he hurried in that direction. The person waving was Zheng Lingbo, who, upon seeing Luan, leaped excitedly and shouted, "Over here!" Luan, Luan, this way. Luan rushed over, slightly breathless, and inquired, where's the bus? Zheng Lingbo reached into his backpack and produced a bottle of cola for him, explaining, the bus has gone to pick up others. The driver asked us to wait here. Here, enjoy this refreshing drink. Feeling parched, Luan twisted off the cap and took a generous gulp, asking, have you struck it rich? Zheng Lingbo replied mysteriously, rich? Not at all, someone else treated me. Luan smiled knowingly, a girl? Zheng Lingbo chuckled, indeed, it is a girl, but not in the way you think. Having grown up together, the two shared a playful camaraderie. Noticing Zheng Lingbo's reluctance to elaborate, Luan understood it was not the right moment to pry further. After taking another sip of cola, Luan suddenly realized, wait, why are you alone? Where's Wei Fangyuan? Luan, how did it take you so long to figure that out? Zheng Lingbo teased. Apologies, I've been forgetful lately. Where did she go? Upon mentioning Wei Fangyuan, Zheng Lingbo seemed to feel a tinge of loneliness. She's doing well academically now. She doesn't really associate with me at school anymore. Luan glanced at him and replied with a smile. We all come from the same village and have been classmates since childhood. Our bond should be strong enough to withstand this. Wei Fangyuan and Zheng Lingbo's relationship had soured over time, although he had never inquired about it. He sensed that Zheng harbored feelings for Wei. Zheng seemed reluctant to elaborate, merely stating that Wei had a place in the city and would not be returning this time. A place in the city? Luan paused, suddenly recalling that Wei Fangyuan had an elder sister who worked as a nurse at the Baoqíng traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He couldn't remember when exactly this was, perhaps it started this year? Before long, the mid-sized bus arrived, packed to the brim as if it were carrying livestock. The journey from Huamin to the town spanned 95 miles, characterized by its mountainous and winding roads, steep inclines that made the bus sway precariously, taking over 3 hours to reach its destination. By now, dusk was approaching. The fare was 7 yuan, enough to buy over 2 pounds of meat, which made Luan feel a pang of regret. Zheng Lingbo owned an old bicycle, a hand-me-down from who knew how many others, stored at a relative's home in town. The two of them retrieved the bicycle and set off, following the river northward, each guiding the other as they hurried home. Since their middle school days, they had shared many joyous rides, taking turns on the bicycle, a delightful and carefree experience. In a rural village where travel relied largely on foot, they were undoubtedly the most striking figures on the road, eliciting envy from their peers. Thanks to this bicycle, Zheng Lingbo had even managed to deceive a girl during their 3rd year of middle school. It was said that upon returning from farm work, the girl's father had sensed something amiss in the woodshed and curiously peeked through the window. To his shock, he discovered his daughter in a compromising position with Zheng. Furious, he nearly suffered a stroke from rage. That day, Zheng was chased for 10 miles by the girl's father wielding a hoe, becoming the talk of the town's youth. As for how the situation was eventually resolved, the Zheng family remained tight-lipped, and Luan was unaware of the specifics, only knowing that many connections were utilized and a significant sum of money exchanged hands. Recalling this incident, Luan inquired, did you actually sleep with that girl? Zheng Lingbo was visibly frustrated, responding, no, I had just taken off my pants when I saw that big head peering through the window. I was terrified. Luan pressed further, why did you choose to engage in such activities at the girl's home instead of elsewhere? Zheng replied, we hadn't planned it at all. I had just read about 20 pages of qíngqīn, May, and felt an overwhelming urge, so I stripped off my clothes, and then hers as well. Luan laughed heartily, then asked, whatever happened to that girl? Are you still in touch? Zheng shook his head. No. After that, her family disappeared. The upper village lay beside the reservoir. Entering the village required climbing a long slope, and they would take turns pushing the bicycle up. After straining for what felt like an eternity, Luan suddenly stopped. To his astonishment, he spotted his sister, Songjia, standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. Perhaps even for him. Brother! Brother! Songjia called out, her sharp eyes spotting him from a distance. Luan tossed the bicycle to Zheng and sprinted towards her, his backpack bouncing as he ran, coming to an abrupt halt in front of Songjia, his face aglow with joy. Youth remains a splendid virtue. At this moment, Songjia is clad in a faded, time-worn garment, her delicate visage darkened by the sun's embrace. Her hair, though meticulously arranged, reveals a brittle and lackluster texture, indicating a deficiency in nourishment, devoid of any trace of youthful vitality. Observing her, Lu felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. The light-hearted banter shared with Laozing moments ago now a distant memory, overshadowed by the heavy burden he bore. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Lu inquired, what brings you here? Songjia, with familiarity, reached for his backpack, responding, "I was waiting for you. Sister Fang Yuan called home yesterday afternoon. And I only just learned that you have a break today." A warmth enveloped Lu's heart as he followed her into a wooden house, a relic from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Due to its age, the structure was not only decayed at the base, but also tilted slightly to the right. Propped up by 4 sturdy pine logs, the modest abode comprised 3 rooms. Upon entering, one finds the main hall, with rooms flanking either side, and a dimly lit kitchen at the rear, which connected to a backyard. To the left of the yard lay a row of pigsties, while to the right, a pile of firewood rested against a towering mountain. This was the layout of the old Lu family home. As Lu entered the main hall, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the black and white photographs on the shrine, and he glanced up at the beams, haunted by unwelcome memories. Eagerly searching for his elder sister, he asked, "Sister, where's the eldest?" Song Jia was busy in the kitchen. She went to gather pig feed. She has been gone for quite some time, and should be back soon. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting Lu to return to the kitchen, where he was taken aback to find her stir-frying pig liver with intestines, a feast far beyond their usual fare. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Did you buy this?" With a small affirmative nod, Song Jia replied, "I purchased it from Yin the butcher after school. His daughter is my classmate. And I got it at the hanging meat price." The hanging meat price refers to the cost at which the butcher acquires pigs from farmers, meaning they sold it to her without profit. Lu inquired, "Where did you find the money?" Song Jia answered, "I sold my hair." Instinctively, Lu asked, "Why would you sell your hair? Long hair looks much better." Song Jia explained, "Brother, long hair consumes too much shampoo. I simply lost the motivation to keep it." Lu's gaze drifted to her head, and for a long moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He settled by the stove, occasionally using tongs to add firewood to the flames, listening to the rhythmic clanging of the spatula against the wok, lost in reverie as sparks danced in the air. The pig liver was quickly ready, and Song Jia proceeded to saute freshly shelled green soybeans, adding crushed chili and salt, crafting an exceptionally appetizing dish. Lu used the tongs to stir the ash accumulating at the bottom of the pot and asked, "What is it like to be in the 3rd year of junior high? Are the subjects difficult?" Bathed in the glow of the earthen stove, Song Jia appeared remarkably slender. "Not difficult at all. It's quite manageable. I placed 2nd in the school this time." 2nd in the school, quite commendable. Lu felt genuine joy welling up within him, resolute that he must ensure she does not drop out before completing high school. After a little over 10 minutes, elder sister Lu Yan returned, carrying a basket filled with tender, lush sticky rice grass. "Xiaowen, you're back," she exclaimed. Lu Yan placed the sickle on the rack behind the door and, in a swift motion, glided into the kitchen. "Big sister," Luan said, gazing at the somewhat disheveled figure before him. A wave of emotion suddenly welled up in his eyes. You seem a bit fairer now, like a delicate scholar," Lu Yan remarked, tilting her head to assess him. Clearly pleased. Without waiting for his response, she pointed at the bowl containing pig liver and continued, "Knowing today is your birthday. Little sister went to the butcher Yin last night to order pig liver. She cares for you so much, worried that your studies might hinder your nutrition." Chapter 22. 320 yuan. In this era, the concept of health preservation has not yet gained popularity. Pig liver is a highly sought-after commodity, and if not pre-ordered, it vanishes from the butcher's block in an instant. Indeed, both pig liver and small intestines are his favorites. Luan, for the 3rd time, found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. To be candid, ever since his rebirth, his mind has been preoccupied with thoughts of making money, pursuing education, honing his artistic skills, and contemplating which opportunities might allow him to excel and seize a fortune. Amidst this whirlwind of thoughts, he had entirely forgotten that today was his birthday. Dinner consisted of 3 dishes: pig liver, spicy edamame, and century egg with crushed chili, a feast that the Lu family enjoyed only once every few months. After the meal, his elder sister began her work, deftly using scissors to cut fabric to make clothes for the neighbor's child. Song Jia, too, was busy once the dishes were washed. She hurried off to prepare pig feed for the next morning. The family still had 3 hefty pigs, the treasures of their household, upon which the siblings relied for their annual expenses. Luan approached Song Jia and said, "You go read. I will take over for you." Song Jia gave him a quizzical look and remarked to their elder sister, "Sister, the sun must be rising in the west today. Brother is actually not being lazy." Lu Yan, engrossed in her fabric cutting, chuckled, "Why don't you give him your spot? His conscience has suddenly surfaced." Lu Yan's expression darkened. While he had indeed been somewhat lazy, it was relatively speaking. Compared to others in the village and his peers, he considered himself quite diligent. He wished to assert himself. But after decades away from such labor, his hands were clumsy, and he nearly cut his finger, causing Song Jia to flinch and refrain from allowing him near the knife again. Song Jia teased him, "Brother, you are not cut out for farming. You should stick to your studies. Aim for a good university and marry a city girl. That would indeed be impressive." Lu Yin replied earnestly, "If Shan can secure a government position and marry a city girl, I would be able to face our parents in the afterlife with no regrets." Unfazed by such talk of the afterlife at a young age, Luan, under the urging of his sisters, retreated to his room to study. However, he did not indulge in sentimentality, recalling his confusion while facing the political, historical, and geographical exams that afternoon. He felt a sense of urgency and promptly picked up his political textbook to review. He devised a plan for himself. Before the new year, he must restore his mathematical skills to 80 proficiency and memorize all political, historical, and geographical facts. He swore he would not allow the examination room to become a source of ridicule. That night, Luan lit an oil lamp, studying politics first and geography afterward, until the early hours of the morning, around 4, before finally succumbing to sleep. His mind was brimming with knowledge, and he felt a sense of fulfillment. The late-night toil was indeed worthwhile. The following day, he awoke past 8 o'clock. The weather was delightful, with a gentle southern breeze wafting through the valley, making the sun feel less oppressive. After a brief wash, he noticed the absence of his elder sister and younger sister. But he did find a plate of leftover food on the dining table. There was the unfinished pig liver and small intestines from the previous night, a freshly stir-fried bok choy, and a note. The handwriting suggested it was left by his younger sister. Note: "My sister has gone to the tailor shop in town. Qíngqīn and I are picking tea leaves, so the rest no need to worry. Qíngqīn is the daughter of the butcher Yin and has been my sister's friend since childhood." After tucking the note away, Luan filled a bowl with rice and topped it with some vegetables, then squatted on the doorstep to eat. It was the autumn harvest season, and everyone in the village was busy, harvesting rice, gathering beans, carrying grass, and also picking tea seeds and tung oil seeds. Some were even preoccupied with quarrels or engaging in clandestine affairs in the fields or graveyards, running to and fro in the fields, nearly driving themselves mad. After finishing his meal, Luan first ventured to the tea mountain, intending to assist in the tea picking to help with household expenses. However, he soon realized he was incapable. His skills had deteriorated significantly. While he sluggishly picked a small amount of tea leaves, others had already gathered 3 or 4 times that. And his younger sister and her friends took the opportunity to tease him. In the afternoon, he strolled around the reservoir, noticing that everyone was busily preoccupied, leaving him feeling rather out of place. Eventually, he returned home to continue his studies and solve some problems. This routine persisted for 2 consecutive days. On the 3rd day at noon, he went to find Zheng Lingbo, who was rolling up his pant legs, enjoying some sweet potatoes in the yard. Upon seeing Luan, he tossed one over, saying, "Try this, I just dug it out of the ground, it's quite sweet." Luan surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Aren't you going to the fields to help with the harvest?" Zheng Lingbo smirked, "My dad, a farmer, doesn't he even lift a finger? So what harvest can a scholar like me do?" Zheng's father was a notorious gambler, well-liked in the village but feared outside of it, often gathering a group to chase down debts. After Zheng Lingbo's incident with a female classmate, he wasn't expelled from school, rumored to be due to his father's coercive tactics, along with some financial maneuvering. One inquired, "Has your father won again recently?" Zheng Lingbo nodded like a chick. "I suppose so. Last night he gave my mom 1,000 to hire someone to collect rice. Then he swaggered off." After finishing a sweet potato, Zheng Lingbo asked, "Aren't you studying? Did you come looking for me for something?" One replied, "I plan to return to school today. Do you want to come along?" Zheng Lingbo looked up, surprised. "Today? Really?" One explained, "I have to go to the hospital tomorrow morning." At that, Zheng Lingbo stood up, dusted off his pants, and declared, "Let us go then. This godforsaken place is just where I don't want to be. Sitting at home is so dreary." Returning home, Luan tucked 20 yuan into Song Jia's backpack, paused, and then added a 10 yuan note. He left a note saying, "I've received a scholarship, so don't worry. Use this to improve your meals." He then set aside 16 yuan for transportation and pocket money, rolling up the remaining 320 yuan before heading to the tailor shop in town. The shop was small, with colorful fabrics hanging from 3 walls, and 4 sewing machines buzzing busily. Luan and Zhang Lingbo stood by for a moment, realizing the workers were too fatigued to pay them any attention. Luan approached his sister and asked, "Sister, How much does one of these sewing machines cost? Lu Yin remarked. This is a Butterfly brand sewing machine, quite expensive when new. But a second-hand one can be acquired for 300 to 400. Lewin had heard of this and harbored a desire to purchase a second-hand sewing machine in excellent condition. He inquired if you had the means. Could you buy it yourself? Lu Yin, using both her hands and feet to guide the thread, replied, I cannot, but the proprietress has connections and is very kind. Lewin felt reassured and slipped a roll of money into his sister's pocket. He then stated, Sister, I have some matters to attend to at school, so I shall return early. Please take good care of yourself at home. Lu Yin, accustomed to his early returns, merely cautioned, understood, be safe on the road. With a soft exclamation, Lewin lingered for a moment before departing. 2 minutes later, Lu Yin completed her edging task, her right hand instinctively reaching into her pocket. Recalling that Lewin had seemingly placed something there. 5 minutes later, she rushed breathlessly to the Old Town bus station, only to discover she had arrived too late. The mid-afternoon bus was already swaying away from her line of sight. Gazing at the diminishing white dot in the distance, Lu Yin stood vacantly by the roadside, her hand delving into her pocket to tightly grasp the roll of money. Suddenly, a wave of emotion surged, and tears blurred her vision. Chapter 23. A reunion. A few days ago, the journey from Huamin to Qian Town was predominantly uphill, costing 7 yuan. Conversely, the return trip from Qian Town to Huamin was smooth sailing, allowing for a saving of half the fuel costs, yet the driver insisted on charging 8 yuan. This discrepancy incited protests from all passengers. However, the driver, evidently seasoned in his craft, remained unfazed. As the argument escalated, he finally snapped with palpable impatience, declaring, If you want to pay 7, go find another ride. My fare is 8 today, take it or leave it. No one is stopping you. A young man with disheveled hair and a plaster cast on his left arm retorted angrily. Why didn't you mention this when we boarded? Now you're demanding 8 mid-journey? Isn't that outright robbery? The accusation of robbery ignited the driver's fury. He slammed on the brakes, pointed towards the door, and shouted, If you have money, stay. If not, get lost. Don't make a scene. The driver's temper flared, and the young man, equally hot-headed, delivered a heavy kick to the door, gesturing a thumbs up at the driver. Look at you, so impressive. I've never seen anyone this arrogant on this route. Let me make myself clear. Today, I'm not paying a single cent. If you dare come near me again, when we reach Huamin, I will break your legs. Or I'll use your head as a urinal. Despite his fractured arm, the young man's demeanor was aggressive, instilling fear in the young ticket seller who hesitated in the aisle. The ticket seller was startled, yet the driver remained undeterred. He bent down, retrieved a steel rod from beneath his seat, and brandished it menacingly at the young man. Such individuals do not engage in idle talk. When provoked, they strike without hesitation. The driver's action sent shrieks of terror through a few female students returning to school, who promptly fled to the back. The young man, however, stood his ground, a mocking grin on his face as he leaned forward. Come on, strike. Aim for my brain. If you can kill me, you've got guts. If you can't, I'll come back and finish off both you and your wife. Meanwhile, Zheng Lingbo, sitting in the back and peeling an orange, offered a piece to him, inquiring, Lewin, do you think the driver will back down? Lewin replied, he is not a fool. Zheng Lingbo asked, why? Wouldn't it be humiliating to back down in front of everyone? Lewin chuckled, confident in his assessment. The driver had been in the passenger transport business for 30 years, and if he could kill someone today, that would indeed be a rarity. True to expectation, the driver was soon restrained by the ticket seller's wife, who clung to his leg with unwavering resolve. Seeing this, the young man erupted in laughter, spitting at the driver's face and scornfully cursing, Coward! What good is all this bravado? Who do you think you're scaring? Do you think I was raised in fear? I'll end you. At this moment, Zhang Lingbo remarked, if it were me, I wouldn't hold back. Not that I'd kill him, but I'd definitely leave him incapacitated. Lewin remained silent, entirely convinced that Zhang Lingbo was not merely boasting. It is often said that like father, like son. His father was an ne'er-do-well, engaging in usury, debt collection, and brawls without restraint. Yet, Zhang, having inherited a commendable sense of righteousness from his father, equally embraced his father's ruthless demeanor. Interestingly, as he gazed at the young man with disheveled hair, Lewin was suddenly reminded of the white-haired character from Gladiator II, both exuding an extreme arrogance and an indomitable spirit. The passengers in the vehicle merely watched the unfolding drama, offering no real comfort, only exchanging idle remarks. After all, the driver's exorbitant charges had earned him no favor. $1 in these times was no trifling sum, capable of purchasing many things. Despite the young man's left arm being in a splint due to a fracture, he appeared formidable, deterring anyone from stepping in. The commotion in the vehicle continued for a time before finally moving on. The female ticket collector, perhaps intimidated, only charged 7 yuan. The young man, true to his word, stood his ground, refusing to pay even a cent, and the ticket collector dared not challenge him. Meanwhile, the driver and the young man engaged in a heated exchange, their tempers flaring. However, this back and forth provided some amusement, and as they neared Baoqíng, the mood lightened. 2.5 hours later, Luan roused the sleeping Zhang Lingbo, inquiring, "We are almost at Huamen. Will you be coming to my place tonight?" Or returning to number 2 high school. Upon hearing the name Huamen, Zhang's excitement surged, and he sat up to observe the two bickering individuals, declaring, "I won't go to your place. I want to see these two fools fight." Understanding Zhang's nature, Luan refrained from persuading him and simply remarked, "Then I shall disembark first." Before Luan could finish his sentence, the young man abruptly leaped from the window and shouted across the street to a nearby billiard hall, "Brothers, come over. There's a fool here who wants to fight." At his call, the people from the billiard hall paused for 2 seconds, then sprang into action, brandishing their cues and clamoring, Who wants to fight? Who are we fighting?" To Luan's astonishment, nearly 20 individuals surged forth, their hair a kaleidoscope of colors, none appearing benevolent. It quickly dawned on him that the young man was, in fact, the most benign-looking among them. The driver was taken aback. The passengers in the vehicle were equally stunned. Initially believing the young man to be merely a braggart, they were now confronted with the reality of his challenge. "Damn it," the driver muttered under his breath, but without hesitation, he accelerated away, determined to escape before being surrounded. Nevertheless, the vehicle suffered significant damage, with numerous windows shattered, prompting the terrified passengers to scream in alarm. Zhang Lingbo glanced back and remarked, "I think I recognize a few familiar faces." Luan, perplexed, turned to look and indeed spotted a familiar figure. Clearly, it was the same individual who had previously fought with him and Li Dong, leading to their encounter at the police station. Observing the situation, it appeared that this individual was still a leader of sorts, gesturing for his entourage to continue the pursuit. Luan asked, "How do you know them?" Zhang, evading the question, casually responded, "The ones in black at the front. Do you see them? They belong to the Mulan gang." This is the second time Luan has heard of the Mulan gang, and his first encounter was also with them. He glanced at Zhang Lingbo and cautiously inquired, "Isn't it said that the Mulan gang is composed entirely of women? Why is there a man here?" Zhang Lingbo scoffed, "Where did you hear that? If it were all women, how would they possess any combat capability? How could they engage in a brawl?" Luan did not dwell on this question. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, "Are you also a member of the Mulan gang?" Zhang Lingbo firmly denied, "No. I merely know a few individuals within the group." At this point in their conversation, the bus had completely evaded the people behind them, and after a few more minutes, found a place to stop. Luan stood up to glance at Zhang Lingbo, and under the latter's urging, he disembarked. He felt a twinge of concern for his childhood friend, but recalled that this person seemingly had not encountered any significant issues during their high school years. So he suppressed his inexplicable worry. Chapter 24, Mahjong Diary. Long after the white dew, despite the season having passed the autumn equinox, the picturesque Baoping city, encircled by mountains, still bore the visage of summer, with sweltering heat enveloping the air. However, the continuous maple forests on the hills began to transform, shifting from verdant green to vibrant red. The duration of the night noticeably shortened. Contemplating the relationship between Zhang Lingbo and Wei Fang Yuan, the half-hour bus ride seemed to pass swiftly, bringing me promptly to Guifei Alley. Upon disembarking, I encountered Aunt Wang and Xiao Fan, both energetically engaging in conversation, their stalls attracting several groups of customers. "Young man, you're back." Aunt Wang, having grown familiar with Luan, affectionately teased him about his handsome appearance. "Ah, Andy, Sister Xiaofan, your business is thriving." I greeted them with a smile, then continued toward the mouth of the alley. Suddenly, I nearly collided with Widow Zhang, who was approaching with a kettle in hand, her red qipao accentuating her graceful figure. Sensing my gaze, she sauntered over and swiftly grazed my thigh, saying, "Andy will come looking for you tonight." While most women might jest with flirtatious banter, Widow Zhang was decidedly earnest. I retorted, "I have hepatitis." To my surprise, she chuckled coldly. "So what? I'm not afraid." For the sake of desire. She seemed unperturbed by the threat of hepatitis. I replied, "But if you contract it, that would be your problem. I'm merely concerned about Liao Shiqi." Her laughter grew louder as she exited the alley. During the day, Guifei Alley was mostly inhabited by the elderly and the infirm, while the able-bodied had ventured out to earn a living. Arriving at the door marked 9, I glanced around, retrieved the key from my pocket, and unlocked the door. However, as soon as my right foot crossed the threshold, I noticed a letter lying beneath the door, accompanied by a stack of math exams. Curiosity piqued. I wondered why there were math papers in addition to the letter. This was a scenario I had not encountered in my previous life. The math papers were pristine, exuding a strong scent of ink, and there were 22 sheets in total, all labeled as Huanggong's secret exams. I scrutinized the papers multiple times, searching each corner for any identifying marks, but found none. Subsequently, I turned my attention to the letter. The envelope was a commonplace brownish yellow, firm to the touch. Upon opening it, I discovered a beautifully crafted postcard. On the front, inscribed in elegant block letters, were the words, "Luan, may I like you?" Such a simple phrase, devoid of a signature. I stared at it, attempting to recall who it might be from, but no recognition surfaced. After pondering for a while, I eventually took the postcard and the exams inside. After inspecting the main room and the 2 bedrooms, and finding nothing amiss, I stepped outside again, first heading to the door opposite to seek out Li Dong. However, Li Xia, who was busy studying English, informed me, "My second brother has been leaving early every morning and doesn't return until late at night. You should come find him in the evening." I inquired, "Do you know where he goes?" Li Xia shook her head. "No idea. He has been quite secretive and doesn't tell anyone." Luan inquired once more, "Have you noticed anyone visiting me in recent days?" Li Xia shook her head. "I haven't really paid attention. But Widow Zhang often peers from the second-floor window into your courtyard, clearly still holding on to you." Luan fixed his gaze upon her. Li Xia exhaled, patting her chest as she said, "It's not something I witnessed firsthand. Rather, I overheard it while my mother and the neighbors were gossiping." Luan pointed out, "You've erred on 5 of these 7 questions." Before departing, Li Xia bit the cap of her pen, staring blankly at the 7 completed English questions. The residence at No. 12 Guifei Alley is a rather chilly southern abode, housing around 10 families. After navigating the long corridor, courtyard, and living room, one ascends the stairs to the second floor, where a modest room of over 20 square meters belongs to Yi-run's family. The walls are entirely wooden, with a patterned long window that rarely receives sunlight after 10 in the morning, and in winter, the chill seeps to the bone, making it quite unbearable. This time, Luan successfully located Yi-run, cutting straight to the chase. "Comrade Yi-run, have you been at home these past few days?" Upon recognizing him, Yi-run set her Chinese textbook on the table and rose to pour him a glass of cooled boiled water. After he finished drinking, she remained absorbed in her reading and asked, "I've been at home. What is this about?" Luan reiterated his previous question. "Have you seen anyone come to look for me?" "Oh." At the mention of this, Yi-run slapped her forehead lightly, laughing as she said, "I almost forgot. On the first, our homeroom teacher came to Guifei Alley looking for you, but couldn't find you." Luan was well aware of the reason behind teacher Zhou's visit, merely concerning the monthly exam results. Since he currently lacked the capability to assert himself, he felt it best to evade the situation for now. Once he had memorized the political history and geography, returning to the first examination room would undoubtedly be a matter of course. He inquired again, "Has anyone else sought me out?" Yi-run answered quickly, "Yes. A couple of days ago, your little cousin Lu Xueping came looking for you. When he saw you weren't home, he specifically came to see me, asking me to pass along a message." Luan asked, "What message?" Yi-run playfully mimicked his tone, saying, "Oh, I'm about to suffer and endure. When that rascal returns, have him come find me. I need him to assist me with something." Luan questioned, "Is that all?" Yi-run nodded, "Just that." He followed up, "Did Lu Xueping bring a woman with him this time?" Yi-run replied, "No." Lastly, Luan asked, "Aside from the homeroom teacher and my cousin, has anyone else come looking for me?" Yi-run pondered for a moment but ultimately replied with a definitive 2. Luan expressed his thanks and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out the door, Yi-run called from behind, "Luan, are you going to set up a stall later?" Luan responded, "No. I plan to visit my cousin's house." Yi-run asked, "Will you return tonight?" Luan affirmed, "Yes." Yi-run found her keys and locked the door. Following him outside, "I've been studying all day, and my mind feels a bit foggy. I'll help you with the stall. Consider it a breath of fresh air. Someone is making money for themselves, which is certainly a good thing." Luan pondered for a moment and asked, with so much free time, "Isn't your mother coming back today?" Yi-run replied, "My aunt gave birth to a boy, and my mother went to attend to her. She won't be back for a few days. Thus, Attending to a birth is a customary practice where the family gathers to visit relatives who have recently had a child. As Luan descended the stairs, he remarked, "I recall that your mother's family is from Yǒuqíng. Am I correct?" "Yes, from the area near the Miliao River in Yǒuqíng," Yǒuqíng confirmed. After helping Yǒuqíng set up the bicycle stall, Luan took the bus to the television station's staff quarters. The station was not far from Guifei Alley, just 6 stops away. If he took a shortcut on foot, it would only take about 10 minutes. However, the shortcut passed through a red light district that Luan had dared to traverse only once during his sophomore year, and he never ventured there again. Those overly friendly hairstylists at the entrance were far too forward, pulling and pushing him, causing him to gain weight at a visible rate of 2 pounds. It was best for decent folks to avoid that area altogether. Upon arriving at the television station's compound, Luan ascended to the 3rd floor with familiarity and stopped in front of the 2nd door on the right side of the corridor. He knocked gently. "Who is it?" A woman's voice called from within. "Aunt Sun, it's me." Xiao Luan was quite acquainted with the people here. Aunt Sun was a colleague of Lu Yǒuqíng at the television station and had divorced due to her inability to conceive. They were considered friends and confidantes, sharing a common living room. "Xiao, you've come." Aunt Sun opened the door, her demeanor neither warm nor cold, allowing him entry. After changing his shoes, Luan noticed that Lu Yǒuqíng was not in the living room, so he inquired, "Aunt Sun, is my uncle not home?" Aunt Sun replied, "He has been back for 2 days. 2 days? What could he possibly be doing on his own?" Luan thought, perplexed. Noticing that the woman seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, he abandoned his questioning and took out the key from his bag, heading directly towards his uncle's bedroom door. Speaking of keys, it was a source of sorrow. He had once been swayed by Lu Yǒuqíng's insinuations that his family, the uncle and nephew, should exchange keys for emergencies. When Luan first arrived in Baoqing City, he was impressionable and naive, unaware of the ulterior motives behind such an arrangement, and he had consented. Little did he know that this decision would lead to his misery, as he frequently witnessed his uncle bringing women home and subsequently being sent away. Eventually, he could no longer endure it and moved out, threatening to reclaim his key. In response, Lu Yǒuqíng offered to pay rent, 5 yuan each time. For the sake of the money, Luan decisively lost his resolve and has been compromising ever since. He opened the door and stepped inside. The bedroom was spacious, at least 15 square meters. A wooden partition divided it, allowing it to be considered as 2 rooms. At the back stood a bed, while at the front was a desk and a bookshelf filled with books. Luan stood at the doorway, surveying the room. Surprisingly, it was quite tidy, infused with a subtle aroma of mugwort, hardly resembling a man's dwelling. Crossing over the bed, he found himself at the desk, where an open diary lay, its pages invitingly ajar. In the center rested a Mont-Blanc pen, a silent witness to the musings contained within. A fleeting glance at the diary brought a smile to his face, for this page chronicled Uncle Tang's entire September of mahjong escapades. On September 5th, he recorded a loss of 34, attributing it to poor positioning, as he found himself backed against the door. The following day, he lost 31, distracted by the presence of a woman brought along by his companions. On September 8th, he lost 27, claiming the cards were simply unfavorably dealt, not a matter of skill. The 9th brought a modest loss of 7, though he consoled himself that it was not solely his own misfortune. On the 10th, he lost 22, feeling reluctant to win as the woman joined the table, choosing instead to let her triumph, again not due to a lack of skill. September 13th saw him victorious, winning 94, leading to a celebratory evening at the Huang Guifei Hotel. However, on the 14th, he recorded a loss of 51, vowing to avoid that particular room in the future. The 15th brought a loss of 13, which he shrugged off, viewing it as a minor setback. On the 16th, adorned in red shorts believed to attract fortune, he won 96 and celebrated once more with his female companion at the hotel. Yet, on the 17th, he felt he had underperformed, promising to try again the next day. On the 18th, after a loss of 21, he lamented his disdain for mahjong, swearing off the game and planning to seek solace with a girlfriend in Guifei Alley to cleanse his spirit. The 20th heralded a victory of 201. With the sun shining and the rain ceased, he felt a resurgence of confidence. However, on the 23rd, he lost 80, his thoughts elsewhere, drained by the day spent with his girlfriend. On September 25th, he lost 18, unable to indulge in the new coffee blend he had been eyeing, opting instead to let others enjoy it. The 26th brought a loss of 42, where he resolved to rise resiliently from his setbacks. The 27th saw him suffer a loss of 128, fueled by a desire for revenge. Finally, on the 28th, he faced a significant defeat of 253. Bidding farewell to his fellow players and his female companion, leaving behind a poignant reminder, do not forget me. Chapter 25, The Secrets of Open Source. Knock, knock, knock. Shaoan, your phone. As Lewin was absorbed in his mahjong diary, he heard Aunt Sun's voice from outside. He set down the diary and returned the pen to its place before stepping outside. Is it my uncle? Aunt Sun remained silent, gesturing towards the exterior before retreating to her own room. Knowing her temperament well, he paid it no mind and hurried downstairs to answer the phone. Hello? Greetings. May I inquire if this is Mr. Lewin? A woman's voice chimed from the other end. Yes, that's correct, Lewin replied. The nurse on the line informed him. This is the Central Hospital. Your uncle is in room 305 on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Lewin was somewhat taken aback, realizing that the suffering mentioned by Yi Run had meant hospitalization. Mr. Liu, are you still there? The nurse prompted when he did not respond. Yes, Lewin replied, inquiring further, what ailment does my uncle have? The nurse candidly explained. He is experiencing issues with his urinary system and is scheduled for surgery here. Lewin found this hard to believe and blurted out, the urinary system? Not the reproductive system? In his subconscious, he had always imagined that if his uncle were to fall ill, it would surely be due to venereal diseases or kidney issues, fitting retribution for his reckless lifestyle. The nurse, slightly taken aback by his question, clarified, there are problems with the urethra and bladder. Lewin, concerned, asked, is it serious? How is his condition? The nurse replied, Mr. Liu, surgery is generally not chosen unless absolutely necessary for the patient. Well, that question was rather pointless, he mused. After exchanging a few more words, Lewin handed a coin to the elderly gentleman holding the phone and hurriedly left the television station's family quarters, making his way to the hospital. As he disembarked the bus outside the hospital, he pondered whether he should purchase a gift, perhaps flowers or fruit. His uncle had a natural romantic inclination, favoring roses and lilies. Lewin once inquired why he liked roses, yet also adored lilies. His uncle had responded, roses represent women, lilies signify wild encounters. The thrill of the hunt, something you, being young, wouldn't he understand. At that moment in his first year of high school, Lewin thought, is this truly how a person speaks? Speaking of flowers, from the corner of his eye, he noticed some scattered wild chrysanthemums growing by the roadside. Their pale yellow hue quite charming. Unfortunately, there were too few. Otherwise, it would have been delightful to encircle that scoundrel's hospital bed with them. With this thought, he entered a small grocery store. Excuse me, how much for these fresh oranges? The shopkeeper glanced up briefly before returning to his meal. 20 cents per pound. Are they sour? Lewin inquired. While others would ask if they were sweet, he had the audacity to ask about sourness. The shopkeeper lifted his head once more. They're sweet. He added after a moment, if they're not sweet, you won't have to pay. Ultimately, Lewin purchased a bag of apples next door and headed to the hospital. The shopkeeper watched his retreating figure in confusion. Had the world truly changed? Did one now need to buy sour oranges to visit a patient? Lewin had visited the Central Hospital a few times in the past and felt relatively familiar with it. Upon arriving at room 305 in the inpatient department, he entered to find a nurse attending to that scoundrel, wiping his face. Upon the sudden intrusion of an individual, the nurse cast a fleeting glance, placed the towel aside, and adjusted her white coat before departing. Lewin produced an apple, hastily wiped it with his sleeve, and sat at the head of the bed. Taking a bite, he exclaimed, this apple is remarkably sweet. His gaze wandered among the apples, and eventually, Liu Yǒuqíng turned his attention to the ceiling. Lewin inquired, if I wasn't mistaken. It seemed your hand was under someone's clothing? Liu Yǒuqíng retrieved his gaze from the ceiling, quipping, isn't that a customary operation for your uncle? Have you not matured at all? Is this truly surprising? Lewin asked, how many days have you known her? Liu Yǒuqíng regarded him munching on the apple, replying, 2 days. Lewin, intrigued, queried, you've already struck up a connection in just 2 days? What was your approach? Liu Yǒuqíng nonchalantly remarked, she was present during my surgery. I was exposed to her, so it was only fair that I returned the favor. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a loss? The Liu family never engages in such unprofitable ventures. Impressed by this formidable logic, Lewin inquired how many days remained until his discharge. He was disinclined to ask about his condition, as the earlier scene had already proven that this scoundrel was far from death. Liu Yǒuqíng replied, not so soon. I have to undergo surgery once a week. Lewin halted his apple consumption. Liu Yǒuqíng gestured with his hands, recalling painfully a piece of wire this long, heated and inserted into my urethra, penetrating into the bladder, scorching the walls of my bladder. It was excruciating, more painful than childbirth. Luan asked, "Didn't they administer anesthesia?" Lu Shueping shook his head. "They claimed I had hypertension, so I couldn't have it." Luan expressed disbelief. "Aren't you active? How can you have hypertension at your age?" Lu Shueping lowered his hands. "This is my fault. I was too focused and haven't exercised properly." Hearing this nonsensical statement nearly caused Lu an internal injury. He shifted to the matter at hand. "So, what do you need from me? Or how can I assist you?" Lu Shueping stated, "I need money." Luan immediately stood, emptying his pockets and counting his cash, then placing it on the bedside, $7.60. "It's a bit scant, but it's all I have. A modest gift, yet heartfelt. Please do not disdain it." He then pointed to the apples. "You seem unable to eat them in your condition. I will go next door to sell them. I should be able to fetch a few dimes." Lu Shueping was quite vexed, taking a considerable time before he spoke. "I have 30 collectible records in the lower shelf of my wardrobe. You can take 10 to Chongfeng Audio for sale." Luan asked, "Is this the reason you sought me?" Lu Shueping nodded. Luan, puzzled, queried, "Why didn't you sell them yourself before the surgery?" Lu Shueping explained, "The owner has a rather reclusive nature and is often absent. I visited several times, but never encountered him." Luan asked, "Are 10 records sufficient?" Lu Shueping confirmed, "Yes, but they must sell for no less than 180 each." Luan immediately understood. "So the owner is a vintage record enthusiast?" Lu Shueping nodded again. "Not only is he an enthusiast, but collectors in Baoqing City seek quality items from him. He serves as a hub for record collectors." Luan refrained from further inquiries, gathering the apples and returning to the family quarters of the television station. Upon knocking once more, Aunt Sun emerged in an elegant evening gown, her hair meticulously styled. Luan immediately discerned that she was undoubtedly preparing for a soiree that evening. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he ventured into the bedroom in search of records. The moment he flung open the wardrobe door, he was utterly astonished. Within, not only lay a collection of rare vintage records, but also an array of videotapes, stacked high to the tune of at least 500. Luan randomly selected a few tapes to inspect, only to find none of them were of any reputable nature. Setting aside the records, he mused that these videotapes must hold considerable value as well. A sudden intuition struck him, as if he had stumbled upon the secret to his uncle's financial influx. Pursuing romantic interests, gambling, and indulgent dining, each activity demanded a substantial flow of money. It was hard to believe that such a lifestyle could be maintained solely on the meager salary from a television station. He chose 10 records to tuck into his bag. And on a whim, he also decided to take one of the videotapes with him. Chapter 26. Oil painting. The Longfeng Audio Store is situated at the end of Tao Weiping Street, in close proximity to the Guifei Hotel. Although the storefront is modest in size, its location is exceptional and easy to locate. Inside the shop, a limited selection of speakers, amplifiers, and other audio equipment is displayed, with shelves brimming with products, presenting an image of thriving business. The proprietor, of a similar age to Lu Shueping, Lu and's uncle, sports a fair complexion and wears a pair of ordinary prescription glasses. At this moment, he is focused on repairing an audio device, with a multimeter, soldering iron, and various electronic components arranged nearby. Luan surveyed the interior from the doorway before stepping inside. Under the watchful gaze of the shopkeeper, he placed a rare collectible record on the coffee table and inquired, "Do you accept this?" The shopkeeper, clearly an audiophile, brightened at the sight of the record, setting aside his tools to swiftly examine it. After a meticulous inspection, the shopkeeper suddenly asked, "This collection style, is it from Lu Shueping?" Noticing the shopkeeper's evident enthusiasm, Luan felt a surge of optimism and replied, "Do you know Lu Shueping? He is my uncle." The shopkeeper continued to examine the record, informing Luan, in the city of Baoqing, there are very few who possess such high-quality records, and Lu Shueping is among them. Seizing the moment, Luan candidly stated, "Name your price." The shopkeeper raised his gaze and asked, "How many do you have this time?" Luan promptly placed 10 records on the coffee table, feigning a somber expression as he declared, "My uncle is gravely ill and may not survive in the hospital. Please offer a fair price. I need the funds for his treatment." The shopkeeper regarded him without suspicion, recognizing that only a true audiophile could comprehend the sentiments of another. Were Lu Shueping still lively, such records would undoubtedly not have been entrusted to another's hands. As his eyes traversed the 10 records, the shopkeeper expressed his astonishment at the price, 240 yuan each. "I will provide you with cash immediately." Luan initially thought he had misheard, as his uncle's minimum selling price was below 180 yuan. He was taken aback by the offer being significantly higher. However, in the next moment, he grasped the shopkeeper's intentions. This was a mutual appreciation between enthusiasts. Touched by the shopkeeper's openness, Lewin chose not to act like a petty person and nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper collected the 10 records, then unlocked a drawer and counted out 2,400 yuan in cash for him. After receiving the money, Lewin verified its authenticity before separating it into different compartments. He then placed a videotape on the coffee table and asked, "Boss, could you take a look at this? Do you accept such items?" The shopkeeper picked up the videotape, scrutinizing it briefly before breaking into a smile. "Yes, we accept this. Although it may not be as valuable as the records. It has a broader market and is easier to sell. Is it also from yǒuqíng?" Lewin neither confirmed nor denied, but simply said, "Please offer a reasonable price." The shopkeeper weighed the videotape and proposed, 15 yuan each. Take as many as you have. Lewin calculated quietly, at 15 yuan per tape. He had at least 500 tapes in his wardrobe, totaling 7,500 yuan. With the records included, it would amount to nearly 10,000 yuan. In this day and age, 10,000 yuan is no trifling sum. It is no wonder that yǒuqíng leads such a carefree life. Lewin placed the videotape back into his bag and stood, saying, "I shall return in a couple of days." The shopkeeper did not press further but reminded him, "I will be away from the store next Wednesday to Friday, so please avoid coming during that time." Lewin nodded and exited the audio shop. Upon returning to the hospital ward of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Lewin took out the full amount of 2,400 yuan to pay for 10 albums. Yǒuqíng was taken aback. "So much?" Lewin pulled a chair and sat down. "I informed the shopkeeper that you need this money for your life." Upon hearing this, Yǒuqíng understood. The other party was a man of integrity, relinquishing his share of profit for my sake. Before Lewin could respond, he continued, "However, that man has made quite a bit from me in the past. This sum is trivial for him." Curiously, Lewin inquired, "When did you start doing this?" With his hands clasped behind his head, Yǒuqíng replied, "It's been several years now. If I hadn't been unable to keep my younger brother in check, I would have long been a wealthy man in Baoqing City." This statement held merit. Yet, Lewin was not inclined to engage in idle chatter. He placed the videotape on the bedside. "I recall that selling such items might be illegal. Are you not afraid of being caught? If someone were to report you, a single arrest could cost you your job." Yǒuqíng chuckled. "You know nothing. Selling these items is indeed against the law, but as long as I do not exceed 3 boxes at a time, the police can only detain me for a maximum of 24 hours. Lewin cautioned, "Your home is piled high with no fewer than 500 boxes. You should still exercise caution, just in case." Yǒuqíng counted out 600 yuan and placed it before him. "What of the 500 boxes? I am merely an action film enthusiast, collecting them for personal enjoyment. Did the police really concern themselves with this? It is akin to a married couple engaging in intimacy at home. It is no one's business. The principle is the same. Do you understand?" Lewin declined the money, pushing the 600 yuan back. Yǒuqíng looked at him with a peculiar expression, as if he were an alien. "Oh, you earned this 600 yuan through your own efforts, and you do not want it? Does your pitiful stall earn you as much in a month?" Lewin replied, "A gentleman values wealth acquired through rightful means. You are my uncle. It is only fitting that I assist you. However, should you not survive this illness, I would expect you to bequeath the money, the albums, and the tapes to me. I would accept this with equanimity, for I am in need of the funds." Yǒuqíng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are risking much for little. You are hoping for my demise." Lewin retorted, "Please inform me in advance if you intend to pass. I fear my elder uncle may contest the inheritance with me." Yǒuqíng laughed in irritation, still handing the 600 yuan to him. "Take this. It finds no rest with me. In a few days, it will either be squandered by women or lost at the mahjong table. You can at least make some use of it." Lewin was quite taken aback. "You need money to woo women? Is your appearance truly wasted?" Yǒuqíng sighed, this time not boasting. "Some women are easily swayed. They can be taken to a hotel upon the first meeting. Yet, some are rather pragmatic. They seek both my looks and my wealth. Unlike me, who is solely fixated on their beauty. Let us not dwell on distant matters, but rather on the nurse from today. When I asked her to remove her clothing once, it cost me 200. Lewin was left speechless and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "Having worked at Baoqing for over a decade and possessing extensive connections, would you be able to procure high-quality oil paints, brushes, palette knives, and palettes?" Yǒuqíng, familiar with him, immediately asked, "Are you planning to learn oil painting?" Lewin replied, "Lately, I have been plagued by a series of peculiar thoughts and wish to experiment. Lu Yǒuqíng further questioned. Painting is fine. But it won't interfere with your studies, will it? With utmost seriousness, Luan responded, Who do you think I am? I am the star student of No. 1 middle school, frequently showcased on the bulletin board. Do you not find your question rather foolish? Lu Yǒuqíng was rendered speechless by this retort and finally conceded, Very well. Since you do not require the money, I shall keep the painting tools with me. I assure you I will procure them for you in the shortest time possible. Chapter 27. I have fallen in love. The bus swayed by, its sixth stop now a fleeting memory. Luan gazed out at the darkening sky. An inexplicable joy swelling within him. The completion of the eternal painting he had longed to bring to life in a previous existence had become an obsession of late. Previously hindered by financial constraints, he now found himself aided by Lu Yǒuqíng, who generously provided him with oil paints. He felt that he was on the cusp of realizing his artistic vision, a notion that had been nurtured from a past life. It is often said that one's spirits soar in the face of joyous events. Hence, when he arrived at the bicycle stall, Yǒuqíng inquired with curiosity, Luan, did you find some money? You seem unusually happy. Seeing you brings me joy, Luan remarked casually, noticing the flush creeping onto her face. He quickly shifted the subject, pointing at Li Dong, who was busy repairing a tire. When did he arrive? Yǒuqíng produced a handful of money. I had to been at the stall long before Li Dong showed up. Thanks to his bike repair skills, we made quite a bit today. Li Dong had learned his bicycle repair techniques from his older brother, Li Qiu, a mechanic at the cigarette factory. Had he not witnessed it today? Luan would have nearly forgotten about it after all these years. He counted the money, discovering a total of 21.7 yuan. However, instead of pocketing it, he returned it to Yǒuqíng, saying, You hold on to it for now. We'll sort it out after we close. Yǒuqíng seemed to grasp his intention immediately. Placing the money on a small stool as she asked, Have you eaten yet? Luan shook his head. Not yet. I'll cook when I get back. Since my mother isn't home, why don't you come over for dinner? I'm heading back to prepare it now. With that, she departed. Luan glanced at the enthusiastic girl's retreating figure and then at the money on the stool before finally picking it up. After a while, Li Dong finished mending the 2 tires and, after receiving his payment, gallantly escorted a female customer to the roadside. Just before she departed, the lady cast a smile at Luan. Then, with a graceful motion, she mounted her bicycle and pedaled away like the wind. Li Dong tossed 3 yuan in front of Luan, wiped his hands with a towel, and took a hearty swig from the water bottle he picked up from the ground. Luan, discreetly seizing the money, asked nonchalantly, Was that lady's front and rear tire both punctured? Indeed, Li Dong replied between gulps of water, drinking several deep swallows before wiping his mouth with his grimy sleeve. He leaned closer, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Was she beautiful? Luan replied, She was all right. Li Dong animatedly gestured, his excitement palpable. You know, she is a graduate of a technical school and currently works in the promotion department of a feed factory. She speaks so gently and often smiles when we chat. Pausing for effect, he closed his eyes dreamily. Oh, that smile, it's sweeter than honey. It nearly melted my heart. Luan interjected. You mean like honey? Li Dong opened his eyes and playfully slapped Luan's arm. Why are you so unromantic? Don't change the subject. Let me tell you, Luan. I've fallen in love. Do you know what it feels like to be in love? Luan replied, I know. It means you'll be helping me repair bicycles from now on. Li Dong, in a fit of anger, slapped his arm again, but shortly thereafter, a remarkable thought crossed his mind. Yes, indeed. That's a splendid idea. I have made up my mind to join you at the stall, come rain or shine. Luan interjected with a supplement. To pursue love, one must possess a heart as pure as a child, free of charge. Li Dong grinned, revealing his teeth. You must provide meals. Luan replied, No problem at all. Li Dong's parents and siblings were all formal employees at the cigarette factory, enjoying a comfortable life, yet they were notably warm-hearted and loyal. With him around, Luan could practically relax and would merely sit under the camphor tree to read. As the clock struck 7, Yǒuqíng came to summon them for dinner. Seeing Li Dong engrossed in conversation with Xiaofan while busily repairing a bicycle, Luan couldn't bring himself to interrupt someone who was earning for himself. He turned to Yǒuqíng and said, Let us head back for dinner. We can bring him something later. Yǒuqíng shot him a knowing glance and approached Li Dong, asking, Li Dong, are you coming back with us for dinner? Or shall we bring it to you later? Before Li Dong could respond, Aunt Wang chimed in, Little girl, you should bring him dinner later. This little Li is a joy, and Xiaofan and I can't bear to see him leave. Li Dong beamed, exchanging mischievous glances with Yǒuqíng, signaling her to go ahead. As they entered the alley, Yi-run muttered. Good intentions met with ingratitude. This Li Dong is quite the character. Luan observed everything clearly. Li Dong was merely practicing conversation with Xiao Fun to have more topics to discuss with the lady from the feed factory. Passing by the doorplate of No. 8 Gui Fei Alley, Luan called out loudly. Li Xia, are you there? Li Xia appeared swiftly at the door, asking, Luan, what brings you here? Luan inquired, has dinner been prepared at your home? Li Xia replied, it's in the works, almost done. Luan continued, your brother wants you to bring him dinner. At that moment, 12-year-old Li Xia poked his head out from the second floor. Isn't my second brother helping you? Luan, why aren't you the one delivering it? Luan looked up and retorted. He finds our food unpalatable and cannot eat it. Li Xia pondered for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Your meals are indeed too poor, not as good as what our dog eats. Li Xia erupted in laughter, but quickly retreated inside when she noticed Luan's gaze upon her. In response, Luan, slightly disgruntled, remarked to Yi-run, next time, I shall treat you to dog meat. Yi-run, equally irritated, replied, their dog weighs no less than 30 pounds. I have long found it distasteful. The meals at Yi-run's home were of average quality, consisting of asparagus and a single serving of pan-fried tofu, just 2 dishes. Yet, the girl's culinary skills were commendable, and she was generous with portions. Luan devoured 2 bowls of rice in one go. After dinner, Luan asked, are you joining us for some fun, or staying at home? Yi-run replied, I won't be going. I plan to work on a set of math exercises. Suddenly, she called out to Luan, who was at the door, unable to resist asking, Luan, how did you fare in math this time? Luan instantly discerned her concern. I'm not sure. Perhaps I will pass. Yi-run gazed into his eyes for a considerable moment before speaking. 73 points. This is what teacher Zhou informed me. We are all perplexed. Luan replied, I too am baffled. Of late, even a slight exertion of my mind induces a headache. I intend to visit the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Yi-run opened his mouth as if to say something but instead walked to the door, watching him depart. Shortly after 10 o'clock in the evening, Luan returned home punctually after closing up shop. He helped tidy up the items in the corner by the courtyard wall. Li Dong inquired, Luan, do you think that being in a relationship now would hinder my studies? Luan took a substantial bite of a cucumber and shook his head. Noticing his silence and his solitary munching, Li Dong felt a pang of guilt. Brother, when love arrives, it cannot be resisted. You aren't jealous of me, are you? Luan pointed at the door with the cucumber and uttered a single word, leave. Chapter 28. A no-cost attempt. Li Dong was dismissed by him. Recalling the words spoken by Widow Zheng at the alley entrance during the day, Luan secured the courtyard gate firmly, fastening the crossbar. After a moment's contemplation, he felt uneasy and propped the door with a round log as thick as his wrist from the inside. Now, that should suffice, right? If someone wishes to visit him tonight? Not a chance. To be honest, if anyone else from Gui Fei Alley were to make such a jest, he would merely brush it off, indifferent. Yet, when it came to Widow Zhang, he felt a genuine unease. Others may be unaware, but he certainly was not. This woman was undeniably someone who spoke with intent and acted upon it. Returning indoors, he retrieved the small change from his stall and counted it, 57 yuan and 80 cents. He earned quite a bit today, though most of it was thanks to Li Dong and Yi-run's assistance, as he had spent the day engrossed in his studies. The only task he personally undertook was repairing a cart axle, which Li Dong could not manage. After recounting the money, Luan tucked 50 yuan into his book and locked it away. He intended to use the remaining 7 yuan and 80 cents to purchase some meat and fine vegetables the following day, inviting the two to his home for dinner. Although he understood they were helping him out of goodwill and would not accept payment, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Otherwise, he would feel remiss. After fetching 3 buckets of water for the kitchen and locating a change of clothes, Luan took a shower and then immersed himself in a fervent study session. It had been over 10 days since his rebirth, and his efforts were yielding remarkable results. Thanks to his previous life as a university professor, he maintained a classroom mentality, making the tasks of reading and problem-solving fairly effortless. Thus far, he had nearly memorized the entirety of the first semester as political science, history, and geography syllabus for his first year of high school and was now delving into the second semester's textbooks. His progress in history and geography was particularly swift, having already reviewed half of the second semester's materials. As for political science, it was a subject that required understanding for retention, and given his extensive past experience, he had little left to decipher. Political terminology that seemed obscure to other students appeared straightforward to him. However, he struggled the most with mathematics, a subject he had previously excelled in, due to its inherent need for practical application and extensive problem-solving, rather than mere theoretical knowledge. He recalled a former classmate who would eagerly open the mathematics supplementary guide, confidently identifying problems he could solve, the relevant formulas and steps flowing effortlessly from his lips. Yet, after a thorough review, he deemed those problems unworthy of his time for calculation. The outcome was predictable. His classmate consistently teetered on the edge of passing in mathematics, never solving the significant problems accurately, ultimately leading to a disappointing outcome in the college entrance examination and relegating him to a vocational school. This was a classic case of having lofty aspirations but lacking practical abilities. After dedicating 3 hours to mathematics, he spent another 2 hours on geography. As the first rooster crowed outside, he retired to bed punctually. Feeling the oppressive heat of the evening, he left the door ajar. Due to the urgency of time, he had developed a habit of reviewing the day's knowledge points while lying in bed. If he encountered anything he had not yet mastered, he would promptly turn on the light to reinforce his understanding. Through this repetition, he deepened his grasp of each concept, making it challenging to forget them in the near future. After reviewing the mathematical formulas and filtering through several typical problems of the day, as well as organizing his geographical knowledge, one gradually succumbed to slumber, enveloped in a sense of satisfaction. In the haze of sleep, he seemed to hear faint footsteps. Struggling to open his eyes, he relied on the soft glow of the moonlight. All appeared normal within the room. Tilting his head towards the doorway, he found nothing amiss. Was this merely an illusion? As such thoughts crossed his mind, Luan grasped the rebar kept at his bedside and intently observed the door for a full minute, only to find solitude. Eventually, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to slumber once more. In a state of half-wakefulness, Luan suddenly felt a hand graze his chest, followed by a touch at the top of his thigh, and then hands tugging at his undergarments. What the hell? He jolted awake, and to his astonishment, a shadow loomed before him. His heart raced, nearly causing him to faint, for he was inherently terrified of ghosts and snakes. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that even if it were a ghost, it was the legendary seductress of the night. No, he couldn't allow this. He was still a virgin. With that thought, he drew the rebar from beneath his pillow and swung it downwards. "Juan, it's me, your aunt," came a voice. Swift as lightning, the shadow, upon realizing Juan had awakened, quickly seized his wrist to prevent the rebar from striking her. "Ah, Widow Zhang." A torrent of confusion raced through Luan's mind. With a sharp click, he turned on the light. "Aunt Zhang, what are you doing here at this hour?" Widow Zhang deftly extinguished the light, hushing him. "Shoo, don't turn on the light. Your window lacks curtains, and those in the opposite building can see everything in your room." Without waiting for Luan to respond, she added, "Rest assured, no one saw me enter." Luan, bewildered, instinctively asked, "How did you get in? Did you think closing the yard gate could keep me out?" "I climbed down from the second-floor window using a rope." With that, Widow Zhang removed her shoes and leapt onto the bed, lunging towards him. "Come, let me teach you how a woman should be cherished." As she spoke, she pounced, her movements precise as if she possessed night vision, her line of sight unimpeded. Her actions were swift and practiced. Before Luan could react, he found himself in her embrace. In that moment, Widow Zhang transformed into a formidable force, wielding 2 hammers that threatened to daze him. It was early autumn, and both wore thin garments. The sudden contact elicited a primal response from Juan's body. However, he understood that this was no ordinary encounter between a man and a woman. If he failed to secure the door tonight, Widow Zhang might become a nightly intruder, and how could he face the world thereafter? What would Sister Qíngqīn think? Would the townsfolk truly believe he had taken Widow Zhang as his wife? In her 30s, Widow Zhang was as fierce as a wolf, starved for affection, and possessed astonishing strength. Yet, no matter how strong she was, she could not surpass Luan, who, having been raised in the countryside and previously trained in martial arts, swiftly managed to dislodge her from atop him. Upon witnessing the scene, Widow Zhang reclined comfortably and remarked, "Shaolin, do you wish to take the initiative? Very well. I shall lie here and obediently cooperate with you." Luan, feeling a slight indignation, thought to himself that any woman with a modicum of dignity he could manage. But with someone like this, he was left without a retort. Slipping on his shoes, he approached the door and stated, "Aunt Zhang, you may depart as you arrived. Tonight, I shall feign ignorance. Otherwise, it would lead to unflattering rumors. Especially considering Liao Shiqi is merely 15. How can you expect her to hold her head high in the future?" Luan's words were somewhat cold and blunt, leaving Widow Zhang momentarily stunned. After what felt like an eternity, she finally responded, "Shaolin, I underestimated you. I thought with your impressive development, you might require my assistance. However, it has been over a decade since I've had a man in my life. Many have coveted my figure, yet I never acquiesced. But upon seeing you, I find myself unable to restrain my desires. Perhaps you should consider it. After all, no one would know, and there is no cost involved. Should you regret it after a single trial, I shall not return. But if you enjoy it, I would be at your beck and call. Stop, Lewin interjected, unable to endure any further. What do you mean by being unable to restrain yourself? What does it mean to try with no cost? Are you not simply wishing to take advantage of a young man, seeking a long-term free indulgence? This is nothing short of deception. Chapter 29. The time to fry an egg. One cannot hope to conceal their actions from others unless they themselves refrain from wrongdoing. After residing in Guifei Alley for so many years, which household secrets could truly remain hidden? Andy, do not deceive yourself. It is best you leave. Lewin stood steadfast at the doorway, imploring her with unwavering resolve. Widow Zhang did not deny the truth. The houses in Guifei Alley were constructed of old wooden boards, and the absence of secrets was a universally acknowledged fact. It was precisely for this reason that, despite her years of solitude, no one dared to intrude upon her bedroom. Yet, gazing at the boy who inexplicably stirred her desires, Widow Zhang found it difficult to part ways. She half sat up and said, "Auntie has been lonely for far too long. Let me have a moment to try. And you may consider it merely a dream." What a twist. Just moments ago, she had suggested that the old man try, and now she sought to indulge herself. Lewin shook his head in disbelief. Widow Zhang added, "Are you worried that too much time has passed unnoticed? Fear not, dear. I possess experience in matters such as these. Just allow me to embrace you, and in the time it takes to fry an egg, it will be over." "In the time it takes to fry an egg?" How utterly dismissive. Lewin remained unmoved. Widow Zhang inquired, "Do you think yourself still a novice? Are you afraid of being taken advantage of by me? Rest assured, I have prepared a generous red envelope for you in advance, ensuring your utmost satisfaction." How long had she been planning this, even preparing a red envelope? Lewin felt utterly bewildered. Widow Zhang pressed on, "Are you concerned about the rumors? Afraid I might bring misfortune upon you? I shall procure an old hen tomorrow to brew a nourishing soup for you." How does that sound? The fortune teller had claimed she must wear mourning attire 6 times, and thus far, she had only done so 3. Lewin understood that this was a haunting curse that troubled Widow Zhang. Due to this prediction, the factory leaders dared not pursue her, and the matchmakers who once flocked to her door had ceased their efforts. Seeing him remain silent, Widow Zhang, with glistening eyes, approached him softly and whispered, "Lewin, do you not know? This has been a clever ruse orchestrated by me and the fortune teller. Our intention is to quell the desires of the men in Guifei Alley and to restrain the wolves at the factory. I shall never remarry." This was indeed the first time Lewin had heard such a confession. As she reached out to embrace him once more, he knew he could no longer retreat and had to resort to his ultimate defense. He hurriedly said, "Auntie, do not be foolish. What we share simply cannot be. There is nothing more to discuss. You know, your remark about my maturity left Qíngqīn in tears for a long time. Please do not disappoint her." These words fell upon Widow Zhang like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all her desires. She elongated her neck and asked, "Qíngqīn, has she sought you out?" Lewin nodded. "Yes, she did. And thus, Auntie, I'm sorry, but you must return home." Upon receiving this definitive answer, the once formidable Widow Zhang stood momentarily stunned, her eyes reddened. Lowering her gaze to adjust her attire, she said, "Auntie has been parched for far too long. You have witnessed my folly. Tonight, I beg you to preserve my dignity and not let Qíngqīn know. She is still but a child." Lewin retreated to the main room, clearing a path and stating, "You may as well settle your heart. I have this matter under control. The rooster will crow again shortly, so you should leave." Widow Zhang departed as swiftly and stealthily as she had come, leaving behind a trail of tears. Gazing at her receding figure, Lewin let out a soft sigh, pondering whether that fortune teller was merely putting on an act. In truth, they were all wretched souls. "Lewin, why the sigh? Are you reluctant to part with my mother?" Just as Lewin closed the door, preparing to return to his room for sleep, a suffocating voice suddenly pierced the dark, heavy air behind him. The voice was familiar. It unmistakably belonged to Liao Qíngqīn. Stumbling a few steps, Lewin froze in place, eventually managing to turn around to the shadowy corner and inquire, "When did you arrive?" Liao Qíngqīn replied, "She came, so I followed." Lewin asked, "Did you hear everything?" Liao Qíngqīn bit her lower lip and responded, "Not only did I hear, but I also saw." Lewin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he couldn't help but ask, "Did you bring a knife?" Ding dong. The sound of metal colliding echoed through the night, sharp and resounding. Liao Shiqi firmly declared, I did bring one. The kitchen knife is for you, and the boning knife is for Widow Zhang. Before I came, I spoke to my father's spirit, warning that if you dared to disrupt things, I would first chop you up before taking my own life. Hearing such earnest words sent a chill down Lu'an's spine. It had only been a little over 10 days since his rebirth. He had just begun to adapt to this impoverished life, and tonight he nearly met an untimely end. He had no doubt about the gravity of Liao Shiqi's words, remembering that during their conversation at around 40 years old in his previous life, she had once expressed regret, saying, when I saw you getting close to other women, I nearly stabbed you in the back. He had never inquired why she refrained from doing so, and she had not elaborated. She merely recounted how, upon realizing her dark thoughts, she left Baoqing, not wanting to harm him out of jealousy. The harsh truth of hindsight was daunting. Lu'an's legs trembled uncontrollably as he steadied himself against the doorframe, saying, please refrain from carrying a knife casually in the future. It is far too dangerous for both you and your mother. Liao Shiqi remained silent, still hidden in the dark corner. Lu'an continued, since you eavesdropped on our earlier conversation, you should know that your mother still loves you. At his words, Liao Shiqi leaned against the wall, closing her eyes. After a long pause, she suddenly asked, Lu'an, did you refuse Widow Zhang because of me? Lu'an replied, she is your mother. Liao Shiqi's voice turned icy. When she climbed into your bed just now, she was Widow Zhang. Lu'an, feeling helpless, responded, my refusal of your mother was partly for you, but not entirely because of you. Liao Shiqi, undeterred, pressed on, is it because of Meng Qi? Lu'an, concerned, asked, why are you fixating on Sister Qi? Liao Shiqi replied, Meng Qi is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, more lovely than Bai Gong, more enchanting than my mother, and surpassing all the women at the Guifei Hotel. The mischievous child, Wan, was genuinely concerned that she might act impulsively and bring harm to Sister Qi. Rubbing his temples, he confessed, I have a fondness for a certain girl, but alas, it seems that she does not reciprocate my feelings. Liao Shiqi inquired, where is she? Wan replied, she graduated from middle school and has gone to Shanghai with her family. Liao Shiqi fell silent for a considerable time upon hearing this, before finally emerging from the corner of the door and bending down to place 2 knives on the ground. Gazing at him, she declared, I shall no longer wield a knife in your presence. With that, the girl promptly opened the door and walked out. Wan called after her, where are you going? Please do not argue with your mother. Liao Shiqi did not respond, instead climbing back up the rope to the 2nd floor of the adjacent building. Shortly after, a soft click echoed as the window was gently closed. Chapter 30. On the nature of audacity in the early hours of the morning, Lu'an found himself unable to sleep. He had spent some time in the courtyard, listening intently to the sounds coming from the neighboring residence marked by the number 10. Upon realizing that Widow Zhang and Liao Shiqi had not engaged in a quarrel, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. It dawned on him that unless the mother and daughter were utterly foolish, a dispute was unlikely to arise. After all, if they were to argue, how would they coexist thereafter? Should neighbors intervene and inquire about the cause of the altercation? Could they possibly confess that both mother and daughter had developed affections for the same man? If such a scandal were to reach the ears of the neighborhood, it would surely become a topic of gossip in Guifei Lane. Did you hear? Widow Zhang and her daughter fought in the dead of night over their claim to a man, even resorting to knives. Should these rumors circulate, Lu'an would undoubtedly attain a legendary status, prompting the citizens of Baoqing to speculate in hushed tones. What manner of man is Lu'an, that he can incite such a fierce rivalry between mother and daughter? Alternatively, they might ponder, it is said that Lu'an is the reincarnation of a legendary figure, possessing extraordinary strength, which led to the discord between Widow Zhang and her daughter. One could only imagine the inquiries that Meng Qi would make, approaching him with a knowing look. I've heard some rather curious rumors about you. Do you have anything to explain? He understood that once she posed that question, their relationship would be irrevocably altered. The thought of such dreadful rumors made Lu'an shake his head. He felt fortunate to have refrained from acting foolishly, for such actions would have led to considerable trouble. Nevertheless, it must be said that Widow Zhang possessed an exquisite figure, radiating warmth that ignited a fervor within him at a mere touch. As the gentle rain began to fall outside, Lu'an, unable to find solace in sleep, retrieved his political textbook, intending to memorize its contents. Yet for reasons he could not comprehend, perhaps influenced by Widow Zhang's allure, he found his thoughts drifting, rendering the material indecipherable. Gazing vacantly at the falling rain, he suddenly took out a pencil and began sketching on a blank sheet of paper. His first subject was Meng Qíngqīn, followed by a portrayal of teacher Zhou. The decision to draw Meng Qíngqīn seemed to arise from his subconscious instinct, while the choice of teacher Zhou stemmed purely from his belief that she possessed the perfect physique for a model, with an ideal proportion of 5 to 8 between her upper and lower body, and her gait exuding grace, her features and form possessing a three-dimensional quality. Strangely enough, upon completing both sketches, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Lewin could not help but chuckle at himself, acknowledging that perhaps he too harbored a certain artistic inclination. In the realm of politics, at first glance, it appeared the most challenging. However, once one immersed themselves and grasped the relevant terminology, politics became surprisingly straightforward in terms of scoring well. In contrast, geography and history presented a greater complexity. After 3 continuous hours of studying politics, daylight had fully dawned. He felt no inclination to return to bed, opting instead for a refreshing shower and a change of clothing, preparing to take the bus to the municipal hospital. As he swung open the gate to the courtyard, he unexpectedly collided with teacher Zhou. Noticing her momentary daze as she arrived at the entrance, yǒuqíng, having been struck in the chest, shielded her vision with her handbag and casually stepped back to inquire, "Lewin, where are you headed so early in the morning?" With his characteristic familiarity, Lewin retreated into the courtyard, flinging open the gates wide. "I came specifically to escort you." Yǒuqíng was not easily deceived. She scrutinized him thoroughly and asked, "Your hair is freshly washed? You've changed your clothes. Are you planning to meet someone?" Lewin remarked, "Last night, I had a dream about you, teacher Zhou. In my dream, you said, 'Lewin, I will bring breakfast to see you tomorrow morning. Look, I dressed up to make a good impression on you, wearing my finest attire.'" Yǒuqíng gazed at him for a while before playfully asking, "Besides bringing you breakfast, what else did I do in the dream?" Lewin readily replied, "You modeled for my sketches." Yǒuqíng, puzzled, inquired, "Modeled for you?" Lewin nodded lightly and returned to fetch the sketch he had completed the previous night, presenting it to her. After a moment, he asked the entranced Yǒuqíng, "How does the drawing look?" "It's truly wonderful. Did you create this solely from your imagination?" she asked, cradling the sketch in her hands. Studying it intently before posing her question, Lewin suggested, "How about this? I invite you to breakfast, and we can chat while we eat." Yǒuqíng examined the sketch once more, joyfully placing it into her handbag, declaring, "With this drawing, I should treat you to breakfast." "Oh, I've been waiting for you to say that," Lewin responded with delight as they exited Guifei Alley. He casually proposed, "There's a beef noodle shop down the street. You can order a side of braised beef with your noodles. I've heard it's quite delectable." Yǒuqíng, intrigued, replied, "Are you referring to the newly opened one? I've heard about it but haven't been yet. Let us go and try it together." The beef noodles came in large, medium, and small bowls, with the large bowl priced at merely $1.50. However, the side of braised beef was a bit pricey at $4, though the portion was generous. Yǒuqíng, feeling extravagant, ordered a serving for herself, waving her hand as $11 vanished from her wallet. The braised beef arrived promptly, ready to be devoured. Yǒuqíng felt a twinge of confusion, sensing that Lewin was more captivated by the beef than by her presence. As soon as the beef was placed on the table, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks, devouring piece after piece without pause. The restaurant was bustling with business. Lewin recalled having dined there once after his college entrance examination, the flavor leaving a lasting impression, marking it as the most indulgent meal of his high school years. After savoring nearly half the serving of braised beef, the beef noodles were ready, and he slid a bowl in front of her, urging, "Teacher Zhou, stop just watching. You should eat as well." Yǒuqíng, with a small appetite and having already had breakfast at home, only occasionally picked up a few noodles, spending most of her time observing him. Several times, she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but Lewin's incessant eating left her uncertain about how to begin. Perhaps she was simply too reserved, her shyness evident. Lewin, fully aware of the woman's demeanor, feigned ignorance, thinking it a shame to waste the breakfast he had so painstakingly procured. It would be disrespectful to the cow that had given its life for this meal. As he polished off the last few bites, Yǒuqíng pushed her remaining braised beef towards him, saying, "You eat." Lewin looked up, offering her an easy way out. "Are you on a diet, teacher Zhou?" Yǒuqíng, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Actually, I had breakfast before coming here, so I'm not hungry." Upon seeing the meat, Lewin's eyes sparkled with eagerness, and he wasted no time in picking up his chopsticks to continue eating. When only 3 slices of braised beef remained, he paused, raised his hand, and called out to the shop owner, "To go, please." The shopkeeper gazed at the 3 slices of beef on the plate, utterly bewildered. He glanced at Luan, then at the elegantly poised Yǒuqíng before turning to fetch a takeout box. Yǒuqíng called out to the departing proprietor, swiftly producing 4 yuan and offering it, saying, "The braised beef in your establishment is quite delightful. I would like to take a fresh portion with me." Only then did a smile grace the shopkeeper's face as he accepted the money and departed, with the packaged braised beef in hand. Luan exited the noodle shop and remarked to Yǒuqíng, "That was a satisfying meal. Thank you for treating me. I plan to visit the hospital now." "Are you heading home?" Yǒuqíng looked at him, speechless, thinking to herself, "I came here solely for your midterm results. And now you intend to leave after enjoying my breakfast?" Chapter 31. Reluctance to decline. Yǒuqíng gazed at him in silence, contemplating the absurdity of his departure after having devoured her breakfast, all while she was solely concerned about his performance in the upcoming monthly examination. Luan, perceiving her thoughts with uncanny clarity, interjected before she could utter a word, "Teacher, I must go to the Municipal People's Hospital for a checkup. I have already scheduled an appointment with the doctor." Indeed, Yǒuqíng momentarily set aside her concerns regarding the examination, redirecting her attention with genuine worry. "Is it for your headache?" Just as the bus arrived, Luan acknowledged her inquiry and hastily made his way towards it. Yǒuqíng pondered for a brief moment before following suit. Upon boarding the bus, Luan rummaged through his pockets, realizing with dismay that he had forgotten to bring any money after changing his pants this morning. He leaned towards the ticket collector and murmured, "2 tickets. My wife will pay for us both." Without glancing back, he slipped into the bus. The ticket collector scrutinized Luan, then shifted her gaze to Yǒuqíng, who had just stepped aboard. The disparity in their attire was stark, one dressed in a shabby manner, the other elegantly refined, raising doubts about their claim of being a couple. Nevertheless, the ticket collector disregarded such thoughts, focusing intently on the obviously well-off Yǒuqíng. Familiar with the bus route, Yǒuqíng produced 50 cents and handed it over to the Municipal People's Hospital. The ticket collector flashed a toothy grin. "Not enough. Not enough." Yǒuqíng initially assumed there had been a fare increase, but upon glancing at Luan, she pondered and retrieved another 50 cents from her pocket. As she approached the ticket collector, an elderly lady nearby could not help but murmur to her companion, "Could these 2 young people truly be married?" Her companion replied, "Who can say? Today's youth are quite different from our time. They play tricks." Having missed the early morning rush, the bus was not crowded, and an empty seat beside Luan beckoned Yǒuqíng to sit down. For a while, silence enveloped them. Luan was engrossed in the passing scenery, instinctively recalling memories of Baoping each time the bus stopped. Meanwhile, Yǒuqíng observed him intently, seeming to search for answers to her perplexities, sparing no detail of his demeanor. In her eyes, the transformation of this student was profoundly striking. Once, he excelled academically, boasting high intelligence and good looks, qualities that were commendable. However, his shyness and lack of social skills had alleviated her concerns regarding his early romantic endeavors. Yet, in recent days, although his appearance remained unchanged and his intellect intact, his academic performance had taken a surprising turn. His English and Chinese grades soared to remarkable heights, prompting even his teachers to jest privately that, given the same exam and time, they might not surpass Luan. Conversely, subjects like mathematics and geography, once his strongholds, now languished at the edge of passing marks, leaving her bewildered. What troubled her more was the realization that Luan seemed to have become more articulate, if he were to deliberately deceive girls. How could she possibly guard against it? Thus, she now perceived his good looks as a potential complication. The stark contrast in his demeanor had become a source of distress for Yǒuqíng, leaving her increasingly anxious over the past few days. Gazing at his profile, an unsettling thought suddenly crossed her mind. Was this still her student? Was this truly the Luan she once knew? Wouldn't one worry about being swapped or deceived? After a while, when the bus halted at a traffic intersection to await the red light, Luan withdrew his gaze from the outside and turned to old Ban, saying, "Teacher Zhou, your unwavering stare at me has left me quite anxious." Yǒuqíng instinctively inquired, "Anxious about what?" Luan, looking utterly perplexed, replied, "At my age, I still have no idea how to reject a romantic confession from the opposite sex." Upon hearing such audacious words, Yǒuqíng's beautiful face twitched slightly. Her red lips parted in surprise, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Taking a breath, she endeavored to regain her composure and after a moment asked, "Luan, who on earth have you learned this nonsense from?" Luan responded, "From rapeseed flowers." Yǒuqíng continued to glare at him, thinking to herself that he must be joking. Yet, one couldn't deny that old Zhou was indeed strikingly beautiful, and when she glared, it was both charming and fierce, possessing a certain allure. Alas, she could only admire her from afar, unaware of which fortunate soul would one day claim her. Lewin explained, spring has arrived, and the rapeseed flowers are blooming. It follows the natural order. Yǒuqíng was amused by his words and, with her slender fingers playfully twirling a strand of hair by her ear, asked, so your sudden enlightenment regarding the opposite sex is also a product of natural order? Lewin nodded, resting his chin on his hand while gazing outside. We have a blind man back home who, despite being rather simple-minded and never having attended school, managed to conceive a child with his bride shortly after his father invested a considerable sum to secure a wife for him. This too is a manifestation of natural order. At that moment, a young man in front suddenly turned to Lewin, curiously asking, could it be that the blind man's father lent him a hand? As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter erupted from 3 rows of people nearby. Realizing the misunderstanding, the young man's face turned crimson as he hurriedly defended himself. Don't laugh. You mustn't laugh. I meant, did the blind man's father teach him hands-on at night? Not him. He's the one teaching. The crowd's laughter grew even heartier. Lewin gave a thumbs up, wanting to tell him, young man, you have grasped the essence of a rogue. You have a promising future ahead. Strangely enough, Yǒuqíng found herself feeling less irritated at that moment, stifling a laugh, her hands brushing off her bag, quietly observing him. Guifei Alley is not far from the city hospital, and they arrived shortly, ascending to the 2nd floor of the outpatient building. Lewin entered Meng Qíngqī's office just as she was finishing an examination with an elderly woman. Once the elderly patient had departed, Lewin called out, Sister Qíngqīn. I'm here. Meng Qíngqīn, who had previously brought Lewin clothes and food at the first high school and was naturally familiar with Yǒuqíng, greeted her, Teacher Zhou. You are here too. Please, take a seat. Accepting the cool tea from Meng Qíngqīn, Yǒuqíng took a small sip before setting it down, asking, Dr. Meng, what examinations is Lewin undergoing today? Meng Qíngqīn replied, today, we will primarily conduct an electrocardiogram and an electroencephalogram to assess whether there are any anomalies in his brain and heart functions. Once the winter break arrives, I will also need to take him to a larger hospital in Changsha for Doppler ultrasound, CT, and other imaging examinations to rule out any intracranial lesions. Lewin felt a surge of emotion and almost said, Sister Qíngqīn, it is unnecessary. I believe I have already recovered. Yet, in the end, those words remained unspoken. To be honest, in his past life, he had been tormented by mental debilitation for a considerable period, and this time, he wished to ascertain whether his rebirth had indeed alleviated his affliction. Upon hearing this, Yǒuqíng glanced at Lewin and then at Dr. Meng, falling into a contemplative silence. She had numerous inquiries she wished to pose, yet with the subject present, she feared that her questions might inadvertently strike a painful chord with Lewin. Chapter 32. Falling into the same river twice. The Municipal People's Hospital is a tertiary hospital and the finest medical institution in the entire Baoqing region. Although the number of individuals who can afford medical care is limited in these times, with many opting to endure minor ailments at home, the sheer population of Baoqing, combined with an influx of patients from outside, results in long queues for electrocardiograms and electroencephalograms forming early in the morning. Yet, where there are people, there exists the intricacies of social interactions. In a society where relationships hold significant sway, queue jumping is a trivial matter for Meng Qíngqīn, easily resolved with a simple greeting. Meng Qíngqīn delegated his tasks to a colleague and personally accompanied Lewin to undergo an electrocardiogram. To his surprise, the technician was a familiar face, Gao Yao. As Meng Qíngqīn entered the room, he announced, please begin the examination. Gao Yao initially intended to exchange light-hearted banter with Lewin, but upon noticing Yǒuqíng following closely behind, he quelled the thought and gestured towards the examination bed, instructing, remove your shoes and lie down. Lewin was exceedingly familiar with the trivialities of an electrocardiogram. Once settled, he instinctively lifted his shirt. Gao Yao donned his gloves and applied saline solution to Lewin's chest while speaking softly, audible only to the two of them. Not bad. You seem to have quite an appetite. Lewin inquired, haven't you had breakfast yet? Gao Yao playfully tossed him a flirtatious glance, replying, no. Why? Are you offering to treat me? Lewin focused intently on her lips, responding, I would be delighted to assist. However, I had beef noodles and broth this morning, so I might carry a hint of beef aroma later. Gao Yao, catching the implication in his gaze and words, inhaled sharply, tempted to use her forceps to silence him. Sensing that his comment had unsettled her, Lewin felt a sense of triumph, thinking to himself, you wish to challenge me? A mere gist from me leaves you reeling. Unbeknownst to Ming Qíngqīn and Zhou Jingni, the two women whispered at the doorway, discussing Luan's recent changes and fluctuations in his performance. The electrocardiogram was completed swiftly, taking less than 10 minutes. Once the results were available, Ming Qíngqīn promptly approached Gao Yao, asking, "Gao Yao, what do the results indicate?" Gao Yao handed over the report, stating, "There are no issues on my end." After the electrocardiogram, the trio proceeded for the electroencephalogram, which yielded the same conclusion. Everything was normal. This revelation brought immense relief to Luan. He vividly recalled that during a similar check in early 1992 in his past life, abnormalities had been present. Now, merely half a year earlier than that examination, he found himself in good health. Ming Qíngqīn exchanged a reassuring glance with Zhou Jingni, feeling considerably relieved. Upon returning to his office, Ming Qíngqīn inquired, "Luan, did you experience any headaches during the recent break?" Noticing Zhou Jingni's intense gaze upon him, Luan hesitated to reveal the truth. Typically, there were no headaches, but prolonged reading did induce discomfort. Ming Qíngqīn rummaged through his bag, retrieving Luan's electrocardiogram and electroencephalogram from his first and second years of high school. After a thorough comparison, he remarked, in contrast to the previous 2 years, "Your electroencephalogram has normalized. However, you must avoid overexerting your brain. It seems there are still underlying issues. Once the break concludes, I will take you to Xiangya Hospital in Changsha for further examination." "All right, I will heed your advice." Luan did not refuse, thinking that this was the only way to respond at the moment. By the time winter break arrived, his grades had somewhat recovered, and he could easily find a way to brush it off. The three of them chatted for a while, during which Zhou Jingni excused herself to the restroom. At that moment, Ming Qíngqīn inquired, "How is your relationship with Qingshui?" Luan replied, "It's still the same." Ming Qíngqīn paused her task of preparing medication, looked up, and advised him, "As a man, shouldn't you take the initiative? Yesterday, Uncle Ming was asking about the two of you." Luan sighed, "Qi, please don't put me in a difficult position. I learned to move on in the 3rd year of junior high." Ming Qíngqīn glanced at him and resumed her work. "What I meant was to ease your relationship. Uncle Ming hopes you can visit home more often, share meals, and have conversations, not necessarily to start a romance." Having mentioned Uncle Ming twice, Luan felt he could no longer be stubborn and reluctantly said, all right, stop urging me. Once I finish this busy period, I'll visit Uncle Ming." He thought to himself that he would also make a move on that girl. Even if he didn't succeed, he needed to maintain appearances. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Ming Qíngqīn's face as she asked, "Qingshui mentioned you set up a bicycle repair stall. Is it profitable?" Luan replied, "It's decent. I earn over 100 each weekend." Ming Qíngqīn neither confirmed nor denied this, but asked, "With the college entrance examination next summer, how long do you plan to keep this up?" Aware of his unsatisfactory grades, he understood her concerns. Faced with someone so kind to him, Luan did not wish to dismiss her good intentions and asked, "How about I finish this year?" Ming Qíngqīn did not respond immediately. After a long pause, she said, "All right, but I hope you won't deceive me." Luan assured her, "How could I? You are my Qíngqīn. I wouldn't lie to you." With the prescription ready, Ming Qíngqīn stood to fetch the medication for him. "I'll get you some pain relievers for your headache. Take these first, and we can discuss other matters during your winter break." Luan thought this was a waste of money, but considering he needed an excuse for his grades, he could only agree. While waiting for the medicine, Luan asked, "Qíngqīn, are there any dances coming up?" Ming Qíngqīn turned back, "You want to dance?" Luan replied, just feeling a bit restless. After pondering, Ming Qíngqīn shook her head. Dances usually occur during holidays or significant celebrations, mostly at the end of the year. "I haven't heard of any happening now. How about I teach you privately once I'm done with my current tasks?" Luan joyfully agreed, secretly planning to have his little uncle procure some rare vinyl records. After receiving the medication, Ming Qíngqīn was quite busy, with a thoracic surgery scheduled for noon. Although she was not the lead surgeon, she was one of the operating doctors and had little time to attend to him. Upon leaving the hospital, Luan looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, saying, "Teacher Zhou, thank you for accompanying me to the hospital today. Now that my appointment is over, you should attend to your own matters." Zhou Jingni checked her wristwatch and replied, "I'm not busy. I have time today." Clearly undeterred, she seemed eager to discuss the upcoming monthly exam. Luan cheerfully responded, "Perfect timing. Since it's noon, why don't we find a restaurant to have a meal? I am aware of a delightful eatery." Zhou Jingni, with a half smile, interjected, "There's no need to spend extravagantly at a restaurant. Earning a living is not easy. A simple bowl of noodles at your home will suffice." "Ah, How quickly one learns to be prudent and not easily deceived. Upon returning by bus to the alley, Lewin immediately darted into the shop and called out, "Boss Lei, I'll take 5 bundles of handmade noodles and 3 pounds of eggs." Being familiar with one another, Boss Lei initially intended to casually inquire why one person would purchase so much, but upon noticing Lewin's incessant blinking, he chuckled and refrained from asking. Instead, gathering the items for him, Lewin collected the noodles and eggs without mentioning payment. Boss Lei, too, did not broach the subject of money, merely smiling at the leisurely yǒuqíng. That will be a total of 5 yuan and 80 cents. Chapter 33, Contemplation at Number 9, Guifei Lane. When Lewin arrived at the courtyard, carrying 5 bundles of handmade noodles and 3 pounds of eggs, he was met by a bespectacled young man who awaited him. The young man, seated under the camphor tree, tilted his head in recognition and suddenly exclaimed, "Lewin?" Lewin stood still, uncertain, and inquired, "Who are you?" The young man rose and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Hu Li, a friend of yǒuqíng. He asked me to deliver some oil painting supplies to you." "Oil painting supplies?" Lewin mused, incredulous. "Just yesterday, I entrusted that unreliable uncle of mine, and today he has already arranged for someone to bring them over?" His efficiency rivals that of his speed in changing girlfriends, quite impressive. The easel and canvases took up considerable space, piled high like a small mountain, and the two exerted significant effort to carry them into the main room. Upon unpacking, Lewin examined the contents: brushes, paints, a palette knife, a paint box, an easel, a palette, and an oil bottle. Among them, there were 16 brushes of varying shapes and sizes, and most notably, 24 tubes of Winsor Newton oil paints, a prestigious brand that filled 6 boxes to the brim. Lewin's heart soared with joy. Indeed, his uncle was generous. These supplies would sustain him for quite some time. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the paints, Lewin asked, "This must have cost quite a bit, hasn't it?" Hu Li produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to him, enthusiastically stating, "You get what you pay for." It was indeed not inexpensive, but worth every penny, top-quality goods. "If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I specialize in these items." He added, "Considering my friendship with yǒuqíng, I shall offer you the best possible price." Lewin tentatively inquired, "How long have you known my uncle?" Hu Li, sensing his curiosity, chuckled, "For over 10 years. I met yǒuqíng when we were in vocational school. We are alumni." The shared background of having attended vocational school left a favorable impression on Lewin. After some light conversation, Hu Li rose to take his leave. Lewin urged him, "It's nearly mealtime. If you don't mind, why not stay for a simple meal before you go?" Hu Li politely declined, "Thank you for your kindness, but I need to return to my shop soon as I am quite busy today." As Lewin escorted him to the door, he glanced at the business card and set it on his desk before hurrying to the kitchen. Beautiful, generous, and yet, there's old Zhou, who has entered without uttering a word, currently frying eggs in the kitchen. Lewin approached, inhaling deeply. "Teacher Zhou, it smells wonderful." Yǒuqíng tossed her long hair and clearly corrected him. "To be precise, it's the aroma of the eggs." Lewin replied, "Yes, the scent of eggs." "The scent of eggs, and you smell delightful as well, teacher." Yǒuqíng pursed her lips and inquired, "What do you need with so many painting supplies?" Lewin responded, "Your questioning skills need refinement. Of course, it's for painting." Yǒuqíng turned her head slightly to look at him. "You can paint in oil?" Her astonishment was warranted, considering one of her cousins worked in the field and currently served as the vice principal of an art vocational school. Thus, she was acutely aware of the financial demands associated with such an endeavor, particularly regarding the costly oil paintings. "They are entirely beyond the reach of a child from a family like Wan's." Wan remarked, "I do not appreciate your skeptical gaze, especially when such scrutiny emanates from a beautiful woman whom I hold in high regard." Yǒuqíng retorted, "Do not be glib. As a student, you must maintain respect for the teaching profession." Luan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. For it is often said that a teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. Then, might our language teacher elucidate the interpretation of the 8 characters from the Book of Songs, "Graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman's perfect match"? Yǒuqíng tightened her grip on the spatula. Luan instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, "Hey, hold on. The young man who delivered the pigments was utterly captivated by your eyes. Can he not be considered a graceful and virtuous lady?" Yǒuqíng's gaze lingered on him for a full 5 seconds before she lowered her head to continue frying the eggs. "These days, you consistently give me the impression that you may no longer be my student, Wan." Wan replied, "That is a false dilemma. akin to how the boys in our class might wish to deny that Teacher Zhou is indeed our teacher. Yǒuqíng inquired further, "Why? Am I unwelcome?" Juan retreated to the doorway, stating, "Teacher Zhou, you are too beautiful, and historically, relationships between teachers and students have never been encouraged." Yǒuqíng turned around, smiling, and said, "Come, do not run away. Step a little closer." Juan took another step back, appraising her from head to toe, suddenly struck by inspiration. "Once we finish the noodles, I shall demonstrate my talent by painting your portrait, so you may truly understand what it means to possess exceptional gifts." Yǒuqíng, somewhat skeptical, asked, "For me?" Juan responded, "You have a pleasing physique and well-defined features, making you an ideal model." Once the noodles were prepared, Yǒuqíng served a large bowl to him and kept a smaller one for herself, each topped with a fried egg. Juan grabbed a pair of chopsticks for her and took a set for himself, slurping delightfully. "Old Zhou, I shall call you that from now on." Yǒuqíng questioned, "Why call me Old Zhou?" Juan replied, "It feels affectionate." Yǒuqíng regarded him and calmly stated, "You may be informal in private, but at school, you must address me as Teacher Zhou." Juan asked, "Why such insistence?" Yǒuqíng explained, "If every student were like you, I would scarcely manage to afford a meager existence." Juan chuckled, then took a few bites of the noodles, ultimately expressing, "These noodles are perfectly cooked, truly commendable. Old Zhou, I wish to indulge in your noodles again." Yǒuqíng, holding her chopsticks, gazed at him, lost in thought. Juan mused, "Goodness, I merely spoke without thinking, and you have fallen into contemplation?" He hastily shifted the topic. "Old Zhou, why prepare a fried egg? You should know that for me, eating noodles is already a luxury, and indulging in an egg feels almost sinful." Yǒuqíng extended her chopsticks toward his bowl. "If it feels sinful, then give it to me." Juan quickly grabbed the egg and took a bite. "I have already tasted it." Yǒuqíng replied, "That's fine. I shall take it back to feed the dog." Juan, opening his mouth wide, consumed the entire egg, chewing thoughtfully before asking, "You feed a dog? What breed?" Yǒuqíng answered, "A Pekingese." Luan inquired, "Most dogs in the city lack documentation. Does your dog possess a certificate?" Yǒuqíng replied, "Indeed." Luan immediately adopted a conciliatory tone, suggesting, "Old Zhou, let us come to an agreement. Allow me to care for your dog. My space is ample and ideal for raising a canine." Yǒuqíng retorted, "You cannot even sustain yourself, yet you wish to tend to a dog?" Luan countered, "This dog belongs to you, and you are its rightful owner. I merely propose to house it here." Yǒuqíng fixed her gaze upon him, contemplating for a while before responding, "So, you intend to utilize the pretext of dog-sitting to secure a perpetual free meal ticket from me?" Luan grinned, "Teacher Zhou, how can you be so narrow-minded?" Yǒuqíng remained unfazed, asserting, "Only those with a limited perspective deem others as narrow-minded." Luan gestured animatedly, explaining, "Behind Gui Fei Alley, the area is quite gloomy, with several nests of mice residing in the mountains nearby, nearly reaching a level of cunning. They cannot be exterminated, nor can they be trapped, and they often scurry through the hallways, wreaking havoc in my home. I fear they may nibble on my oil paintings." Chapter 34, A Sacrifice for Art. Yǒuqíng suggested, "Perhaps you should consider getting a cat instead." Luan shook his head. "A cat might not be suitable." Previously, the head of the resident committee on Gui Fei Lane went to great lengths to borrow 2 cats. Yet, tragically, the very same day, they succumbed to rat poison, while the rats remained unscathed, having outsmarted the cats. Yǒuqíng replied, "That won't do. I have cared for this dog for 2 years. There is an emotional bond. I cannot allow it to perish." Luan remarked, "My home is barren. Even the rats used to disdain it, refusing to leave even a droplet of droppings behind. You need not worry. I haven't laid out any poison." Sensing his earnestness, Yǒuqíng pondered for a moment before responding, "I will think it over." Upon hearing her words, Luan felt a sense of assurance, believing he had an 80% chance of success. "Ah, I fear your absence, should you come. How could you possibly stand by and do nothing? You are my steady source of sustenance." After finishing his noodles, Luan carelessly tossed the bowls aside and began preparing, such as setting up the easel and mixing paints. Yǒuqíng observed his industrious figure from a distance before eventually picking up 2 bowls to wash. Moments later, having finished washing the dishes, the woman approached with a serious demeanor and said, "Luan, I need to talk to you about something." However, before she could finish, Luan pulled her close and pressed her down onto the prepared chair. "Shoo, no rush. Let me finish my painting first. I am brimming with inspiration right now." Bewildered, Teacher Zhou found herself reluctantly transformed into a model for his painting. Typically, Oil painting creation is divided into two parts. The first is the shaping, primarily accomplished through sketching. It is often said that significant oil paintings are crafted by master sketch artists, and this assertion holds true. For Lewin, who has immersed himself in sketching for decades, this seems as simple as child's play, often completed in one go, with only a few requiring repeated revisions. The second part is the application of color. Following the sketching, the artist applies color, a process that necessitates both mixing certain hues and layering others. If the color effect does not manifest, it must be scraped off and reapplied, a test of perseverance. This is also the stage where a painter's true skill is revealed. A genuine oil painting master possesses an astute sensitivity to the hierarchical relationships within a piece, such as the layers of color, the gradations of light and shadow, and the spatial composition. From the perspective of art history, oil paintings created using unique, groundbreaking techniques will ultimately gain recognition and achieve historical acclaim. Conversely, those that merely imitate the techniques of others, regardless of their intricate detail or realism, cannot be regarded as high-quality oil paintings. The unfinished piece that Lewin left behind, a testament to his unparalleled technique, reflects a lifetime of accumulation and insight, as well as his ambitious aspirations and hopes for fame. Regrettably, he passed away while only halfway through his work. Before setting his brush to the canvas, Lewin repeatedly sought the right angle, finally exclaiming, "Old Zhou. This isn't right. The form is incorrect." Yǒuqíng, puzzled, turned to look at him. Lewin approached, adjusting her posture, placing her arms in a more relaxed position. She twisted her neck from side to side several times to accentuate the contours of her neck muscles. Observing his animated chatter and confident demeanor, Yǒuqíng remained silently attentive. Her body manipulated like a puppet. She refrained from uttering a word or displaying any resistance until Lewin, having finished his adjustments, issued a veiled threat. "If you dare score a mere 73 in the next midterm mathematics exam, you shall forfeit your role as my model." Lewin seemed unfazed, lost in thought, yet he sensed something amiss. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Lao Zhou, take off your clothes." Yǒuqíng furrowed her brow, rising to leave. Lewin lightly tapped his forehead and quickly grasped her shoulders, guiding her back. "I meant your outer jacket. It's essential for showcasing your proportions perfectly." Yǒuqíng shot him a death stare. Lewin continued, "Art strives for perfection. A little sacrifice for art is warranted. You're wearing a shirt underneath. So it won't matter." Yǒuqíng coldly retorted, "For the sake of art, why not just strip completely?" Lewin replied, "No, just the jacket will suffice. If you take off more, I'll have to call for help. You're too beautiful. I fear I might behave inappropriately." Noticing that he would not overstep his bounds, Yǒuqíng's expression softened. She was indifferent to removing her jacket, as it had merely been an afterthought in the morning chill. Her willingness to pose as a model stemmed from curiosity. The previous sketch of Ming Qi had left her utterly amazed, and this morning he had gifted her another sketch of himself, equally stunning, although she could not discern the nuances of the artwork. Her interactions with her cousin had granted her a certain level of appreciation for art. Moreover, given Lewin's modest background, his recent acquisition of numerous art supplies piqued Yǒuqíng's curiosity to its peak. She speculated that his audacity stemmed from either genuine talent or blind arrogance, a whimsical urge to dabble in oil painting. If it were the latter, she felt a sense of obligation to steer him away from such folly, especially with the impending college entrance examinations looming. With this in mind, Yǒuqíng gently removed her jacket and placed it on a nearby chair. Lewin fell silent, retreating behind the easel to immerse himself in his work. The atmosphere grew quiet, with one observing and the other alternating between gazing up and down. Time slipped away, and once he completed the preliminary sketch, Yǒuqíng inquired, "I've heard that creating an oil painting often takes 10 days to half a month. How long do you need for your oil paintings?" Lewin replied, "That might be for hyper-realistic works. Such a painting can take 3 to 5 days. 10 days to half a month, or even a month, is not uncommon. Today, I am engaged in the creation of an expressive modern oil painting, akin to the style of freehand Chinese painting. This endeavor does not prioritize composition or intricate details. Rather, it seeks to convey an immediate emotional resonance and sensation. The emphasis lies in the manifestation of vitality and spirit, with swift brushstrokes that assure you the duration shall not be lengthy." At this juncture, he is tempted to inquire, "Do you know any professional artists? Are they truly remarkable? Do they possess connections? Might you introduce me to them?" Countless thoughts flit through Lewin's mind, yet he ultimately refrains from voicing them. He believes that haste is unwarranted. One must carefully nurture relationships, pursuing a path of sustainable development. Chapter 35. The mouse eats the oil painting, though it was said that the time would not be too lengthy. It was not until 11 p.m. that the session concluded. Lewin set down his brush and rubbed his somewhat sore wrist, playfully inquiring of the engrossed teacher Zhou. "Comrade Zhou, what do you think of my painting?" For a moment, yǒuqíng remained silent, examining the artwork from various angles until her gaze finally settled intently upon the oil painting. "How much is this painting? I would like to buy it, teacher." "Oh, you have an eye for art," Lewin exclaimed. "This is my very first oil painting. Should I gain fame in the future, this piece will surely be worth a fortune." He gestured grandly, stating, "What is money between us? To discuss finances would tarnish our relationship. This is, after all, your portrait, teacher, and thus rightfully belongs to you." Yǒuqíng regarded him with a skeptical glance, her arms crossed. "What with the sudden generosity? It feels a bit out of character for you. Are you up to something?" Lewin, equally fixated on the painting, declared, "You are the finest teacher I have encountered in this lifetime. Over the past 2 years, you have taken great care of me. Though I may have been somewhat inarticulate, I have always held your kindness in my heart." This was a genuine sentiment. Despite having taken advantage of her goodwill on several occasions today, it was ultimately her benevolence that emboldened him. After all, how many teachers would visit a student's home multiple times due to their grades? None. This alone warranted his respect. Upon hearing his words, Yǒuqíng's expression softened considerably. After a moment's contemplation, she asked earnestly, "Now, tell me, what is going on with your monthly exam results? You need to be honest with me. Otherwise, I cannot eat in peace." After evading the subject numerous times, he could no longer escape. Reluctantly, Lewin replied, "Teacher, if I say I truly have a headache, would you believe me?" Yǒuqíng looked deeply into his eyes before responding, "I believe you." Yet, she followed up with a pressing question, "But can your grades still improve?" It seemed that Comrade Zhou only half believed him. Yet, considering the troubles her top student was facing, it was understandable. Even his spirit would be fraught with anxiety. Moreover, she was a woman who had only recently graduated and was likely brimming with ambition. This time, Lewin did not deflect. He met her gaze for a moment and asserted earnestly, "Yes, it can." Upon hearing this affirmation, Yǒuqíng felt a weight lift from her heart. After a long day, she had finally received the answer she had longed for. Glancing at her watch, she realized it was late, past 11 p.m., and abandoned the thought of going home. Instead, she instructed, "I'm a bit hungry. You should go prepare dinner." Lewin enthusiastically extended an invitation. "Why not work together? It's more enjoyable with a partner." Yǒuqíng tossed her hair and chuckled. "I'll go boil some water and take a shower. I hope there will be food ready by the time I'm done." With that, she strode past him, her gaze unwavering. Watching her retreating figure, Lewin lamented silently. The kind teacher Zhou had vanished, reverting to her previous, more austere demeanor. Indeed, she was aptly named Zhou the Skinflint. The moniker was well-deserved. Searching through the drawers in a frenzy, all that was unearthed were eggs, green and red chili peppers, and cucumbers. Gazing down at the trio of forlorn ingredients, Lewin ultimately resolved to prepare 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with green peppers, tiger skin chili peppers, and shredded cucumber. These dishes were not only colorful but also imbued with zest. To complete the meal, he arranged the braised beef that he had packed in the morning, achieving a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables, thus ensuring an appetizing spread. As he ground rice and boiled it, Lewin skillfully chopped and stir-fried the vegetables with the dexterity honed over years, transforming the kitchen into a scene rivaling that of a hotel chef, leaving Yǒuqíng, who watched on, utterly mesmerized. Having just finished her shower, Yǒuqíng, with her damp hair, donned one of qíngqīn's nightgowns and leaned against the corridor pillar, inquiring, "Do you always cook at home?" Lewin replied, "Not really. At home, it used to be my elder sister who handled the cooking, but in recent years, it's been my younger sister who takes on that role more often." Curiosity piqued, Yǒuqíng asked, "Your sister? How old is she?" Lewin sprinkled some salt into the pot and added water to dissolve it, responding, "She's in her 3rd year of junior high." Yǒuqíng silently calculated her age, realizing she must be around 15. The thought that someone so young had been cooking for several years moved her deeply, rendering her momentarily speechless. The simplicity of the dishes had its advantages. They were quick to prepare. In less than half an hour, both had their bowls filled and were ready to eat. While painting during the day, Lewin hadn't felt particularly hungry, but once he paused, he felt ravenous, his stomach growling as if it could consume an entire cow. Yǒuqíng also felt a pang of hunger, typically satisfied with a bowl of rice. Yet this time she indulged in an extra half bowl. After elegantly finishing the last grain of rice, she dabbed her mouth with a tissue and offered the first words since the meal began. Your culinary skills are quite impressive. This same cucumber and egg dish is far tastier than what I have at home. As Lewin prepared a third bowl of rice, he seized the opportunity to say, if you enjoy it, you should come over more often. Bring your favorite ingredients, and I guarantee you'll be thoroughly satisfied. Yǒuqíng saw through his subtle intentions. Recognizing that she preferred vegetables over meat, Lewin eagerly nodded. Eating more vegetables is beneficial, and they are healthy, but vegetables do require some oil. You might as well bring a little meat along. Yǒuqíng laughed, playfully retorting, go away, as he neared the end of his meal. She gracefully excused herself from the table, smiling as she headed to the yard to enjoy the cool evening air. Lewin shook his head, thinking that Zhou was indeed one to hold a grudge. After having her wash a few dishes at noon, she had swiftly returned the favor that very evening. Truly, vengeance knows no delay. What a virtuous character. Once the dishes were washed, Lewin approached her and asked, Comrade Zhou, will you be staying here tonight? We're going to door 12 to sleep with Yirun. Yǒuqíng turned to him. At this hour, is Yirun still awake? Lewin shook his head. She usually goes to bed around midnight. She must still be reviewing her materials. Yǒuqíng, somewhat surprised, stood up and said, I think I will go check on her. As she stepped outside, a sudden worry crossed her mind. Do mice really eat oil paintings? Lewin explained, the paint contains oil, which mice find irresistible. Yǒuqíng cautioned. What about the portrait? Lewin reassured her, no worries, it's not like the painting is of me. Yǒuqíng's gaze turned notably colder. Lewin, oblivious to her demeanor, took a few steps forward and remarked, tonight, I shall move it to the bed and watch over your slumber. Just move it to the bedroom. And keep your distance from the painting, Yǒuqíng replied with evident disdain. Yirun, as expected, was still awake, grappling with a mathematical problem illuminated by a solitary oil lamp. Upon opening the door and encountering Lewin escorting the homeroom teacher, she was not taken aback. This was because she had intended to seek his guidance on the math problem earlier that afternoon, but upon seeing teacher Zhou, she had stealthily slipped away. Chapter 36. The scene of capture. The three of them gathered for a brief discussion, and Zhang Xian excused himself, citing the late hour. Thank you, teacher Zhou. Please rest early. Yǒuqíng, engrossed in reviewing Yirun's collection of mistakes, remained silent, merely gesturing dismissively with her back turned, indicating for him to leave. The atmosphere of his departure felt distinctly unwelcoming to Lewin. Yirun accompanied him to the corridor, leaning slightly forward to whisper, Did the teacher give you a hard time? Lewin sighed, replying, Even if she did, I didn't see you or Li Dong come to my rescue. Yirun blinked lightly. Li Dong witnessed teacher Zhou entering your home and immediately panicked. He is even more afraid of facing the homeroom teacher than you are. I genuinely wanted to help you, but from afar, I saw your hands resting on teacher Zhou's shoulders, face to face. I couldn't help but wonder if you were about to. Lewin's gaze turned sharp. What nonsense are you thinking? Yirun stifled a laugh, shaking her head, refraining from elaborating further. After observing her for a few seconds, Lewin suddenly placed his hands on her shoulders, seriously inquiring, Is it like this? Face to face. Resembling a moment before a kiss? In an instant, Yirun's face flushed crimson, and she retaliated with a playful jab before turning back into the house. Humph, you think you can challenge me? How embarrassing. Lewin returned to door 9, feeling triumphant like a victorious rooster. He dared not let his guard down, genuinely afraid of mice. Upon returning home, he not only relocated his oil paintings to the bedroom, but also moved 6 boxes of paint inside. That night, Lewin did not retire early. He spent an hour studying geography and then devoted all his efforts to mathematics. One must be true to their word. Having promised to improve his grades, he was determined to do so in the shortest time possible. With about 15 students in the entire school matching Yirun's dedication to studying until dawn, how could he, as a struggling student, find any excuse not to strive? Embracing this sense of urgency, Lewin did not lie down until after 4 in the morning. Lewin, wake up. It's time to get up, Lewin. The next day at 7, Lewin, still groggy, heard someone calling his name from outside, a persistent summons that compelled him to rise. Crossing the courtyard, he opened the door while stifling a yawn, inquiring, Why are you shouting so early in the morning? Li Dong peered over the courtyard wall, offering a portion of dumplings while lowering his voice to ask, Has teacher Zhou gotten up yet? The prospect of food instantly revived Lewin's spirits, and he tore open the bag, quickly stuffing a dumpling into his mouth, mumbling, I don't know. Don't know? Li Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't Tishi spend the night at your place? How can you not know? The dumplings were delicious, albeit a bit pricey, something Lewin usually refrained from indulging in. Enjoying the flavor, he continued without lifting his gaze. She did stay the night, but she experienced leg pain later on, so we ended up sleeping separately. Goodness. Li Dong tapped his thumb, repeatedly, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure. No, brothers, are you truly serious? You actually played until the early hours of the morning? Lewin, halfway through his meal, seemed to sense something amiss. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he swiftly altered his tone. You scoundrel, how dare you fabricate tales about teacher Zhou? Huh, what is there to be afraid of? She has the audacity to entice her most handsome student. Why shouldn't I be able to speak my mind? Huh, if you weren't my buddy, I would have made her infamous throughout the school by tomorrow. After boasting, Li Dong, feeling quite pleased with himself, continued to slyly inquire, with teacher Zhou being so beautiful, her figure so splendid, and her family reportedly holding a position of authority, does she behave differently in your presence? Is she not? A tad more. Oh, who the hell dared to hit my head? Are they seeking death? Suddenly, a slap landed on the back of his head, and Li Dong erupted in fury. Due to certain peculiar reasons, he had an aversion to anyone striking him there. Just as he furiously turned around, he was met with an unexpected sight. Zhou, teacher Zhou, what are you doing here? Faced with the expressionless teacher Zhou and Yiran, who was stifling laughter while retracting her hand, Li Dong's countenance turned as ghastly as one mourning a death. No, it was certainly a far graver expression than that of a bereaved child, and his speech became stammered. Teacher Qíngqīn stared at him for a full 10 seconds before finally speaking. Li Dong, is it? I'm sorry, teacher. Li Dong lowered his head, his chin almost touching his chest. Teacher Zhou continued, your use of adjectives is commendable. Your lewd tone is quite vivid. You haven't wasted the 2 years of language instruction I provided. Li Dong lowered his head even further, nearly buried in the ground. Teacher Zhou's third statement was delivered coldly. After school tonight, come to my office. Oh. At that moment, Li Dong resembled a slaughtered pig, gasping for the last breath as the butcher's knife was drawn. Teacher Zhou departed, leaving him with an imposing silhouette. Yiran, her lips slightly parted, silently uttered the words, serves you right, before following her into the courtyard. Bro, save me. Spotting Lewin leisurely enjoying his bun, Li Dong, drowning in despair, felt as if he had grasped the last straw. Bro, you should really consider setting up a stall to repair cars. Lewin replied cheerfully. I came to find you to set up a stall, Li Dong insisted, clinging to Lewin's arm with determination. Lewin chuckled as he pried Li Dong's hands away. Go on, I'll handle things with teacher Zhou for you. With thoughts of the enchanting girl at the feed factory, Li Dong temporarily cast aside his sorrow and merrily headed off to set up his stall, tools in tow. Lewin helped by carrying some spare parts and asked, You're so fixated on setting up a stall every day, won't it affect your studies? Li Dong patted his chest confidently and declared, With my grades, no university would dare reject me, yet I'm unworthy of a prestigious school. So this is how it shall be. Lewin remarked, After this semester, I won't set up stalls anymore. You need to seize the moment. Li Dong, puzzled, replied, It's so lucrative. Why would you stop? Lewin remarked, There is no particular reason. Both Sister Qi and teacher Zhou are against it. Li Dong, with a flick of his fingers, realized that only 3 months remained. After setting up the stall with urgency, he immediately began practicing his ventriloquism with Xiaofan, who was nearby. Before leaving, Lewin informed him, I will come back this afternoon. I have some matters to attend to in the morning. Unexpectedly, Li Dong pulled him aside and said, Brother, you need not come. Every time you do, Xiaofan and Aunt Wang seem less enthusiastic in their conversations with me. Lewin paused, taken aback by his words, then patted his shoulder and said earnestly, I won't compete with you. Aunt Wang belongs to you, and her ample figure belongs to you as well. Take care. On his way back, he pondered whether this lad had discovered something about the girls at the feed factory. At noon, Zhou Jingni returned from Gui Fei Alley, first changing into a fresh outfit. Shortly thereafter, she approached the sofa, picked up the red receiver, and dialed her cousin's number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered by a voice. Hello? Who is this? It's me. Are you busy right now? Zhou Jingni inquired. I'm resting at home today. What do you need, Jingni? Her cousin Zhou Qīngqīn responded. I have a painting here. You should come take a look. Zhou Jingni succinctly stated her purpose for the call. What kind of painting? Her cousin asked, intrigued. I cannot describe it. You must come quickly. With that, Zhou Jingni hung up the phone. Each time she sought assistance, she exhibited no semblance of supplication. Yǒuqíng glanced at the receiver in his hand, chuckled in resignation, and promptly stood up to head out. Chapter 37. Are you insulting me? The art technical school is situated in the northern outskirts of Baoqíng City, a considerable distance from the Education Bureau's residential complex. It took Yǒuqíng a full 25 minutes to arrive, and that was only because he was driving a Santana. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Upon reaching the third floor and entering the room, Yǒuqíng, a man in his 30s, inquired, "What is it that merits my presence from so far away?" Zhou Jingni gestured for him to serve himself some water before retreating to her bedroom. Yǒuqíng muttered his grievances. Having visited his little uncle's home numerous times, the girl had never offered him tea, and he always had to take the initiative. After all, he was an artist from the Provincial Painting Academy and also the vice principal of a school. Sighing, Yǒuqíng grabbed some tea and began to brew it. Before long, Zhou Jingni emerged with two sketches, one depicting Meng Qíngqīn and the other a self-portrait, placing them before her cousin. "What do you think of these?" she asked. Initially indifferent, Yǒuqíng's attention was immediately captured after a mere glance. Zhou Jingni scrutinized him, and then her sketch of Meng Qíngqīn, exclaiming, "I asked you to look at the art, not the person. Elegant, poised, and beautiful, now that is true grace." Under the intense gaze of his cousin, Yǒuqíng could not help but express his admiration before inquiring, "Where is she now? Is she married?" Zhou Jingni chuckled at his question. "You could have a child old enough to run errands. What, do you wish to play the role of Pan Shimmy?" Yǒuqíng lit a cigarette, chuckling awkwardly. "I merely asked, as I am an artist with an innate appreciation for beauty." Zhou Jingni scoffed, "If memory serves me right, someone was infatuated with a junior for over a decade, only to return home, disheartened, to marry and have children. Has it only been a few years? Have you forgotten so swiftly the unforgettable beauty?" Feeling his wounds laid bare, Yǒuqíng retorted, "They say one should not strike the face. This is hardly a respectful manner of asking." Zhou Jingni crossed her legs, pressing again, "What do you think of these two sketches?" Yǒuqíng ceased his jesting and lowered his head to examine them earnestly. The living room fell into a comfortable silence as one waited and the other observed meticulously. Minutes slipped by unnoticed until Yǒuqíng finally raised his head, stating, "Meticulous, austere, and scrupulously detailed, captivating brushwork." Zhou Jingni, somewhat perplexed, cautiously inquired, "Is that good?" Yǒuqíng nodded. "Not just good, but exceedingly remarkable." He then asked, "Where did you go during the National Day holiday? Who assisted you with these drawings?" Zhou Jingni replied, "I went nowhere. I stayed in Baoqíng throughout the holiday." Yǒuqíng was incredulous. "Impossible. It cannot be. When did Baoqíng produce such a master? How could I not know?" Catching a particular word from his remarks, Zhou Jingni queried, "Master? Is their skill superior to yours?" "Of course," Yǒuqíng exclaimed. "If their skill were inferior to mine, would I blow smoke for them? After 37 years of life, do you take me for a timid person?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingni once again gazed intently at the sketches on the coffee table. Although she had perused them numerous times before, this time she observed them with an unprecedented seriousness. Finally, she inquired, "I find your sketches quite commendable. In what aspects does he surpass you?" "See, your words have unwittingly revealed your lack of expertise." Yǒuqíng seized the rare opportunity to tease his cousin, relishing the moment. He then gravely remarked, "My technique remains confined to the confines of academic practice, still tethered to the paths forged by predecessors. In contrast, these two sketches exude a vigorous richness, embodying the essence of a master, having carved out their own unique path." He then scrutinized the two sketches and mused, "Having encountered numerous renowned paintings and masters from both ancient and modern times, I must confess, I have yet to come across a style like this. Who is the artist? Where did you encounter this prodigy?" "Prodigy? Master? Carved out their own path?" Upon hearing such terms spill from her cousin's lips, Zhou Jingni found herself grappling with doubts about her own life choices. The youthful visage of Luan flashed through her mind, prompting her to ponder, is he truly a master at such a tender age, or merely a student of mine? At this moment, her gaze towards her cousin shifted, laden with suspicion. While she had never particularly favored his character, she had never questioned his artistic prowess. After all, it was his undeniable talent that had secured his current standing in society, even in the realm of art, though perhaps not nationally renowned. He held a modest reputation in the Hunan region. Yet now, she found herself questioning this modest fame. A 37-year-old professional artist conceding that his skills pale in comparison to those of a 17-year-old youth was incredulous enough. However, the crux of the matter lay in the distinction between a professional and an amateur, Luan's primary pursuit was academic excellence, striving for success in examinations. Yet he could effortlessly outshine a self-proclaimed artist of considerable experience? This notion was difficult for her to digest. Wait, Qíngqīn, what sort of look is that? Yǒuqíng, immersed in contemplating the sketches, felt an unsettling chill as he noticed the peculiar expression on his cousin's face. Qíngqīn, arms crossed, queried in a notably calm tone. Tell me honestly, did you gain admission to the Provincial Art Academy through monetary means? What do you mean by that? Yǒuqíng retorted, indignation rising within him. You may question my character or my taste in wine, but my passion for painting is beyond reproach. This is an affront. After scrutinizing her cousin's subtle expressions, which did not suggest deceit, Qíngqīn chose not to argue further. Instead, she revealed, if I were to tell you that this person resides in Baoqíng. Yǒuqíng interrupted, impossible, utterly implausible. I am in Baoqíng. If such an extraordinary artist existed, how could I remain unaware? Every profession has its circle, and the art community is no exception. When one truly integrates into the circle, they discover that, regardless of the vastness of the region or the number of people, they inevitably encounter familiar faces. Yǒuqíng believed himself to be among the foremost figures in Baoqíng's art scene, if a true talent were to emerge. Even if he were initially oblivious, his peers would surely inform him. If it were merely a complete novice, one could understand the situation. However, this sketch clearly indicates that the artist is someone with considerable experience in wielding a paintbrush, as such skill cannot be attained without years of practice. He cannot fathom that a talent of such caliber remains unnoticed by his peers. Qíngqīn glanced at her cousin and continued, Do not interrupt, let me finish. This individual is not only a native of Baoqíng, he is merely 17 years old. What? 17? Are you certain? Yǒuqíng exclaimed in disbelief, thinking his cousin was jesting. Qíngqīn uncrossed her legs and nodded. Indeed, he is only 17 and also my student, hence. She left her statement unfinished, allowing her cousin to save face. Yǒuqíng stared blankly at his cousin, and as he realized she was speaking the truth, an absurdity washed over him. He swallowed hard. 17? What is his name? Where is he now? Qíngqīn replied, Luan, on Guifei Lane. Yǒuqíng inquired, near Taiping Street? Precisely, Qíngqīn confirmed. With the age, name, and location firmly established, Yǒuqíng fell silent. Having spent so many years with his cousin, he understood her character. She was measured in her actions and judicious in her humor, never one to deceive him in matters such as this. After taking a moment to appreciate the sketches once more, he asked, apart from these two sketches, does he have other works? Qíngqīn pondered for a moment before responding. I am unsure of others, but he painted an oil painting for me yesterday. An oil painting? He can also paint in oils? Yǒuqíng was taken aback. He used me as a model. I witnessed it firsthand. Feeling slightly dazed, Yǒuqíng quickly asked, where is the oil painting? Qíngqīn replied, it is at his home. The painting is still wet, so I did not bring it. Upon hearing this, Yǒuqíng eagerly picked up the car keys from the coffee table and stood up. Let us go. Take me to see it. Qíngqīn did not object and followed him outside. Her emotions mirrored Yǒuqíng's. She too was somewhat shaken. Although it was merely two sketches, she could discern something extraordinary in her cousin's eyes, something distinctly exceptional. Chapter 38. Witnessing miracles along the way. Yǒuqíng, intrigued, inquired, You began painting in oils at 17. Did you come from a well-to-do family? Upon recalling Luan's background, Qíngqīn felt a pang of sympathy. Momentarily at a loss for words, she was enveloped in a mix of helplessness, compassion, and regret, deeply moved by the sincere bond among the three siblings seeking solace in one another. Before a response could be exchanged, Yǒuqíng glanced sideways, asking, What is the matter? Gazing out the window, Qíngqīn, her emotions tumultuous, replied, What if I told you that his family is destitute, that his parents passed away early, and even the basics of food and education are a struggle? What would you think? Yǒuqíng was taken aback. Is it truly that dire? With her hands clasped on her lap, Qíngqīn sighed. His life is even harsher than you can imagine. Yǒuqíng felt as though he were grasping at straws. Then how did he come to learn oil painting? Surely such a skill requires time and practice? Qíngqīn, equally perplexed, pondered aloud. I once inquired about his family's circumstances. It seems his mother hailed from an artistic lineage, known for her remarkable talent in painting. Yǒuqíng asked, Are you suggesting that it was his mother who taught him? Qíngqīn gently shook her head. I cannot say for certain. I only learned of his artistic ability a few days prior, and I haven't delved deeply into that aspect. However, I noticed something, if what you say is true, and his sketches surpass yours, indicating he has forged his own path. that would undoubtedly be a form of talent. As a teacher, she was adept at recognizing and defining her students' interests and strengths, a skill honed through her profession's inherent sensitivity. Talent, if indeed that were the case, it would signify extraordinary gifts. Though yǒuqíng did not voice his thoughts, he contemplated this in silence. The Education Bureau's compound was not particularly distant from Guifei Lane. Passing by the municipal government and the first high school, they soon arrived. In this era, owning a car in the country was a clear marker of social status. In a mountainous city like Baoqing, having a vehicle was even more remarkable. As the Santana slowly drove into Guifei Lane, a chorus of excited children pressed their faces against the glass, their heads peering out into the corridor, each with expressions of wonder. Widow Zhang, casting a cold glance at yǒuqíng, who had been frequently visiting Luan's home over the past few days, felt an acute pang of jealousy. The one cabbage she cherished most would never again belong to her, and her most forbidden desires remained locked away. Comparing herself through the window, she realized that in every aspect, wealth, education, appearance, she fell short of yǒuqíng. The label of promiscuity was the sole descriptor the entire Guifei Lane community assigned her. Though outwardly she would fiercely retaliate if someone dared to call her promiscuous, attacking both men and women with equal ferocity, in her solitary moments before the mirror. Lying in bed while thinking of that young man downstairs, she felt that promiscuous was the most accurate term for her existence. She often inwardly scorned herself for her lack of shame. It cut deep, just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. The residents of Guifei Lane were all watching and discussing the two individuals, yet Luan remained quietly engrossed in his artwork within the confines of his bedroom. He was capturing the essence of his eternal thoughts on canvas. After spending the better part of the day immersed in literature, he could not resist the urge to pick up his brush during a moment of respite. This painting, which had evolved from conception to execution, had taken over a year of diligent refinement, rich in accumulated experience. Through numerous contemplations, he had discerned precisely how each stroke should be laid down and which hues to apply in various areas, with an acute awareness of every detail. At this moment, the act of painting was exceptionally pleasurable and effortless. His brush danced with a divine rhythm, flowing with inspiration. "Luan, are you at home?" came the voice of yǒuqíng, knocking at the door. "Yes, Teacher Zhou, please come in. The door is not closed," he replied. Indeed, the courtyard door was ajar. A common occurrence during the day when he was home, as frequent visits from Li Dong and Yi Run had made it a habit to leave it unlatched. The wooden door creaked open, allowing the outside world to intrude momentarily before it swung shut again, obscuring most of the view. "Where are you?" yǒuqíng inquired, noticing the absence of anyone in the courtyard. This was merely a symbolic question, with no one in the main room or courtyard. She surmised Luan must be in his bedroom. Her inquiry aimed to assess whether it was appropriate for her and her cousin to enter. It was not unreasonable for her to speculate, considering that in such weather, many men lounged about in nothing but their shorts. "Come in, Teacher Zhou. I'm currently painting," Luan called out, too engrossed in his work to move. yǒuqíng exchanged a glance with yǒuqíng, then slowed their pace, entering quietly. Upon seeing them, Luan merely lifted his gaze and offered a subtle smile to yǒuqíng, acknowledging his presence. He then turned to yǒuqíng, saying, "Teacher Zhou, could you please attend to our guests? There are some tea leaves brought by Sister Qíngqīn on the Eight Immortals table. No need to be so courteous. I wouldn't want to interrupt your work." As a fellow practitioner, yǒuqíng fully understood Luan's current state of mind. With a polite nod, he positioned himself behind Luan, observing the creative process. Unfazed by the presence of unfamiliar faces, Luan continued his endeavor, trusting that old Zhou would manage the hospitality well. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat peculiar, as Luan remained undistracted, engrossed in his painting. His brush occasionally danced across the canvas, sometimes mixing colors on the palette, and at times, he would stand before the easel, scrutinizing his work with a serious demeanor, his face occasionally breaking into a light-hearted expression. yǒuqíng was wholly absorbed in the canvas, his demeanor shifting from free-spirited to solemn, growing increasingly meticulous, lost in thought, silent throughout. This scene was in stark contrast to the pride he had displayed at his uncle's home, a transformation that made him seem like a different individual altogether. As for yǒuqíng, after brewing a pot of tea, she observed the unfolding tableau, Luan painting, her cousin entranced by the artistry, lost in contemplation. At a certain moment, she quietly slipped out of the bedroom, exited the courtyard, and retrieved a Nikon DSLR camera from the back seat of the Santana. Click. With a delicate sound, she captured Luan in the midst of his artistic endeavor from the side. Click. Another gentle sound resonated as she framed the canvas, Luan, and her cousin, who was playfully swaying his tail. Click. The third sound emerged as she zoomed in for a close-up of the oil painting on the canvas. After these 3 clicks, yǒuqíng put away her camera, having documented this delightful moment. The reason she deemed it delightful was that she witnessed the transformation of a professional artist who initially observed painting with an open heart into a devoted figure akin to a child, rendered speechless by reverence. Observing her cousin, who appeared as disciplined as a primary school student, she was suddenly struck by a sense of absurdity. Perhaps Luan was on the brink of dawn, where the night would soon give way to a bright day. This feeling of absurdity flickered and vanished, leaving her uncertain of its validity. However, after taking 3 photographs, she refrained from capturing more, fearing that she might disrupt Luan's creative process. Chapter 39. The Letter, a soul-shaken and age-old adage aptly states, when one engages in activities they cherish, time tends to elude one's grasp. Luan was no exception. When inspiration struck, he found himself unable to pause, or rather, unwilling to cease. From midday to dusk, and from dusk to the early hours of the morning, he worked tirelessly. Fueled by youthful vigor and resilience, he toiled until nearly 7 o'clock the following morning. In the midst of this creative fervor, he hastily consumed a dinner, which yǒuqíng had procured from a nearby eatery. At this juncture, a peculiar phenomenon emerged, or perhaps an unusual individual. yǒuqíng remained by Luan's side for the entirety of his artistic endeavor, watching intently as the hours melted away into the deep of night. Never retreating home nor seeking rest, appearing more spirited than the very artist immersed in his creation. yǒuqíng, however, departed midway through the evening. For her students were returning to school that afternoon, and she had a duty as their homeroom teacher to oversee them during the evening study sessions. As Luan laid down the final brushstroke, he exhaled a profound sigh of relief. He had done it. The obsessions of 2 lifetimes had culminated in this moment. Having painted uninterrupted for over 20 hours, he had finally achieved what he deemed a monumental accomplishment. Indeed, Luan referred to it as a groundbreaking work. Upon completing this piece, he experienced an inexplicable elevation of spirit, feeling as though he had transcended to another realm, entering a new dimension of consciousness where nature, amalgamated through his thoughts and refinement, became no longer daunting. Gazing at his long-anticipated creation, he beheld the essence of his imagination, cultivation, and individuality, all vividly manifested on the canvas. Luan found himself in a state akin to that of his master, yet distinctively his own. Abstract concepts, the philosophies of Chinese painting and Western abstraction converged in his mind, forging a new direction for his artistic journey. yǒuqíng, equally animated, observed intently for an extended period before suddenly inquiring with eager anticipation, "Is this painting for sale?" Without turning his head, Luan replied, "Not for sale." The refusal elicited a twinge of disappointment in yǒuqíng, yet he found it entirely understandable. Had he himself crafted such a masterpiece within his lifetime, he too would have refrained from parting with it. After a brief pause, yǒuqíng posed a second question. "What is the title of this painting?" Luan revealed the name that had lingered in his heart, Eternity. As they surveyed the broad and delicate strokes that danced across the canvas, reminiscent of cascading waterfalls, they were struck by the grandeur akin to mighty rivers flowing unrestrained, while the intricate details, delicately outlined with fine lines, evoked a subtlety reminiscent of a bride's bashful demeanor. Eternity, yǒuqíng mused, savoring the name in his mind, finding it most fitting to the painting's essence. Standing before the artwork, the 2 men unwittingly lingered for over 20 minutes in silence, as if engaged in a dialogue with the painting itself. "I knew it. You 2 must still be awake," yǒuqíng declared confidently upon her arrival at 7:30 in the morning. She carried with her 2 portions of beef noodles and had thoughtfully packed an additional 2 servings of marinated beef. "Shouldn't you be at school right now?" yǒuqíng inquired, turning to her. "Uncertain of your well-being, I took a moment to check in on you both," she replied. yǒuqíng, with her gaze fixed upon the oil painting, turned to Luan and inquired after a moment, "Could you take a photograph of the finished piece, teacher?" Luan, now ravenous, seized the beef noodles and began to devour them voraciously, his mouth full as he mumbled in response, "You are my teacher. How could I possibly dare to hinder you?" yǒuqíng chuckled softly and retrieved her camera, which she had prepared earlier, to capture the moment. Once he had finished his meal, Luan patted his solid belly and stretched languidly, feeling revitalized and invigorated. Youth certainly has its advantages. After freshening up, he prepared to head to school. yǒuqíng called out to him, "Why don't you rest at home for half a day before returning to class this afternoon?" Zhang Xian declined, assuring her, "Teacher, there's no need for concern. I feel as though I've consumed 2 whole cows. I am brimming with energy and will head back to school. If I grow weary, I shall simply rest my head on the desk. Hearing this, Yǒuqíng observed his lively demeanor and felt reassured. Upon exiting the courtyard, yǒuqíng adjusted his tie with his right hand and opened the window, addressing the two. Get in the car. I'll drive you. Before Luan could respond, yǒuqíng had already taken the initiative to open the rear door, calling, Luan, hop in. Though he had intended to walk, having been cooped up at home for so long and yearning for fresh air, he felt it would be impolite to refuse their invitation. The distance that would take 10 minutes on foot was traversed in the blink of an eye by car. As it was breakfast time for the students, Luan exited the vehicle, politely expressing his gratitude before turning to enter the school gate. Noticing his younger cousin about to follow him out, yǒuqíng promptly called out, Qíngqīn, wait a moment. What is it? Yǒuqíng turned to glance back, the open car door closing once more as she settled back inside. Yǒuqíng drove to a quieter spot and, eager to discuss, asked, Did Luan give you that portrait? Upon hearing this, yǒuqíng smiled. Instantly comprehending his implication, he did indeed give it to me. Why? Are you interested in purchasing it? Yǒuqíng nodded, his admission straightforward. Yes, I wish to buy it. I'll offer you 10,000. Will you part with it for me? Yǒuqíng's lips parted in surprise, staring at him as if he were foolish. 10,000? Are you dreaming? Tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, yǒuqíng explained, 10 years ago, qíngqīn's graduation piece from university created quite a stir in the art world and garnered significant acclaim both domestically and abroad. At that time, someone offered 800. A decade has passed, and I'm doubling it with a little extra, making it 10,000. You won't be at a loss. Last night, she had realized that her cousin held Luan's painting in high regard, but she hadn't anticipated it to be to this extent. Yǒuqíng asked, What do you intend to do with it? Collect it? Yǒuqíng did not conceal his intentions. Indeed, it is for collection purposes. But I also wish to learn from its technique. Seeing the seriousness in her cousin's demeanor, Yǒuqíng hesitated. A painting valued at 10,000 made her uncertain about whether she should accept such an offer. Yǒuqíng seemed to sense her inner conflict and, half-jokingly, said, This painting is precious to both of us, but for Luan, it is merely a casual endeavor. Do not burden yourself with guilt. As the saying goes, good wine pairs well with a lovely companion. If it comes to that, you could always resign from your teaching position and marry him. Yǒuqíng gently tossed her hair, opened the door, and stepped out. Before departing, she did not forget to utter, Hurry up and leave. Through the rearview mirror, Yǒuqíng watched her figure fade into the distance. He remained seated for what felt like an eternity before finally starting the car and heading home. After a sleepless night, feeling uncomfortable and greasy, Yǒuqíng entered the house and made his way to the shower. Under the cascading water, he tightly shut his eyes, embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. For 5 years, he had kept his promise, refraining from stepping foot in the Shanghai stock market, from calling her, from harassing her, from any form of contact. Yet this time, an insatiable desire surged within him, a longing to reach out to her that he could no longer suppress. 10 minutes later, Yǒuqíng appeared on the sofa, casually draped in a nightgown. With his left hand, he picked up the receiver, while his right hand began to dial. He swiftly pressed 5 digits, but as he was about to press the 6th, he abruptly halted. His eyes remained fixated on the phone. After a prolonged moment, he inhaled deeply, replaced the receiver, and retreated to his study. He feared that if the call connected, hearing the voice he had longed for would send him spiraling out of control. He was even more terrified that the call would not go through, severing their connection for good, leaving him uncertain if he would ever find happiness again. Approaching his desk, he opened the drawer and retrieved the stationery he had prepared long ago, yet never had the courage to use. Spreading the paper flat, he uncapped his fountain pen, contemplated for a moment, and began to write. Dear Guanji, I hope this letter finds you in good spirits. It has been several years since we last communicated, and I find myself uncertain as to whether I should reach out to you. I do not even know if this letter will find its way to your hands. However, after much contemplation, I have decided to write it nonetheless. In recent days, my soul has experienced a profound upheaval, and the beliefs I held for the past 37 years have nearly crumbled. I suddenly realized that much of what I had created in the past was meaningless, and I felt as though I had wasted my life. This revelation came about as I encountered a remarkably gifted young painter. His name is Luan, a mere 17 years old, hailing from a humble background, and currently a senior at a prestigious high school in Baoqing City. A brief recounting of how the two met follows. Compared to European oil painting, Chinese oil painting has a relatively short history of about 100 years. There are not many Chinese artists who have made a significant impact globally, and those who do achieve recognition struggle to break into the top 30 rankings. However, I boldly believe that Luan possesses immense potential. With proper nurturing, he may one day shatter this barrier and bring honor to our heritage. Since yesterday afternoon, I have not closed my eyes. I should be exhausted, yet I am inexplicably exhilarated. To quote Luan, it feels as though I have consumed 2 whole cows, leaving me wide awake and eager to share this indescribable passion with you. I spent 20 hours closely observing his painting process, captivated by his meticulousness. In my opinion, Luan is a representative of modern lyrical abstraction. His mastery of color is exceptional. His works not only ingeniously incorporate the essence of Western modern aesthetic forms, but also intertwine with the depths of traditional Chinese culture. His use of color is bold, ever-changing, and his brushstrokes pulsate with rhythm and cadence. If you were to come and discover his talent, nurturing him with care, he would undoubtedly evolve into a modern oil painting giant, contributing a brilliant stroke to the evolution of contemporary art. Chapter 40. An unexpected encounter over there. Yǒuqíng was engaged in a mental struggle while Luan had already entered the campus of a high school. At this hour, breakfast was being served, and the teaching building was nearly devoid of students, as most rushed towards the cafeteria with their bowls in hand. The cafeteria only prepared a limited amount of food for each meal, and in these times, securing a meal depended on swiftness. The quick were rewarded, while the slow were left with mere scraps. If one fell behind in line, it was likely that only Thing soup would remain. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but lament that in later times, no matter how late one arrived, there would always be ample food left over. Even if one were the last to arrive, the staff might generously serve extra portions, especially if one sweetly addressed them as Auntie, which could lead to a truly bountiful serving. As he passed through the reception area, Luan overheard a frail boy lamenting to the elderly security guard. The boy had a faint imprint of fingers on his right cheek, suggesting he had suffered an injustice during a dispute with a classmate. A slap like that could either be retaliated against or endured, allowing the aggressor to strike until their hand ached, ultimately leaving them with a pang of conscience for their actions. The veteran security guard, who had seen battle, slowly rolled a white cigarette and responded with stoic wisdom. Indeed, he was a seasoned soldier, his words carrying a weight of experience that Luan secretly admired. In the eyes of their generation, losing a fight meant losing. It was up to one to reclaim their honor. Reporting to parents or teachers was seen as an act of cowardice, and such behavior was looked down upon. How different from later times, where one might retaliate, seek medical attention, and then have relatives swarm to ensure that the offender was thoroughly vexed. As Luan walked past the playground towards the teaching building, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning his own perception. He thought he was witnessing an illusion. There stood Li Dong, quaking under the national flag on the podium, enduring the curious gazes of passers-by while suppressing the urge to succumb to humiliation. Luan approached and looked up, inquiring about how such an ordinary person had managed to occupy a place typically reserved for school leaders or, at the very least, the stage for young love. Brother, did you not claim to have dealt with Zhou Bapai? Upon seeing him, Li Dong's previously shame-faced demeanor transformed into one of fury, revealing his true emotions. Oh, it's all your fault for the delicious dumplings. That slipped my mind. Luan confessed, then asked, was this punishment from Teacher Zhou? Luan, you beast. Li Dong trembled with rage, exhaling a frosty mist from his nostrils, his hands animatedly gesturing. Indeed, last night upon returning to school, I thought she had forgotten about me and was secretly relieved, only to be summoned by her this morning. Luan remained perplexed. But wait, even if she sought revenge, wouldn't it be more appropriate to summon you to her office or the classroom? Do you possess some leverage over her? In the past, punishments from teachers had always been more subdued. Such a grand spectacle was unprecedented. Li Dong's lips quivered, and he fell silent. Luan inquired, you haven't secretly penned a love letter to some girl, have you? And it ended up in Teacher Zhou's hands? Li Dong's gaze wandered. Luan, with his keen insight, instantly realized he had guessed correctly and declared, forget it, if you want to tell me. I shall simply check the bulletin board myself. It was a tradition that any love letters written by students who ascended the podium would be publicly displayed on the announcement board, serving as both evidence and an effective means for the school to discipline the wayward. After waiting a minute without a response, Luan chuckled. I shall go pay homage to the literary prowess of the love letter prince. Li Dong knew he could not deter this rascal and, filled with resentment, retorted, go on. If you wish to witness my humiliation, be my guest. But let me warn you, I fear you may end up in tears when you get there. Luin, perplexed, had not intended to truly go, but upon hearing this, he turned and walked away. The bulletin board was neither far nor near from the podium. It was separated by a teaching building and a decorative rock formation located at another small playground. Along the way, he pondered what mistake he had made that would incite tears. As he navigated through the teaching building and took a shortcut through the rocky landscape, he hastened his pace. Just as he was about to exit the rock formation, he abruptly halted as a shadow reflected in his dark pupils. It was a figure so familiar it was unmistakable. The bulletin board was situated in stark contrast to the cafeteria, lying in completely opposite directions, and at that moment, the area was nearly deserted, enveloped in silence. There stood Meng Qíngqīn, clad in pale purple, with her back to him, scrutinizing the score sheets. More specifically, she was searching for a name on the list. Her conviction was evident as she quickly scanned the first sheet, failing to find the desired name. Undeterred, she began anew, meticulously examining the list once again, yet still, it eluded her. As the old adage goes, where there are people, there is competition. Regardless of the setting or the endeavor, rankings exist. And those who appear on the first score sheet are the top scholars, the elite 100 of the entire school. Meng Qíngqīn, filled with confusion and unwilling to give up, took a step closer, her right index finger tracing the first score sheet as she began her search from the top down. Starting with the top scorer in the humanities, Lu Wei, she continued until reaching the 100th place, but still, she could not find the name she sought. At this moment, Meng Qíngqīn's expression grew serious. After a brief pause, she shifted her attention to the second score sheet, employing the same method of examination. After 2 thorough searches, the second sheet yielded no results either. Her gaze darted between the first and second score sheets, and after a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly turned her focus to the third score sheet. Alas, her reluctance proved futile, as she was met with disappointment once more, finding nothing. Moving on to the fourth score sheet, this time she did not leave empty-handed. She quickly discovered Luin, total score 503, ranking 359. Upon seeing this ranking and score, disbelief flooded her eyes. After a daze of about 10 seconds, her long eyelashes slowly closed. When she opened her eyes again, she found the name and score remained unchanged, still fixed in their original places. This time, it seemed she had resigned herself to fate. Meng Qíngqīn's beautiful lips were pressed tightly together as she fixed her gaze on the name, remaining silent. Having observed the other's actions throughout, Luin understood that she was searching for her ranking. Since she was studying the sciences and recalling his familiar memories, he noted that the left bulletin board always displayed the results of the humanities examinations, while the right one was designated for the science results. Based on his performance in the recent monthly exam, it seemed only natural that her name would appear on the fourth score sheet, which was not surprising to him. As his thoughts reached this conclusion, he realized why Li Dong had provocatively suggested that she would cry upon discovering her results. Just as Luin fell into a reverie, Meng Qíngqīn turned around as if sensing something, and their eyes met. He was still the same person, and despite his simple attire, he could not mask the impression he left on her. In that sudden exchange of glances, Meng Qíngqīn resembled a caught young bride, her cheeks flushing as she stood still, at a loss for words. For Luin, memories of their past surged forth, leaving him with mixed emotions. If given the choice, he would have preferred to avoid her, at least for these past few years. However, as an adult, he understood the necessity of saying something. Otherwise, they could remain in this silent standoff for an entire day. She would silently clench her teeth, refusing to speak or move, quietly observing him, allowing the moments to stretch on. Chapter 41. Captured moments. Their gazes met for a brief moment, and she remained there, quietly watching him from across the narrow path. Luin, feeling somewhat helpless, initiated the conversation. What a coincidence, you are here too. Indeed, Meng Qíngqīn responded softly. Luin scrutinized her and inquired, aren't you going to have breakfast at this hour? Meng Qíngqīn replied with a melodious tone, I gave my lunchbox to Shooting. She is bringing it for me. At the mention of Li Shooting, a figure flashed in Luin's mind. He recalled seeing her in the corridor over the past 10 days, on one occasion. She had awkwardly spilled soy milk on her ample chest after he had inadvertently gazed at her a moment too long. Li Shooting, also a science student, was in the same experimental class as Meng Qíngqīn and was a very close friend of hers. Qíngqīn, to avoid an awkward silence. Just as Luin was pondering how to continue the conversation, a voice called out from the end of the path, followed by the appearance of 2 girls. He recognized them. One was indeed Li Shooting, holding 2 aluminum lunchboxes, while the other was familiar as well, his seatmate from the last monthly exam. Time had obscured her name, but her long legs left a lasting impression. Upon seeing her two friends approach, Ming Qíngqīn glanced back at Luan, who was concealed behind a rock, then feigned ignorance. Cheerfully greeting them, "Shooting, Wu Yu, what dishes did you bring for me?" In high spirits, Wu Yu responded, "Today's offerings are delightful. There are steamed eggs and spicy stir-fried meat, which you adore, as well as my favorite konjac." So, the tall girl is named Wu Yu. At that moment, Luan finally matched a name to her face, yet he remained hidden, observing the trio from his vantage point behind the stone. The three girls huddled together, chattering and laughing, seemingly oblivious to the figure standing behind the rock to their right. As they neared the bulletin board, Wu Yu suddenly pointed at the wall of academic stars, teasing, "Shooting, your honey is watching you." At her words, both Li Shooting and Ming Qíngqīn instinctively turned to look at the second person in the first row of photos, where Luan's picture was displayed, adorned with a vibrant red flower on his left chest. The first individual in the photo was Lu Hui, who had consistently ranked first in the arts. Li Shooting's infatuation with Luan was no secret among their small group. Wu Yu frequently teased her about him, providing a rare source of amusement amidst their rigorous studies. Despite her reluctance to mention Luan in public or even meet his gaze, years of gentle ribbing from her friends had thickened her skin, prompting her to voice a concern. "He didn't perform well on the scholarship exam last time. His photo will likely be replaced soon. I wonder if he will feel upset about it?" Displaying a photograph on the wall was a long-standing tradition at the school, updated each semester to feature the recipients of first-class academic scholarships in both the arts and sciences. Having one's photo displayed was a dream for every student at the school, a significant honor. "He will undoubtedly feel disheartened. If it were me, I would probably feel utterly despondent," Wu Yu remarked. Ming Qíngqīn listened quietly to her friend's exchange, her expression betraying no emotions. Wu Yu remarked to Li Shooting, "During the last monthly exam, I sat next to him. He left half of the math problems unanswered. And our homeroom teacher mentioned last night that he scored merely 73 points. Li Shooting, concerned, inquired, "Do you know the reason?" Wu Yu shook her head. "I have no idea, but there have been persistent rumors about his frequent headaches and poor sleep. We, in the liberal arts class, suspect it might be related. Perhaps his condition isn't optimal." She then added, "But after 2 consecutive poor performances, I wonder if he can regain his former state? I heard their homeroom teacher is quite anxious about it." Li Shooting fell silent, her expression betraying increasing worry. On the surface, Ming Qíngqīn maintained a facade of nonchalance. Yet the hand holding the lunchbox unconsciously tightened. Sensing her friend's silence, Wu Yu's eyes gleamed with mischief as she playfully urged, "Shooting, you do like him, don't you? Why not sneakily tear down a photo as a keepsake? You want to see him here again for the next semester." Li Shooting felt an inexplicable flutter at the suggestion and hesitantly replied, "But isn't that wrong? If someone sees me, how can I stay at number 1 high school?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yu first scanned the nearby paths, then turned to check behind her, prompting Luan to retreat behind a rock. Once assured that no one was around, Wu Yu pressed, "Hurry up, Qíngqīn, and I will keep watch." Li Shooting shyly glanced around, but her feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead, preventing her from moving an inch. "Oh dear, you coward. No wonder you always lower your head and avoid looking at Luan. You're driving me to distraction." With that, Wu Yu dashed to the photo wall, boldly pushed the glass to the side, and with a triumphant rip, removed Luan's photo. She then returned to Li Shooting, thrusting the photo into her hands, whispering, "Here, take your beloved and elope. It won't be good if someone comes by and sees this. I want to take the blame." After uttering these words, the instigator, Wu Yu, felt a twinge of guilt and swiftly fled. Li Shooting gazed at the photo in her hands, her cheeks flushed. She could no longer hesitate and scampered off. Ming Qíngqīn cast a quick glance at the now empty rockery path before departing as well. After half a minute, once certain the coast was clear, Luan emerged from the rockery, staring at the photo wall with a missing piece, utterly speechless. These girls, who usually appeared so delicate and easily flustered, had unveiled such audacity. He moved to the bottom of the science grade list and quickly spotted Ming Qíngqīn's name, ranked 4th in the entire school. He mused that she was maintaining impressive grades, seemingly secure in the top 10. Searching further, he found Li Shooting in the 28th position, which was satisfactory. Overall, the science performance at number 1 high school surpassed that of the liberal arts, if nothing unexpected occurred in the college entrance examinations. She still had a chance of entering a prestigious university. As for Wu Yu, he thought, forget it. That girl even dared to tear down her own photo. If the opportunity arises in the future, I must extort a few meals from her. He grumbled inwardly. Damn it, you city folks eat well and dress well. Yet your insides are a mess. It's only fair to seize the moment to vent some resentment. Lost in a tumult of thoughts, Luan wandered around the small playground, having not observed the campus with such meticulousness for many years. As he gazed into the distance, he was met with a plethora of curiosities and a flood of memories. 10 minutes later, Luan returned to the main playground. As he passed the command platform, before he could utter a word, Li Dong, with a hint of malicious glee, inquired, Brother, have you shed any tears? Would you like me to find a female classmate to offer you some comfort? Faced with this ill-intentioned fool, Luan could hardly restrain himself from wishing to silence him with a mere finger. Get lost. Chapter 42. The birds do not alight. Yǒuqíng is divided into two campuses. The North Campus and the South Campus, separated by a road. The first and second years are located in the South Campus, which is typically vibrant and lively. To invigorate the students' energy and spirit, the school frequently organizes various extracurricular competitions, such as basketball matches, tug-of-war contests, badminton tournaments, singing competitions, and speech contests. Each event offers certificates and prizes. Although the rewards may not be substantial, they symbolize collective honor for the class, whether participants or cheerleaders. Every student experiences a strong sense of involvement. In contrast, the third year occupies the North Campus, which exudes a somber atmosphere. The anticipated extracurricular events are non-existent. And even physical education and music classes are often canceled under the pretext of teachers being occupied or unwell. The daily routine consists of studying, eating, and then returning to studying, leading to a rather monotonous existence. The sole diversion comes from the occasional new member standing on the platform, prompting all third-year students to lean over the railing, casting judgment and pointing fingers at the brazen individual, often bursting into fits of laughter. The laughter typically arises from the discovery of someone's secret affection for another, turning them into the subject of ridicule. However, where there are people, there are hierarchies and exceptions. Yǒuqíng strictly prohibits early romantic relationships, yet there exists one notable exception, the Prince of Science. Standing at a height of 182 centimeters, he displays remarkable maturity for his age. He consistently ranks first in exams, his scores far surpassing those of his peers, earning him the moniker Young Scholar. He maintains a girlfriend from middle school. It is said that when Yǒuqíng's administration decided to break admission rules to recruit him, he inquired, "May I bring my girlfriend to Yǒuqíng?" The leaders were taken aback. A girlfriend? At such a young age? Are you jesting with us? The young scholar's father hastily explained, "The girl is the only daughter of my comrade. During the war at the Southern Front, our families arranged a betrothal, and after her parents tragically perished in battle, she has lived with us." The leaders remained bewildered. However, due to the unique circumstances, and after learning that the girl had excelled in her exams to gain admission to another prestigious school, they ultimately decided to accept both of them. Thus, Yǒuqíng's campus became home to a peculiar sight, while others were laboriously penning love letters in secrecy. This couple openly strolled together, inciting envy among many. "This chicken leg is too large for me. Would you take a bite?" Upon arriving at the hallway, Luan encountered the young scholar and his girlfriend. This line was spoken by her, as she held a chicken leg up to his mouth. The young scholar smiled shyly at Luan before nonchalantly taking a bite of the chicken leg, the tender meat disappearing into his wide-open mouth. "Goodness! Displaying affection right before me. May your youthful acne multiply." Luan felt a surge of confusion within, yet managed to maintain his composure outwardly. The girl, studying liberal arts, hailing from the same small town as Luan, approached him and inquired, "Luan, are you envious?" To which Luan silently scoffed, "Envious of your grandmother's leg." The girl continued, "A girl from another school has been asking about you. She wishes to invite you to dinner." Luan, taken aback, asked, "From another school?" The girl nodded, "Yes, from no. To middle school. A few days ago, during the holiday, she came to visit me and happened to see your photo on the bulletin board. She holds you in high regard." Another girl lusting after an older man's figure, he thought disdainfully, a malignant presence with a misguided perspective. However, considering her positive assessment of him, he decided to overlook it, thinking shamelessly. Not receiving a response from him, the girl shifted closer, exchanging positions with her male companion. "Are you familiar with the Lushun jewelry store? It's owned by her family. Apart from the jewelry business, they also operate a sand and quarry venture, quite affluent. You might want to consider meeting her." Though he had never visited Lushun jewelry store, he was well aware of its esteemed reputation in Baoqing, a preferred destination for newlyweds seeking gold rings, necklaces, and earrings. Seeing his reluctance to engage further, the girl persisted, adding mysteriously, "Luan, my friend was once your middle school classmate. Perhaps you know her." Middle school classmate. Lu Shun Jewelry Store, Sand and Quarry. The connection between these phrases sparked a flicker of recognition in Luan's mind, causing him to halt mid-step and half-turn to ask, "What is her surname?" The girl laughed. "Why? Are you intrigued now?" Luan then turned to his male companion, saying, "I know a girl who's secretly fond of you, and she's quite beautiful. Shall we arrange a meal together?" Before his friend could respond, the girl, protectively pulling her boyfriend closer as if Luan posed a threat, quickly surrendered. "Her surname is Li." Li? Luan seemed to grasp a vague impression, though his memories remained fragmented and elusive. Yet, it was not a fruitless inquiry. The long-buried confusion finally began to unravel. As he resumed his forward stride, the girl called after him, "Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know her full name?" Luan waved dismissively without turning back, stating, "No need." The girl shouted back, "She is quite exceptional." Luan retorted, "I am aware. Those who are not exceptional generally do not dare approach me." In a final attempt to persuade him, the girl remarked, "Then why not meet her? Even if you don't become friends, you won't lose anything." Just then, yǒuqíng appeared at the hallway's entrance. Luan pointed at the girl and said, "Teacher Zhou, did you hear? She asked trying to set me up with a girlfriend." Male companion. Girl. Yǒuqíng smiled faintly, adjusting her glasses with her fingertips, and walked past them without acknowledging the trio. Upon entering the classroom, Luan was met with the collective gaze of his classmates. Their expressions varied. However, he was thick-skinned and leisurely made his way back to his seat. As he settled down, he teased Yirun, "Still staring at me? Do I have a flower on my face?" Yirun remarked, "Last night, the school conferred the scholarships. And you have received the third prize." Luan silently acknowledged the truth of this, realizing why everyone held him in such high regard. Yirun continued, "The papers from the monthly exams have all been distributed. Last night, the teacher went through the mathematics paper, while he did not place much importance on the other subjects. He felt a sense of urgency regarding mathematics and reached out, saying, 'Let me have a look at your paper.' Yirun rummaged through the drawer to retrieve the paper and quietly said, 'You've gained notoriety. The liberal arts students are discussing you behind your back.' Luan inquired, 'Was I not well known before?' Yirun did not indulge him, responding, 'Previously, you were perpetually the second best, overshadowed by someone above you.' The reference to the bird that cannot alight alludes to a thorny plant, indicating that even birds have no place to rest upon it, signifying Lu Hui's dominance in the liberal arts, rendering her untouchable. Chapter 43. The dreaded phone call during the day, classes were attended, and self-study sessions were dedicated to solving problems. In pursuit of fulfilling his promise to Ming Qi and Yǒuqíng, Luan devoted considerable effort to reclaim his academic standing. For an entire month, he toiled tirelessly, not only mastering the political, historical, and geographical knowledge from the second semester of his first year and the first semester of his second year, but also systematically reviewing the mathematics from both years. After completing the final set of Huanggang practice papers, Luan checked his answers and released a sigh of relief. Scoring 91 out of 120 was quite commendable, and he felt immensely satisfied. Yirun discreetly glanced at his score of 91, then shifted her gaze to a challenging parabolic problem she could not solve, ultimately suppressing her desire to seek his guidance. Throughout the month, she often pondered the reasons behind his remarkable transformation. His profound knowledge of Chinese literature not only eclipsed that of their Chinese teacher, but also rendered their English teacher hesitant to call on him for answers, fearing embarrassment. Yet, in mathematics and geography, subjects he once excelled in, he now appeared woefully inadequate, even falling short of his previous self. Yirun stifled her curiosity once more, grappling with the parabolic equation in frustration. "Luan, step outside for a moment." While Luan was indulging in a moment of relaxation, sketching, Yǒuqíng approached from the aisle, lightly tapping her index finger on his desk before swiftly snatching away his drawing. "Not again." Luan gazed at his now barren tabletop with a hint of exasperation. This month alone, old Zhou had confiscated 8 of his sketches under the pretext of him being distracted during class. However, he was not easily intimidated. Each sketch showcased the beauty and grace of his muse, Qi. He wondered if seeing them would make her so envious that she might faint. As he followed her to the office, before he could utter a word, Yǒuqíng handed him a letter and a package. The letter required no unsealing. A gentle touch revealed its rigidity, indicating it contained a postcard. The package was even easier to deduce. Its size, thickness, and softness were all too familiar. It was yet another set of Huanggang practice papers. He quickly glanced at the return address and, finding it as unfamiliar as the last. Promptly abandoned any thoughts of further investigation. Curious, Lewin inquired, "Teacher Zhou, who sent this to you?" Yǒuqíng looked puzzled. "Who sent it to you? Don't you know?" Lewin shook his head, dismissing her implication. It was clear she was not the sender. So who could it be? Whoever this benefactor was. Showing such concern for him, why remain an anonymous benefactor? If it were a male, it would be understandable. He could not reciprocate in kind. Yet, if it were a female, why would she remain in the shadows? With his rapid development, was she not concerned he might be drawn to another woman? Was she not setting herself up for considerable loss? What was her true intention? Yǒuqíng, discerning his expressions, found no hint of deception and remarked, "The postman just delivered it, and there were many letters. The teacher didn't inquire further." Ah, well, that was a futile question, and it only sparked further speculation. As he turned to leave, Yǒuqíng called him back, handing him a stack of the latest newspapers. "Return them to me once you've finished reading." "Thank you." Lewin replied courteously, accepting without hesitation. Since the incident with the oil painting, the relationship between the two has become much more amicable. Yǒuqíng no longer regards him merely as an ordinary student, believing that his frequent perusal of the newspapers is an endeavor to acquire greater social knowledge in search of creative inspiration. Lewin delights in this splendid misunderstanding and would never dream of shattering it. In fact, he finds himself rather enamored by it. In an era devoid of smartphones and computers, where communication relies heavily on loud calls, the anxiety of a modern individual without timely access to current events can be quite overwhelming, akin to the sensation of missing out on something profoundly significant. His yearning to understand the world beyond through newspapers, to seize the winds of an era and amass wealth, thus alleviating his family's impoverished circumstances, has become a paramount concern for Lewin beyond his academic pursuits. The modest earnings from repairing bicycles no longer suffice, although his painting has undergone a qualitative leap. Revealing a new creative direction, he is acutely aware of the depth of the waters in this field, without the right opportunities. Even the most refined skills would only guard a treasure trove without yielding tangible rewards. This feeling is particularly vexing. Much like a father-in-law coveting his succulent daughter-in-law but unable to act upon it. Yǒuqíng glanced at her watch and remarked, "Earlier during dinner, someone called for you, claiming to be your cousin. He may call again shortly." Cousin? Liu Xueping, that incorrigible fellow? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lewin took his time, settling down in a chair and perusing the newspaper. Yǒuqíng cast a sidelong glance at him before focusing intently on preparing her lesson, no longer concerning herself with him. The news from society seemed rather repetitive. On one hand, there were efforts to combat obscenity and violence, while on the other, the market was inundated with foreign audiovisual products and pictorial materials, rife with seductive melodies and bikini-clad women. This reminded him of the hundreds of videotapes stowed away in his little cousin's wardrobe and the impending arrival of a socialist market economy next year. The year 1992 seemed to promise a significant transformation. He mused that perhaps the Liu family's fortunes would finally turn around then. With November 1991 drawing to a close, a sense of urgency inexplicably welled up within him. As he sifted through the pages, he found little of what he sought, however. There was considerable news regarding the northern giant bear. If memory served him correctly, the giant bear was on the verge of collapse, likely by December. Contemplating the ensuing shifts in the world following its downfall, Lewin pondered whether to express his regrets. He considered that if he were not burdened by studies at present, he might have ventured northward to seize the opportunity himself. The legendary notion of trading potatoes for an airplane, such a splendid chance to amass wealth. Yet he could only lament from afar, a tremendous waste indeed. Just as his thoughts were wandering, the red landline on the desk rang. Without lifting her head, Yǒuqíng remarked, "It's likely for you." Lewin set the newspaper aside, picked up the receiver, and placed it to his ear. "Hello, this is me. I heard you were suffering from headaches recently. Are you feeling better now?" Liu Xueping inquired. Lewin initially wanted to say that everything was fine, but upon considering the presence of a female mouse across from him, he quickly altered his response. "I am currently taking medication, and there has been some relief." Fearing that this rascal might broach the subject of headaches again, he hastily shifted the topic. "What about you? It's been over a month since you were hospitalized. How are you faring?" Liu Xueping chuckled heartily. "I'm managing well. I have provisions, which brings me peace of mind. I'm eating and drinking well, and I've gained some weight. However, the nurse's hands are rather heavy, and her teeth a bit sharp, which brings back memories of my youth when I was quite the libertine. The office was unusually quiet, and Yǒuqíng, who was diligently taking notes, looked up. Feeling a wave of dizziness, Lewin quickly interjected, Hold on, Hold on. I'm in the teacher's office. Lu Yǒuqíng laughed uproariously. Interrupting him, what are you afraid of? Your homeroom teacher is just a little lamb. When I called her last night, I realized she is quite naive. I could teach you a few tricks to tame that little lamb. Sensing the palpable tension from across the table, Luin, disinclined to resist, resigned himself. Our teacher Zhou is right beside me. Why don't you speak to her? Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving only a busy tone in its wake. Chapter 44. Seeking to paint with a heavy heart, Luin placed the receiver back down. Unfazed by the blazing gaze directed at him from across the table, he picked up the letter and package from the corner of the desk, ready to depart. Zhou Jingmi called out to him, her expression void of emotion as she inquired, "Do you think our teacher is naive?" Her voice bore a chill that made the already cool air feel even colder. Hey, Comrade Zhou, he thought to himself, for someone as lecherous as you. Merely posing such a question already reveals your innocence. Despite his internal musings, he dared not provoke her. He increasingly sensed that this woman had taken on an air of formidable maturity, making her less agreeable than before. It was as if he was once again confronting the persona of Zhou the Skinflint. He longed for the days when teacher Zhou could be easily manipulated. Damn it. Women's moods are as unpredictable as the weather in June. One moment fair, the next tempestuous. In an attempt to appease her earlier remark, Luin chose to compromise, offering a flattering comment. Just like this, with this very demeanor, Comrade Zhou has me completely under her thumb. Zhou Jingmi shot him a cold glance, but did not linger on the matter. Instead, she asked, with the midterm exams tomorrow, how confident are you? Oh, the dreaded exams have returned, Luin groaned internally. Not daring to give a definitive answer, he replied ambiguously, I feel it's manageable. I'm sure there will be some improvement this time. Upon hearing some improvement, Zhou Jingmi shifted the conversation to another topic. What are your plans for the upcoming holiday? Luin followed her lead, stating, I have no plans to return home. I intend to focus on my studies here. Zhou Jingmi nodded. Yǒuqíng wishes to see you. He might be heading to Guifei Lane this weekend. Luin ventured to ask, what does he want with me? Zhou Jingmi did not respond, instead lowering her head to continue her lesson preparations and waved him off, signaling for him to leave. With that, Luin cursed Lu Yǒuqíng under his breath and returned to the classroom. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered a postcard, which he examined thoroughly, only to find it devoid of any writing. However, the postcard featured a beautiful image of blooming roses. The package, as expected, contained a thick set of mathematics review materials from Huanggang, which were difficult to procure in Baoqing nowadays, leaving him curious about how this young lady had acquired them. Well, let us just presume she is a young lady, considering that he himself held no particular interest in men. Reflecting on this, he wondered how she managed to obtain such resources. Nevertheless, in an era where review materials were scarce, these resources proved quite beneficial, leading to rapid improvement in his grades. When the exam schedule was released, he found himself unexpectedly assigned to room 12. What a disgrace, he thought, to be relegated to such a fate. Fortunately, he felt quite adept during the exam, finding the process significantly smoother than before. His Chinese and English scores remained commendable as always, while he had no qualms about his performance in politics, history, and geography, where he consistently scored above 80. As for mathematics, that perennial challenge, he estimated his score to be between 95 and 100, no higher, and he would be content with that. Stepping out of the examination room, he encountered a sulky-faced boy who provocatively asked, You're Luin, right? How did you end up in this exam room? Who the hell do you think you are? He thought. May you forever find yourself in second marriages. He spat in disdain. What status do you possess to share the same examination room with me? Once Luin departed, a girl nearby curiously inquired, Lu Zheng, do you harbor a grudge against him? Why belittle him so? Lu Zheng, with a contorted expression, merely shrugged. At that moment, another boy, reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, Lu Zheng secretly admires Wu Yu, yet she constantly praises Lu N's handsome appearance. The girl tilted her head in realization, exclaiming, You seem to be mistaken. Wu Yu does not have feelings for Luin. The boy questioned, How do you know? The girl pointed to herself, stating, Do not forget, I share a dormitory with her. Meanwhile, Yǒuqíng endured a month of torment, as the registered letter sent to Shanghai had vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of perplexity and distress. A connoisseur of talent and a person imbued with patriotism, he had been thoroughly captivated by Lu and exceptional painting skills during their last encounter. He yearned to elevate Lu into a grander stage, wishing for this hidden gem to shine forth. Throughout the month, he had not neglected to investigate how Luan had acquired his oil painting skills. He even sought information through acquaintances, yet the news he received was consistent with that from his cousin. Luan hailed from a humble background. The only connection he unearthed was that Luan's grandfather had once been a renowned painter in Hubei province, but alas, he had passed away prematurely due to unfortunate circumstances. After much contemplation, yǒuqíng ultimately attributed Luan's prowess to an innate talent bestowed upon him by fate. Clearly, heaven had favored Luan. yǒuqíng's fervent interest in Luan stemmed not only from his appreciation of talent, but also from a desire to rekindle his connection with the younger student. He longed to meet her once more to alleviate the years of yearning. She was the one who had astonished him throughout his life. Each time he recalled their first encounter, he would descend into an inescapable abyss of nostalgia. "What brings you here?" Luan had already completed his exams and was on break. "You should seek him out in Guifei Alley." Upon seeing her cousin before her, yǒuqíng and I, who was grading papers, remarked thus. yǒuqíng, wary of disturbing the other teachers, whispered, "I am here to see you." Upon hearing this, yǒuqíng and I set down her pen, exited the Chinese language research group, and asked, "What do you need?" yǒuqíng replied, "I require a copy of the photos you took of Luan with his oil paintings." yǒuqíng and I, intrigued, queried, "What do you need them for?" yǒuqíng responded, "It is of some use." Noting his reluctance to elaborate, yǒuqíng and I, indifferent to further inquiries, informed her colleagues that she had matters to attend to at home before departing with him. The first high school was in close proximity to the Education Bureau's residential complex. Within 10 minutes, their Santana halted downstairs. Producing the freshly developed photographs, yǒuqíng and I handed them to him, saying, "They are all here. Select as you please." yǒuqíng eagerly accepted the photos, meticulously choosing the best set to place in his bag. On the return journey, yǒuqíng and I inquired, "What do you intend to do with Luan this time?" As he drove, yǒuqíng explained, "As you know, I have established an artistic cave in the suburbs where I enjoy spending my leisure time. This time, I wish to invite Luan to create a couple of paintings to adorn the space as treasured guardians." yǒuqíng, observing his demeanor, unceremoniously dismantled his subtle intentions. "Are you eager to flaunt your connections among those so-called friends in your circle?" yǒuqíng offered an awkward smile, tacitly acknowledging her observation. yǒuqíng inquired, "Since you hold his artwork in such high regard, what price do you intend to offer?" yǒuqíng did not conceal his thoughts. A base price of 10,000 for each piece, with the possibility of an increase depending on satisfaction. 10,000 for one piece. 20,000 for two. yǒuqíng reflected on her monthly salary of merely 200, and her irritation dissipated almost instantaneously. After a considerable pause, she ventured again. "Aren't you concerned about incurring a loss with such a generous offer?" yǒuqíng grinned broadly. But you fail to grasp the essence. Once Luan achieves fame, that 20,000 will yield significant returns." yǒuqíng retorted, "What if Luan fails to gain recognition?" yǒuqíng shook his head. "For an average artist, I would hesitate to take such a gamble. However, Luan possesses the technique to establish his own school of thought. Sooner or later, he will undoubtedly receive the acknowledgement he deserves." Chapter 45, 30,000 yuan. After sending his cousin back to the high school, yǒuqíng hurriedly made his way to the post office. He first spent 2 yuan to purchase a registered letter, then carefully placed 3 photographs inside. One was a profile shot of Luan painting, another captured him observing Luan at work, and the last was a close-up of the completed painting. Finally, he retrieved a letter filled with words from his inner pocket and included it in the envelope. Sealing the opening with glue, he deposited it into the green military-style mailbox. As the letter fell inside with a resounding chime, yǒuqíng gazed at the mailbox with a tinge of melancholy. This was the second letter he had sent, and he pondered what fate awaited it. Would it vanish into silence like the first? Lost in thought about the graceful figure of Wan Qi, yǒuqíng found himself wandering into Guifei Alley. At that moment, Wan was in the kitchen, preparing to kill a chicken. A strikingly beautiful red rooster had been stealthily brought in by Li Dong, concealed within a burlap sack. With one hand grasping the chicken's neck and the other wielding a cleaver, Yi Run inquired of Li Dong, "Didn't he your family raise chickens? Where did this one come from?" Li Dong shut the kitchen door, raising his eyebrows mischievously. "Don't worry about it. We have food to eat." Wan, who had a penchant for meat of any kind, couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the 7-kilogram rooster. Noting that his table-mate was unable to inquire further, he opted not to press the matter. Despite Yi Run's delicate appearance, she was evidently adept in the kitchen. After instructing Li Dong to hold the chicken's legs tightly, she swiftly drew the knife across its neck, initiating the process of bleeding it out. Li Dong kept reminding her, be careful, be careful. Don't let any feathers fall into the bowl. I love chicken blood. Once Luan had brought the water to a boil, Yurun asked the two, do you prefer it stir-fried or stewed? The food-loving Luan eagerly replied, stir-fried, with plenty of chili for flavor. He then looked at Li Dong with a hint of regret. If only we had some wine, we could finish off this entire chicken together. Wine? Li Dong's eyes sparkled as he stood up. You two start plucking the feathers. I'll think of a way. With that, he dashed off, disappearing from sight. After watching Li Dong leave, Yurun whispered, Luan, this chicken looks oddly familiar. Have I seen it somewhere before? Due to the passage of time, Luan had nearly forgotten many events from Guifei Alley. Which families in Guifei Alley raised chickens? Yurun tilted her head thoughtfully before shaking it. Most families like yours, with individual households, usually do. Those living on the lower hills behind the alley raise even more chickens, but I can't pinpoint them right now. She then raised her head. Do you think Li Dong might have stolen it? Luan blinked, but the chicken is already dead, and you were the one who slaughtered it. Now you're still plucking the feathers. Yurun shot him a glance, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally responding, if it truly was stolen. I would feel deeply guilty. Sitting nearby, Luan watched her pluck the feathers and comforted her. Don't dwell on those thoughts. It's broad daylight. And Li Dong wouldn't have the skill for that. Yurun expressed her disagreement, stating that may not necessarily be the case. Grandpa Li Dong was once a notorious pickpocket in Guifei Lane. It is said that any livestock or even dogs he set his sights on would not survive the night. Luan was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly the case? Yurun nodded. My mother witnessed it firsthand and told me. Luan was flabbergasted. If you have doubts, why would you go through with it? Yurun murmured. I hadn't thought of that initially, and besides, it seems you haven't had chicken this year. Luan glanced at her, feeling a warmth in his heart. These two friends had not crossed paths in vain. They had always treated him with such kindness across lifetimes. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside. Luan, are you home? Just as the two fell into silence, Yurun quickly responded, someone's looking for you. Luan replied, preparing to open the door. Wait. Yurun hastily concealed a half-plucked chicken in the stove, tidying up the area before signaling him to check outside. Luan chuckled, surprised to discover this unexpected side of the usually kind-hearted girl. As he crossed the courtyard and opened the door, the first thing Luan noticed was a Santana car, followed by yǒuqíng. You've come. Thanks to the previous reminder from Comrade Show, he felt no surprise upon seeing yǒuqíng. Yǒuqíng entered and politely asked, Am I disturbing you? Luan welcomed him into the main room, pouring a cup of hot water into an enamel cup and handing it to him. I just finished my exams today and was taking a break. What brings you here? yǒuqíng took a sip of the tea, setting it down and stating, I would like to request your assistance in creating 2 paintings. Luan looked at him with a puzzled expression. yǒuqíng elaborated on the artistic cave in the suburbs. Then sincerely added, after viewing your artwork, I've hesitated to pick up a brush myself. I hope you can create 2 treasures for my home. Luan remained silent, neither agreeing nor declining. Observing this, yǒuqíng reached into his bag, placing 20,000 yuan on the table. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew another 10,000, saying, Your paintings are exceptional, but I'm uncertain if this amount is sufficient. Certainly, it was insufficient, Luan thought to himself. Having navigated the art world for decades, he was confident in his abilities. As long as he encountered benefactors as in his previous life, like the painting Eternal, he would not part with it for even twice the amount. Yet, he was acutely aware of his current circumstances before establishing a solid reputation. The willingness of the other party to offer 30,000 yuan for a painting was not merely recognition of his skill, but a sign of respect. It is essential to remember that this was 1991. The average rural wage was merely 10 yuan. Marriage in the countryside could cost less than 2,000. And constructing a wooden house wouldn't exceed 4,000. Money held significant value at that time. Considering that yǒuqíng was the cousin of teacher Zhou, the vice principal of an art vocational school, a professional artist at the Provincial Painting Academy, and the first person to comprehend his work. Coupled with the 30,000 yuan on the table, Luan felt a stir of desire. He was no saint. The thought of the money indeed tempted him. For what he needed most at this moment was financial support. If the Liu family were to receive this sum of money, they could immediately transform their fortunes. The younger sister would no longer have to drop out of school, and the elder sister could marry into a suitable family. The Liu family could finally shed the stigma of being impoverished in their region. However, what truly captivated him was not the money itself, but the connections that yǒuqíng possessed. Should he aspire to soar to great heights, this might indeed represent a rare opportunity. While the likelihood of success may seem exceedingly slim, yǒuqíng already stood as the most significant network he had encountered thus far. Chapter 46. The Artistic Cavern. Considering the predicament before him, Yuan pondered for a moment before finally relenting and inquiring, "What kind of paintings do you require? And what dimensions should they be?" Upon sensing his willingness, yǒuqíng felt an immense joy within. There are no restrictions on size. Just ensure they are not overly large, whatever you deem appropriate. As for the content, since it is a suburban cavern, I prefer themes that resonate with nature, such as mushrooms or squirrels. Any flora and fauna will do. After a moment's reflection, Yuan proposed, "How about this? You take me to your artistic cavern for a visit?" "Certainly," yǒuqíng replied with enthusiasm. Yuan then entered the kitchen and spoke to Yi-run. "I have a matter to attend to outside. Could you keep an eye on the house for me?" Yi-run, seated on a low stool plucking feathers from a chicken, looked up and asked, "Will you be back for dinner tonight?" Yuan cast a glance at the plump rooster, swallowing hard at the temptation. It's impossible to resist such a lure. "I shall certainly return." Since the art vocational school is situated near the northern suburban outskirts of Baoqing City, it was only natural that yǒuqíng's cavern would lie in that direction. The journey in the Santana took a full half-hour to reach the destination. Indeed, it was an artistic cavern, aptly named. The cavern was nestled at the foot of a low hill, with a semicircular entrance, and a massive natural rock formation adorned with moss and vines draped across the ceiling. Zhang Xian examined the vines and uncertainly asked, "Is that a type of climbing rose?" "Indeed," yǒuqíng replied, brushing his hand across them. "This entire patch is filled with roses that bloom in abundance every April, creating a breathtaking sight. It was their beauty that drew me here." The interior of the cavern was spacious, even larger than he had anticipated. The floor was paved with cement, not only adding to its grandeur, but also treated for moisture resistance. To the left, the wall was adorned with an array of oil paintings, predominantly depicting various flora and fauna. Yuan scrutinized them closely. Most were rather mediocre, save for one painting of a peacock displaying its plumage, which piqued his interest. On the left side hung the paintings, while the right side featured a row of cages and flower pots housing an assortment of small animals and plants, with aloe vera being the most abundant. What astonished him the most was the presence of 3 towering Buddha statues at the far end of the cavern, with a table before them laden with fruits, and 3 incense sticks slowly smoldering in a censer, filling the air with a delicate fragrance that was quite pleasant. He stood beneath, gazing upward for a while, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Do you practice Buddhism?" yǒuqíng, following closely behind, responded, "My ancestors were all devout Buddhists. Having been immersed in this since childhood, I too am a sincere practitioner." yǒuqíng then inquired, "Would you prefer tea or coffee?" Having grown accustomed to tea from his past experiences with qíngqīn, Yuan replied, "Tea." Noticing Yuan's interest in the small animals, yǒuqíng, while boiling water, elaborated, "I have always had a passion for keeping these creatures. I am not exaggerating. I have cared for nearly every type imaginable, including monkeys, dogs, various birds, hamsters, and snakes." "Damn it," Yuan thought. "I have struggled for food since childhood, while you have the means to keep such thriving animals. The disparity is truly astounding." Clearly, his economic standing was quite robust. No wonder he could afford to spend 30,000 yuan on 2 paintings. Yuan asked, "If you were to leave, who would take care of them?" yǒuqíng remarked, "My wife is my childhood sweetheart. Having grown up together, our interests align closely." Yuan, harboring some skepticism, continued to read with interest. Upon discovering a snake within a cage, he was instantly overcome with goosebumps, his curiosity evaporating in an instant. Noticing his retreat in fright, yǒuqíng chuckled, saying, "This is what I enjoy, spending my time here reading, painting, and sharing drinks and stories with friends." He then gestured towards a screen on the right, indicating a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, which he described as a space for relaxation and leisure with his wife. Leisure? It seemed likely they spent their time playing cards. He wondered what sort of person his wife was to indulge in such pastimes with him. As the tea was served, Yuan expressed his gratitude before taking a small sip. Observing yǒuqíng's flowing hair, he remarked, "If it weren't for the Buddha statue, this place exudes the aura of a folk singer." yǒuqíng waved his hand in laughter, exclaiming, "Not at all. I am utterly tone-deaf, haha." Yuan took another sip, placing the white porcelain cup down. "I noticed your paintings earlier. It seems you've established a personal style, unlike many artists who flit from one thing to another." This was his subtle way of saying that yǒuqíng's artistic progress had stagnated at a certain level, and without a breakthrough, his career might remain confined. Every aspiring artist eventually encounters such a hurdle. Yet overcoming it demands not only talent, but also insight and a stroke of luck, the proverbial spark of inspiration. Yǒuqíng was not overly surprised that Lewin could discern his artistic dilemma. After all, he regarded Lewin as a master in his own right. Casting a glance at the pile of oil paintings, he shared, by a serendipitous turn of events, I signed a contract with a gallery across the strait. They appreciated my style and reported a positive market response, leading to our ongoing collaboration. Signing with the gallery was a source of pride for Yǒuqíng. Yet it also imposed certain constraints on his creative expression due to market demands. Nevertheless, he felt content with his current economic stability, which inadvertently hindered his pursuit of new artistic directions. Lewin praised him. That's commendable. Securing a contract with a gallery is a dream for many professional artists. You are already ahead of the curve. Yǒuqíng beamed at this acknowledgement, responding with a chuckle. As you said, I suppose I am quite fortunate. The contract affords me a sense of security, allowing me to live freely. After sharing several cups of tea and engaging in conversation for over half an hour, Lewin expressed his intention to depart. Yǒuqíng's eyes brightened, sensing that the young master had confidence in his own abilities, though he refrained from asking further. He promptly grabbed the car keys from the table to escort him home. Before exiting the vehicle, Lewin extended an invitation. Why not come inside for a while? We could enjoy a simple meal together. Yǒuqíng felt a flicker of temptation but politely declined, saying, Not today, perhaps another time. I must go pick up my wife from my father-in-law's. There are matters to attend to over there. Upon hearing this, Lewin ceased to press the issue, nodding with a smile as he opened the door and stepped out of the car. As he entered the courtyard, a rich aroma of chicken wafted through the air, prompting him to hasten towards the kitchen. Though he had yet to arrive, his voice preceded him. Is the food ready? I'm about to faint from hunger. Yǒuqíng cast a glance at the doorway, her hand never pausing with the cooking spoon. Meanwhile, Li Dong, who was assisting, called out in response. It will be ready shortly. You are truly in for a treat, brother. Just as the dishes are about to be served, you return. Lewin chuckled heartily, approaching Yǒuqíng's side to peer over, then remarked, Please serve me a piece. I wish to taste it and see if the seasoning is just right. Chapter 47. The nine-colored deer, Yǒuqíng deftly picked up a pair of chopsticks, lifted a piece of chicken towards his mouth, and just as he was about to open his lips, she abruptly withdrew it. After taking a bite herself, she squinted her eyes and chuckled. It's quite delicious. She teased playfully. Lewin gazed at her as she savored the food, only ceasing when he noticed her bashful laughter. Li Dong had somehow procured a bottle of liquor. The three of them shut the doors and windows and settled down to eat. Li Dong was the most boisterous drinker, yet after just one cup, his face flushed crimson. After two, his senses dulled, and he soon collapsed onto the table in slumber. Yǒuqíng's face was also tinged with drunkenness, yet she remained agile. Upon seeing Li Dong in a stupor, she turned to Lewin and asked, You aren't doing this on purpose, are you? Intentionally getting him drunk? Lewin raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. This glutton devours too greedily. Let us first enjoy the finer morsels and save some scraps for him later. Yǒuqíng rolled her eyes and, indeed, began to indulge in the best bits. The chicken was substantial, and Lewin even forewent rice, consuming the dishes while drinking. The mountain of food in the bowl quickly diminished. When only a small portion remained, Lewin and Yǒuqíng exchanged knowing glances and instinctively ceased their feast. Lewin patted his round belly, unable to suppress a satisfied belch. Goodness, it has been ages since I savored meat like this. It was utterly delightful, though I may have overindulged. But I must say, this home-raised chicken is exquisite, so rich and comforting. Yǒuqíng tidied up the tableware and inquired with concern. How did you fare on your exam? Lewin reclined in the wrought-tin chair like a lord, eyes closed, relishing the taste of the chicken. Not too bad. After a moment, he asked, And you? Yǒuqíng responded affirmatively, indicating she had performed adequately. Around 7 p.m., after more than 2 hours of drunken slumber, Li Dong awoke, staring at the large bowl which held only a pitiful remnant of chicken. Infuriated, he erupted, Lewin, Yǒuqíng, you two heartless beasts. You leave me with this after such a large chicken? Are you even human? You could have at least saved me the better parts. Not just the head and the tail, fit only for a dog. Yǒuqíng, engrossed in her book, pretended not to hear, her face and neck flushed with laughter. Lewin initially ignored him, but as Li Dong's tirade grew increasingly vile, he rose and approached the table. The essence lies in the head and tail. If you won't eat them, give them to me. I hardly get to eat such delicacies throughout the year. Bah! Li Dong, his temper flaring, poured himself another drink with one hand while seizing the chicken head with the other, taking a savage bite. The scene was quite a spectacle, with broth splattering everywhere. By 8 p.m., Wumepa, from number 3 Guifei Lane, wandered about with a flashlight, clucking and searching for her chicken. She continued her search until past 10 p.m. And upon finding nothing, she stood at the alley's entrance, hands on her hips, cursing. Luan and Yi Run exchanged glances at Li Dong. Li Dong, visibly displeased, remarked, "Don't look at me like that. It was you two who devoured the chicken." Hearing the commotion outside, Yi Run felt a pang of guilt. "Why did you have to steal someone else's chicken?" "What do you mean steal?" The chicken, oblivious to its surroundings, approached me provocatively. Li Dong, with a defiant neck, attempted to justify himself. Yet, Yi Run was unperturbed by his nonsensical chatter. There must be a reason, right? As both gazes fixated on him, Li Dong fell silent. And after a considerable pause, he spoke with evident resentment. "Wu, that wretched woman, often disparages my mother behind her back." Upon hearing this, Luan and Yi Run exchanged glances, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. The animosity between Wu and Li Dong's mother was notorious. Both women worked at the cigarette factory and had previously embroiled themselves in a bitter feud over a job vacancy. It was unclear when it began. But Wu had consistently spread rumors about Li Dong's mother, accusing her of having an inappropriate relationship with the head of the production department. The two middle-aged women had exchanged harsh words in the streets more than once over this matter. As the commotion outside escalated, Yi Run, feeling guilty, turned to Luan. "Shall we find an opportunity to offer her some money?" Before Luan could reply, Li Dong glared threateningly. If you dare to give her money, I will sever ties with you." Frustrated, he added, "I just had one of her chickens today, and she won't stop complaining. Next time, I'll get an even bigger one." Luan remained silent, and Yi Run too was at a loss for words. In the early hours, Wu continued her tirade, making it impossible for anyone in Guifei Alley to sleep. Suddenly, Widow Zhang opened her window and threw a broken bowl from the second floor. "Get lost." Her command echoed, causing numerous windows to fly open, heads popping out like mushrooms. Wu was undeterred by most, but she feared Widow Zhang and her daughter, having once been chased down the street with a knife by Zhang's daughter. Following that encounter, Widow Zhang had scolded Liao Shiqi for her lack of courage, lamenting that she hadn't dispatched that troublesome woman. Wu, dodging the shards of pottery, shouted with dwindling strength, "Widow Zhang, do not overstep your bounds. I am not afraid of you." With a loud clap, another window opened, revealing Liao Shiqi, armed with a kitchen knife in her left hand and a boning knife in her right, staring down intently at Wu from above. The sight of those blades sent a chill down Wu's spine, prompting her to hastily retreat, seeking refuge. Well, suddenly, a voice rang out, and the entire Guifei Alley erupted in laughter and whistles. The previous night, Luan had struggled with a set of math problems and said to Yi Run, "Let me escort you home. Otherwise, your mother will worry." "All right," Yi Run replied, closing her book as she exited the courtyard. Behind her, Li Dong remarked to Luan, "Did you witness Liao Shiqi's fierce display tonight? She is the heroic woman I admire. It's a pity you don't appreciate her." Yi Run jestingly added, "It's not that he doesn't Luan just doesn't know whether he prefers the bold or the subtle." Li Dong scoffed, "What is so difficult about choosing? If it were me, I would take them all." Luan countered, "If you continue to speak to me with such disrespect, I shall personally fix my bicycle tomorrow." Li Dong fell silent. Disgruntled, "You scoundrel. All the girls I've liked seem to prefer you. I swear, after the college entrance exams, I will distance myself from you." Upon returning home, Luan, in high spirits, approached his easel, eager to paint. As anticipated by yǒuqíng, he had already envisioned what to paint before departing from the artistic cavern. For his inaugural piece, he chose to depict the 9-colored deer. The inspiration for the 9-colored deer is drawn from the Dunhuang murals, symbolizing qualities of gentleness, kindness, honesty, and courage. Furthermore, it possesses profound connections to Buddhism, as it is said to be a manifestation of Shakyamuni's previous existence. This choice aligns perfectly with yǒuqíng's identity as a devout Buddhist. Chapter 48. Refusal. Painting at night possesses one flaw. The inadequacy of light diminishes one's control over color. This necessitates the use of lamps and candles, resulting in a considerable expense that weighs heavily on the heart. Fortunately, these two paintings have brought in a revenue of 30,000. Otherwise, in days gone by, one would never have dared to illuminate the night for such pursuits, especially with the electricity cost soaring to 6.5 dimes per kilowatt. It is perplexing that in these times, electricity is priced thus, while in future generations, it has inexplicably decreased by 5 cents. Who could fathom such reasoning? In his previous life, he immersed himself in art for nearly 40 years, boasting an unassailable foundation in technique. Moreover, following the completion of Eternal, he experienced a profound transformation in his state of mind, endowing him with an unprecedented sensitivity to color and spatial dynamics. A diminutive painting of the nine-colored deer flowed effortlessly from his brush, requiring almost no revisions. After toiling through the night, he only set down his brush when hunger became unbearable, preparing a simple bowl of noodles before retiring to bed. "Luan, open the door. Open the door, Luan." As he consumed his noodles, Li Dong's boisterous calls echoed from outside. Luan opened the door and inquired, "You seem to have risen rather late today. Will you still encounter that girl? With enough dedication, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. You, a love-stricken novice, wouldn't comprehend." Li Dong shot him a knowing glance, then seized his stall equipment and departed. Leaning against the door, Luan replied, "Indeed, I may not understand. But can a mere needle stir the waves of the sea?" Li Dong initially did not respond, but upon the gate's closure, he began to pound on the door fiercely. "Damn it, open the door. I wish to compare our prowess." At that moment, Widow Zhang appeared at the second-floor window, propping herself on the sill and exclaiming, "That sounds like an excellent idea. I shall be your referee." Li Dong's mouth fell agape, his bravado faltering as he turned and left. For Widow Zhang was a formidable presence, akin to a celestial being, instilling fear in him. Luan cast a glance towards the second floor, feeling an urge to tear apart the exquisitely delicate visage of the widow. How absurd it was, given that she could easily be his mother. Yet she still harbored such fantasies. In the chill of late winter, the wind cut like a knife, sharp and stinging. As evening fell, the wind picked up, accompanied by a light drizzle. Upon awakening, Luan was greeted by a delightful aroma, the scent of cured meat. Do not question how he recognized it so distinctly. For a foodie like Luan, such scents were as familiar as water. Initially, he thought it was the fragrance of dishes wafting from the neighboring building. But upon closer inspection, he discerned that the sounds of cooking were indeed emanating from his own kitchen. Hurriedly, Luan dashed to the kitchen, where he spotted Meng Qíngqīn and exclaimed joyfully, "Sister Qíngqīn, what brings you here?" Straightening from her culinary task, Meng Qíngqīn smiled and replied, "I had some free time today and thought I would come by to see you. I noticed you were sleeping and didn't want to disturb you." Before he could respond, she inquired with genuine concern, "Is your head feeling any better lately?" Strangely, in both his past and present, every encounter with this sister brought an unusual tranquility to his heart. No matter how restless or excited he felt upon seeing her, it was as though he had taken a sedative. Luan stepped into the kitchen, closing the door to keep the wind at bay. "It's much improved, thank you." Before Meng Qíngqīn arrived, he had a telephone conversation with Zhou Jingni, during which he learned that his academic performance had improved significantly. Trusting this information to some extent, he inquired, "Are those painting tools in the room yours?" "Yes, they were a gift from my little uncle," Luan replied. Reflecting on his late mother's fondness for painting and writing, Meng Qíngqīn assumed that Luan was simply indulging his creative urges and refrained from asking further. He merely advised, "It's fine to relax occasionally, but do not become overly engrossed. Your primary focus should be the college entrance examination." "I understand," Luan replied. The glistening cured meat in the pot was undeniably appetizing, and Luan, captivated by its allure, unconsciously leaned closer. Observing this, Meng Qíngqīn smiled gently and offered him a pair of chopsticks, saying, "Try it. I haven't added any salt yet, so I'm unsure of its saltiness." Naturally, Luan was not one to be polite when food was involved. He promptly took a piece, placed it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and exclaimed, "Delicious. Sister Qíngqīn, your culinary skills are impeccable." As he spoke, he casually lifted another piece to her mouth, saying, "Don't smile like that. Just taste it. I assure you, I am not exaggerating." Gazing quietly at the morsel brought to her lips and observing the anticipation on his face, Meng Qíngqīn hesitated for a full 3 seconds before finally opening her mouth to taste it. Afterward, she remarked, "This cured meat is from my mother. She asked me to inquire if your grandfather is turning 70 soon. Are you still planning to avoid qīngqīn, having shared a pair of chopsticks in their earlier meal?" Luan, not being naive, immediately grasped her implication. He certainly would not miss the Ming family patriarch's 70th birthday celebration and replied, "Yes, it's next Saturday. I've marked it on my calendar, and I will be there on time." Meng Qíngqīn smiled serenely. "Good. Your presence will surely delight my grandfather." For dinner, they prepared 2 dishes, one featuring cured meat and the other diced radish. Although the meal was modest in variety, the portions were generous, and the two enjoyed their food in lively banter. As they ate, Ming Qíngqīn broached the subject of dogs. I spoke with your homeroom teacher, and we discussed your desire to have a dog. What breed are you interested in? Ah, that teacher is quite unreliable, Luan lamented. When I asked her about dogs, she promptly passed the question off to someone else. How am I supposed to benefit from that? He continued, to be honest, I mainly want to keep a dog to deter mice from gnawing on my oil paintings. I'm not overly particular about the breed. He added, however, it shouldn't be too ugly. At least it should be pleasant to the eye. Ming Qíngqīn queried, you choose dogs based on their appearance? Luan replied, I can't help it. I've grown accustomed to your beauty, Sister Qíngqīn, and anything less appealing is simply unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Ming Qíngqīn raised her gaze slightly, but chose to remain silent, finishing her meal quietly. Li Dong then entered, and as he did, he conspiratorially asked Luan, Luan, do you know how to cook dog meat? Turning from his painting, Luan responded, do you have dog meat? Li Dong eagerly nodded, yes, quite a lot. Luan, intrigued, asked, where did it come from? Does your family know? Li Dong, his eyes darting mischievously, avoided answering, recalling the harsh words exchanged last night. Luan cast a glance toward the kitchen and lowered his voice, saying, you wouldn't have gone and killed Wu's dog, would you? Li Dong squirmed and gestured. I merely gave it a light tap. Who could have foreseen it would be so fragile? You must be jesting. Who would believe such nonsense? Luan sighed. You'd better dispose of it discreetly. Our residences are too close. With so many prying eyes, the scent of dog meat is particularly distinctive. If we're not careful, the truth will be uncovered. Li Dong mumbled to himself and departed. Later that evening, Luan resumed his second painting, a depiction of roses. As the storm outside intensified, Ming Qíngqīn, unable to return, sat on a nearby chair observing his artistry. Her gaze occasionally drifted between the canvas and him, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. After 11, Luan set down his brush and playfully inquired, how does it look? Ming Qíngqīn, having seen his mother's artwork, remarked, it bears a striking resemblance, and it feels more vibrant than Andy's. Her acknowledgement of its vitality assured Luan of his success. Knowing that even an untrained eye could discern such merit, rubbing his sore wrist, he suddenly said, my hand feels a bit weary. How about you teach me to dance? Qíngqīn? Ming Qíngqīn paused, met his gaze with intensity, and gently declined, I'm not feeling well today. Perhaps another time. With that, she rose gracefully, stating, it's getting late. You should rest early. Her elegant form departed swiftly, leaving no room for him to plead her to stay. Chapter 49. Good fortune abounds on that night. Luan found it difficult to sleep in the early hours, as his mind was consumed by the enchanting smiles of Ming Qíngqīn. Occasionally, he would turn over in bed, pondering why, despite having been reborn, he remained so utterly defenseless in her presence. How disappointing, he thought. Eventually, he drifted off into a restless slumber. The following day, before dawn had broken, Li Dong was already calling at the door. After washing his hair and face, Luan opened the door, inquiring, why are you causing such a commotion so early in the morning? Li Dong peeked in, a conspiratorial air about him, and said, brother, guess what delightful treasure I have for you? Luan, his thoughts preoccupied with his second painting, pouted and replied, what treasure could you possibly have? Just show me. Li Dong entered, struggling to hold up 6 pounds of beef, waving it in front of Luan. Look. Prime quality beef from grass-fed cattle. Beef. Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly closed the courtyard door, urgently asking, where did this beef come from? You didn't steal a cow, did you? Li Dong shot him an incredulous look. Are you out of your mind? How could I steal something that large? Concerned that his voice might attract attention from the neighboring building, Luan quickly pulled him into the kitchen. Tell me, where did you get this? Li Dong grinned. I traded a dog with the butcher. Luan inquired, not the butcher at the alley, right? Li Dong scoffed. Do you think I'm that foolish? I got it from the one in Hushi. I left at 5 a.m. for this, was chased by a dog, and even fell over. Damn it. When I turned back, I took care of those 2 dogs. He paused for a moment in silence for the 2 unfortunate dogs. Luan asked, with so much beef, aren't you taking any home? Li Dong shook his head vigorously. No way. Didn't you say that too many eyes could lead to trouble? My neighbor, the Yǒuqíng, is as dim-witted as a pig. He would surely blab. Luan suggested, then go fetch you run. Let's have a beef hot pot for breakfast. Li Dong turned to leave, but Luan called after him, his eyes twinkling. We can't just have beef. We need some accompaniments too, like tofu, konjac, and garlic. Li Dong raised his middle finger, muttering a curse, and slipped away. Once Li Dong departed, Ming Qíngqīn emerged from the adjacent room, glancing at the beef. Did you acquire this by trading Wu Meipa's dog? She asked. Last night, Wumepa had searched for her dog all night and had cursed it repeatedly. However, she had learned her lesson this time, wrapping it up by 11 p.m. to avoid angering the widow and her daughter. Luan provided cover, saying no. Li Dong noticed my poor meals and improved my diet with funds meant for bicycle repairs. Ming Chi regarded him with her dark eyes for a moment, smiled, and without exposing him, carried the beef to the kitchen. Before long, Li Dong returned, this time accompanied by Yi Run, both heading straight for the kitchen. Luan, having wandered around the kitchen and noticing the bustling activity of the three, realized he had no role to play. He retreated to his bedroom to continue painting. The wind had howled all night, and the rain had poured relentlessly, just as the weather forecast had predicted. The first snowfall of the winter graced the afternoon with its arrival. Luan hunched his back, his hands clasped tightly together, as he hurried through the incessant flurry of goose-feather snow towards the public telephone booth. Despite being clad in thick cotton robes and trousers, he could not shield himself from the bone-chilling cold that seeped into his very core. "Boss, may I make a call? Is it local or long distance?" In the city, the boss pushed the landline phone towards him. Luan swiftly picked up the receiver and dialed. The first call was to yǒuqíng, informing him that the 2 oil paintings were completed and requesting him to come for inspection. "Hello, who is this?" "It is I, Luan. The painting is complete. When will you be free to come and take a look?" "Juan, the one you just mentioned." It seems that there were others besides yǒuqíng, murmuring softly. Although their voices were faint, Juan could discern them clearly. yǒuqíng appeared quite exhilarated. "I am free now. I will come over immediately." "All right. I will be waiting for you at home." This brief phone conversation lasted no more than 30 seconds. After a moment's reflection, Juan replaced the receiver only to pick it up again, dialing the tailor shop in town. As soon as the call connected, Juan eagerly announced, "Hello. I am Luyan's younger brother, seeking Luyan." The voice on the other end called out, "Luyan, your brother is on the line." A mere 10 seconds later, Luyan answered the receiver. "Second brother, what do you need to discuss?" In the first 2 years of high school, the 2 siblings rarely made phone calls. As the costs were rather exorbitant, a casual conversation could easily equate to the price of a pound of meat. Thus, when Luyan received a call, she was quite taken aback and felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing something had gone amiss. Luan reassured her, saying, "There's nothing to worry about. I simply miss you and the youngest. Sister, have you purchased that sewing machine yet?" Upon hearing the news, Luyan's tense demeanor immediately relaxed, and she exclaimed with excitement, "I bought it. I purchased it last week. It's 80 new, and the proprietress only charged me 300 yuan. I will officially become a full-time worker, earning 6 yuan a day." It is no wonder Luyan was so elated. With a daily wage of 6 yuan, her monthly earnings would exceed 180 yuan. In the town, such remuneration is considered a respectable income. However, Luan was not surprised by this news. The elder sister is known for her loyalty and diligence, qualities that have endeared her to the proprietress. Moreover, in these times, there are many individuals engaged in the clothing business, making it a thriving enterprise. Thus, her income is quite justifiable. Although hiring a bricklayer or a thatcher in the village may cost 10 yuan a day, their work is sporadic, often resulting in only a few days of labor within a month. Her income is far less than that of her elder sister. Luan, feeling genuinely happy for her, smiled and said, "That's wonderful. After enduring 2 years as an apprentice, you've finally achieved your breakthrough. When I return, we must celebrate this momentous occasion." Luyan, filled with immense joy, readily agreed. After a brief exchange, the conversation shifted to their younger sister, Songjia. Luyan remarked, "She ranked first in the midterm exams for the very first time. As soon as the results were announced, she rushed here to share the news with me." Luan inquired, "What a delightful turn of events. After being the perennial runner-up, she has finally triumphed. Did you take her out for a treat?" Luyan remarked that she took her to enjoy a bowl of wontons, each costing a piece, and after finishing the soup, both of them felt quite stuffed. Although Luyan and Songjia had been in town for over 2 years, this was the first time they savored wontons, which felt rather indulgent. Luan listened in silence, a sense of discomfort stirring within him. In the village, despite the poverty that other children faced, their parents would always muster the strength to allow them a bowl of delicacies during market days. Yet, the 3 siblings of the old Lu family merely passed by, never daring to step inside. Suddenly, a surge of impulse welled up within me, urging me to share my endeavor of earning money through painting with them. However, considering that yǒuqíng had yet to arrive for the assessment and the funds remained uncertain, the words lingered on the tip of my tongue before I swallowed them back. After conversing for 2 minutes and exchanging well wishes, Lu Yin urged me to end the call. Let's not continue. The phone bill is too steep. We'll talk when you return from winter break. All right. As soon as the word escaped my lips, the call was abruptly terminated. Lu Yin glanced at the call duration, precisely 2 minutes. It seemed that my frugal elder sister had been meticulously timing the conversation. Had it exceeded even a second, it would have counted as another minute, resulting in an additional charge of 1 yuan. 2 calls cost 3 yuan, the proprietor had stated. Lu Yin then retrieved 3 yuan and handed it over, saying, "Here you go." Chapter 50. Progress. 40 minutes later, yǒuqíng arrived, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man was named Lu Mingtao and the woman was Zhang Xian, both exuding an artistic aura. It appeared they were fellow professionals drawn in by curiosity. After a brief introduction, yǒuqíng, in a state of urgency, inquired, "Where is the painting?" Lu Yin opened the door to the room and replied, "Inside, take a look." Without hesitation, yǒuqíng rushed in, while Lu Mingtao and Zhang Xian exchanged polite smiles with Lu Yin before following suit. They had listened to yǒuqíng's enthusiastic praises all the way here and were intensely curious. yǒuqíng first fixated on the 9-colored deer, scrutinizing it for a full 3 minutes before exclaiming with satisfaction, "Excellent, excellent." He then shifted his gaze to the nearby rose, appreciating it momentarily before turning to Lu Yin with a wry smile, saying, "To be honest, I've attempted to paint roses myself, but it pales in comparison to yours. It's simply worlds apart." Lu Yin nodded with a smile, his thoughts unspoken. "If my skills were akin to yours, I wouldn't feel justified accepting your money." The man and woman remained silent nearby. After gazing at the 9-colored deer, they exchanged odd glances, filled with admiration. Following their observation of the rose, they again shared a look, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Both were of a similar age to yǒuqíng, one over 40. The other 35, and believed their own skills were decent. Yet, when compared to the 2 paintings before them, they felt utterly inadequate, as if their efforts were mere trifles. As the saying goes, a true expert can discern quality at a glance. They were fully aware of the painting's excellence. yǒuqíng inspected the artworks 3 times, each glance amplifying the joy on his face, clearly feeling that he had made a splendid investment. The 3,000 yuan was exceptionally worth it. Lu Yin had intended to discuss the deeper meanings behind the 2 pieces, but yǒuqíng grasped their significance intuitively, sparing him the need for lengthy explanations. Returning to the living room, the 4 gathered on the sofa and engaged in conversation for over 20 minutes. Eventually, yǒuqíng glanced at his watch and invited Lu Yin. "Are you busy? Would you like to join me for dinner?" Lu Yin inquired, "What time is it?" yǒuqíng replied, 6:13 p.m. Lu Yin waved his hand dismissively. "Another time, I need to head to school." yǒuqíng was evidently aware that the first evening class at the first high school commenced at 6:30 p.m., and he felt it inappropriate to press further. He only felt a twinge of regret that their relationship could not advance. As yǒuqíng began to pack up his things, Lu Yin reminded him, "The oil hasn't dried yet. Drive carefully on your way." yǒuqíng grinned widely, saying, "This is my lifeline. I'll be even more cautious than you suggest." Lu Yin found this amusing, thinking to himself that while both yǒuqíng and teacher Zhou shared the same surname, their personalities were entirely different. The 3 departed, and Lu Yin locked up before stepping outside. In the car, Lu Mingtao, who had been relatively quiet, turned to yǒuqíng and asked, "How much did you pay for these 2 paintings?" Zhang Xian, in the passenger seat, perked up her ears to listen. yǒuqíng held up 3 fingers. Lu Mingtao was taken aback. 30,000? yǒuqíng teased. "Good thing you didn't say 3,000. Lu Mingtao sighed softly. "I couldn't bring myself to say 3,000 for this painting, but 30,000. yǒuqíng tilted his head. "Do you think that's expensive?" Lu Mingtao nodded and then shook his head, saying, "Ah, the painting is exquisite, but it is rather expensive given my financial circumstances. If it were more affordable, I would certainly consider purchasing a piece for reference and study." yǒuqíng understood that Lu's family situation was modest, and the paintings were not selling well. A price of 15,000 yuan per piece was indeed a significant sum, so he refrained from saying much more. As they passed by the first department store, Lu Mingtao remarked, "Old show, pull over. I'll just pop in to buy a few things." The car halted, he exited, and then the vehicle resumed its journey. Once Lu's figure vanished from sight, Zhang Xian voiced his lingering curiosity. "Is Lu Yin still a student?" yǒuqíng responded, "He is a student at the first high school." Zhang Xian inquired, "How old is he this year?" yǒuqíng replied, 17. Zhang Xian fell silent, reflecting, "At 17, he has achieved such a level. I was still learning sketching at a vocational school." yǒuqíng laughed heartily. "You can't compare like that. Doing so only invites frustration. When I first met Lewin, I too felt quite disheartened. However, I have come to terms with it now. In our line of work, two key elements are paramount: talent and reputation. He possesses an innate gift, and it is a luxury one cannot envy. Realizing the implication, qíngqīn asked, "So you were betting on his future fame?" Both were colleagues from the vocational school, and they shared a particularly good relationship. Yǒuqíng candidly expressed, with Lewin's artistic skills. He is currently a dragon trapped in shallow waters. It is only a matter of time before he soars to great heights. When he gains widespread acclaim, the price will no longer be what it is now. Qíngqīn, understanding Zhou's character, pondered for a moment and said, "Next time, take me to see him. I would like to have a conversation." Yǒuqíng caught his drift. "You are considering purchasing a painting from him?" Qíngqīn replied, "I have some thoughts, but I am not yet certain." The painting had been sold, securing 30,000 yuan. In less than a month since his rebirth, he had transformed from poverty to wealth. Lewin walked along the road, feeling as if he had achieved the equivalent of 300,000 or even 3 million in his previous life. In the village, compared to those who relentlessly sought gold, the Liu family had indeed turned their fortunes around, escaping the clutches of abject poverty. Now, he most hoped that Yǒuqíng would showcase his paintings, boasting about them, and spreading his reputation throughout the region of Baoqing. If more buyers were to come, it would be even better. He was a pragmatic individual, not fixating on how much a painting might sell for in the future, but rather on the immediate benefits it could provide. He sought to exchange these benefits for greater advantages. During this period since his rebirth, a notion had gradually taken shape in his mind. While becoming a world-renowned artist was certainly desirable, it was not his sole ambition. There were numerous opportunities awaiting him. Seizing just one could prove easier than pursuing a career in painting. Determined, he resolved to pursue this path. Painting was a passion he could not forsake. But he must also not neglect other pursuits. Both hands must grasp opportunities firmly. Upon joyfully returning to the classroom, he found that evening study had already commenced. Yirun quietly informed him, "I intended to call you when we arrived, but I noticed you had guests at home, so Li Dong and I didn't summon you." Lewin took his seat and reviewed the midterm examination papers laid out on the desk. The total score is 589, a significant improvement compared to the previous 503. He inquired, "What is your score?" Yirun, hesitating at first for fear of hurting his self-esteem, ultimately revealed, 614, unable to resist his gaze. Lewin instantly discerned her thoughts, smiled, and offered his congratulations. "You performed quite well, exceeding my score by nearly 30 points. What is your rank in the entire school?" Yirun scribbled on the paper, 10. Lewin then asked, "What about me?" Yirun wrote another number, 51. After completing her note, she gazed at him with a look of concern. Lewin remarked, "Do not look at me so earnestly. Others might misinterpret your intentions." Yirun shot him a glance, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. After a moment, she wrote on the note, "Will I be able to return to the first examination room next time?" Lewin replied in writing, "You will." Chapter 51. Dream. Upon seeing the note on the paper, Yirun genuinely felt a sense of joy for him. The trio had been acquainted since their first year of high school, frequently accompanying each other to and from school, and had long since become the best of friends. Yirun harbored a sincere hope that Lewin's academic performance would rebound, enabling him to gain admission to a prestigious university. Today, however, Li Dong seemed somewhat off. Appearing distracted and lost in thought at his desk, Lewin scribbled on the note, "What is wrong with Li Dong? Is he unwell?" Yirun read it and replied, "The woman from the feed factory rode past on her bicycle today without stopping." Lewin inquired, "Is that all?" Yirun continued, "That woman was accompanied by a young man on a bike, and they were conversing and laughing together. Li Dong mentioned he had suffered a heartbreak and had spent the afternoon bathing in the river." Lewin responded, "Isn't it quite normal for colleagues at the same factory to share laughter?" Yirun wrote back, "Li Dong finds it abnormal, which is why he indulged in self-punishment by the river." Li Dong sighed, unsure of how to respond. Yirun glanced at him and asked, "Why are you sighing? It's not you who has suffered a breakup." Lewin replied, "No one is here to help me earn money anymore." Yirun regarded him with a peculiar look, tucked away the note, and began to read. Lewin stole another glance at Li Dong, took out his math practice paper, and began solving problems. Mathematics offered no shortcuts. The only way to master the various formulas was through diligent practice, deepening both understanding and memory, and achieving the ability to apply knowledge in varied contexts. In his previous life at Wuhan University, a male classmate had shared how, during his first year of high school. He had struggled with mathematics to such an extent that both teachers and parents believed he lacked mathematical aptitude. Undeterred, he memorized the entire high school math textbook and 3 supplementary guidebooks, ultimately achieving a perfect score of 150 on the college entrance examination. Perhaps this exemplified the principle that diligence is rewarded. High school mathematics, unlike its university counterpart, is relatively straightforward and can, to some extent, be compensated for through hard work. After completing a set of math problems, Lewin checked his answers and calculated his score, 98. Quite commendable, showing improvement. Although he still had a way to go before reaching his peak, he felt content. As he prepared to leave that evening, Li Dong grasped Lewin's hand and said, "Brother, you must accompany me to the market next weekend." Feigning ignorance, Lewin teased, "Didn't you say I was a hindrance? Whenever I appear, Aunt Wang seems less enthusiastic towards you." Li Dong, dejected, replied, "You fool. Aunt Wang has been married for many years, and her 2 burlap bags are nearly dragging on the ground. You can't expect me to walk while hunched over them. Can you?" Lewin chuckled. "Do you know about kangaroo mothers and their young? The nurturing mother and child. You two are a perfect match. I see nothing wrong with it." Li Dong, exasperated, playfully enveloped him in a bear hug, demanding, "You rascal, will you help or not?" Lewin conceded, "I will assist, but only this once. I have no plans to set up a stall in December." Though he verbally agreed, he internally noted that the weekend was also the 70th birthday of Meng's patriarch. So he hoped Li Dong wouldn't hold it against him. That night, he experienced a peculiar dream. Envisioning 2 children from his past life accompanied by their families visiting his grave, he beheld the entire scene from an astonishing vantage point. An array of fruits lay before a gravestone, accompanied by a bottle of fine wine. While incense was burned and 2 children wept inconsolably, Lewin was suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide open in the darkness, staring blankly at the ceiling. His mind a void. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he pondered, could that have been the scene of his past life and death? Sleep eluded him. Every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by a vision from his dreams, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude. Yearning to beseech the heavens for a chance to return, even if just for a fleeting glimpse. He would find solace in that, feeling no regrets in death. As he opened the door to the main room, the snow continued to fall outside, large flakes landing on the ground with a soft rustling sound, enveloping the world in a profound silence. A sudden impulse gripped Lewin. He longed to venture outside, to roam in an expansive space. For the confines of the lowly house felt stifling. Upon stepping through the yard gate, he unexpectedly encountered Li Dong, who appeared to have stealthily returned from outside. "Where have you been?" They both inquired simultaneously. "I stepped out to clear my mind. I stepped out because I had to put down a dog." Again, their words synchronizing. Lewin was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Dong. "The dog that chased you and caused you to fall?" Li Dong smirked. "And where's the dog now?" Li Dong glanced around cautiously and whispered, "There were too many eyes. I didn't dare bring it back." Lewin gasped, "So you actually did it?" Li Dong raised his eyes. "Don't flatter me. I serve the people." With that, Lewin turned back into the house. He could not afford to be seen outside in the dead of night, lest someone suspect him of committing a heinous act. Li Dong followed him into the yard, closing the door behind him. "I've had a heartbreak and I'm feeling down. What about you, brother? What troubles you?" "Pa, what kind of heartbreak is that?" Lewin retorted irritably. "I dream of a dog digging at your grave. Do you believe it?" To his surprise, Li Dong nodded. "I do. Therefore, I must eliminate all those wild dogs before I die." Lewin's lips twitched. "Who taught you such skills?" Li Dong, unabashed, replied, "My grandfather. You should have seen it. We had so much meat at home when I was a child that we couldn't finish it all. From pork and beef to dog and lamb. Even rat meat was included." Lewin conceded, feeling no desire to continue conversing with the fool. He opened a window to let in some fresh air and retrieved his history textbook to study, noticing him engrossed in his reading. Li Dong settled onto the sofa with a blanket, claiming it was to keep him company. The following day, during the morning study session, halfway through reciting the second semester geography for the second year, Lewin suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, a throbbing pain overwhelming him. As if all his strength had been drained away. "Damn it, could it be that I caught a chill from the wind last night?" he murmured, and in a daze, he succumbed to sleep at his desk. Yirun immediately noticed his unusual demeanor, assuming he was merely fatigued from staying up all night, and paid him no mind. Moments later, yǒuqíng approached from the back of the classroom, glancing at him and asking Yirun, "What's wrong with Lewin?" Yirun recounted his late-night study session. The seasoned yǒuqíng instinctively reached out to touch his forehead, The moment her fingers made contact, she was taken aback. It was extremely hot, clearly indicating he was running a high fever. Chapter 52. Is this a meeting? Luan, wake up. Yǒuqíng shook him awake. Luan struggled to open his eyes, feeling an overwhelming warmth enveloping him. You have a fever. Come with me to the infirmary, Yǒuqíng exclaimed, calling on Li Dong for assistance. The infirmary was not far from the teaching building, separated by a large playground typically used for morning exercises. To his surprise, there were quite a number of people present in the infirmary at such an early hour, all connected to 4 drips. Among them were familiar faces like yǒuqíng from the adjacent liberal arts experimental class, the tall qíngqīn, and Li Shooting. Each was accompanied by a caregiver to assist them in navigating to the restroom while carrying their 4 bags. Goodness, it's like a conference here, commented the infirmary doctor, jesting with Yǒuqíng, indicating their familiarity. Yǒuqíng replied, please take his temperature. He has a high fever. The doctor gestured towards a bamboo recliner beside Li Shooting. Go sit over there. You're all running fevers, so it's easier for me to attend to you collectively. Li Shooting, who had been chatting with Wu Yu, lowered her head and pretended to read as Luan approached, tucking the book under her arm. The doctor handed Lu a mercury thermometer after shaking it. Luan unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt and placed the thermometer inside, then asked the tall qíngqīn across from him, how did you end up with a fever? The tall qíngqīn, a quintessential academic prodigy yet reticent, who usually kept to himself, replied, I played basketball yesterday and got all sweaty, then took a cold shower. The atmosphere in the infirmary shifted as all eyes turned to the 2 most formidable boys in school engaging in conversation. Luan inquired, where is your girlfriend? Why isn't she here with you? The moment he spoke, laughter erupted among the infirmary's occupants, while the tall qíngqīn wore a perplexed expression. 5 minutes later, the thermometer was retrieved. The doctor announced, you have a fever of 38.9 degrees. You'll need in 4. Nowadays, it's the doctor who dictates the course of treatment. If they say in 4 is necessary, then it is so, and if they prescribe an injection, one must comply without question. Luan asked, Doctor, how many bottles will I need? The doctor replied, your fever is quite high. I'll prescribe 4 bottles of medication. Yǒuqíng, upon hearing this, decisively stated, you can rest assured and receive your treatment here. I'll check on you after class. She then instructed Li Dong to stay behind before returning to the classroom. From the moment Luan entered, Wu Yu had been observing him. She leaned in to whisper to Li Shooting, your illness has come at quite the opportune time. You get to see him. I envy you. How fortunate. Li Shooting's face flushed, feigning ignorance to her friend's words, her eyes darting over the lines of text in her book. Before the first 4 was even halfway done, the class bell rang. Li Dong asked, brother, what would you like for breakfast? Luan weakly replied, I don't think I have much of an appetite. Li Dong inquired, how about braised pork? Luan remained silent. Li Dong pressed on, what about a steamed egg? Luan responded, and a chicken leg too. It would be perfect if there was a can of food as well. Li Dong could hardly contain his frustration. Are you my ancestor? Why are you even more difficult to please than my father? After Li Dong departed, Wu Yu called out to Luan, there's a jar of canned oranges here from Shooting. Would you like some? Luan turned his head. Isn't Li Shooting eating? Wu Yu discreetly elbowed Li Shooting, who, feeling bashful and already flushed from her fever, replied, I've already eaten. Wu Yu laughed, see? She has had her share. So I bought an extra jar. With that, Wu Yu shifted to a seat closer to him, opened the can, and eagerly offered it to him, pretending to be oblivious. Luan accepted it under the principle of not turning down free food and began to eat. Before long, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, as many visitors arrived to bring meals and check in. The first to enter was Sun Lena, the girlfriend of the male lead, who boldly began feeding him in plain sight of everyone. The male lead, accustomed to it, ignored the curious gazes and continued to eat nonchalantly. Lu Hui also arrived, her attention fixed on her good friend Wu Ying. Upon seeing Luan, she sweetly greeted him. Luan, you're here too. With his mouth full of canned meat. Luan merely managed to smile. However, before he could finish his smile, it faded as a figure caught his eye. A graceful presence, Meng Qingshui. Wu Ying called out, Qingshui, over here. Meng Qingshui had actually noticed them upon entering. She exchanged a silent glance with Lu and before cheerfully asking Li Shooting, Shooting, are you feeling better? Li Shooting replied, I feel much better after 2 bottles. Wu Yu, feeling a bit hungry, eagerly inquired, quick, tell us, what delicious dishes did you bring? Meng Qingshui replied sweetly, I brought some stir-fried dishes from the teacher's cafeteria, just the ones you all love. After feeding her boyfriend half a bowl of rice, Sun Lina set down the bowl, gave him a few sips of water, and suddenly recalled something, turning to Lu and across the table. Luan, it's been over a month. Have you given it any thought? Do you want to meet her? Li Ro was asking about you just yesterday. Before Luan could respond, Wu Yu, who was in the same class as Sun Lina, chimed in. Lina, who is Li Ro? Is she the girl who likes Luan? Li Shuting perked up, her eating sounds diminishing. Meng Qingshui observed her friend's actions and quickly glanced at Sun Lina. Unlike her boyfriend, Sun Lina was quite open about it. Yes, she has had a crush on Luan for many years, since middle school. Wu Yu pressed on. Is Li Ro pretty? Sun Lina replied. Yes, she is. Wu Yu, concerned for her friend, asked, how does she compare to Shu Ting? At this, Sun Lina paused her actions, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face as she looked at Li Shuting. No way, Shuting. Do you like Luan too? Caught in the crossfire, Li Shuting's heart raced, and she quickly shook her head, flustered. You all keep discussing your matters. Don't drag me into this. With a tentative inquiry, Sun Lina felt she had grasped the situation and realized it was imperative to inform Li Ro. She turned back to Luan and pressed. Luan, could you provide a definitive answer? Luan glanced at Meng Qingshui, who had somehow shifted her gaze back to him, and replied. The answer remains unchanged. I do not wish to meet. Sun Lina cautioned. She may very well seek you out. Luan sighed in resignation. Then we shall address it when she comes looking. Chapter 53. Xiao Bai's high fever was prone to recurrence, and it took 3 consecutive days of intravenous drips for him to recover. After the first day of treatment, he deliberately chose to go for the evening study sessions for the subsequent 2 days. To his surprise, he encountered Li Shuting. While the strategist Wu Yu remained steadfast by his side, and Meng Qingshui had also come to support her best friend. Having sat together for 2 days, the inherently optimistic Wu Yu felt she had become quite familiar with Lu, and noticing that there were few patients in the clinic that evening, she boldly initiated a conversation on behalf of her friend. When Luan took a break from his reading, Wu Yu seized the opportunity to ask, Luan, you were born in 74, right? Without lifting his head, Luan replied nonchalantly, yes. I see you're quite tall. How tall are you exactly? 176 centimeters. When is your birthday? It has already passed. What a pity. Otherwise, as friends, the 3 of us sisters would have celebrated your birthday for you. It's all right. If there's meat to eat, I wouldn't mind a belated celebration. Hearing this, Wu Ying and Tang Jian glanced over. Li Shuting, who had been pretending to be engrossed in her book, also raised her head. Meanwhile, Meng Qingshui had been observing Lu and ever since Wu Yu began to flirt. They all found it peculiar. Was this really Luan? He seemed so different from the rumors. Wasn't he supposed to be shy and introverted? Wu Yu saw nothing wrong with this. In fact, she found him far more entertaining than a block of wood and cheerfully replied, all right, what do you want to eat? We'll treat you. I'm from the countryside. Don't deceive me, Luan responded. Why would I deceive you? A gentleman's word is his bond. Luan remarked, I do like to eat braised pork with preserved vegetables, red braised pork, pig knuckles, spicy sour intestines, banded as pig liver, twice cooked pork, and ribs. Can you treat me to all that? Wu Yu leaned forward, astonished. So much? Can you finish it all at once? Luan replied. You don't have to treat me all at once. Just 1 dish a day will suffice, and throw in a portion of vegetables to pack for me. Delivered to my classroom. My seat number is group 7, row 4. If I'm not there, you can leave it on my desk. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. Wu Yu, eyes wide in disbelief, thought she had encountered shamelessness before, but this was an entirely new level of audacity. How troublesome. Luan responded, don't find it troublesome. I'm easy to please. Just ensure the meat is delivered, and I might even consider going on a date with you. Wu Yu gestured with her fingers, but what if the meat arrives, and you don't come for the date? What then? Luan nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a valid point. Pursuing a boy comes with risks, and delivering meat requires caution. One must bear their own consequences. At that, everyone could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Although Wu Yu was asking on behalf of her friendly shooting, she felt her own cheeks flush with embarrassment. After finishing his injection, Luan walked out of the infirmary with a calm demeanor amidst the gazes of many. A little over 10 minutes later, the 3 girls emerged as well. With no one around, Wu Yu unabashedly asked Meng Qingshui, Qingshui, did you know Luan when you were in junior high at Shenzhen Middle School? Meng Qingshui replied with a smile, our school had 8 classes in the same grade. So I knew of him. Wu Yu continued her inquiry. What was he like in middle school? Was he as good-looking as he is now? Meng Qingshui said. His looks haven't changed much. He is pretty much the same. just a bit more mature. Wu Yu turned to Li Shooting and encouraged her. Shooting, you can do it. I have high hopes for you. Strive to win him over before you enter university, lest you leave him to those enchanting creatures on campus. I have heard from my sister that many secretly engage in romantic affairs during their university years, and those who are strikingly handsome become the most sought-after individuals as soon as they arrive on campus. Li Shooting remained silent, not responding. Observing her reticence, Wu Yu, eager and impatient, nudged her. Can you express your feelings? I can assist you with qíngqīn. Li Shooting, slightly unsteady from the push, replied, Wu Yu, let me be. I prefer to harbor my feelings in silence. Wu Yu, puzzled, asked, harbor feelings in silence? Are you foolish? Why would you do that? Li Shooting looked down at her toes. I sense he is not inclined toward romance. Pushing him may only irritate him. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a while, she inquired, what will you do then? In front of her two closest confidants, Li Shooting took a few steps forward and declared, I will make an extra effort to see if I can attend the same school as him. Wu Yu suddenly clapped her hands joyfully and rushed to embrace Li Shooting's arm, exclaiming, Ah, that's the spirit. I wholeheartedly support you. Meng qíngqīn, trailing behind. Let her gaze flit between the two girls before finally settling on Li Shooting's back. Time waits for no one. Every moment is precious. After finishing her foredrip, Luan returned to class, remaining vigilant. She began by studying Chinese, followed by history, and ultimately completed a set of math problems just in time. This routine persisted for several days, attending classes by day, tackling exercises by night, and occasionally picking up her paintbrush during breaks. On Friday, shortly after 9 p.m., as Luan, Li Dong, and Yi Run approached the alley's entrance, they heard Liao Shiqi's voice from behind. Luan, a woman arrived at our Gue Fei hotel today. Luan turned slightly, asking, what kind of woman? Liao Shiqi gazed into his eyes and replied, a stunningly beautiful woman, even more so than Meng qíngqīn. Ah, this mischievous girl is clearly trying to undermine qíngqīn. Luan chuckled. Is this something you felt the need to tell me? Liao Shiqi huffed, pouting, don't doubt me. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see her. Her arrival caused quite a stir at our hotel. The young male chefs in the kitchen have been gossiping about her all afternoon. Bored. Luan responded nonchalantly and turned to head home, contemplating what gift to buy for a birthday celebration. As for the beauty of other women, it was irrelevant to him. She was not his partner, and he had no interest in her. Ah, someone's home. Yi Run, with keen eyes, noticed the light spilling from the windows before they even reached the door of Gue Fei Lane number 9. Who could it be? Surely it's not Lu Xueping returning from the hospital? He wouldn't have brought a woman home, would he? I now possess a considerable sum of 30,000 yuan. I can no longer settle for trivial matters. As he approached the gate with this resolute mindset, a small white Pekingese dashed past him, attempting to escape. Meng qíngqīn, following closely, swiftly blocked its path and ushered Luan inside, shutting the door behind them. Sister qíngqīn, what brings you here at such a late hour? Upon seeing her, Luan felt an inexplicable lift in his spirits. Noticing his subtle changes, Meng qíngqīn smiled charmingly and pointed at the dog, saying, You desired a dog. So I brought it over after work. Luan crouched down and gently scratched the dog's armpit with a finger. To his surprise, the dog immediately laid down, rolled over, exposing its fleshy belly, with its limbs bent and tongue lolling out, gazing up at him with an expression of sheer anticipation. Luan was taken aback, utterly astonished. Could it be that this dog was quite the lecher? Observing the amusing scene between man and dog, Meng qíngqīn couldn't help but chuckle. This dog belongs to Gao Yao. She enjoys teasing it like this, so don't follow her lead. Luan rose to his feet, puzzled. How could Gao Yao's dog come to you? Meng qíngqīn explained. She is pregnant and cannot keep pets, so she entrusted me with its care. I thought it would be suitable for you. The dog, feeling somewhat discontented, pondered. I've already assumed the perfect position. Aren't you going to touch me? After a moment of waiting, and noticing that Luan had no intention of continuing, it lay down again, lazily shaking its head. Meng qíngqīn advised him, this dog is quite perceptive. You should treat it well. Luan inquired, does it have a name? Meng qíngqīn replied, yes, it is called steadily. Chapter 54, Birthday Celebration. Upon returning to the main room, Luan expressed his unease, inquiring, Sister Qi, while I am away, will Xiaobai cause any mischief? Meng qíngqīn reassured him, no, this dog has undergone specialized training. It enjoys catching mice and playing with small animals. Otherwise, I would have brought a local mutt instead. Comforted by her words, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief and ceased to worry. Meng Qíngqīn glanced at the sky and then at her watch, instructing, "You should take a shower and change into clean clothes. Accompany me home." Just as Luan set his book down, he turned and asked, "Are we leaving tonight?" Meng Qíngqīn nodded gently. "There are guests at home." Luan appeared troubled. "But I haven't purchased a gift for the old master yet." Meng Qíngqīn smiled knowingly. "Your presence alone suffices. Bringing gifts seems too formal." He understood then that this was the reason she wished to take him with her tonight. After all, if others presented lavish gifts and he arrived empty-handed or with something modest, it might leave him feeling embarrassed. After a refreshing shower and tidying himself up, Luan decided to buy 2 bottles of locally brewed liquor from the department store, an inexpensive choice, yet favored by the elder Meng. He also picked up 2 bags of candy, one of granulated sugar and another of soft marshmallows, both of which were the old man's favorite treats, soft and chewy. Perfect for his age. Though the gifts were few, they were thoughtful, and he recalled that previously, these small tokens had brought joy. Recognizing his determination, Meng Qíngqīn offered a single piece of advice before refraining from further objections, aware that Luan had matured and valued his pride. The Ming family occupied 3 residences, one in their ancestral town, visited occasionally during holidays, another in the county city, where Ming Zhenhai worked, and a third in the family quarters of the municipal hospital, where Vice President Li Meng and his eldest daughter, Meng Qíngqīn, were assigned housing, allowing the whole family to reside there. Walking along yǒuqíng Street until its end, they turned left past the municipal hospital and entered a cul-de-sac. Arriving at an old yet sturdy brick villa, 2 stories high, its main entrance painted brightly, adorned with a small red plaque displaying the house number, 10. This villa was quite spacious, far grander than the residence at number 9 Guifei Lane. As they approached the gate, the savory aroma of meat wafted through the air. Luan sniffed the enticing scent, mingled with hints of cinnamon and red dates, and deduced that someone was preparing dompa pork. Noticing his reaction, Meng Qíngqīn smiled. "Before I left, Grandma was preparing dompa pork. It must be ready now. I will bring you a bowl to taste." Though he initially intended to decline, he thought better of it. After all, who could resist the allure of meat? With his appetite piqued, he marveled at how much he enjoyed eating. Upon entering, he spotted the elder Meng engrossed in a game of chess with a middle-aged man, whose unremarkable appearance was offset by his prominent nose and thick glasses. Nearby, Meng Shu observed, holding a teapot. Upon hearing a commotion at the door, the 3 chess players turned their attention towards it. "Grandfather, we are in the midst of a game," they remarked. Luan entered, carrying his luggage, his face radiant with smiles, exuding a friendly demeanor. Upon seeing this long-awaited guest, who had not graced their home in over 2 years, the Meng family had yet to utter a word when a head suddenly popped out from the kitchen and hurried over. "Well, whose handsome young lad is this?" exclaimed Li Meng as she pulled Luan closer for a thorough examination, half scolding and half teasing. "After waiting for the stars and the moon, you have finally arrived. Just this afternoon, I told the old man that if you didn't come tonight, I would go to Guifei Lane with a rope to fetch you." Faced with Aunt Meng's unpredictable antics, Luan felt a flush of embarrassment, responding, "Aunt Meng, I am here now. Let's forego the rope. It would be quite awkward if others saw, and then I struggled to find a wife." This playful banter elicited laughter from the gathered gentlemen. Observing that he was no longer the reticent boy he once was, Li Meng felt a sense of relief as she urged him to sit down and offered him a cup of hot tea. "Indeed, you have changed significantly. If your mother were aware from beyond, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed." After taking a sip of tea, Luan could not overlook the presence of others and promptly greeted, "Uncle Meng." Uncle Meng nodded with a smile, affectionately patting his shoulder, then introduced the bespectacled middle-aged man. "This is Uncle Chen, who works at the university." Presumably, this was the guest mentioned by Qíngqīn. Luan felt he had met him in a past life, but they had never exchanged words or correspondence. Luan called out, "Uncle Chen," to which Chen Weiyong, preoccupied with the chess match, merely nodded in polite acknowledgement. Uncle Meng added, "In a moment, you must play a couple of games with the old man. He is quite fierce today, and neither Uncle Chen nor I can keep up." Luan contemplated declining, knowing tomorrow was the grand occasion of the old man's 70th birthday, and he did not wish to dampen the spirits. Yet, conceding would also feel exceedingly dull. After all, the Ming family knew that since he was 5, his late father had insisted he serve as a practice partner, making him an experienced player despite his youth. And the old man had never lasted more than 30 moves against him. 3 minutes later, Uncle Chen, who worked at the university, wore a look of despair as he resigned. The old man took a sip of tea and boastfully called out to Luan, "Come, young lad. Today I shall utterly vanquish you. Luan replied, Grandfather, how about we postpone the match until the day after tomorrow? The old man, sensing the underlying meaning in his words, was quite stubborn. Tonight it shall be. With that, the elder, fearful that Luan might not comply, had already begun to set up the chess pieces. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Luan mused to himself, resigned to the impending challenge as he took his seat. The first game commenced with the central cannon opening. After 15 moves, Luan glanced at Uncle Ming, his eyes silently inquiring, shall we let him win? Otherwise, in just a few more moves, the old man would be finished. Uncle Ming maintained a stoic demeanor, pretending not to notice. However, Chen Weiyong glanced at Luan and then at the chessboard, deep in thought. Indeed, on the 21st move, the once lively old man fell silent. After setting down his pieces, he took a moment to reflect before exclaiming, let us play again. In the second game, a different approach was adopted, initiating with the knight's move. After 18 moves, Juan cast a glance at Uncle Ming once more, seemingly inquiring, shall we concede this round? Chapter 55, Subtlety Ming Shu feigned ignorance. Continuing to contemplate the chessboard, Chen Weiyong cast a serious glance at Luan. Indeed, the son of the county magistrate, indifferent to suffering, acted without hesitation as Luan wielded his knife with ruthless precision. Ming Qíngqīn emerged from the kitchen, ladling a few pieces of dongpa pork into a bowl and placing it before him, saying, Shaoan, do take a moment to savor the flavor. Soon, it would be time for supper. Among those present, none could match Luan in a game, and in his boredom, he lifted his chopsticks and began to eat. The aroma of the meat caused the elderly gentleman, who was contemplating the second game of chess, to frequently glance up. With each bite, the rich flavor of the meat tantalized his palate, delicious. Another bite, and again, the robust taste delighted him. While indulging in his meal, Luan inquired of Ming Qíngqīn, who had seated himself beside him, where are Wenjie and the people from Qingshui? Are they not at home? Meng Wenjie, the eldest of the Meng family, shares the same age as his late brother Luana, who succumbed to meningitis, both being 27 years old. Ming Qíngqīn remarked, your brother Wenjie has gone to your sister-in-law's home. There are matters to attend to, and he will not return tonight. Qingshui is upstairs in the bedroom, diligently studying. After consuming 2 pieces of meat, the elder gentleman wrapped his smoking pipe and set it aside, grinning as he resumed speaking, Lu, your style of playing chess has undergone significant changes, yet I have deciphered your strategy. In the third match, I shall surely triumph over you. Significant changes? Indeed, they are considerable. Having been reborn with a lifetime of experience, his chess style is shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Having already reserved several strategies to contend with your esteemed self, in the third match, in consideration of Sister Qíngqīn's presence, he refrained from displaying a gluttonous demeanor, opting for a defensive strategy that largely avoided crossing the river to launch an attack. While he did not initiate any offensive maneuvers, he could not prevent the old man from inadvertently sealing his own fate. With a mere setup, the opponent erroneously believed there were opportunities to exploit, leading to the reckless deployment of all his pieces. In the 23rd round, Luan discreetly consumed the horse, yet the old man remained unresponsive. In the 26th round, one seized another cannon. The old man, immersed in the offensive, felt a twitch in his facial muscles but remained steadfast in his initial strategy of attack. In the 29th round, when one stealthily captured the rook on the flank, the old man stiffened, fixating on the chessboard in deep contemplation, his right hand unconsciously lifting the pipe to take a few puffs. Juan finished the last morsel of meat and glanced once more at Uncle Ming. This time, Uncle Ming responded, his eyes twinkling with a playful smile, signaling him to show mercy, to spare the old man. Receiving the cue, Juan, in a moment of bravado, thrust the rook directly into the old man's grasp. However, the old man stared intensely at the rook, reluctant to make the capture. Juan looked again at Uncle Ming, as if to inquire, the tension is palpable, what should we do? Uncle Ming turned his head away, seemingly disillusioned with the old man. Chen Weiyong, observing this scene, nearly burst into laughter, finding the young boy before him quite amusing. Juan took a bold step, pushing the second rook forward. He reasoned that with both rooks present, there were no more tricks. He could afford to let one be captured for a draw, and capturing both would secure a victory. Come on, old man, seize the opportunity. The old man's gaze shifted to the second rook, lingering for an extended moment without making a move. Luan gently nudged Meng Qíngqīn under the table with his foot, signaling her to speak up. Understanding the hint, Meng Qíngqīn smiled and said, Grandpa, Luan has exhausted his strategies. Capturing the rook will lead to victory. The old man looked up at his eldest granddaughter and then at Wan, ultimately choosing to maintain his dignity by refraining from taking it. Just then, Ming Qíngqīn descended from upstairs. With a glance at the sparse pieces on the board, her keen intellect quickly grasped the situation. With a radiant smile, she reached out to clear the board, saying, "Grandpa, it's time for a late-night snack. We can resume our game afterward." Observing this, Uncle Ming stood up in agreement, declaring he would head to the kitchen for the dishes. Chen Weiyong followed suit, saying, "It's time for a late-night snack already? It feels like dinner was just moments ago. I'll wash my hands." To keep the conversation flowing, Ming Qíngqīn said, "Grandpa, Wan has brought your favorite liquor and cotton candy." The old man, regaining his focus, set down the pipe and addressed Wan, "You've significantly improved in chess. Can you handle liquor? Join me for a drink tonight." With the grandfather's command, Wan could not refuse, responding affirmatively. Regardless of the quantity of liquor consumed, the toast must be resounding. With only Chen Weiyong and Wan as guests, along with the 6 members of the Ming family, they filled the table perfectly. As he helped arrange the dishes, Wan quietly approached Ming Qíngqīn's side, saying, "Qi, may I sit with you?" Ming Qíngqīn smiled serenely, shifting slightly to make space for him. Witnessing this, Ming Qíngqīn, who initially intended to sit closer to Wan to exchange a few words, inconspicuously altered her course and sat beside her grandmother. Due to the considerable uproar involving the youngest daughter and Wan during middle school and Wan's subsequent avoidance of Qíngqīn, Li Ming had been subtly monitoring their every move since Wan entered the house. Though Qíngqīn's actions were discreet, they did not escape Li Ming's observant gaze. Her attention lingered on her youngest daughter for a moment before shifting to Wan, who was now raising his glass, offering to toast each elder at the table. The change was indeed remarkable. Wan had once been so lively, a trait that seemed to belong to his elementary school days. Following the upheaval in the Wan family, he had transformed, becoming reserved and less talkative. In recent years, the issue of mental fatigue has become increasingly pronounced. After Luan had consumed 3 small cups of liquor, Ming Qíngqīn offered him a piece of duck wing, then reached out to prevent him from drinking any further. Observing her eldest daughter and Luan engaged in lively conversation, Li Ming's peripheral vision swept towards her younger daughter. Ming Qíngqīn appeared to treat them as mere phantoms, seemingly oblivious, as she chatted with her grandmother, serving her soup and dishes. Had she perhaps misinterpreted the situation? Did her younger daughter truly harbor no lingering affections for Luan? Such reflections filled Li Ming's mind. As Li Ming kept a watchful eye on Ming Qíngqīn and Luan, her husband, Ming Zhenhai, was equally attentive to the dynamics between the younger daughter and Luan. However, their perspectives diverged. Ming Zhenhai's attention was primarily focused on Luan, the county's prominent figure. He scrutinized not only Luan's words, but also his physical demeanor. He noted that while the elder daughter shared a close bond with Luan, her posture remained proper and composed, treating him as a typical younger brother. Conversely, Luan, imbibing liquor and engaging in conversation with the elders at the table, displayed remarkable eloquence. When his bowl became empty, he would glance at the elder daughter, which, on the surface, seemed innocuous. Yet, his entire being, particularly his knees, consistently angled towards her, subtle gestures reflecting an instinctive response, a manifestation of his subconscious. This observation left Ming Zhenhai feeling uneasy. He pondered whether Luan's early loss of his mother had fostered a reliance on the elder daughter, who had cared for him over the years, or if he harbored deeper feelings for Qi. Meanwhile, he shared a toast with his close friend Chen Weiyong, sipping his liquor, while discreetly observing his younger daughter. Ming Qíngqīn, radiating joy, shifted gracefully in her chair as she served dishes, at times whispering secrets to her grandmother, and at others contributing effortlessly to the table's conversation, exhibiting no sense of constraint. After a considerable period of observation, Ming Zhenhai found no signs of any unusual behavior from his younger daughter. Chapter 56. The White Serpent enters the dream that evening, after finishing a late-night snack. It was already quite late. Luan was assigned to a bedroom on the west side of the 2nd floor. Coincidentally, to the left of this room was his sister Ming Qíngqīn's chamber, while his younger sister Ming Qíngqīn resided across the hallway. "Qíngqīn, are you all right?" he inquired, noticing the faint blush on Ming Qíngqīn's cheeks as he extended his hand to support her up the stairs with genuine concern. Ming Qíngqīn chuckled at his exaggerated gestures. "Sister turns red when she drinks, but I am not intoxicated, so do not worry. I am quite aware of my state. Look, you're already starting to babble. Drunken individuals always claim they are sober. No, I must personally escort you back to your room," Luan insisted, refusing to let go as he guided her to the door of her bedroom. He tightly grasped the doorknob with his right hand and turned it, As the door opened, he switched on the light, stubbornly following her inside. The bedroom was quite simple. A writing desk was positioned beneath the window, neatly piled with medical books. To the left stood a wardrobe, and within lay a bed. Noticing his keen observation, Ming Qīngqīn teased, "Are you disappointed that you went to such lengths just to sneak a peek?" The older man filtered out certain comments, adjusting his position on the chair as he sat down. Disappointed? Not at all. On the contrary, much like your elegant demeanor, your room is minimalist, clean, and sophisticated, exactly my preferred style. Upon hearing this, Ming Qīngqīn straightened her attire and, after a moment, suggested, "If you like it, why not stay here tonight? I can squeeze in with Qīngqīn across the hall." Lu's eyes lit up, feigning embarrassment. "Oh, that would be quite inappropriate. I fear I might soil your bed." Ming Qīngqīn reassured him, "It's no trouble. Once you leave, I can simply wash the bedding." Luan felt a twinge of disappointment. "It seems you still find me unclean and unwelcome to sleep here." Ming Qīngqīn smiled gently, glancing at her wrist. "It's getting late, almost midnight. You need to rest and recuperate. Go to sleep." Recalling the fibs he had told, Luan rose reluctantly. "Then you should refrain from reading as well. Tomorrow is grandfather's birthday, and we must rise early." Ming Qīngqīn had a habit of reading before sleep, usually for about half an hour, or longer if time permitted. "All right," she replied, watching him quietly as he departed before closing the door. However, she did not heed Luan's advice. Once in bed, she picked up a book and began to read. Approximately half an hour later, the door creaked open, revealing her younger sister in her pajamas. Ming Qīngqīn locked the door behind her and walked straight to the bedside, shedding her shoes and climbing onto the bed, clinging to her sister's right arm. She expressed her fear. "Sister, I just had a nightmare, and I'm terrified." Ming Qīngqīn set her book aside and softly asked, "What kind of nightmare? Do you remember?" Nestling closer to her sister, Ming Qīngqīn recounted with trepidation, "In my dream, I was rowing a boat on a lake when suddenly a gigantic white serpent emerged from the water. It swept me into the air with its tail and swallowed me whole, inch by inch." Ming Qīngqīn pondered for a moment, then smiled knowingly. "No wonder the book The Tale of the White Serpent has gone missing. It seems you have taken it." Ming Qīngqīn twisted her body and pouted playfully. "Doing exercises from dawn till dusk is simply too monotonous. I just need to lighten my mood and unwind." Engaging in a lively discussion inspired by the tale of Madame Whitesnake, the two sisters chatted for nearly 20 minutes. Eventually, observing that Ming Qīngqīn's eyelids were growing heavy, Ming Qīngqīn gently patted her back, offering comfort. "Sleep now, dear sister. The white snake won't dare approach." Murmured the drowsy Ming Qīngqīn, her delicate lashes fluttering shut as she gradually succumbed to slumber. Glancing at the visage before her, which rivaled her own in beauty, Ming Qīngqīn found herself wide awake. She pondered the tale of the white snake, the green snake. It seemed that Qīngqīn, just as she had surmised, had harbored fond feelings for Shaoan all these years. The following day, Meng Wenjie, the director of the finance office in a nearby township, returned home, accompanied by his wife. "Oh, how unusual. Shaoan, you dared to visit our home this time. Aren't you afraid we'll devour you whole?" Upon seeing Luan, Meng Wenjie's wife jested. "Brother, sister-in-law," Luan greeted with a cheerful smile. Meng Wenjie clapped him on the shoulder. "Today, it's just family, no outsiders invited. You might need to help serve dishes from the platter later. It could be a bit tiring." This was a customary practice in Baoqing, typically. It was the nephews or close friends who served, as it was deemed a laborious task, and it would be inappropriate to trouble those with whom they had no close ties. Elders, on such occasions, were usually seated and honored. "Ah, no problem. Sister Qīngqīn informed me last night," Luan replied. Having assisted in such matters in his previous life, he was already quite adept at it. Although the gathering was not an extravagant banquet for guests, it was nonetheless a significant occasion, old Master Ming's 70th birthday. Besides relatives and friends, neighbors from the vicinity had also come to pay their respects. Meng Wenjie remarked, "We expect a total of 13 tables. You will handle the 6 tables in the courtyard while I take care of those inside and upstairs." Luan was taken aback. "It's your grandfather's birthday. And you, the eldest grandson, want to be seated to toast?" Meng Wenjie shot a glance at his wife, smiling as he revealed, "Your sister-in-law is preparing for pregnancy and cannot drink for the next 6 months. Since I enjoy drinking, I thought it best to keep myself busy to avoid the temptation." "Fine, I'll take care of the 6 tables outside," Luan agreed readily. The banquet was set to commence at 1:28 p.m. However, he spent the entire morning assisting with preparations, setting tables, wiping chairs, arranging bowls and chopsticks, and organizing drinks and beverages. Xiaowen, your phone. Just as he finally managed to take a break at noon, barely having had a sip of water, Li Ming approached him. At Ming, who was looking for me? The caller, identifying himself as yǒuqíng, claimed to be interested in purchasing a painting. With a hint of mystery, Li Ming inquired, what kind of painting? I can't explain it all at once. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Luan gulped down a mouthful of water and made his way across the courtyard into the living room. The sofa was crowded with women engaged in conversation, including the Ming's sisters and his sister-in-law, who were providing company. There are too many people in the living room. Let us move to the bedroom where there is an extension, and it's quieter, Li Ming suggested as she followed him into the bedroom. Lifting the receiver, Luan greeted. Hello, this is Luan. When will you return? I came to Guifei Lane early this morning to find you, but was met with disappointment. I only learned of your whereabouts through Jingni. It was Zhou Kuan's voice. Luan, feeling apologetic, replied, I'm sorry, I had to step out due to some matters. I heard you are interested in purchasing a painting? Indeed, Zhou Kuan confirmed, adding, last week, Xing Xian visited your home. I trust you remember her? She wishes to discuss the possibility of commissioning 2 portrait paintings from you. Luan thought he had misheard. 2. Zhou Kuan glanced at the individual seated in the back through the rearview mirror and asserted, yes, 2, each with different attire and angles. The price is negotiable. But I do have a small request. Negotiable pricing renders any request trivial, Luan stated. Please, do share. Zhou Kuan continued, I would like to observe you while you paint, to glean some insights from your technique. I hope you won't take offense. Luan found himself at a loss for words. Painting is ideally a solitary endeavor, free from pressure and constraints, where one might experience bursts of creativity in unguarded moments. However, given that the other party was his patron and considering his current lack of prominence, he reasoned that this was not the first time such a request had been made. After a feigned moment of contemplation, Luan acquiesced. Chapter 57. The stifling news as the call concluded and the receiver was gently placed back, Li Ming inquired once more. Did someone truly purchase your paintings? Did you not hear it just now? Luan replied with a playful blink. Come on, you little rascal, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what happened. Li Ming had always shown great concern for Luan, not solely out of sympathy for his unfortunate family circumstances, but primarily because he was the only son of her dear friend, to whom she had promised to lend a hand. In the presence of her, Luan felt a genuine respect and thus refrained from withholding any details, recounting the events surrounding the sale of his paintings. As his final words resonated in the air, Luan observed with a hint of pride as Li Ming's mouth fell agape in shock. At that moment, she was utterly astonished, nearly gasping aloud. It felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream, or perhaps listening to an outlandish tale. Her family was not financially strained. They were accustomed to spending without counting every penny. Yet, to learn that 2 paintings had fetched 30,000 was undeniably astonishing. No, it was profoundly shocking. The sheer magnitude of the sum was overwhelming. How much did her salary as the vice dean amount to? Without any additional income, it barely exceeded 500 a month. Yet, here was Luan, at the tender age of 17, having earned 30,000. What does that signify? Li Ming pondered, her thoughts swirling, losing all sense of reality, and could only conclude that painting was indeed a lucrative endeavor. She was oblivious as to how she exited the room. In a daze, she pulled her eldest daughter from the sofa into a secluded corner. Hurry, does Xiaowen know how to paint in oils? Meng Qíngqīn, bewildered by her mother's frantic demeanor, responded, oil painting? Yes, he possesses a complete set of oil painting tools that his uncle gifted him. She then curiously asked, why do you inquire about this? Li Ming, taken aback by her daughter's words, exclaimed, you mean you are unaware that Xiaowen sells his paintings? Now it was Meng Qíngqīn who was left speechless. What do you mean, selling paintings? After scrutinizing her daughter's expression, which bore no sign of deceit, Li Ming let out a sigh and proceeded to relay every detail of what she had just learned. 30,000 for 2 paintings? And there are more buyers now? At 25, Meng Qíngqīn interacted frequently with Luan and believed she knew him quite well. However, upon hearing this news, her reaction was little better than her mother's prior astonishment. An eerie silence enveloped the air as they exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. After a lengthy pause, Li Ming rubbed her face, still feeling as though she were caught in a dream or had just heard the most ludicrous joke. She then insisted, after the banquet, you must accompany Xiaowen back. I can't shake this feeling that it's not entirely real. They say seeing is believing. I hope Xiaowen doesn't stray from the right path. Without needing her mother to remind her, Meng Qíngqīn shared the same concern and immediately responded, all right, I will walk him home later. Also, Li Meng, Li Meng, where are you? As Li Meng was about to continue her admonition to her daughter, a voice called out to her from outside. Rest assured about this matter, Xiaoan is doing splendidly. The remainder of her thought regarding Xiaoan's well-being remained unspoken, yet it was evident that her eldest daughter grasped its essence. As the vice president of the Municipal People's Hospital, Li Meng had witnessed her fair share of sordid affairs over the decades. She had encountered all manner of grotesque characters, including a rather peculiar incident involving a young nurse who, in her ambition, had dragged her own mother into scandalous circumstances. Meng Qíngqīn indeed understood, though she found herself caught between laughter and tears. In her eyes, while Xiaoan sometimes regarded her with an unusual gaze, he maintained decorum and never overstepped boundaries, which reassured her. Therefore, she could not possibly entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Rather, her concern lay in the possibility that Xiaoan might be secretly engaging in dubious activities, amassing a sum of inexplicable money. After all, how else could one explain the erratic fluctuations in his academic performance? The recent electrocardiograms and electroencephalograms she had examined showed no abnormalities. Everything appeared quite normal. In fact, out of an abundance of caution, she had even consulted her university mentor, who assured her that there was nothing amiss. At least, for the moment, all seemed well, which granted her a measure of peace. With these perplexities weighing on her mind, Meng Qíngqīn sought out her elder brother, Meng Wenjie, who was bustling in the kitchen. With an hour until the banquet begins, could you drive me to the street? When she mentioned driving, she referred to their motorcycle. Meng Wenjie, drenched in perspiration, wiped his brow with his sleeve. What do you need to do on the street at this hour? He inquired. Meng Qíngqīn offered no reply, instead turning and descending the stairs to her bedroom to fetch her bag. Before long, a Honda motorcycle emerged from the alley. Where to? Meng Wenjie asked, his clothes billowing in the wind, resembling an inflated balloon. Just to the commercial street, Meng Qíngqīn replied, idly tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. A rumbling sound echoed as they sped along Taowaping Street, swiftly arriving at the first department store. Wait for me here. I'll just pop in to buy a few things, Meng Qíngqīn instructed. I'll accompany you inside, Meng Wenjie replied, parking the motorcycle in front of a familiar shop and following her inside. It was December, and with the new year approaching in just over a month, many pickpockets were prevalent on the streets, hoping to enjoy a prosperous holiday. Meng Qíngqīn, naturally beautiful and poised, stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens, easily attracting the attention of those with ill intentions. Her purpose was clear as she headed straight for a clothing store, soon selecting a reasonably priced outfit. Well, how generous of you to treat your older brother, Meng Wenjie exclaimed upon witnessing his sister's offer for him to try on clothes. It was indeed a first for him. Meng Qíngqīn smiled silently, handing him the garments and urging him to try them on. After a short while, Meng Wenjie stood before the fitting mirror, turning left and right, even striking a few poses. Pleased with his reflection, he felt quite heroic and satisfied. At that moment, the nearby attendant's eyes lit up as he praised, Sir, your physique is truly commendable, a natural clothes hanger, and this outfit looks splendid on you. Meng Qíngqīn circled around, then took a few steps back to observe from a distance, finding it quite appealing. All right, let us take it off, he said to his brother. Before turning to the attendant, please wrap it up for me. The attendant replied, you have a keen eye, miss. This style is the most sought after in the store. Seeing the female customer so decisive, the attendant happily took the garment and prepared it for packaging. As they exited the department store, Meng Wenjie gallantly offered, allow me to carry my clothes. We wouldn't want to tire my dear sister. Meng Qíngqīn cast him a sidelong glance, withholding the garment from him, as it was intended for Xiaoan. What? Meng Wenjie abruptly halted, rendered speechless. Without a backward glance, Meng Qíngqīn quietly made her way out of the store, vanishing into the blinding light at the entrance. Damn, this fellow has captured Qing Shui's heart and now seeks to seize Qingqi's affection as well? Meng Wenjie ground his teeth in frustration, a rare curse escaping his lips. The joy he felt while trying on clothes moments ago was now replaced by profound dejection. Chapter 58. Unable to escape upon exiting the first department store, Meng Qíngqīn contemplated for a moment before making her way to the nearby clothing market. Meng Wenjie, who followed closely behind, could not help but inquire, are you planning to buy more clothes? Just taking a look, she replied. The clothing offered at the first department store was relatively expensive, regarded as branded goods by the locals of Baoqing, signifying a higher status. In stark contrast, the outdoor clothing market presented an array of affordable and practical options, albeit consisting mostly of knockoffs and items of lesser quality. Nevertheless, the variety was overwhelming, leaving Meng Qíngqīn quite dazzled on her first visit. Familiar with the area, Meng Wenjie guided her. Follow me. Take a left, walk straight, then another left. And we'll arrive. He pointed towards a row of over 10 shops ahead. You can browse here. Xiaoan used to enjoy hunting for clothes in this very spot. Meng Qíngqīn remained silent, her gaze fixed as she meticulously examined each shop. Due to time constraints, she did not linger long. Managing to select an entire outfit in less than 10 minutes, and even purchased a pair of counterfeit warrior shoes from a neighboring stall. This time, Meng Wenjie had learned his lesson, repeatedly voicing, let me try, I need to try again. On their way back, Meng Wenjie appeared puzzled. If you intend to buy clothes for Xiaoan, why opt for these market goods? Meng Qíngqīn explained, although Xiaoan has undergone significant changes and smiles at everyone. He possesses a strong sense of pride. After the banquet, he will surely be drenched in sweat and with no spare clothes at home. I will give him both outfits and let him choose which one to wear. Meng Wenjie felt a twinge of jealousy and remarked, is it that you two are siblings? Or is it I who am your brother? With a smile, Meng Qíngqīn replied, if I were to complete all the chores meant for my sister-in-law, how would she express her love for you? Though somewhat skeptical of her words, Meng Wenjie felt a sense of comfort wash over him. At 1:28 p.m., the auspicious hour arrived, and the meal commenced punctually. The Ming family, a prominent clan within several miles, valued reputation and grandeur, adhering to the highest customary standards with each table prepared with 22 dishes. This workload took a toll on Luan, who hustled back and forth, carrying square trays while sweating profusely, soon finding his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. At some point, Meng Qíngqīn appeared by his side, offering him a bottle of soda. You've perspired so much, you should quench your thirst. Initially, Luan intended to decline, claiming he was not thirsty. However, upon meeting her soulful, dark gaze, he felt unable to refuse. He accepted the drink with a grateful thank you and took several generous sips, eager to savor the refreshing taste. Curious, he asked. Aren't you going to eat? Meng Qíngqīn, taking back half of the soda bottle, replied with a melodic voice, there are too many people, and there's no room to sit. I'll eat with the kitchen staff later. Upon hearing this, Luan grasped her intentions and simply nodded, stating, I'll return to my duties. We can chat later. All right, she acknowledged, clearly understanding the situation, as she decisively walked away with her half-empty soda bottle. At the main table, Li Ming quietly observed the unfolding scene. Her heart a tumult of emotions. Having lived for over 40 years, she was well aware of her younger daughter's feelings toward Xiaoan. Yet, a deep concern gnawed at her. She could distinctly sense that Xiaoan viewed Qíngqīn merely as a fleeting dalliance, lacking any genuine intent. The 22 dishes took over 20 minutes to be served. This delay was primarily due to the unexpected influx of guests, which overwhelmed the kitchen staff, necessitating additional purchases and preparations that left everyone in a state of disarray. Furthermore, the limited space at the round table meant that they could not accommodate all 22 dishes at once, forcing them to eat while clearing away bowls and chopsticks. Consequently, the meal dragged on for over 20 minutes. As today marked the elder's 70th birthday, Luan was also preoccupied with delivering a few kind words and toasting. Grandfather, may your blessings flow like the East Sea and may your longevity rival the southern mountains' ancient pines. There are numerous phrases for birthday wishes, but Luan, having lived a full life, discovered that the elderly often cherish this particular sentiment the most, especially as they advanced in age. It is often said that one would rather endure hardship in life than to be buried in the earth, and this seemed to hold true. Indeed, as soon as the words left his lips, the elder, revealing his aged teeth, joyfully grasped Luan's arm, exclaiming, You beat me yesterday. Today, let's share another drink. What nonsense is this? Winning a game necessitates drinking? Did I truly wish to win against you yesterday? It was merely your stubbornness and poor luck that led to my victory, as you insisted on sending me several heads each time we met. Though Luan internally grumbled, his actions remained decisive as he raised his cup to drink. Half an hour later, as the banquet neared its conclusion, guests began to depart, leaving only a few tables of avid drinkers engaged in lively banter. Xiaoan, you've worked hard. Go and eat. Meng Qíngqīn, who had already accompanied some female relatives, gently urged him toward the kitchen. I am indeed a bit hungry, Luan replied without hesitation, spotting 2 tables set in the kitchen, and casually choosing an empty seat. Noticing Meng Wenjie attempting to join him, Meng Qíngqīn playfully blocked him, whispering, This isn't your spot. Please change tables. Meng Wenjie, taken aback, only grasped the situation when Qíngqīn appeared at the kitchen door, and he promptly moved to another table, opting for discretion and allowing his younger sister the freedom to engage. I leave Xiaoan in your care. Keep a watchful eye on him and ensure he doesn't drink excessively, Meng Qíngqīn instructed as she pulled her sister beside Luan, imparting her advice before turning to leave. Before departing, she couldn't help but recall the nightmare her sister had shared with her the previous night, a dream of a white snake that coiled its tail around her and swallowed her whole. Are you Luan? I believe I have seen you before, back when you were just a little thing. How did you grow up so quickly? Are you both attending the same school? Do you not think these two make a lovely pair? They say both are as sweet as glutinous rice. They certainly have the look of a couple. As they settled into their seats, the older gentlemen and ladies at the table stared intently at the two, showering them with various compliments, causing Meng Qingshui's face to turn a deep shade of crimson. Yet, despite this, the young lady showed no inclination to depart, her face beaming as she fetched him a bowl and chopsticks, even pouring a glass of juice for him. Faced with an abundance of delectable dishes, Luan's appetite was thoroughly awakened, and he indulged heartily while maintaining a semblance of decorum. As he feasted, he inexplicably commanded the nearby Meng Qingshui, "Pour me a glass of liquor." Meng Qingshui, who was not particularly fond of meat, primarily filled his plate with kelp, black fungus, and wild mushrooms. Upon hearing his request, he promptly set aside his chopsticks, rose slightly to retrieve a cup, and poured a glass of liquor to place before Luan. After devouring 2.5 bowls of rice, Luan patted his pleasantly rounded belly, feeling quite content, and thought to himself, "Now this is what a banquet is meant to be." With satisfaction, he turned to ask, "Speak up, what brings you to me, if not for something of importance?" Meng Qingshui, who had already finished his meal, had been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing his words, he stood and left the table, heading outside. Observing this, Luan followed him. They sought a secluded corner, where Meng Qingshui halted, gazing intently into his eyes, and inquired, "Is Li Ro looking for you?" Chapter 59. A glimmer of insight. Luan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young lady would bring up the matter. Had she not mentioned Li Ro, he would have almost forgotten her name. Observing the tenacity in her demeanor, Luan deduced the underlying circumstances and did not fabricate his response. "Over the past month, Wang Lina had approached me twice, expressing that Li Ro wished to meet me. Yet I declined both times. Twice. I turned her down on both occasions." Meng Qingshui felt a mix of joy and frustration upon hearing this. The joy stemmed from the fact that he had rebuffed her twice. The frustration was equally tied to those two instances, as the span of over a month suggested that Li Ro, after being rejected once, was still persistent in her pursuit. Such dedication stirred an instinctive sense of unease within Meng Qingshui. Her close friend, Li Yǒuqíng, had harbored unspoken affections for 3 years. Restrained by emotions and the absence of any real threat to her, remaining silent all this time. Yet, if her instincts were accurate, it seemed this individual harbored feelings for her sister that were rather inappropriate. Last night, she had sought to glean insights through a dream inspired by the tale of Madame White Snake, and indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. After feigning slumber, she noticed her sister had remained awake for quite some time, evidently pondering the deeper significance of that dream, suggesting that her sister was also aware of his intentions. Fortunately, her sister had not yet developed such thoughts. The earlier scene in the kitchen had somewhat reassured her, with Yǒuqíng's affections lingering in the background. And now with Li Ro re-emerging after 6 years, it felt as though a lingering specter was haunting her, igniting a sense of anxiety. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, Meng Qingshui composed her emotions and inquired with a smile, "I have heard that Li Ro's family owns a jewelry company, a quarry, and over a dozen sand dredgers. They are quite affluent." Luan, perceiving her intentions, nodded earnestly. "Indeed, they are quite wealthy. If there comes a day when I wish to cease my efforts, I might consider exploring that avenue." Wang Lina mentioned that Li Ro is not lacking in attractiveness. Meng Qingshui paused, her smile nearly faltering. However, she swiftly adapted, avoiding eye contact, lowering her gaze to suppress a smile, and absent-mindedly twisting the tip of her right foot on the floor, completing one revolution, then a second, and a third, and a fourth. Luan, observing the marks on the ground, sighed and asked, "Was Li Ro the one who reported you back in middle school?" Meng Qingshui softly affirmed, "Yes." Luan, intrigued, inquired, "How did you find out afterward?" Meng Qingshui steadied herself, lifted her head, and smiled brightly. "I shall tell you later." "Tell me later? What kind of nonsense is that?" "Next time, I shall directly inquire with Li Ro." Luan remarked, "Very well then. Do you have any other matters to attend to today?" This dismissal caused Meng Qingshui's expression to waver, and in the next moment, a dark void seemed to form within her crescent-shaped eyes, swirling as she gazed at him for a while. After a lengthy pause, she sweetly replied, "No, nothing else. You are drenched in sweat. Go take a shower quickly, lest you catch a cold." Feeling the discomfort of her wet clothing against her skin, and recalling her recent high fever, Luan decisively made his way indoors. Meng Qingshui remained motionless, her hands intertwined at her abdomen, quietly observing his retreating figure. She instinctively wished to assist him in finding fresh clothes, but she was aware that her sister had purchased 2 new outfits earlier, rendering her help unnecessary. At this moment, Meng Qingqi was waiting for him in the living room. Upon his arrival, she stood up and drew him upstairs, subsequently handing him 2 sets of newly purchased clothing. "Quick, take a shower, don't keep them waiting," she urged. Luan opened the 2 bags in succession, discovering that one contained high-end merchandise, likely from a prestigious department store, while the other held items of considerably lesser quality, akin to what he was currently wearing. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped her intentions. Someone was coming to purchase a painting, and she did not wish for him to appear too shabby, fearing that an odd gaze might fall upon her. Thus, she had bought a stylish set of men's attire. Yet, concerned about her own thoughts and the potential sting of her pride, she had also procured a set of less expensive clothing, leaving the choice to him. Contemplating this, Luan felt warmth envelop his heart, touched by her considerate nature, and he was tempted to embrace her impulsively. Finally, he said, "Thank you, Sister Qingqi. Now go take your shower. I will accompany you back shortly." Meng Qiqi replied quietly, receiving her serene gaze. Luan suppressed the urge to embrace her and decisively stepped into the shower. How fortunate it was to be at the county chief's home. With the luxury of hot water, something he would never have dared to dream of in his dilapidated residence on Guifei Lane. Stripped of his clothes, he stood beneath the warm cascade of water, feeling as if something had penetrated his very being, igniting a delightful itch within him. The sensation was overwhelmingly pleasurable. Akin to the comforting embrace of Sister Qi, her understanding gentleness, and the enchanting allure she exuded, which stirred an insatiable yearning in older men at that moment. Immersed in his fantasies, Luan could not help but hum a tune, singing boundless seas and skies. "Tonight in the cold night, I watch the snow drift by. With a heart that has cooled, drifting afar, chasing through wind and rain, lost in the fog, can you and I change in this vast sky and sea?" Meng Qiqi had not ventured far, seated on the sofa in the upstairs living room, sipping tea while awaiting his return. Suddenly, upon hearing the melody emanating from the bathroom, she paused, then set down her teacup to listen intently. Although Luan sang in Cantonese, it did not detract from the beauty of boundless seas and skies. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself drawn into the song. Time passed unnoticed, and when Luan emerged, he was met with Meng Qingqi's contemplative gaze as she assessed him with a smile. "Little one, you truly are a fine figure. Everything looks good on you." Luan had not donned the high-end attire, but had rather chosen the casual option, yet this decision still illuminated Meng Qingqi's expression. "Really looks good?" he inquired. "Yes, quite lovely," she affirmed. Approaching her, Luan exaggeratedly spread his arms and spun around, jesting, "Since Sister Qingqi enjoys watching, let her indulge a little longer." Meng Qingqi chuckled, immediately aware of his playful intentions, and urged, "Let us go. It is nearly 3 o'clock. I shall escort you." All right, as you say," Luan replied, understanding her nature, promptly retracting his arms, grabbing his bag, and following her downstairs. As they descended the staircase to the first floor, Meng Qiqi inquired, "Were you singing in Cantonese just now?" "Indeed," Luan replied, unabashedly asking, "How did I perform?" Meng Qingqi, with a hint of restraint, offered a modest evaluation. "Not bad. Sister grants you a score of 80. Having always excelled in the arts of singing and performance, Luan pouted in discontent. "How can you say that? Are you truly my sister? You're being rather disparaging." He continued, "Let me tell you, I'm not boasting, even if Beyond heard my song. They wouldn't dare to assign me just 80 points. They might even consider relinquishing the lead vocalist position." Meng Qingqi cast him a sidelong glance, a faint smile gracing her lips, and chose not to engage further as they continued their descent. Noticing their departure, Meng Wenjie, having finished his meal, approached and asked, "Where are you two headed?" Meng Qingqi replied, "Back to Guifei Alley." Meng Wenjie promptly offered, "Wait a moment, I will fetch the car keys. I shall drive you both." After about 30 seconds, he emerged from the house with the keys in hand. Luan timely extended his hand, saying, "Hand me the keys. I will drive, so as not to trouble you." Chapter 60. Here it comes. "Can you ride? This is a motorcycle, not a bicycle you've been on before." Meng Wenjie wore a skeptical expression. "What's wrong with motorcycles? Aren't they meant to be ridden by people?" Look at your arrogance. Luan, uninterested in further banter, took the key and inserted it into the motorcycle. With a swift motion, he mounted it and sped out of the gate, performing a quick turn before returning, coming to a steady halt before the two of them. It was as if he was silently challenging Meng Wenjie. So, what do you think? Isn't my skill superior to yours? Faced with this undeniable truth, Meng Wenjie, his mind swirling with questions, could not deny reality, abandoning any thoughts of escorting them back. Qíngqīn, get on. Luan patted the back seat with a sense of pride. Meng Qíngqīn smiled and took her place. Hold on tight. I'm about to take off. All right. With a rumble, Luan twisted the throttle, and the Honda motorcycle roared to life as it exited the courtyard. Watching the pair depart, Meng Wenjie turned to Meng Qíngqīn, who appeared unexpectedly behind him, and said, "Let us go. Don't linger. Help your brother with something." "What is it?" "Just moments ago calm." Meng Qíngqīn's face instantly lit up with curiosity. "It's nothing major. I've forgotten how to write reluctantly parting. Could you teach me?" "Brother." Observing the steady and swift motorcycle, Meng Qíngqīn was filled with questions and could not help but inquire, "Luan, when did you learn to ride a motorcycle?" Upon hearing this, Luan's mind shifted, and he abruptly hit the brakes. Meng Qíngqīn, caught off guard, leaned forward due to inertia, her chest pressing against his back. Feeling the gentle warmth against him, he couldn't help but mentally chastise himself. What a blunder. "I truly didn't mean to. But it feels so soft." Luan said, "You see, don't flatter me. I've just seen enough pork to transform into one myself today. It's my first time riding UG. I'm not a pig. I'm pork." No, not even pork." Realizing his slip of the tongue, he hastily corrected himself, only to find he had made yet another blunder. What a mess. This distraction successfully amused Meng Qíngqīn, and she ceased her concerns about his riding abilities. Subtly shifting away from his back, leaning back, she calmly stated, "Sister is ready. Let us go." "Sure thing." Seeing his clumsy attempt at humor succeed in diverting her attention, Luan revved the throttle once more. The family building of the municipal hospital was not far from Guifei Lane. It took just 6 minutes on the motorcycle to arrive. As the vehicle came to a stop, Meng Qíngqīn dismounted, and before Luan could make a move, he saw Li Dong hurriedly approaching from gate number 8. Pulling him aside conspiratorially, he whispered, Luan, I've seen a ghost today." Luan retorted with irritation, "Speak plainly." Li Dong unbuttoned his thick cotton coat, grasped Luan's right hand, and placed it over his heart. "Don't believe me? Feel this. My heart is racing like crazy." Luan was left speechless. "If you don't want it to race, that's quite simple." Li Dong inquired, "What method?" Luan replied, "Do you have any dichlorvos at home? If not, surely you possess a kitchen knife? A rope would suffice as well, though it may be somewhat painful. Yet it is simple and effective." "You are a beast." Li Dong cursed fiercely, then, in a disjointed manner, confessed, "Brother, I am not jesting. I am quite serious this time. I believe I have fallen in love again." After observing him for a moment, Luan pondered, "Is the ghost female?" Li Dong nodded vigorously like a chick, gesturing with his hands. "Yes, indeed, a remarkably beautiful female ghost. I cannot even begin to describe her." Luan asked, "Where did you see her?" Li Dong pointed towards the doorway. "Right at your doorstep. This morning, as Santana pulled up, and she remained in the car without getting out. At that moment, as the window lowered, I happened to glance over, and I felt completely satiated. Truly. Do not look at me like that. I still do not wish to have breakfast." Luan remained silent. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, the sound of a window opening. At that moment, a figure appeared on the second floor of the adjacent building. It was Liao Shiqi, enjoying her weekend rest. The girl stood by the window, her gaze fixed intently on Luan. Both Luan and Li Dong instinctively turned to look at her hands. Phew. Thankfully, she held no knife. Upon seeing Liao Shiqi, Luan recalled her words from that night and asked Li Dong, "How does the ghost compare to Qíngqīn?" Li Dong withdrew his gaze, hesitatingly replied, "Brother, it's best if you do not ask. You know my standards are exceedingly high. I fear that speaking the truth may hurt your feelings." Luan's lips twitched, wishing he could slap this fool. How dare he claim to have high standards? High standards would not lead one to laugh and chat daily with Aunt Wong, who carries 2 burlap sacks. They were already lost in blissful camaraderie. Luan, understanding the situation, asked him, "Would you like to come to my house for a visit?" Li Dong stood on tiptoe to glance at Meng Qíngqīn in the yard. "No, during the day, you do not need a third wheel. I shall not intrude." Luan felt an urge to kick him, retorting, "What if the ghost comes knocking again?" "Oh, really? Then I must go in for a visit. Although it is daytime. The lighting in your house is poor. You still need a third wheel, Li Dong replied, timidly trailing behind Lu and into the courtyard. Meng Qíngqīn was tidying up inside. Luan began washing the clothes he had changed out of. Wherever he went, Li Dong followed, incessantly chattering. After enduring 20 minutes of this relentless monologue, Luan finally snapped. Can you not close your mouth for a moment? Li Dong, dejected, responded, what should I do? I fear her coming. Yet I also fear her absence. Luan shot him a glance and, having hung up the clothes, stated, accompany me to the alley to make a phone call. Oh? Sure. After a day of mental turmoil, Li Dong finally regained his composure. What is your relationship with that female ghost? I have never seen her before. How could she come looking for you? Luan strode towards the gate, remarking, did you not say she was a female ghost? She is, in fact, a cherished companion from my past. However, before he could complete his sentence, he abruptly halted, his gaze riveted upon the approaching Santana vehicle. Li Dong's mouth fell agape, his eyes widened in disbelief. She really has come? He exclaimed. The distance from the alley's entrance to door number 8 was merely 100 meters or so, and the car arrived in the blink of an eye. Li Dong tilted his head and instinctively glanced at the backseat of the car. Without waiting for Luan to react, he dashed away in a swift motion, retreating back to door number 8. His speed rivaled that of Bolt, leaving both Luan and the occupants of the car astonished. Chapter 61 Yǒuqíng's sudden withdrawal from the situation took Luan by surprise. Driven by curiosity, he instinctively glanced into the car, where yǒuqíng was at the wheel and qíngqīn occupied the passenger seat. His gaze shifted to the back seat, which housed two unfamiliar figures, a man and a woman. The man, though advanced in years with graying hair, wore a well-tailored zhongshan suit and black-rimmed glasses, exuding an unexpected air of refinement. The woman possessed a face so striking that it defied age, as if she were a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by a master painter. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features elegantly defined, radiating a gentle and vulnerable charm that instinctively stirred a protective instinct. With her hands gracefully intertwined on her lap, she sat quietly, embodying the purity of autumn chrysanthemums. Sensing someone scrutinizing her from outside the vehicle, the previously composed woman broke into a serene smile, her eyes shimmering like clear waters as they flitted across Luan's face, reminiscent of luminous pearls and jade, with a subtle aura of scholarly grace emanating from her. In that moment of eye contact, Luan comprehended why Li Dong had hesitated to confront her directly. Had he not lived a full life, even at his age, he would likely have felt intimidated by such a woman. Upon spotting Luan, yǒuqíng promptly turned off the ignition and exited the car, exclaiming joyfully, "Thank heavens. You're finally home. We waited all day, fearing we would leave empty-handed once more." Luan, wearing an apologetic expression, replied, "I'm sorry. I was held up by some matters outside." qíngqīn was the next to step out, greeting him warmly. "Luan, good afternoon. I'm here to intrude once again. I hope you don't mind." Luan, familiar with him, responded, "What are you saying? This isn't our first meeting. The fact that you choose to visit my humble abode is an honor. I couldn't be more welcoming." At that moment, the man and woman from the backseat emerged as well, prompting yǒuqíng to introduce them. "This is Guanji, my junior, and this is qíngqīn. They happened to be passing by Baoqing and decided to join us in visiting you to see your artwork. I hope you don't feel put out." Guanji smiled and nodded gently, acknowledging the introduction, while qíngqīn extended his right hand with gentlemanly grace. "I am qíngqīn. It's a pleasure to meet you." The name qíngqīn stirred a sense of familiarity within Luan. He recalled hearing his benefactor mention this name several times, describing him as a formidable figure in the art world, capable of wielding considerable influence, yet he had never had the fortune to meet him. Could this be the very qíngqīn? It seemed improbable. What would bring him to this remote mountain village? Luan had seen yǒuqíng's artistic capabilities and deemed them unworthy of such a distinguished guest presence. With a mix of intrigue and uncertainty, Luan shook his hand. "Hello, I am Luan." Having completed the introductions, Luan gestured invitingly. "It's quite windy outside. Let us move indoors." As sounds emanated from the courtyard, Meng Qíngqīn emerged from within. Luan called out from a distance, "Sister Qíngqīn, we have guests." Meng Qíngqīn smiled in response, "All right." After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Qíngqīn invited the guests into the main room and served them hot tea, inquiring, "Miss Yu, have you had Chinese cuisine yet?" Guanji gently cradled the teacup, taking a small sip before setting it down and replying, "Thank you. We dined at the hotel before coming here." Subsequently, Luan joined Meng Qíngqīn, while yǒuqíng and qíngqīn took seats on the right side, conceding the sole sofa to Guanji and qíngqīn. The six of them gathered and engaged in conversation, primarily driven by Luan and Qíngqīn discussing matters of buying and selling paintings, with yǒuqíng playing the role of intermediary. Yǒuqíng and qíngqīn listened attentively, occasionally interjecting a comment. qíngqīn, lacking knowledge of art, remained mostly silent, seizing opportunities to refill the tea for the others. However, through subtle observation, she discerned that among the six, yǒuqíng subtly assumed the role of leader. Yǒuqíng habitually glanced at yǒuqíng from time to time, but she seemed largely unresponsive, at most offering a brief smile in return. Among the attendees, qíngqīn was the eldest, yet he refrained from dominating the conversation. He only followed up with a few remarks when yǒuqíng spoke, otherwise remaining as inconspicuous as air. Nevertheless, having grown up within institutional confines, qíngqīn possessed keen insight, allowing her to perceive the respect qíngqīn held for yǒuqíng, a genuine respect, perhaps even reverence. Luan, too, noticed this dynamic but chose to feign ignorance, navigating the situation with the adeptness of a seasoned conversationalist. After roughly 20 minutes of dialogue, Luan and Qíngqīn reached a verbal agreement, maintaining the price at 30,000 yuan for 2 oil paintings. Noticing that time was still on their side, Luan stood and suggested to Qíngqīn, "If it's agreeable, let us commence now. The sooner we finish, the better." His tone was casual, imparting an air of ease, as if the 2 paintings worth 30,000 yuan were a mere trifle, easily within reach. Indeed, the others accurately sensed his confidence. Luan felt assured that with his current painting skills, 2 portrait paintings were not a significant concern. Qíngqīn, possessing a straightforward disposition, readily acquiesced to Luan's enthusiasm. As Luan proceeded to the bedroom, the others exchanged glances and followed suit. "Come, Miss Xing, take a seat here," Zhang Xin suggested, selecting a well-lit corner and placing a chair there. He then encouraged, "Everyone, please feel free to find a spot to sit." Yǒuqíng surveyed the bedroom, momentarily standing still, uncertain of where to sit. The room was rather shabby, with the only chair already moved for Qíngqīn. The only remaining option was the bed. Observing this, the sycophantic yǒuqíng hurried to the main room, first using sheer strength to bring in the sole sofa and placing it near the female guest. He then returned to fetch 2 stools. qíngqīn, carrying tea, was the last to enter, apologetically stating, "I usually don't live here long-term, so it's rather simple. Please bear with me." It was not that she wished to provide only a sofa and a chair, but such was the limitation of her modest abode. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Guests should accommodate their hosts. With this sentiment expressed, Yǒuqíng smiled at qíngqīn and elegantly took her seat. This time, qíngqīn did not join her on the sofa but instead reached for a long bench. Similarly, yǒuqíng opted not to sit on the sofa and chose another long bench. As for qíngqīn, after filling a cup of tea for several guests, she placed the square tray on the desk and settled by the edge of the bed. Chapter 62. A brief display on the 2nd floor of the neighboring building. Widow Zhang was mending clothes while Liao Shiqi immersed herself in a culinary book. Suddenly, Liao Shiqi inquired, "Mother, have you seen that woman today?" Widow Zhang knew precisely whom her daughter was referring to and replied, "Yes, I saw her." "Why?" Liao Shiqi continued, "Do you think she is beautiful?" As Widow Zhang recalled the scene she had witnessed by the window that afternoon, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. After a moment's silence, Liao Shiqi raised her head and declared, "Her name is Yǒuqíng, and she resides in the finest room at the Guifei Hotel. She is as beautiful as a celestial being, 100 times more so than you." With qíngqīn in front and Yǒuqíng behind, I advise you to let go of any lingering thoughts about Luan. As a widow with a burden and of advanced age, your reputation precedes you, and he would never be interested in you. Widow Zhang shot a cold glance at her daughter, who spoke so bluntly. She contemplated reprimanding her but, recalling the 2 knives, swallowed her words in frustration. Ultimately, she cast her sewing aside and descended to prepare dinner. Liao Shiqi was accustomed to her mother's moods, continuing to peruse the culinary book. Yet, finding herself unable to focus, she set it down and wandered to Luan's bedroom. Inside the bedroom, regarding how to pose and adjust angles, Qíngqīn, a professional painter, demonstrated her expertise. With only a slight prompt from Luan, she could swiftly identify the optimal angle. Luan was thoroughly impressed. As Qíngqīn posed, seated back in a chair, hands resting on her abdomen, her demeanor was poised and dignified. Luan, standing behind the easel, took his time to observe her, allowing approximately 3 minutes to pass before he felt he understood her expression and began to pick up the brush. He first crafted a rough sketch. Under the watchful eyes of Yǒuqíng, qíngqīn, yǒuqíng, and qíngqīn, Luan displayed his exceptional sketching skills, completing it almost in one breath. He made only slight adjustments to two details, his speed astonishing all present. However, for the onlookers, Luan's rapidity was not the primary focus. Rather, it was Qíngqīn's vivid portrayal on the canvas, as if she had been pressed into the board itself. Alive and expressive. This sight reminded Yǒuqíng of yǒuqíng's words in his letter. Luan possessed an extraordinary talent for painting. Having transcended the confines of academic style by the age of 17, forging his own path, Yǒuqíng had studied at the Central Academy of Fine Arts. But that was merely a personal pursuit. Her primary profession lay in her degree from Harvard University in economics. As she gazed intently at Qíngqīn on the canvas, she subtly turned her head to qíngqīn, who met her gaze with a knowing nod, signaling his agreement. With their mutual affirmation, Yǒuqíng felt assured. Regardless of Luan's coloring skills later, this remarkable sketch made the visit worthwhile. Yet, despite her inner satisfaction, she maintained a calm exterior, clearly yearning for what was to come next. yǒuqíng turned his head to glance at the junior, then at Chunbo, initially hoping to glean some insight from their expressions. However, disappointment washed over him. Their faces remained unchanged from the beginning. Qíngqīn was also quietly observing the dynamics among the group. She could detect admiration in yǒuqíng's countenance, yet failed to extract any useful information from Yǒuqíng and qíngqīn, which left her feeling inexplicably anxious. Though she lacked knowledge in painting, she was not naive. From the previous interactions among the three, coupled with their current demeanor, she could accurately assess that Miss Yu and Mr. Chen possessed artistic skills far superior to yǒuqíng's. Alternatively, one could say that their appreciation for art eclipsed his own. At this moment, Xiaoan's displayed abilities had yet to impress the two. With this thought in mind, Qíngqīn turned her gaze towards Luan. At this juncture, she no longer doubted his potential to sell his artwork. Instead, she pondered, just how high was his talent? How far could he advance in this field? She was unconvinced that the fashionably dressed Yǒuqíng and the sternly attired qíngqīn had journeyed all the way from Shanghai to Baoqing merely for leisure. There must be a purpose behind their visit. Furthermore, based on yǒuqíng's various behaviors, there was even reason to suspect that these two were specifically summoned by him. The process of oil painting was incredibly time-consuming. Qíngqīn glanced at her watch. It read 4:47, nearing dinner time, and it was time to prepare the evening meal. With this in mind, she rose to refill the teacups in front of the others before exiting the bedroom. Meanwhile, after retreating to his home, Li Dong was restless, his mind filled with the enchanting visage seen in the car. Alone, he hesitated to visit Luan, suppressing his longing. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, he devised a plan and hurried to the door marked 12 to summon Yi Run. Upon seeing the Santana at the entrance, Yi Run halted in his tracks. Did someone visit? Li Dong knew that lying would be futile. Yes. Yi Run, puzzled, asked, "Then why did you call me here?" Li Dong had already prepared his excuse. "I saw Luan seemingly painting on the second floor, and I was eager to take a look. But there are too many strangers, and I wouldn't dare enter alone." Yi Run was skeptical. Is it really just that? Noticing that his deception was faltering, Li Dong immediately raised his hand to swear. "If I am lying, may the heavens strike me down." Suddenly, thunder rumbled. Just as the curse was uttered, two flashes of lightning split the sky, followed by the sound of thunder. Yi Run jumped in surprise. Li Dong was equally startled, muttering curses. "Damn it! The heavens show no mercy." Yi Run, still shaken, patted his chest, then recalled something and asked, "Tell me, is there a woman inside, and is she beautiful?" Realizing his ruse was exposed, Li Dong chuckled. "Qíngqīn is indeed lovely. She is inside cooking, and I just saw her return with a lot of groceries." As he spoke, fearing that Yi Run would reconsider and head home, he gave her a forceful shove, propelling her into the courtyard, where she was promptly spotted by Qíngqīn in the kitchen. "Yi Run, are you looking for Xiaoan?" Qíngqīn greeted her. Yi Run turned around and shot him a fierce glare, then, steeling herself, approached and said, "I have some English questions that I cannot solve. I came to inquire about them from Luan, but he seems to be otherwise occupied." Chapter 63, Speculation today may not be feasible. He is occupied. Please come tomorrow. Qíngqīn stated candidly. At this moment, Yi Run was positioned such that she could observe the happenings within the bedroom. Initially, she discerned nothing amiss. But when her gaze fell upon Yǒuqíng, she was momentarily taken aback, instinctively thinking, how can there be such a stunning woman? Her second realization was understanding why Li Dong had insisted on bringing her along. The third thought involved comparing the beauty of Qíngqīn and Yǒuqíng. Within Yi Run's limited experiences, Meng Qíngqīn had previously been the most exquisite woman she had encountered, thus igniting her curiosity. Noticing Yi Run intermittently glancing towards the bedroom and then at herself, Meng Qíngqīn quickly surmised her thoughts. With a smile, she remarked, "I heard from Shaoan that you are an exceptional cook. Are you free to assist me in preparing dinner?" Concerned about the number of guests and the potential delay in dinner, Meng Qíngqīn sought her help. "Certainly," Yi Run replied, confident in her culinary skills, and promptly squatted down to help with the celery. Observing their interaction, Li Dong stealthily approached, inquiring, "Do you need another pair of hands? I can help too." Yi Run shot him a disdainful glance. Meng Qíngqīn chuckled, "Come on then, there is plenty to do. You can wash the vegetables." Outside, Luan remained oblivious to the events unfolding, engrossed in adding color to his painting. This was a crucial phase, one that showcased a painter's skill. He was fully concentrated, unaware that yǒuqíng and qíngqīn had silently left their seats and were now standing behind him. Watching this scene, yǒuqíng felt a mix of joy and melancholy. He was delighted that Lu An's remarkable mastery of color had captivated Guanji and Mr. Qin, yet he felt a pang of sadness knowing that despite his own lifelong efforts, he had never garnered Guanji's special attention, while a mere 17-year-old boy had effortlessly achieved it, leaving him disheartened. However, this was not the time for despair. Guanji was present, and he could not afford to lose face. Moreover, witnessing a master like Luan at work was an extraordinary opportunity that few could experience. And yǒuqíng could not let this chance slip away. He promptly vacated his stool and positioned himself at the rear. The reason for standing at the back was twofold. Firstly, Guanji and Mr. Qin occupied the same position, and he did not wish to overstep. Secondly, he feared that standing too close might disrupt Lu An's creative process. Around 6 in the evening, the meal was ready. Meng Qíngqīn intended to call everyone to dinner. But upon entering the bedroom, her resolve quickly dissipated. At that moment, Luan, Miss Yu, Mr. Qin, and the others were entirely focused on the easel, deeply absorbed in their endeavor, completely oblivious to her presence. Her gaze lingered on the canvas for a moment before drifting from yǒuqíng to qíngqīn and yǒuqíng, ultimately resting upon Luan. He was intensely concentrated, meticulous in his work. The soft glow of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting a radiant halo around him, exuding an indescribable charm that rendered Meng Qíngqīn momentarily spellbound. Is this truly Shaoan? Is this the same Shaoan I know? In the past, did Shaoan possess such talent? Meng Qíngqīn's thoughts were intricate. Having known Luan for over a decade, she never imagined that the boy who often complained of headaches, was introverted, shy, yet held immense pride, would evolve to this extent, attracting individuals like Miss Yu and Mr. Qin. Although she was unaware of their specific occupations or family backgrounds, it was evident that they hailed from notable lineages. Leaving other matters aside, the profound scholarly aura emanating from yǒuqíng was not something an ordinary family could cultivate, causing even Meng Qíngqīn, a woman of beauty herself, to steal glances in admiration. As the clock struck past 7 in the evening, the bedroom remained silent, interrupted only by the occasional sound of a brush mixing paint. When the clock approached 9, Meng Qíngqīn contemplated calling everyone to dinner, yet upon seeing the group, statuesque in their focus, she refrained from speaking, choosing instead to stand by and wait. This state endured for quite some time until the abrupt sound of beeping broke the silence, rousing everyone from their artistic reverie. Noticing their collective gaze directed at the bag on the sofa, yǒuqíng apologized to Luan, saying, "I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off my phone." The phone in question was a Motorola brick, which she retrieved from her bag, spoke briefly about an urgent matter, and promptly hung up. Luan chuckled, setting down his brush. "No need to apologize. Your call comes at just the right moment. I didn't feel it earlier, but now I realize I'm quite famished. I assume everyone else is hungry too." With a grand gesture of his hand, he added, "Let us go. I can already smell the meat." The group chuckled and followed him out of the bedroom. Dinner was lavish, featuring 6 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian ones, immediately capturing Meng Qíngqīn's attention. After the meal, Luan turned to Meng Qíngqīn and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Qíngqīn. I find myself at a loss for how to repay you." Meng Qíngqīn smiled. "It's not solely my effort. Your classmates Yu Run and Li Dong contributed significantly." Luan inquired, "Have they been here?" Meng Qíngqīn nodded lightly. "They came, but left when it got dark." Luan understood. Due to their prolonged absence, Qíngqīn had likely intended to invite both for dinner, a plan that fell through. Presumably because they were hungry, Meng Qíngqīn softly asked, "Will you be painting tonight?" Without hesitation, Luan replied, "Yes. I intend to finish these 2 oil paintings over the next couple of days to avoid delaying everyone." casting a glance at the others conversing in the living room. Meng Qíngqīn lowered her voice to caution, "Xiaoan, this Miss Yu is not someone to underestimate." Luan's eyes brightened. "You noticed too?" Meng Qíngqīn nodded. "I suspect she might have been introduced by yǒuqíng." Having lived a life filled with experience, Luan had initially speculated upon hearing the name qíngqīn. However, speculation remained just that, an assumption without absolute certainty. He had assessed his own situation. Currently, he was destitute, a novice in the art world, blindly groping in the dark, devoid of connections, fame, or status, a quintessential individual lacking in every regard. The aspiration to soar to great heights was indeed a formidable challenge. If qíngqīn is indeed the qíngqīn, and if yǒuqíng is truly remarkable, then these two individuals are invaluable allies presented on a silver platter. And one must not let such an opportunity slip away, even if my artistic inclinations do not align with their tastes. And even if they do not hold me in high regard, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still a morsel. Should I manage to secure their favor, I would undoubtedly employ every means at my disposal, even resorting to my words and charm if necessary. Alas, what am I even thinking? qíngqīn is far too old, and the gender mismatch is disconcerting. I have no such inclinations. As for yǒuqíng, I am still a novice. She is so youthful and tender that if I were to entertain such thoughts, I would have to deliberate extensively before consenting. To refuse would indeed be a discourteous act. Nonetheless, I am a person of discernment. One must ensure that the subsequent token of appreciation is not overlooked. Chapter 64. Come touch me after finishing dinner. The group gathered for a brief conversation to aid digestion. Half an hour later, the atmosphere shifted from casual to serious as everyone retreated to the bedroom to commence their important task. With esteemed guests such as yǒuqíng and qíngqīn arriving from afar, Luan decided to invest significantly in the occasion. Lighting two thick red candles on either side of the easel and replacing the light bulb, transforming the room's illumination from a mere 5 watts to a brilliant 45 watts. The bedroom now radiated with an extraordinary brightness, illuminating even the most hidden corners, startling a pair of spiders engaged in their own intimate encounter within the wooden floorboards. If the spiders could voice their frustrations, they would undoubtedly lament, "Is this easy for me? In our line of work, we only have 20 seconds. With you staring like that, I barely managed to ascend before having to descend again." Luan observed the menacing spider, feeling as if it were chastising him. Yet he found no evidence to support this notion. Moreover, he could not dare to confront such a creature in the presence of a beauty like yǒuqíng. However, when his gaze drifted to Meng Qíngqīn's face, he thought to himself, "This light is far too bright. It will complicate matters when it comes to kissing and snuggling with Qíngqīn. I must revert to the previous setup tomorrow or perhaps hang curtains." Ah, what a brilliant idea. 2 layers, indeed, with the inner layer being black. Otherwise, it would be a live broadcast on the curtains. Imagining that scenario. Envisioning someone tightrope walking between 2 iconic structures while dozens gaze in awe, what a spectacle that would be. Having learned from past experiences, qíngqīn adeptly positioned himself on the chair. Yǒuqíng, qíngqīn, and yǒuqíng each took their places, quietly watching him, waiting for him to begin. Noticing Luan lost in thought, Meng Qíngqīn approached him with concern, asking, "Xiaoan, do you have a headache?" Luan shook his head, replying, "No, Sister Qíngqīn. Do not worry. I am merely adjusting to the brightness of this new light." Ah, listen to that. Such deceit is the mark of professionalism. After scrutinizing him closely and confirming he was indeed fine, Meng Qíngqīn returned to her seat by the bed. Lacking knowledge of painting, she opted not to stand behind Luan like the others, but found comfort in her seated position. A minute later, Luan selected the most suitable brush from a plethora of options and began to paint. Yǒuqíng's gaze flitted between the brushes and pigments before settling on the easel. With the underlying sketch already established and Luan's current skill level, he painted with remarkable ease, almost seamlessly. Luan's painting flowed effortlessly, and yǒuqíng and qíngqīn also found themselves at ease, managing to stay awake throughout the night without a hint of fatigue. As dawn broke, the 2 principal parties were somewhat astonished, realizing they had spent the entire night in each other's company. Meanwhile, yǒuqíng was perhaps the most exhilarated in the room, wishing fervently for 4 eyes and 2 heads, eager to memorize all of Luan's techniques to ponder at home. Conversely, qíngqīn remained seated, somewhat uncomfortable, eventually dozing off at Luan's behest. Meng Qíngqīn initially managed well, but as the night deepened, he began to feel a chill. Thus, he ventured outside to bring in a basin of charcoal. The vibrant glow of the embers instantly warming the room considerably. At just past 5 in the morning, the first oil painting was completed. Luan turned to Qíngqīn and said, Miss Zhang, come take a look. Are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Qíngqīn leaped from her seat and hurried over. Her eyes lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, it's so lifelike, so vividly portrayed. I don't even look this expressive in real life. They say art is born from reality yet transcends it, and Miss Zhang, in comparison to the painting, seems somewhat lacking. Luan, suppressing a smirk, replied, I'm glad you like it. Now, for the second painting, will you take a break or continue? Qíngqīn, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, it's still dark outside. Let us keep going. I've already had several hours of sleep, and I'm feeling quite energetic. This answer pleased Luan immensely, and he nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us begin. We shall aim to finish before dinner. He paid no mind to yǒuqíng and qíngqīn behind him. Whether they chose to continue observing or return to the hotel for rest was of no concern, though eager to gain favor. The older man understood that starting off as overly obsequious would lead to unfavorable outcomes. Those engaged in the arts must possess a certain nobility. What is this called? It is called a delicate balance of invitation and rejection. It is called waiting for the right moment. By heavens, when the moment arrives, he would be more generous than anyone else, without a hint of hesitation, ready to offer millions without a second thought, multiple times in a single night. Surprisingly, yǒuqíng did not leave. Perhaps she had grown tired of standing, upon awakening from the world of the painting. She found her feet somewhat numb and returned to the sofa, even closing her eyes for a brief 2-hour nap. Concerned for her comfort, qíngqīn not only moved the charcoal closer to her, but also fetched a blanket she had previously used. Yǒuqíng smiled gently and thanked him, unreservedly stretching the edges of the blanket and draping it over herself. As the foremost sycophant, yǒuqíng inquired, Guanji, would you like me to escort you back to the hotel for a rest? It's just a 20-minute journey. Yǒuqíng replied, no need. I can rest on the sofa for a bit. Such opportunities are rare. You should seize the moment to learn. Her remark about the rarity of the opportunity made qíngqīn's heart swell with joy, as it seemed Miss Yu held a favorable view of Xiao and's painting skills. This thought inspired him, fueling his motivation to cook later that day. The young yǒuqíng took a moment to rest, while the older qíngqīn remained vigorous, fixated on Luan with unwavering attention. When Luan was not painting, he observed Qin's profile. When Luan painted, he gazed at the artwork. And when Luan mixed colors, his gaze followed suit. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, the dog, arose promptly at 5 each morning, first taking a stroll around the yard before completing his morning routine. Then, he performed an act that would render every man envious. The dog circled the sofa a few times before finally lying down at yǒuqíng's feet, sprawled out with legs akimbo, gazing up at the woman on the sofa with half-closed eyes, emitting an odd humming sound. This is a quintessential example of indulgence and insatiable desire, akin to a desperate soul exclaiming, Miss Yu, hasten to caress me. Chapter 65. Transformation. The clumsy antics of the foolish dog left both Luan and qíngqīn utterly bewildered. What a disgrace! Comrade Gao Yao, how on earth did you manage to cultivate such a gem? With a crowd gathered, Luan found himself unable to reprimand the dog. But he made sure to note its misdeeds in his little notebook, biding his time for retribution come autumn. For heaven's sake. 3 days without discipline, and the roof is about to cave in. It seems he hasn't been strict enough. He pondered how to instill a sense of enlightenment in the creature, ideally teaching it to fend for itself. Relying on others for everything simply would not do. The second painting diverged from the first, focusing on the profile. Qíngqīn exhibited a commendable dedication to her art. Not only was her jacket unbuttoned, but her undershirt had also been pulled down to her waist, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her curves. One could not deny that, despite her average appearance, she possessed a considerable allure, her assets estimated at a C cup. With the foundation laid by the first painting, one was able to capture Qíngqīn's expression with remarkable clarity, allowing him to complete the second piece with great swiftness. By 3 in the afternoon, he set down his brush. Is it finished? Qíngqīn inquired, noticing Luan's cessation of work. Yes, come take a look, he replied, stretching his sore wrist. As Qíngqīn approached the easel, she stood in silence for a moment before sincerely expressing, I truly admire this piece. I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to create a portrait of such caliber in my lifetime? Luan felt that the second painting was indeed superior, more captivating, and satisfying. Yet, he was at a loss for words to console her. After all, the art of painting, much like mathematics, heavily relies on innate talent and insight. There are countless individuals in this world who labor tirelessly without yielding results, and any forced consolation might deepen their sorrow. Yǒuqíng seemed particularly drawn to the second piece. After admiring the oil painting for about 10 minutes, she abruptly asked Zheng Yexin, "Miss Zheng, would you consider parting with this painting?" The question was unexpected, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Yǒuqíng appeared to realize her faux pas, offering a restrained smile to Luan, clearly aware that such inquiries were not suitable for the occasion. Zheng Yexin looked surprised, turning to her as if to say, "With a master in front of you, wouldn't it be more meaningful to have her paint a piece for you?" Yǒuqíng, ever perceptive, immediately grasped her sentiment and offered an apologetic explanation. "I rarely purchase paintings. When I do, it is purely based on personal affinity. I apologize for my abruptness." At that moment, qíngqīn, who had witnessed Wan's painting from start to finish, interjected, "You have a keen eye. This painting deserves to be submitted to the Chinese oil painting exhibition." qíngqīn's tone was serious, his words succinct yet highly complimentary, entirely devoid of any inclination to merely echo Yǒuqíng's sentiments. Moreover, he inadvertently revealed his own exceptional standing, as participation in the Chinese oil painting exhibition is not something one can achieve without merit. Yet, qíngqīn spoke with unwavering confidence, leaving Wan to glance at him, gradually equating this individual before him with the esteemed figure in his mind. Upon hearing those words, as both Yǒuqíng and qíngqīn simultaneously expressed their admiration for the painting, Zheng Yexin felt a mix of joy and helplessness. The joy stemmed from the fact that this exquisite oil painting now belonged to her. The helplessness arose from her prior knowledge, gleaned from yǒuqíng, of the remarkable talents of these two individuals. She would rather not dampen their spirits over this artwork. After all, she was a professional artist herself, still young with aspirations to make a name in the world. Establishing a connection with them through this painting would undoubtedly be advantageous. Yet, she genuinely cherished this portrait, having been captivated by it at first glance. On one side stood her dear friends, and on the other, the person she yearned to love with all her heart. yǒuqíng promptly intervened to ease the tension, shifting the conversation outward. He subtly remarked, "I wholeheartedly agree with Qinbo's sentiments. However, if Qinbo were to see another painting, I suspect he might have a different perspective." As he spoke, yǒuqíng unabashedly directed his gaze toward Luan, his eyes burning with intent, almost revealing his thoughts outright. Yǒuqíng and qíngqīn exchanged knowing glances before turning their attention to Luan. They were aware that Luan possessed a painting titled Eternity, which had been the very reason they had journeyed from the bustling city of Shanghai. It was not that they found the two portrait paintings presented today lacking, they simply perceived Luan's casualness, sensing that he had not infused much of his personal philosophy into them, rendering them fundamentally different from Eternity. Zheng Yexin remained unaware that they were primarily interested in Eternity. Yet her curiosity led her to follow their gaze toward Luan. Ming Qi was equally taken aback, pondering whether Luan had concealed yet another remarkable piece. As the five individuals fixed their gazes upon him, Luan understood. A sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by a hint of pride. Since the previous day, he had been covertly speculating, and now his assumptions had been confirmed. These two individuals were indeed here for him, or perhaps for eternity. He mused to himself. How challenging it was to play the enigmatic figure. At that moment, he realized he could no longer maintain the faade. The cards had been laid on the table, and this was his opportunity, the moment he had been waiting for. The prospect of gaining their favor was secondary. This was the closest he had come to seizing an opportunity since his rebirth, and he was determined to give it a try. Without hesitation, under the watchful eyes of the others, Luan boldly declared, "It seems my little secret could not remain hidden. All right, everyone, take a look and I welcome your suggestions." His words, though modest in tone, belied a confident action. He rummaged through a pile of blank canvases in the corner of the room and produced a painting, placing it before them without further ado or explanation of its essence. Although he was eager to ally with them, he also wished to gauge their caliber through his own work. Would they recognize his worth? The age-old adage states that hearing is deceptive, but seeing is believing. In his past life, he had heard countless praises of qíngqīn from influential figures, and his curiosity was piqued. As the painting Eternity was unveiled, from Luan's perspective, qíngqīn seemed to transform entirely. His small eyes narrowed momentarily, and then he hastened to the front, the first to reach the oil painting. At first, he stood upright, but soon bent down to take a closer look. Yet, once his back was bent, it could not return to its former straightness. Gazing intently at the oil painting, qíngqīn's face, which had remained expressionless from yesterday until now, finally underwent a transformation. Initially, a look of solemnity emerged. Then, it shifted to one of profound confusion. Ultimately, he fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 66, 100. 000 qíngqīn stood before the painting for nearly 20 minutes, silent and motionless, occasionally lost in thought, clearly grappling with something profound. This was the first time Qíngqīn had encountered eternity, and she was utterly astonished. She compared eternity to her own two portraits and immediately understood why yǒuqíng had previously remarked as he did. In that moment, her gaze towards Luan was imbued not only with envy and resentment, but also with a sense of helplessness and admiration. This was the stark contrast. The overwhelming disparity brought forth by extraordinary talent reminded Qíngqīn of a saying. Sometimes, the gap between individuals can be greater than that between humans and dogs. yǒuqíng, observing the complex emotions on Qíngqīn's face, empathized deeply. Strangely, he felt a surge of relief, as if solitude had dissipated, and he had finally found a kindred spirit among the fallen. Yǒuqíng was the last to approach the oil painting. She stared intently for over 10 minutes, her eyes reflecting a myriad of questions and confusions. Subsequently, she turned to Qīngbo, but alas, he lacked the usual understanding and failed to acknowledge her presence. Perhaps qīngqīn was so engrossed in the world of the painting that he had no awareness of the happenings around him. After gazing at Qīngbo for over 10 seconds, Yǒuqíng seemed to glean some insight, though she had not received a direct answer. Qīngbo's demeanor appeared to have provided her with one. Moreover, as Qīngbo remained absorbed in the painting, Yǒuqíng's conviction regarding a particular hypothesis grew stronger. Meng Qíngqī, lacking an understanding of art, stood at the rear of the crowd, observing everyone's reactions. Through the intense expressions of yǒuqíng and Qíngqīn, she gleaned one undeniable truth: Shaoan's painting was exceptional. Through Qin's prolonged contemplation, she discerned that the painting exceeded her expectations. With this in mind, Meng Qíngqī glanced at Luan, feeling both joy and pride for him. She had always regarded Shaoan as family, treating him as her own kin. His talent in painting and his accomplishments were precisely what she wished to see. Noticing her discreet scrutiny, Luan approached and teased, "Sister Qíngqī, do I have something on my face?" Hearing this, Meng Qíngqī smiled, turned, and left the bedroom to prepare dinner, contemplating that she should share this news with Qíngqīn as soon as possible to bring her joy. The atmosphere at dinner was peculiar. qīngqīn seemed entirely absorbed in the painting, hardly engaging in conversation. Midway through the meal, he suddenly looked up and asked Luan, "When was this painting created?" Luan replied, "A month ago." qīngqīn fixed his gaze upon him, inquiring, "Why did you choose to create such a piece?" Luan responded, "Because of my personal need." "Because of your personal need?" qīngqīn mulled over this statement, seemingly gaining clarity as many of his confusions began to unravel. Finally, he asked, "Is this painting for sale?" Upon uttering these words, the diners moved in slow motion, their hands pausing as they turned to look at Luan. Meeting 5 pairs of eyes, Luan simply shook his head. Rejected, qīngqīn appeared unperturbed, yet his expression bore a hint of disappointment, nay, a sense of desolation. He then retrieved a piece of gray velvet cloth from his pocket, polished his spectacles, and resumed his meal, refraining from further inquiries. qīngqīn's inexplicable questions and their equally perplexing conclusion only served to heighten the curiosity of those seated at the table. However, given that the parties involved were present, delving deeper was not an option. During qīngqīn's dialogue with Luan, Yǒuqíng had been keenly observing Lu and expressions, contemplating his thoughts. Yet, she remained composed, choosing not to raise any alarms until she fully grasped Qīngbo's intentions. Before departing, she proactively extracted a business card from her bag and handed it to Luan, stating, "I apologize for any inconvenience over the past few days. Here is my card. Should you find yourself in the Shanghai market in the future, feel free to reach out." Luan, gazing into her misty eyes, suddenly comprehended. This woman was smitten by the eternal painting, and this card was a strategic move. His mind wandered further. Could she have seen through my intentions? Perceived this as a retreat to advance? Understood this as a scheme to elevate my worth? Realized my impoverished state while longing to align with greatness? Was this card a mere test? His thoughts raced, fleeting like lightning, but Luan suppressed these chaotic speculations. Glancing at the card, he noted that, apart from her name and landline number, it also contained a contact for a mobile phone. Remarkable, indeed. Without hesitation, he accepted it with both hands, opened a drawer, and carefully placed the card inside. Noticing her continued gaze, Luan promptly tore off a sheet of white paper and wrote down the public telephone number from the alley. After a moment's thought, he added the Ming family's landline number and, unabashedly smiling, handed it over, saying, "I apologize, my home is rather humble and I lack a landline. If it's not too much trouble, please use this for now. I will send you a card once I have them." Hearing the promise of a future card, Yu Guanji looked at him with meaningful intrigue, discerning the underlying message. Let us maintain contact. Do not sever ties. However, she chose not to expose him, accepting the note and placing it into her handbag. Shortly thereafter, she remarked to Ming Qíngqīn and Luan, "We shall take our leave now. Thank you both for your hospitality." Ming Qíngqīn escorted them to the door, exchanging pleasantries and wishing them a safe journey. The Santana departed, taking the four away. As the vehicle vanished around the corner, Ming Qíngqīn appeared somewhat forlorn. Once back in the courtyard, she could not help but inquire, "Luan, do you think they will return?" "They will," Luan assured as he closed the door. His resolute tone prompted Ming Qíngqīn to ponder for a moment before she headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Zhang Xian, too, did not remain idle and followed her in. Though washing dishes and laundry was his least favorite task, circumstances dictated otherwise, did they not? It is often said that men and women working together lighten the load, and with Qíngqīn around, he found himself both pained and pleased. In a hotel suite's living room, after yǒuqíng and Zhang Xian had departed, Yu Guanji, who had maintained silence regarding the eternal painting, leaned slightly forward and began to inquire, "Chen Bo, what is your perspective on that painting?" To her astonishment, Chen Quan began with utmost seriousness, "We require this painting." Yu Guanji gazed at him, awaiting his elaboration. Chen Quan articulated his thoughts, "You may find it hard to believe, but I discern the essence of Qi within this artwork, which left me." Yu Guanji interjected, "The Swiss painter, Paul Klee?" Chen Quan nodded affirmatively, "Indeed, him. I am uncertain whether Luan has had the opportunity to closely observe Klee's oil paintings, or through what means he might have encountered them, yet the shadow of Qi is undeniably present. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the inspiration he gleaned from Klee's works, propelling him into the realm of abstraction. You must understand the implications of this. Western painting has encountered a plateau, and the gateway to transcendence lies in the direction of abstraction, which elucidates the gradual decline of realistic oil painting in the West, leading many prestigious institutions to abolish such courses. Yet, this threshold is not easily crossed. In reality, among 100 painters, one might emerge as exceptional. And the leap akin to a carp ascending the Dragon Gate is more arduous than we presume. Of course, if it were merely that, it wouldn't evoke such profound astonishment in me. What I find most commendable about Eternity is that Luan has seamlessly integrated the techniques and spatial concepts of traditional Chinese ink painting into his creative process, thereby forging a distinctive path and elevating his art to an entirely new dimension. The color and spatial distribution in this piece of Eternity has allowed me to glimpse another world, an infinite realm that is both intangible and tangible. It is truly remarkable. His talent is akin to the words of Zhou Kuan-shin. It is quite terrifying, leaving me in awe. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Guanji inquired, "So, does this mean Luan is proficient not only in oil painting but also in traditional ink painting?" Chen Quan responded with unwavering certainty, "Absolutely, and his skill is commendable." Yu Guanji fell into silence, as she too had sensed numerous novel elements within Eternity, yet her artistic prowess paled in comparison to Chen's, leaving her hesitant to affirm her thoughts. After some internal deliberation, she finally asked, "Given your 30 years of experience at Sotheby's in New York, what price do you think this painting could fetch at auction?" Chen Quan had evidently pondered this question on their journey, musing, "This painting has embarked on a new direction, and if marketed appropriately, it could command a price of around $100,000. Yu Guanji did not doubt the veracity of his statement but probed further. "If you were to personally oversee the sale, what would your confidence level be?" Chen Quan replied, "As a newcomer in this field, managing such a sale requires a substantial investment of time and resources, yet conservatively speaking, I would estimate a 60% chance of success." Yu Guanji understood the implications and decisively concluded, "Very well, let us postpone our return journey. Our newly established gallery and auction house are in dire need of a pioneering work valued at $100,000, and we require an artist of such caliber." Chapter 67. The Ming family in bewilderment. When Ming Qíngqīn returned home, it was already past 6 in the evening. The festive atmosphere of the banquet had dissipated, and the courtyard had reverted to its usual tranquility. As she stepped through the door, she was greeted by her grandparents, parents, brother and sister-in-law, and younger sister, along with the still-present Chen Weiyou. They were all gathered around the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous dinner, the ambience lively and filled with spirited conversation. Seated facing the entrance, Li Ming, with keen eyes, spotted her eldest daughter returning from Guifei Alley and promptly inquired, "Qi, have you had dinner?" "Mother, I have already eaten and returned after." Ming Qi replied with a smile, making her way over and greeting Shen uncle at the table. Her sister-in-law, who shared a close bond with her, quickly rose to fetch a pair of chopsticks for Meng Qíngqīn, pulling her to sit beside her. Since you've already dined, stay and share some dishes and drinks with us. The more, the merrier. With family all present, Meng Qíngqīn chose not to leave and settled down, saying, "All right. Then I shall join grandfather and Uncle Qin for a drink." Li Ming, preoccupied with the matter of Luan selling paintings, hastily asked before her daughter was even seated, "How did it go with Xiao and selling his paintings? Is it true or not?" At this, the table fell silent, everyone looking at Li Ming in confusion. The name Luan struck a chord with Meng Qíngqīn, who could not help but interject, "Luan is selling paintings? Mother, what is going on?" Li Ming, being impulsive and disliking interruptions, swiftly responded, "Mother will tell you later," and turned her gaze back to her eldest daughter. Understanding her mother-esque character, and aware that no outsiders were present, Meng Qíngqīn did not hold back. "It's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, her tone involuntarily rising. "Really? Did 2 paintings truly sell for 30,000? 30,000? What on earth?" The conversation between the mother and daughter only deepened the confusion among the others. Meng Qíngqīn glanced at her sister and smiled. "Mother, it's not just 30,000. Xiao sold 2 more oil paintings these past few days, bringing the total to 60,000. Goodness, 30,000 suddenly becoming 60,000. Li Ming was left dumbfounded, her mind racing to calculate the worth of 60,000 and what it could purchase. Noticing his wife seemingly in shock, Meng Zhenhai spoke up, "Qi, what is going on? How come I was unaware of Xiao and selling paintings?" Seeing the curious expressions on everyone's faces, Meng Qíngqīn did not keep them in suspense. She recounted the events of the past few days in detail. This included her mother receiving a call from yǒuqíng, accompanying Xiao and back to Guifei Alley, qíngqīn purchasing 2 portrait paintings for 30,000, and the reactions of yǒuqíng and qíngqīn upon viewing the eternal works, all narrated vividly. After about 10 minutes of storytelling, silence enveloped the dining room. Everyone exchanged glances, and Li Ming appeared to be in a state of disbelief, as if listening to a fantastical tale. 60,000. This is 60,000. Not a trivial sum. In the early years of the 1990s, although the concept of a 10,000 yuan household had diminished in significance compared to the 1980s, and reports of sums in the hundreds of thousands or even millions appeared in newspapers, the term itself retained its relevance. For the ordinary populace, particularly in the remote regions of Baoqing, it remained a myth, a symbol of affluence. What was most astonishing, the most remarkable aspect, was that the individual earning such wealth had just turned 18, stepping into adulthood. At the age of 18, Luan, a high school senior, had managed to sell his artwork for an astounding 60,000. If someone had struck it rich through business ventures, gold mining, or sand excavation, they might have found it acceptable. Even a sudden windfall from robbery could be begrudgingly understood, as these scenarios fell within the realm of comprehension. After all, while such individuals might be rare in Baoqing, they did exist, thus, they were not entirely unfathomable. However, the notion of earning a livelihood through art and extraordinary talent left even the well-informed Meng Zhenhai and Meng Laotu, along with Li Ming, momentarily astounded. Yet, they all knew Meng Qíngqīn's character. Such a claim could not possibly be fabricated, especially given the vividness of what had just been articulated, leaving no room for doubt. The restaurant was enveloped in silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Ming family remained in a state of contemplation, exchanging glances as they processed the astonishing news. It was Chun Weiyong, working in the university, who first broke the silence, inquiring, "Is there someone in Luan's family who can paint?" Upon hearing this question, Li Ming and Meng Zhenhai exchanged a knowing look, suddenly awakening to the reality of the situation. Despite their lingering uncertainties regarding Luan's artistic abilities, Li Ming promptly stepped forward to defend him, stating, "Luan's mother loved painting during her lifetime. His uncle used to be an art teacher, and his grandfather was a somewhat renowned artist in Hubei province." Operating under the principle of saying less to err less, Li Ming focused on the crux of the matter. Upon learning that Luan hailed from a family with artistic lineage, Chen Weiyong fell silent, acknowledging the young man's prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Wenjie turned to his younger sister and asked, "Where's Luan now? Why didn't he come with you?" Meng Qíngqīn replied, "He dropped me off at the alley and left, so he must have returned to school." Their brother-in-law cast a playful glance at his younger sister, teasing, "You should have called him inside, so we could witness the talents of this great painter." Meng Qíngqīn then glanced at her younger sister, who had lowered her head, and explained, The bus just arrived, and he had already eaten, so he took the bus home. Following this, the conversation at the table, which had previously roamed across various topics, narrowed down to one: Lu and 60,000 yuan earnings from painting. After the meal, Li Meng turned to her husband, Meng Zhenhai, and asked, "Zhenhai, do you believe this?" Noting that his wife was still in a state of bewilderment, Meng Zhenhai replied, "Did not Qi just recount it? She saw it with her own eyes. What is there not to believe? Though this may seem outlandish, the world is vast, and many occurrences surpass our imagination. Just relax. Luan has grown up before our eyes, and his character is steadfast, so there should be no cause for concern." Li Meng certainly understood this, yet she remained dazed, stating, "That may be true, but I just calculated. Luan only turned 18 last month and has already earned 60,000. Even in our family, we have only managed to save this much, most of which comes from my own earnings." Meng Zhenhai smiled and remarked, "In ancient times, the 26-year-old Wang Bo composed the timeless masterpiece preface to the pavilion of Prince Tong. And now we have the 18-year-old Lu and selling paintings for 60,000. You see, your perspective is rather limited." Meanwhile, in the upstairs bedroom, Meng Qishui sat at her desk, gazing through the window at the colorful clouds on the horizon. Feeling a sense of unrest, an instinctive voice within her warned that if things continued on this trajectory, Luan would only become increasingly remarkable, attracting more admirers along the way. She found herself troubled. Her initial intention was to gradually approach him and eventually confess her feelings. However, the news of his painting sale caught her completely off guard, instilling a profound sense of urgency within her. She was acutely aware that Luan, with his striking appearance and academic prowess, had been quite popular throughout middle and high school, garnering the affection of many girls, including her close friend Yǒuqíng, who was a quintessential example. Chapter 68. A step forward, a step back. Reflecting upon these memories fills me with perplexity. From the very beginning of my first year in junior high, I harbored innocent feelings for him, entirely oblivious to the concepts of fame and fortune. My affection was purely genuine. Had it not been for the betrayal of my friend Li Ro, we would undoubtedly still be blissfully together. The thought of Li Ro stirs a tempest of emotions within me, recalling how she led me onto the platform, exposing me to public ridicule. Furthermore, the fact that she is relentlessly pursuing him now only serves to aggravate my frustration. I once held her in the highest regard, confiding in her as a trusted companion, only to discover that she had turned against me, reporting my heartfelt confessions. Truly, it is. Meng Qingqi found herself momentarily at a loss for words to articulate the anger that simmered within her. Gazing at the vibrant crimson hues of the evening sky, she allowed her thoughts to drift for a while. Eventually, she gathered her composure and turned to her sister's bedroom. "Sister, are you busy at the moment?" Upon entering, the door remained ajar. Hearing sounds from outside, Meng Qingqi set down her book. Meng Qishui stepped in, glanced at the medical text on the desk, and inquired with concern, "Sister, are you truly considering pursuing a doctorate?" Meng Qingqi remarked, "Having worked for nearly 2 years, I constantly feel that my knowledge is insufficient. Now that my uncle has just been transferred to the Department of Education, I wish to seize this opportunity to give it a try." Meng Qishui inquired, "Where to?" Meng Qingqi teased, "I haven't decided where to go yet." Meng Qingqi reached out and linked her arm with her sister's, playfully twisting her body as she said, "Sister, if you're keeping secrets from me, am I still your beloved little sister?" With a keen insight, Meng Qingqi discerned her sister's hidden thoughts and smiled gently. "What you should be most concerned about right now is not this." Upon hearing her words, Meng Qingshui's cheeks and neck flushed visibly, and she bit her lip while gazing at her sister. Meng Qingqi reached out to caress her sister's delicate face. "I understand what you are worried about. Xiaoan's artistic talent has surpassed your expectations and eluded your control, evoking a sense of ungraspable distance for the first time, has it not?" Instinctively reluctant to admit it, she was acutely aware that her elder sister was exceptionally astute and could not be easily deceived. Her own arrival here was indeed for that very reason. Meng Qishui nodded awkwardly. Meng Qishui gazed intently at her younger sister for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "After all these years, do you still harbor such affection for him?" Meng Qishui lowered her head, gazing at her toes. After a prolonged silence, she softly murmured, "I like him even more than before." Meng Qi remained silent for a moment, reflecting deeply before earnestly advising, "If your feelings are genuine but uncertain, and he is quite sought after, you must either relinquish your affections early or seize the opportunity without delay. You have inherited your mother's beauty, which grants you a significant advantage among your peers. Thus, You should possess ample confidence. Moreover, you have shared a romantic connection since the first year of junior high, establishing a foundation of feelings. These are your unique assets, unlike those of others, and you ought to make the most of them. Noticing her sister's attentive demeanor, Meng Qíngqīn paused briefly and continued. When it comes to matters of the heart, you are the one who understands best. Weigh your feelings carefully. However, one thing I hope you grasp is the importance of prioritizing your studies, particularly with the impending college entrance examination. Remember, only by striving to better yourself can you keep pace with his excellence, fostering shared interests in the future and ensuring you do not fall behind. The conversation flowed effortlessly as the two sisters, who had not shared their hearts in quite some time, delved into matters of the heart. Their exchange continued until the sound of an alarm clock from the adjacent bedroom interrupted them. Meng Qíngqīn inquired, "Did you set the alarm?" Meng Qíngqīn responded with a soft hum, rising to her feet. "Sister, it's time for me to head to school." Meng Qíngqīn personally escorted her to the door, saying, "Go on, be safe on your way. My brother will take me," she replied. "All right." As she watched her sister's figure disappear at the staircase, Meng Qíngqīn, who had been comforting her only moments before, fell into a contemplative silence. She was not naive, she understood the underlying reason for her sister's visit. Reflecting on Xiaoan's peculiar gaze towards her recently, Meng Qíngqīn sighed quietly, thinking, "Qíngshui, this is all the assistance I can offer you." Originally, she had intended to study for an additional year before pursuing her doctoral examination. However, Luan's restlessness prompted her to decide to take the exam a year early, all for the purpose of departing from Baoqing sooner, thereby creating opportunities for her sister. Upon returning to school, she found the playground still relatively empty due to her early arrival. By chance, she encountered Li Shooting and Wu Yu at the corridor entrance. The two girls walked hand in hand, whispering to each other about some delightful matter. Upon seeing Luan, Li Shooting, who had been animatedly chatting with her friend, suddenly grew awkward and lowered her head. Wu Yu, casting a glance at the flustered Li Shooting, greeted, "Luan, what a coincidence." Luan was taken aback, pondering the unusual manner of her greeting. He replied, "What a coincidence indeed. It seems Shooting has dragged me here 8 times already." To his surprise, Wu Yu uttered such nonsensical commentary the next moment. Luan, at this remark, Li Shooting's demeanor fell, and she quickly defended herself. "Don't listen to her, we just arrived." After pausing to regard Li Shooting for a moment, Luan smiled and continued on his way. Once his footsteps faded, Li Shooting exhaled a huge sigh of relief, quietly complaining, "You scared me to death. If you keep this up, I'll cut ties with you." Wu Yu dismissed her concerns with a nonchalant attitude. "What is there to be scared of? You're not dead, are you? He probably knows you like him." Upon hearing this, the relief that had just washed over Li Shooting evaporated, and she fidgeted with her hands for a while before asking, "Wu Yu, do you think there's a chance if I go to the same university as him?" Wu Yu appeared puzzled. "What do you mean? Are you asking if you going to the same university is feasible, or if there is potential between you two?" Li Shooting replied, "I feel like he has changed so much recently. If he ends up with someone else in university, I would be heartbroken." Wu Yu inquired, "Are you saying he has suddenly become more outgoing and even more handsome? Are you worried about him being taken away at university?" Li Shooting, feeling bashful, responded, "He is not mine. There is nothing to worry about." Realizing the possibility of such a scenario occurring, Wu Yu, unusually serious, asked, "So what will you do? Will you confess your feelings now?" Li Shooting shook her head. Wu Yu probed further, "Why not? Are you afraid of what the school will think?" Li Shooting clarified, "No. It's just that the college entrance examination is approaching, and I don't want to distract him. Plus, I promised my mother I wouldn't date in high school." Wang Yu teased her, "But you are already in a secret relationship." Li Shooting halted her steps. "If you continue to jest with me, I shall reveal your embarrassing secrets to that boy." Wang Yu remained unperturbed. "Humph, go ahead and tell. I still worry about how to confess to him after the college entrance examination." As they strolled and chatted, suddenly Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Do you think Qíngqīn also harbors a secret crush, just like us?" Li Shooting pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I doubt it. Qíngqīn is simply too beautiful." Chapter 69. The genius. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only 3 or 4 students gathered in a corner, engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon seeing Luan enter, the 2 boys and 2 girls ceased their chatter and turned their attention towards him. The class monitor, Xiao Haiwan, remarked, "Luan, someone came looking for you earlier." Curious, Luan inquired, "Who was it?" Xiao Haiwan replied, 2 girls. "One of them you know, Wang Lina, the girlfriend of Man Xiaoqing." Luan was taken aback. Could it be that Wang Lina brought Li Ro along? He followed up with, and the other one? A girl named Tang Xiqin interjected. A stunning beauty, exceptionally tall. Luan asked, don't you know who she is? Tang Xiqin shook her head. No, but they lingered at your desk for quite a while, only leaving when they saw teacher Zhou coming in. As if summoned by their conversation, Zhou Jingni appeared at the classroom door. Luan, please come to my office. Luan flashed a smile at the group and turned to head to the homeroom teacher's office. Teacher Zhou, what do you need? Zhou Jingni asked. I heard you sold 30,000 yuan worth of oil paintings again? Is that true? Luan nodded. Indeed, I must credit you for that. Without your support, I might not have sold a single piece by now. I should express my gratitude. Zhou Jingni waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is your own talent at work, not my doing. Even without me, your brilliance would shine through. Yet, Luan sincerely expressed, thank you, Teacher Zhou. Unfazed, Zhou Jingni picked up a letter from her desk and changed the subject. A girl lingered at your desk for over half an hour today and left you a letter. Would you like to open it? Luan's lips twitched. This old colleague was relentless, keeping such a close watch on him. He sighed, Teacher Zhou. My grades are no longer what they used to be. You needn't be so tense. Perhaps you should focus on the top student instead. To his surprise, Zhou Jingni smiled and said, I believe you can regain your position as the second in your class. Ah, your confidence is remarkable, Luan replied. I wouldn't dare to think so highly of myself. Nevertheless, he understood that his homeroom teacher had high expectations of him, and he refrained from voicing any disheartening thoughts as he reached for the letter. However, Zhou Jingni withheld it, slapping the letter onto the desk. What? You truly wish to see it? Luan was at a loss for words, realizing she was testing him. No, it's just that the class monitor mentioned it earlier, and I wanted to see who it was from. Zhou Jingni clearly did not believe him. And then what would you do after reading it? Luan replied candidly. Based on the class monitor's description, I recalled a classmate from middle school and wished to confirm my suspicion. Zhou Jingni, aware that Wang Lina hailed from the same small town and that the girl seemed quite close to her, did not doubt the truthfulness of his statement. After scrutinizing his eyes for a moment, she said, I'll hold on to the letter for you. You can come collect it after the college entrance examination. Luan was flabbergasted. Teacher Zhou, what happened to trust between people? Why don't you believe me? Zhou Jingni flicked the letter in her hand and said, It's not that I don't trust you. Rather, I do not trust her. Fine. Luan had no retort and did not feel an urgent need to verify Li Ro's identity. He understood well that what is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. All he needed to do was wait, since he was already in the office. He saw no reason to rush off and began perusing the newspapers piled in the corner. Zhou Jingni was accustomed to his behavior, assuming he sought inspiration for his artwork. So she focused intently on her own tasks without paying him any mind. The stack of newspapers was considerable, yet most of the news was rather uninspiring. A mere glance at the headlines sufficed for him to surmise the content, which was either sensationalized for sales or mere theatrics, lacking in substance. However, he noted that as December approached, reports concerning polar bears had increasingly proliferated. The discussions surrounding them had become polarized as well. Luan quietly read through several front-page articles. Feeling an unusual tranquility within, he already foresaw the outcome and thus refrained from wasting emotions lamenting the passage of time. After flipping through several papers without encountering any particularly useful information, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Just as he was about to neatly return the blank sheets behind the door, a small piece of news nestled amidst the pages caught his eye. The newspaper was a local daily from Baoqing, and the article was not lengthy. Upon reading it in its entirety, he gleaned that late last night, Baoqing Broadcasting Station had suffered a grave broadcasting incident. During a supposed downtime, the station had inexplicably aired a limited-release action film, which was deemed highly inappropriate and had significant repercussions. Luan was momentarily rendered speechless. What audacity! To behave so recklessly at a television station. Even in the depths of night when few would be watching, there would inevitably be some night owls tuning in. Dingling, dingling. Just then, the desk phone rang. Hello? Zhou Jingni reached for the receiver. Hello, could you please find Luan for me? Luan, it's for you. Oh, all right. Luan turned to take the receiver and placed it to his ear. Hello? Where have you misplaced your keys? I can't find them in the usual spot. Came the voice of his uncle, Lu Xueping. Luan inquired, I have the keys. What do you need them for? You have them? Is 5 yuan too insignificant for you? Lu Xueping's voice rose slightly in confusion. Luan replied with a hint of arrogance, 5 yuan? Sorry, but I truly find it beneath me. Lu Xueping instinctively asked, Did Meng Qíngqīn ask you to take them? Luan disinterested in elaborating, simply confirmed, yes. Sister Qíngqīn asked me to collect them. If you're planning to indulge, you might as well go to the Guifei Hotel. After all, you seem indifferent to money. However, I advise you to exercise restraint. Just out of the hospital and already so eager, be careful not to relapse. It's the dead of winter, and even a trip outside could lead to a cold. If you wish to court disaster, I suggest you wait for a warm spring day. Yǒuqíng, naturally apprehensive of the frigid Meng Qíngqīn, resignedly replied, all right, I'll go to the Guifei Hotel. Luan exclaimed, your tone seems off. Has something happened? Yǒuqíng asked. Haven't you seen the news? What news? As soon as the words left his lips, Luan was taken aback and quickly inquired. The person who screened the action movie last night couldn't possibly be you, could it? It seemed you were aware, and indeed, it was I, Yǒuqíng candidly admitted. Showing no pretense, Luan, perplexed, responded, aren't you a journalist? How did you end up in the screening room? Yǒuqíng explained, last night. I filled in for a friend. After completing the late-night shift, I found myself engrossed in the action film and inadvertently left the playback equipment running. Luan, still bewildered, took a moment before exclaiming, Uncle, you truly are a genius. How did you manage that? What has become of you? How did your workplace respond? Yǒuqíng sighed deeply, saying, my friend has been suspended for reflection, while I have been reassigned to guard the logistics warehouse. Chapter 70. A return visit confronted with such an insouciant uncle. He found himself at a loss for words. With a hint of mockery, he inquired, do you need consolation? Yǒuqíng merely shrugged, no need for your concern. Today, I purchased 2 servings of roasted chestnuts, the ones with shells split open. Would you care for a portion? Luan glanced at yǒuqíng, who was coldly observing him. The audacity of that scoundrel to speak so casually indicated that nothing too grave had transpired. However, considering his primary occupation as a video rental seller, he hardly relied on the meager salary from the television station. As long as he was dismissed, he would remain unscathed. After hanging up the phone and placing the receiver back, Luan noticed that the homeroom teacher was still scrutinizing him. With a sigh, he remarked, Teacher Zhou, you ought to feel embarrassed. Yǒuqíng chuckled lightly, picked up a copy of the Xinhua dictionary, and calmly commanded, get lost. Luan cast a glance at the dictionary, which resembled a brick, and, fully aware of the situation, departed without a word. How outrageous. This Zhou was indeed remarkable, flashing the most charming smile while uttering the harshest words. In the blink of an eye, many students filled the classroom. Upon entering, Luan observed Yiran had already completed over 10 math problems. Li Dong was seated at his desk, waiting for him, and in a hushed tone, he asked, brother, who is that girl? Luan pulled him aside. Which one? Li Dong whispered conspiratorially, the one who came to your house. Luan sat down and replied, oh. Her name is. Li Dong leaned in, eager for the answer, but after a pause, he grew impatient, shaking Luan's shoulders. What is it? Hurry up. Luan responded, a week's worth of meals, packed neatly in a lunchbox on the table. Li Dong gritted his teeth. Deal. Luan picked up a pen and wrote on a blank sheet, Wuani. Li Dong stared at the 3 characters for quite some time before finally asking, what a peculiar name. What does it mean? Luan retorted, peculiar? In what way? We from the adjacent class shares the same surname. And Teacher Zhou has an I in her name. Both are quite presentable women. Are you complaining? With this clarification, Li Dong found the name significantly more appealing. He then inquired, I think I saw you sketching someone the other day. Luan shot him a glance. What? Are you interested? Li Dong waggled his eyebrows. Brother, please draw me one too, just of Wuani. I'll hang it above my bed. Luan replied, sure, a painting for 15,000. But considering our friendship, I'll only charge you 5,000. Li Dong bristled, retorting, oh, so you think you're quite the artist, quoting 15,000. If I had that much money, I'd dare to pursue Wuani myself. Who would want your shabby painting? Li Dong left in a huff. Luan was in good spirits today, and had no desire to engage with his foolish friend. Otherwise, he would have slapped him in jest. The evening study session consisted of 3 classes. During the first 2, he diligently reviewed geography, and after months of effort, he was nearing the end, already reciting from the final volume of the textbook. Yiran, having endured in silence for quite some time, finally asked, Luan, haven't you memorized your political history and geography textbooks already? Why are you still spending so much time studying? She inquired because she had memorized her textbooks by the 2nd year of high school, following Luan's example and reciting alongside him. Luan, ever confident, remarked, There's ample time. Let us recite it again. Yirun scrutinized him, realizing he was not easily swayed. Luan resorted to quoting classical wisdom. This is called reviewing the old to learn the new, reinforcing one's memory. Yirun remained skeptical. Luan, I feel like you've completely transformed this semester. Luan queried, is that so? Is it for better or worse? Yirun honestly shook her head. I'm not quite sure. The changes are too significant for me to adapt. Luan glanced at her momentarily. We're 18 now. Change is inevitable. Feeling the fleeting intensity of his gaze, Yirun instinctively lowered her head to glance at her chest, and in the next moment, her cheeks and ears flushed with warmth. Her entire body radiating a bright crimson. Luan found this amusing, thinking to himself that he had struck a nerve, holding on to each other's vulnerabilities. Moving forward, neither would speak ill of the other, as they both possessed leverage over one another. As per their routine, they tackled mathematics problems. He grew increasingly frustrated, realizing that he could never solve the final, most challenging problem. After months of effort, he had yet to succeed even once. Feeling utterly defeated, he surrendered the hope of achieving a perfect score. On the way home after class, Li Dong's chatter erupted like firecrackers, incessantly mocking Luan for claiming a painting was worth 15,000. However, Yirun remained distracted, barely engaging with him. Li Dong, exasperated, exclaimed, Yirun, you can't possibly believe Luan's nonsense, can you? If he could sell a painting for that price, I'd steal the undergarments from Wu Mei's home. Luan was taken aback. Why would you steal her undergarments? She's so old. Li Dong unabashedly replied, it's something I've always wanted to do. I wish to see her humiliated. Upon reaching the mouth of the alley, Yirun's keen eyes spotted Luan that Santana has returned, right outside your door. Li Dong, previously irritated, suddenly shivered with nervousness. Wu Aini is here. Luan asked the two, would you like to come to my house for a bit? Li Dong was eager but hesitant alone, prompting Yirun to suggest, it's still early. Let us visit Luan. Yirun cast a glance at Yǒuqíng in the car and silently walked away. Li Dong intended to stop her but, hearing the commotion, Yǒuqíng turned her gaze toward them, causing Li Dong to lose his nerve and hurriedly flee home. Their eyes met across the distance, and Luan felt a twinge of surprise. As he approached to greet her, he asked, is this late visit for the eternal oil painting? Yǒuqíng smiled warmly. Yes. And no. Luan opened the door, inviting Yǒuqíng, qíngqīn, and yǒuqíng inside, retrieving 3 clean enamel cups to place before them, filling them with hot water, and stated, if you wish to purchase this painting, I must apologize. It is not for sale. Unfazed by the rejection, Yǒuqíng cradled her enamel cup in her hands and took a small sip, saying, Mr. Lu, we do not deny that the eternal oil painting is a rare masterpiece. However, you must understand that a good work is only considered as such when recognized by the art community. Otherwise, even the world-renowned Van Gogh would only achieve fame posthumously. And the timeless masterpiece, the Mona Lisa, lay in obscurity for centuries. Luan glanced at her, poured himself a cup of hot water, then set down the kettle and took a seat on the stool opposite her, saying, Miss, you makes a valid point, so this time it is. Yǒuqíng spoke directly. In the realm of painting, perseverance is crucial, as is talent. However, the right choice is equally important. This is akin to the relationship between a thoroughbred and its discerning trainer. Mr. Luan, both Qin and I believe you possess the potential of a thoroughbred, which is why we seek collaboration. Had the fish finally taken the bait? Luan felt a flicker of excitement within, yet maintained a composed facade as he replied, it seems that Miss Yu and Mr. Qin aspire to be my trainers. Yǒuqíng smiled silently, her intentions clear. qíngqīn remained quiet, observing him intently. Luan took a generous sip from his enamel cup, and after several gulps, inquired, collaboration? What form will it take? Upon hearing this, both Yǒuqíng and qíngqīn simultaneously felt a sense of relief. They had been concerned that Luan, in his youthful exuberance and pride in his talents, might be reluctant to discuss cooperation. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. The two had analyzed him in the hotel and concluded that Luan did not resemble a typical high school student. He was very pragmatic. They believed that without presenting substantial benefits, it would be nearly impossible to sway him. Nevertheless, in their eyes, as long as Luan was willing to engage in conversation, they had already succeeded halfway. They had come prepared, confident that the generous terms they offered would be irresistible. Chapter 71. What does it mean to be exceptional? Luan Song had a moment of revelation. Yǒuqíng began to introduce qíngqīn at her own pace. Qinbo, originally a Chinese-American, joined the finance department of Sotheby's in New York during the 1960s. Due to his family background, he developed a profound appreciation for the tranquil beauty of Chinese art. Particularly enamored with the works of Zhang Deqian, he later transitioned to the expert department, overseeing auction affairs at Sotheby's in New York, where he once set a record with a Chinese painting selling for $180,000. By the 1970s, he ascended to the North American management tier and, in the 1980s, rose to the position of president. Under his vigorous advocacy, Chinese art gradually gained a commanding voice in the international market. Subsequently, Qin established a dedicated Chinese art auction segment at Sotheby's in New York, which evolved into an independent department, elevating the status of Chinese calligraphy and painting to an equivalent international standing. Initially, Luan had anticipated qíngqīn's exceptional prowess. However, after hearing this series of introductions, he was utterly convinced. This was no mere prowess, he was a figure of celestial caliber. Setting aside other considerations, the fact that he single-handedly raised the international status of Chinese calligraphy and painting would earn him the gratitude of contemporary artists who thrive in this field. Though the depth of their gratitude may be difficult to quantify, one could expect a modicum of respect in their encounters, such as the power of immense connections. Radiating an innate charisma, Luan composed himself, rising to solemnly pour tea for qíngqīn. "Mr. Qin, may I inquire about your current endeavors?" qíngqīn nodded in appreciation and replied, "In accordance with my late father's wishes, I have reverted to Chinese nationality and am currently working under Guanji." It was no wonder he donned a zhongshan suit. He appeared to be a true enthusiast of Chinese calligraphy and painting. However, it raised the question, how had someone of qíngqīn's stature come to serve Guanji? Returning to his seat, Luan looked towards Guanji, half-jokingly remarking, "It seems Miss Yu has come well prepared to capture my attention." Guanji smiled gently and retrieved a thick booklet from her bag, handing it to him. "I manage Haibo Gallery and Haibo Auction House, and since I cannot appear in person, it is Qin who oversees operations." Luan accepted the booklet and began to peruse its contents. The details about Haibo Gallery and Haibo Auction House were astonishing. He was taken aback by the scale of Guanji's ambition. Despite being newly established, the projected investment surpassed 30 million. 30 million in this era. The thought sent shivers down his spine, as his own wealth in a past life was roughly comparable. Yet, the times had changed. Comparisons seemed futile. As he continued to read, he felt increasingly assured and began to understand why they valued him so highly. They were evidently in search of a pivotal figure in the field of oil painting. This realization brought him immense joy. Indeed, he was being recognized for his worth. The atmosphere grew quiet, punctuated only by the sound of turning pages. Guanji remained composed, quietly sipping her tea. She even took out a small box of tea leaves from her bag, engaging in the art of tea preparation with serene focus. qíngqīn exhibited remarkable patience as well. The gaze of the onlookers predominantly fell upon Luan. Despite his own remarkable abilities, he perceived Luan as somewhat enigmatic and exceptionally gifted, thus fueling his curiosity. Among them, yǒuqíng's thoughts were perhaps the most tumultuous. Jealousy and admiration swirled in his eyes as he observed Luan, for he was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Guanji's household. After dedicating over a decade to servile admiration, how could he remain oblivious? If one were to forge a partnership with Guanji, it would indeed herald a stroke of incredible fortune, as if destiny were generously bestowing blessings upon him. Unbeknownst to yǒuqíng, Luan remained oblivious to his musings. He perused the booklet for approximately 20 minutes, before finally closing it and placing it back on the coffee table. At the opportune moment, Guanji lifted her gaze and inquired with a smile, "What are your thoughts, Mr. Luan?" Luan nodded affirmatively. "Excellent." A heartfelt sentiment. With her hands gently clasped on her knees, Guanji softly asked, "Would you be inclined to join the gallery in the auction house, showcasing your talents to secure a brighter future for yourself?" Luan was somewhat taken aback. While joining the gallery seemed understandable, the notion of an auction house was perplexing. Sensing his confusion, Guanji elaborated, "Haibo Auction House possesses its own oil painting division, and the consultant position therein would be ideally suited for you." Ah, some things were indeed straightforward upon hearing them. This woman harbored considerable ambition, intent on binding him to her chariot. Gazing at her exquisitely beautiful countenance, Luan silently mused about the precariousness of such an arrangement, pondering whether she feared the day her chariot might overturn. After a moment of contemplation, he directly inquired, "If I were to join the gallery and the auction house, what terms could you offer me?" Upon hearing this, Guanji exchanged a glance with qíngqīn, as if conveying a silent message. "See, our analysis holds true. Despite being merely 18, one is not one to be easily swayed." Unhurriedly, She opened her handbag and retrieved a document, gently placing it before him. Joining the gallery and auction house, we offer you a monthly base salary of 2,000 yuan. Your works will share a 50-50 split with the gallery and auction house. Should an oil painting fetch 100,000 USD at auction, you would earn 50,000 USD post-tax. The remaining 50,000 USD would belong to the gallery and auction house. Anticipating one's potential unfamiliarity with the market, Yǒuqíng took the time to elucidate the intricacies. As the operator of the gallery and auction house, a substantial portion of that 50,000 USD is allocated to cover costs. This encompasses industrial taxes, promotional expenses, commissions for sales personnel, income taxes, exhibition costs, and various other expenditures, which collectively account for approximately 70 to 80. Pausing momentarily, she continued with a warm smile. However, if you were to become a globally renowned artist in the future, this contract would no longer apply. At that point, the income from auctioned artworks would see the gallery and auction house claiming only 30 or 40, or even less, depending on the circumstances at that time. There is a saying in the gallery trade: a 40-60 split barely sustains a livelihood, while a 30-70 split spells the gallery's demise. Certainly, this statement only applies to moderately renowned artists and is not relevant to those at the pinnacle of the hierarchy whose artworks can command prices in the millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Chapter 72. The contract. Having meticulously perused the contract, Luan's countenance remained placid, yet within, a resolute decision had crystallized. The Haiba Gallery and Haiba Auction House were renowned entities, basking in glory within the art world, commanding both admiration and influence. To him, they represented formidable giants. He recalled a time in his previous life when, as he began to gain a modicum of fame, he had dared to dream of being recognized by them, aspiring to become a signed artist under the auspices of Haiba Gallery. Alas, fate had conspired against him. Despite several attempts to leverage connections, his efforts were in vain. As he gradually familiarized himself with the intricacies of the art scene, hope had withered entirely. Little did he anticipate that in this lifetime, he would so fortuitously stumble into their midst upon entering the art realm. Reflecting upon this, he understood that such a transformation stemmed from a breakthrough in his artistic prowess and the discovery of his unique creative direction, which had garnered the attention of both parties. He pondered whether, had he chosen not to align himself with the Haiba Gallery and Haiba Auction House today, he might have forged his own path in the future. The possibility loomed large, and he felt a profound confidence in his decades of artistic endeavor. Yet, the uncertainty lingered. When would he break through? When would he soar to great heights? Such answers eluded him. The timeline was unpredictable, perhaps soon, perhaps in middle age, perhaps in his twilight years, or perhaps even posthumously. With such thoughts, Luan let out a quiet sigh. On the surface, it seemed he had numerous options. Yet faced with the generous terms proposed by Yǒuqíng and qíngqīn, his choices were rather limited. As the saying goes, while there are many capable horses, true talent scouts are rare. In the realm of painting, sometimes the choices one makes can outweigh mere effort. The allure was undeniable, rendering refusal an impossible endeavor. Setting aside other considerations, the base salary of 2,000 monthly alone eclipsed 90 of the working class. An annual income of 24,000 marked him as a veritable success. Moreover, as an artist, the real fortune lay in the potential of his creations, particularly with a luminary like qíngqīn at the helm of Haiba Gallery. He would have no shortage of resources or avenues for promotion. Should his piece Eternity elevate his notoriety, the prospects for future income were almost unfathomable. After much contemplation, the seasoned artist discerned that this opportunity was indeed a fortuitous one for him. Ever since Yǒuqíng had laid forth her enticing offer, she had been intently scrutinizing his every facial expression, seemingly reluctant to overlook any subtle nuance. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with anticipation. After a prolonged silence, Luan placed the contract back onto the coffee table, lifted his gaze to meet theirs, and spoke. Though I am but a novice, and my understanding of your esteemed circle remains limited, I perceive the sincerity of Miss Yu and Mr. Chun through this contract. On a personal level, I feel quite positive about this endeavor and sense the respect emanating from both of you. However, I must emphasize that I am still a student, and for the foreseeable future, my academic pursuits will take precedence. Therefore, if you truly wish to be my mentors, I kindly request ample freedom to pursue my studies. With an ear for the subtlety of unspoken intentions, Yǒuqíng deftly dismissed any excuses regarding academic obligations. keenly seizing the opportunity for freedom. Rest assured, Mr. Liu. I have already discussed your circumstances with Mr. Chen prior to your arrival. In your future creative endeavors, everything will be at your discretion. We shall not intrude upon your liberty. This was precisely the assurance the older gentleman had been longing for. Having lived a long life in relative freedom, he naturally wished to avoid any constraints in this lifetime. After all, no amount of money could compel him to forsake that which he cherished. To him, painting was a passion, a source of joy, and he certainly did not wish to be shackled by financial obligations. Should he lose his creative freedom? What would be the point of continuing to paint? After all, he believed that in this new chapter of life, abundant opportunities to earn would await him, ensuring that he would never want for money. Upon hearing these words, Liu's heart felt a wave of relief. He feared the tyranny of a large establishment over an individual. But given the understanding shown by his counterpart, there seemed little more to discuss. Signing the contract was the next logical step. He worried that if he hesitated, he might later regret it and find himself knocking on the door of the Gui Fei Hotel in the middle of the night. Although he was eager, he maintained his composure and said, "I would appreciate it if Miss you could incorporate your earlier statement into the contract. Having it in black and white would reassure me." Yǒuqíng nodded in understanding, of course. With that, she retrieved another copy of the contract from her bag and handed it to Liu. He stood momentarily bewildered. His gaze fixed on her as he inquired, "What does this mean?" Yǒuqíng smiled gently. "I apologize. Before arriving, I made a wager with Mr. Chen, betting that you would request this edition. It appears I have won." Turning to qíngqīn, she added, "Mr. Chen, please remember to honor our agreement." qíngqīn nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Guanji, a wager is a wager." Liu's mind raced, cursing under his breath at the realization that they might be toying with him, treating him like a child. His mother had always said that the most beautiful women were often the most deceptive. Caution was now paramount. He needed to be wary of the possibility of being ensnared by her charms. After thoroughly reading the contract, which contained the same stipulations as before but now included the clause on creative freedom, Liu scrutinized it once more, fearing hidden traps. He read it a second time, and then a third. Finally, he turned to Yǒuqíng's bag and jokingly asked, "Miss Yu, do you have any backup contracts in there? Let us see which one is more favorable for me, and I shall sign that." Yǒuqíng smiled silently, pulling down the zipper of her bag to show him its contents, which included various odds and ends, including a compact mirror, yet no additional documents. Disheartened, Liu picked up the pen. "Shall we proceed with the signing?" Yǒuqíng agreed, also taking up her pen. The contract was prepared in duplicate, and after both had signed, they exchanged copies. Finally, she produced a small box of red ink, pressed her thumb into it, and stamped her fingerprint on the contract. Liu followed suit, placing his thumbprint alongside hers. Upon reviewing the contract and finding no discrepancies, Yǒuqíng extended her elegant right hand, saying, "Mr. Liu, welcome to our team." Zhang Xian grasped the tips of her fingers, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, qíngqīn also rose to his feet, reaching out his hand. "From now on, we shall be colleagues. May our collaboration be fruitful." Alas, this fellow lacks awareness. Such a beautiful hand has yet to warmth. And he rushes forth. Liu released Yǒuqíng's hand and shook hands with qíngqīn, proclaiming, "To a successful partnership." Chapter 73. The deal sealed with the significant matter of signing the contract successfully concluded. Liu, Yǒuqíng, and qíngqīn all exhaled in relief. Even yǒuqíng, who had been a silent observer throughout the proceedings, felt a sense of ease wash over him. yǒuqíng's thoughts were rather straightforward. Although his artistic skills might not impress Guanji, he was undeniably the mediator between the two parties. This connection could pave the way for a future rapport with Liu. And should Liu soar to great heights, he would inevitably benefit from it. In the art world, connections are akin to currency, an invaluable asset. After securely storing the contract, Yǒuqíng counted out 2,000 yuan from her bag and placed it on the coffee table. "This is Mr. Liu's salary for December," she announced. The sight of the crisp, new banknotes and the distinctive scent of the currency stirred Liu's heart, though he replied, "December is already half over. I feel undeserving of this. Miss Yu, please do not embarrass me." Yǒuqíng smiled gently. "This is a standard practice at Haiba Gallery. You are not an exception. All artists who join the gallery in the current month receive their full salary." Liu harbored some skepticism regarding this statement. However, given the graciousness extended to him, he decided to accept it without further objections. After all, they were all adults, and maintaining appearances was important, wasn't it? Primarily, his financial situation necessitated this monetary infusion. Having placed the contract and the 2,000 yuan back in his bedroom, Lewin glanced outside at the fading daylight and inquired, "It's getting late. Are you all hungry? Allow me to treat you to a bowl of vegetarian noodles." To his surprise, Yǒuqíng readily agreed. Lewin thought to himself, "I was merely being polite. Did you take me seriously?" He jested, "With such beauty, are you not concerned I might slip something into your noodles?" Yǒuqíng was undeterred, and qíngqīn, naturally, offered no objections. They followed Lewin into the kitchen, where he busied himself at the stove. Boiling the noodles was a swift endeavor. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he scattered the noodles into the pot and waited 4 to 5 minutes, adding a touch of oil and salt before retrieving them. Yǒuqíng inquired, "Are these handmade noodles?" Lewin responded affirmatively, "I bought them at the corner shop. They are affordable yet delightfully chewy. You'll have to try them." He deftly prepared 4 bowls, skillfully garnishing the noodles with scallions in one fluid motion. As she picked up her chopsticks, Yǒuqíng examined them closely before, under the watchful eyes of the 3 men, taking small bites. She remarked, "From childhood to now, this is the simplest bowl of noodles I have ever had, and surprisingly, it tastes quite delightful." Lewin mused internally, "Is it truly the taste of the noodles that is enjoyable, or is it merely my handsome visage that enhances the meal?" The sight of a woman adorned in high-end international brands sharing a humble bowl of noodles with a country boy struck him as peculiarly amusing. qíngqīn, having devoured 3 generous mouthfuls, concurred, "I must say, after indulging in lavish delicacies, this simple meal indeed offers a distinct flavor." Lewin nodded vigorously, internally urging, "Compliment me more. After all, my thick skin relishes flattery." Yǒuqíng's emotions were particularly complex. Guanji had never dined at his home before, let alone partaken in such plain fare. After finishing their late-night snack, Yǒuqíng and the others expressed their intention to take their leave. Lewin personally escorted them to the gate. As the vehicle departed, Li Dong, who had been peering from the 2nd floor, swiftly slipped out. Impatiently, he inquired, "Brother, what is it like to share a meal with such a woman?" Lewin turned and entered the courtyard, remarking, "The dishes she used are still unwashed in the kitchen. Why don't you go and experience it for yourself?" Li Dong's expression soured. "You scoundrel, you're just mocking me." Lewin playfully retorted, "You're both inexperienced and playful. When I eventually kiss Wu Annie, I shall tell you the taste of her saliva." Li Dong, irked, declared, "If you ever kiss Wu Annie, I will drink every last drop of the Zhejiang River dry." Lewin shot him a glance, produced paper and pen, and provocatively suggested, "Words alone won't suffice. Shall we draft a contract?" Li Dong, exasperated, exclaimed, "Come on, you can't be serious." Lewin sat down and questioned, "Your father and brother are exemplary men. Why have you turned out differently, only pursuing beautiful women, falling for each one you meet?" Li Dong lamented, "Isn't it due to your constant undermining? Whenever I walk alongside you, the girls prefer to converse with you and hardly acknowledge me." Lewin was taken aback. "Is that so? I hadn't noticed." Li Dong, feeling quite dejected, remarked, "You're so accustomed to being surrounded by sweetness that you fail to notice me." Lewin chuckled, offering consolation, "Next time, let us invite a few girls who aren't quite as attractive to join us." Li Dong protested, "Why settle for less? You know so many beautiful girls. Let us choose those who are more appealing. That's my sole joy in life." Lewin explained, "Girls enjoy chatting with those who resemble them. If they're not too striking, they might get along with you." Li Dong, once again incensed, shouted, "Damn it. You're mocking me again. This isn't over tonight." The following day, after the morning self-study session, Lewin made a call to the hospital. "Hello. Who am I speaking to?" A strange female voice responded. "Hello. This is Lewin. I am looking for Ming Qi. Could you please call her for me?" "Thank you." "Oh, it's you. Qi has gone to the 1st floor. Please hold on while I fetch her." Clearly, the voice had heard Lewin's name from Ming Qi, and her demeanor improved significantly. After about 2 minutes, the voice returned. This time it was Ming Qingqi's. "Shaoan, have you had breakfast yet?" Lewin replied, "Not yet. I haven't had the chance, and I couldn't wait to call you as soon as class ended." Ming Qingqī set down her documents and immediately asked, "You seem quite anxious to find me. Is something wrong?" Hearing her concerned tone, Lewin smacked his forehead and hurriedly responded, "Oh no. Don't think too much into it. I have good news to share with you." Ming Qingqī, intrigued, asked, "Good news?" "Yes, good news." With that, Lewin recounted the details of the agreement he had signed with Yǒuqíng. Upon hearing that he would receive a monthly payment of 2,000 yuan, Ming Qingqī stood still for a moment before regaining her composure and inquired, "Have you thoroughly reviewed the contract?" Is there anything amiss? Luan assured her, don't worry. Qi, I've read it 3 times. It should be fine. Ming Qi still felt a twinge of unease and pondered before inquiring, where are you making the call? Luan replied, at the school's convenience store. Ming Qi instructed, please wait for me at the school gate. I will take a taxi to fetch you. Luan initially intended to decline the offer, but having known her for a lifetime, he understood her resolute nature. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After placing the receiver back, Luan reached out to the shopkeeper and asked, how much do I owe you? The shopkeeper glanced over his shoulder and replied, no need to worry. Someone has already taken care of it for you. Chapter 74. Sending a letter. Ming Qi possessed a mane of lustrous, silky black hair. The familiar fragrance of her shampoo wafting through the air from a distance of a meter. At that moment, the serene expression that once adorned her exquisite face had vanished, replaced by a tightly pressed mouth that hinted at a subtle, almost imperceptible sorrow. She had just listened intently to the conversation between Luan and her sister, leaving her heart filled with confusion and uncertainty. Rarely had she encountered such a moment in both her past and present lives. Luan, observing her silence, finally broke it with a question. Why haven't you had breakfast at this hour? Fearing that he might detect her vulnerability, Ming Qi swiftly composed herself, offering a bright smile as she replied, I've misplaced my eating spoon and came to purchase a new one. As she spoke, she gently shook the silver spoon in her right hand. Luan's gaze lingered on the spoon for a moment before he shifted the conversation, saying, thank you. He referred to the matter of paying for the phone bill. Ming Qi understood perfectly, her crescent moon eyes narrowing with a smile as she replied, there's no need. My sister always teaches me that we are family, and it is only right. The term family momentarily stunned Luan, leaving him uncertain whether the young lady was probing or merely reminding him. However, he chose not to dwell on it and stated plainly, Sister Qi will be here soon. I'm going to wait for her at the school gate. Would you like to join? To his surprise, Ming Qi shook her head, her charming smile still intact. No. Wu Yu and Shooting have already brought me food. I will meet them in the dormitory. Luan acquiesced and departed without mentioning the financial matter. As she watched his figure disappear at the entrance of the small shop, Meng Qingxue paused momentarily before approaching the counter. Uncle Xiao, how much do I owe? The proprietor of the shop, a neighbor of the Ming family, was quite familiar with her. The spoon costs 20 cents, and the phone bill is 3 yuan. Just give me 3 yuan. Ming Qi retrieved a handful of change from her pocket, counting out 3 yuan and 2 cents, which she placed on the counter. She instructed, next time Luan comes to buy something or make a call, do not charge him. The shopkeeper, having long seen through her intentions, grinned and assured her, I understand. The usual arrangement, will settle up later. Feeling slightly embarrassed at being so transparent, Meng Qingxue simply murmured an acknowledgement and exited. As a day student and a top-performing student from the first high school, he was easily recognized by the 2 elderly guards at the school gate, allowing him to pass through the reception area and step outside effortlessly. Shun, get in the car. 10 minutes later, while he was thoroughly entertained by the quarrel between 2 vendors, a taxi halted before him, and Ming Qi poked her head out to call him. Upon hearing her voice, Luan instinctively reached for the back door, intending to sit beside her. Meng Qingxue said, Xiaoan, you should sit in the front passenger seat. Casting a glance at another woman inside the vehicle, Luan immediately recognized her. Sister Qi, concerned for her friend, had brought along her lawyer. The first high school was in close proximity to Guifei Lane, and it took merely 2 minutes for the taxi to arrive. Does your cousin live here alone? The silent lawyer surveyed the yard as she inquired. Ming Qi replied, he needs to prepare for the college entrance examination, so living alone provides him with peace and quiet. Understanding their purpose, Luan poured 2 cups of hot tea for them before retreating to his bedroom to retrieve the contract. Ming Qi meticulously examined the contract, finding no discrepancies, and then turned to her friend, saying, Xia, please help me review this thoroughly. Lu Xia set down her teacup, donned her glasses, and diligently scrutinized the document word by word. After 15 minutes, she placed the contract down, stating, this agreement is sound. There are no hidden pitfalls. You can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Ming Qi felt a wave of relief wash over her, a smile gracing her face as she replied, that's wonderful. Thank you for your help. Luan, however, exhibited little surprise at this outcome. Having dealt with countless contracts in his past life, he was well acquainted with various potential traps and was naturally adept at avoiding any missteps in this regard. Lucia regarded him with curiosity, inquiring, your monthly salary is 2,000. How much can you sell a painting for? Luan raised 2 fingers, Lucia guessed 2,000. Luan blinked in response. Lucia, astonished, exclaimed, could it be 20? 000? Luan confirmed, correct. Lucia was utterly taken aback, glancing between Luan and Ming Qíngqīn, her expression conveying disbelief. Are you implying that I must pay 20,000 for a painting? Luan replied, this price is a friendly discount, given my regard for Qíngqīn. His statement was not without basis. After years in the art world, he had come to understand that selling paintings essentially operates on principles of scarcity marketing. The more a piece circulates, the less valuable it becomes. This explains why many artworks appreciate only posthumously. Their quantity can then be firmly established, allowing their rarity to enhance their worth, thus appealing to capitalistic interests. Therefore, after signing an agreement with Haiba Gallery, he resolved that until he achieved true fame, he would sell his art, but judiciously, and he would elevate the prices accordingly. This philosophy aligns with the proverbial fishing of Jiang Taigong. Only those willing to buy would engage. He would not force sales if none came his way. After all, he had 60,000 yuan in his pocket, which afforded him peace of mind. Of course, having already signed agreements with Haiba Gallery and Haiba Auction House, he hoped that, barring unnecessary circumstances, his artworks would circulate through these venues, thus aligning with his ethical considerations. This would foster trust and facilitate longer collaborations. Lu Yasi departed, her expression one of bewilderment. Once outside Guifei Alley, she relentlessly questioned Meng Qíngqīn. Is your cousin a secret offspring of some illustrious family? Has he been secretly nurtured by a master for over a decade, achieving such prowess at a young age? Observing her friend's unusual demeanor, Meng Qíngqīn could only chuckle, responding, You've watched too many dramas. Where would one find a secret heir from a prominent family? This is simply talent. Lucia lamented, alas. This truly illustrates the adage that comparison breeds despair. I toil for an entire year and might not even save 2,000 yuan. Her words were starkly honest. In these times, while social injustices abound, few dare to pursue legal action, rendering this profession less lucrative than in later generations. Luan contemplated tidying up his bedroom. After some thought, he opened a drawer and retrieved a sheet of stationery. The letterhead bore the insignia of the Municipal People's Hospital, serving as the arithmetic draft paper that Qíngqīn's sister often provided him, each time bringing a substantial stack. He intended to pen a letter to Songjia, who was attending the local high school. The content of the letter was succinct, primarily conveying his recent circumstances while inquiring after her health and studies. After 10 minutes, the letter was complete. Luan conducted a cursory inspection and found no issues, promptly placing 2 10-yuan notes at the center of the letter paper, folding it neatly. On the reverse side, he inscribed, handle with care, inside his living expenses. The post office, adjacent to the police station, was in close proximity to Guifei Lane. One merely needed to cross a road and walk 100 meters straight to arrive. Hello, I would like to purchase an envelope and a stamp. A regular envelope or a registered letter? A regular envelope. The envelope cost 1 dime, and the stamp 8 dimes. Luan had anticipated this. Handing over the 90 cents he had, here you go. Sending a letter was quite an extravagant affair at this time, costing 9 dimes. A sum that could have purchased half a kilogram of pork. In those days, it was considered a luxury, something that ordinary rural families would seldom indulge. Chapter 75. An incident occurs upon receiving the envelope. I carefully placed the letter inside, proceeded to the adhesive section, and affixed the envelope and stamp with glue before depositing it into the green mailbox outside. That was that. It was working hours, and the post office lobby was sparsely populated, requiring little to no queuing. As I jogged back to school, I encountered the post-lunch duo, Nan Xiaoqing and Wang Lina, who were hand in hand, circling the large playground. Under the gaze of thousands, their affectionate display was the envy of many. Noticing me, Luan feigned ignorance and attempted to veer left, but Wang Lina promptly called out, Luan, where are you running off to? Reluctantly, I turned back and said, Public displays of affection lead to swift demise. Why summon the solitary dog? Solitary dog? How novel and vivid. It suits you well. Wang Lina remarked with a grin as she approached. Bah, enjoy your fleeting glory. Soon you'll be beset by a crowd that will frighten you, I retorted. Glancing at Nan Xiaoqing. Nan Xiaoqing, you exemplify the classic dynamic of a strong woman and a weak man. It's time you assert your masculinity and manage your wife, ensuring she doesn't flirt with handsome boys outside. Nan Xiaoqing, ever amiable, replied lightly, no worries. There aren't many handsome boys in school like you. Most of the time, she is still loyal to me. I was at a loss for words, pondering the absurdity of it all. Wang Lina laughed heartily. See? Don't try to sow discord. Our bond is strong. Conceding, I inquired, what do you need from me? Wang Lina asked, did you receive the roses? I was momentarily perplexed. What roses? The ones from Li Ro, placed inside your desk, along with a love letter. Were there indeed roses? Zhou Bapi had not mentioned anything. So it seemed she had taken them for herself. Upon my silence, Wang Lina urged, Luan, are you even a man? You need to respond. Li Ro has been waiting for your reply. I shifted the blame onto Zhou Bapi. I haven't seen the letter or the roses. How can I respond? Wang Lina seemed skeptical. Did you truly not see them, or do you simply wish to ignore Li Ro? Your understanding is spot on. Just respond to her like that. With that, I turned to leave. Wang Lina blocked my path. Li Ro likes you quite a bit. Whenever we gather, you're the one she inquires about the most. Seeing my silence, Wang Lina nudged Nan Xiaoqing, who affirmed, it's true. Luan, I can vouch for that. Though I did not trust Wang Lina, I did trust Nan Xiaoqing, and I sighed. To be honest, it's futile to discuss this. I can hardly recall what Li Ro looks like anymore. Wang Lina exclaimed, astonished. You were so close in the first year. It's only been a few years, and you've forgotten? I pointed to my head. I often suffer from headaches. You should know that. With that, I departed. As I walked away, Wang Lina turned to her boyfriend. How much of what he said do you believe? Nan Xiaoqing replied, I believe it all. Wang Lina turned away. The young Xiaoqing remarked, Luan did not lie. He may genuinely not remember. Wang Lina pressed further, is it because of a headache? Young Xiaoqing replied, it could be due to a headache. Or perhaps he simply does not have a strong impression of Li Ro from his middle school days. Wang Lina raised her brows in disbelief. That cannot be. Li Ro is no less charming than Meng Qishui. I was even taken by her beauty. After pondering for a while, young Xiaoqing could not deduce anything conclusive. And ultimately the matter remained unresolved. On December 22nd, following the conclusion of the fourth lesson on a Sunday morning, the first high school welcomed a half-day break. This was a long-standing tradition at the school, allowing each week a half-day off and 3 days of leave at the end of each month, intended to provide relaxation and, for those living nearby, an opportunity to return home for a feast. As usual, after tidying their desks, Luan, Yirun, and Li Dong exited the school gates and headed towards Guifei Alley. On the way, Li Dong slyly inquired, the weather is splendid today. Shall we go for a picnic? Luan and Yirun turned to him in unison. Luan asked, what scheme are you concocting this time? Knowing Li Dong well, Yirun quipped, Li Dong, have you been pilfering again? Li Dong chuckled, last night, I visited Wu Meipa's home and discreetly took half a lamb. I've hidden the meat in the crevices of the stones at the back mountain. How about we cook it outdoors? Luan was taken aback. Wu Meipa was notoriously cautious, locking her doors even for visitors. How did you manage to slip in? He inquired. Li Dong, with a proud glint in his eye, replied, Brother, that's not for you to question. Each creature has its own ways. You wouldn't comprehend the expertise involved. Luan turned to Yirun. Shall we go? Yirun hesitated momentarily, but Luan encouraged, let us go. You are the best cook among us. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yirun finally nodded. Li Dong grinned. Then it's settled. I'll gather the pots and pans. As they approached the mouth of the alley, before they even entered, they were met with the piercing cries of Wu Meipa. Initially bewildered, Luan and Yirun exchanged silent glances after listening for 2 minutes. Luan queried Li Dong, did you really steal Wu Meipa's underwear? Li Dong felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and retorted, steal? This is not theft. In the spirit of water margin, I would call it robbing the rich to help the poor. I noticed those pigs shivering in the cold and thought to cover them with her clothes. Wait, why are you both looking at me like that? I mentioned this a week ago. When you didn't dissuade me, I assumed you supported my noble deed. While he had indeed mentioned it, who took him seriously? Not only did he steal, but he also carelessly dumped the stolen goods into the pigsty of the butcher, Peng. What kind of person is Peng? One who cannot keep his mouth shut after a drink, naturally boasting, my pigs are quite the spectacle this year. They're all dressed in Wu Meipa's underwear. Luan gazed heavenward, torn between laughter and restraint. Yirun held back for a long time before finally exclaiming, Li Dong, you are utterly shameless. Wu Meipa's cries echoed through the alley, drawing curious onlookers who peeked in to witness the unfolding spectacle. The butcher's wife, feeling remorseful, made a special trip to door number 3 to offer her condolences and apologize, claiming her husband had behaved poorly and spoken nonsense while intoxicated. Meanwhile, the matchmaker's husband and son, one wielding a cleaver and the other a carrying pole, stood resolutely beneath door number 4, threatening to confront the butcher. The butcher, lounging on the second-floor balcony, mockingly exclaimed, damn it. If you have the guts, go catch that thief instead of whining like a woman here. Upon hearing her husband's provocative remarks, the butcher's wife, furious at his reckless provocation, shouted through the window, "You scoundrel, shut your mouth." Just then, as Lewin paused to observe the commotion, a voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw Wei Fengyuan, whom he hadn't seen in over 6 months. Hurrying towards him, breathless and visibly anxious. Before Lewin could inquire, Wei Fengyuan urgently urged him, "Lewin, something has happened. Come with me at once." Chapter 76. Reappearance. Seeing the anxious expression on his childhood friend's face, Lewin inquired with concern, "What on earth has transpired to make you break out in a sweat?" A flustered Wei Fengyuan carelessly wiped the perspiration from his forehead with his sleeve and hastily asked, "Lewin, are you familiar with the Mulan gang?" Lewin nodded. "I have heard of them, though I have never encountered them." "What of it?" Fearing that time was of the essence, Wei Fengyuan pulled him towards the alley's entrance. Expressing his fears as they walked, "Zheng Lingbo is set to fight someone today, and that someone is from the Mulan gang. I'm worried something might happen to him." This news took Lewin aback. In his previous life, he was aware that Zhang Lingbo was not entirely innocent during his school days, having inherited his father's fiery temper and occasionally engaging in brawls. Yet, this situation was rather unexpected. Something felt off. The more he pondered, the stranger it seemed. He tentatively asked, "What made you think to come to me? I am not familiar with them either." Wei Fengyuan was momentarily stunned. "Huh, you aren't acquainted with the Mulan gang either? What should we do then?" She continued, perplexed, "But Zhang Lingbo specifically asked me to find you." Lewin gestured for her to calm down. "Please, explain the situation to me." Wei Fengyuan collected her thoughts and recounted, after the morning self-study session, "Zhang Lingbo suddenly approached me, claiming he might be in for a beating. I asked who intended to strike him, and he said it was the Mulan gang. He mentioned that he couldn't match them and felt cornered, as they were waiting for him daily at the entrance of the second high school. He said he had no choice but to ask for your help." Lewin felt perplexed, completely unaware of the intricacies involved. Nevertheless, given his long-standing friendship with Zheng Lingbo, he had no reason to remain passive. Upon hearing about the Mulan gang, Li Dong strode over. "Brother, have you ever encountered a female thug?" Lewin replied, "No, I have not." Li Dong's face lit up with excitement. "I am curious about female thugs." Lewin remarked, "So am I." He then asked, "But why are you following me?" Li Dong patted his chest vigorously, declaring with righteous fervor, "I am here to assist you. As brothers, how can I let you face thugs alone?" Lewin shot him a glance. "Do not jest. You should return home. There may be danger here." Li Dong, undeterred, placed a hand on his shoulder. "If there is danger, I cannot let you go alone. Besides, I want to see what a female thug is like. Is she truly as legendary as they say, with 3 heads and 6 arms, covered in tattoos?" Yirun hesitated for a moment before jogging to catch up. Asking with concern, "Lewin, can't you refrain from going?" Lewin shook his head, offering no explanation. Given his lifelong camaraderie with Zhang Lingbo, there was no need for him to justify his actions to anyone. Yirun, having a fair understanding of his character, recognized that persuasion would be futile. She turned to Wei Fengyuan, whom she had met previously, and inquired, "Where will the fight take place?" Wei Fengyuan responded, "At Xiaoshui Bridge, beneath that bridge." Upon hearing this, Yirun ceased her movement. After watching the 3 board the bus from the roadside, she hurriedly dashed to the general store. She needed to make a phone call to Meng Qíngqīn. At that moment, the grocer was occupied on the landline, engrossed in placing an order, and paid her no mind. Li Fran, unable to contain her impatience, waited for 2 minutes before mustering the courage to ask, "Excuse me, could I please make a quick call? It's urgent." The shopkeeper glanced at her, continuing to discuss the quantities with the person on the other end of the line, leaning forward with both hands on the counter. Li Fran whispered, "I truly need to make this call. It concerns a matter of life and death." Upon hearing this, the grocer hesitated, staring at her for a few seconds, before finally handing her the receiver. Li Fran expressed her gratitude and swiftly hung up the phone, deftly dialing the number. This was a number that Meng Qíngqīn had secretly given her. Whenever Lewin found himself in trouble, she would reach out. She had called 3 times previously, once 2 years ago when Lewin had a high fever, once when he was suffering from a severe headache, and most recently when he had gotten into a brawl with a thug and ended up at the police station. "Hello, who is this?" The call connected after 2 rings. Upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, Li Fran replied, "Hi, could you please find Meng Qíngqīn? This is Li Fran." The other party turned to inquire among colleagues and confirmed that Meng Qíngqīn was on leave today and at home. Li Frun promptly hung up and dialed the Ming family's number. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the phone rang 5 times before connecting. Hello? Ming Qíngqīn? It's me. Who are you? I'm Li Frun. Over the years, Ming Qíngqīn had kept a close watch on the people and events surrounding Luan. So she was well aware of who Li Frun was. She then asked, Are you looking for me? No, I'm looking for your sister. In her haste, Li Frun spoke candidly, not bothering to be polite. Unfortunately, my sister is at a wedding. Her high school classmate is getting married. What do you need her for? Ming Qíngqīn inquired. Li Frun paused for a moment before relaying the details of Wei Fangyuan's visit to Lu and without omitting a single word. After finishing, she noticed silence on the line and asked, Ming Qíngqīn, are you still there? Upon hearing the name Mulan Gang, a figure suddenly sprang to Ming Qíngqīn's mind, and it wasn't until Li Frun called out a couple of times that she snapped back to reality, saying, Yes, I understand. I'll head to Xiaoshui Bridge right away. All right. Li Frun sensed a peculiar tone in Ming Qíngqīn's response, but before she could ask further, the call was disconnected. The grocer had been listening to the entire conversation and now interjected, Mulan Gang? Do you know them? Li Frun looked at him. Are you familiar with them? The shopkeeper advised, You should report this to the police. They're just a bunch of reckless kids. When they fight, they have no sense of proportion. Something bad could happen. You must act quickly. Hearing this, Li Frun hesitated. Ming Qíngqīn was the daughter of the county magistrate. If she hadn't called the police, would her own report endanger Luan and the others? Considering that Ming Qíngqīn was going to go to Xiaoshui Bridge personally, she felt it prudent to wait and assess the situation. With a determined mind, she inquired, How much do I owe you? The shopkeeper glanced at the tally on the paper, then at the clock, and replied, You talked for 2 minutes and 49 seconds. That'll be 3 yuan. Li Frun reluctantly counted out 3 yuan from her pocket, placed it gently on the counter, and dashed off to the bus station without looking back. Chapter 77. A sense of familiarity. The Guifei Alley is not particularly distant from the Xiaoshui Bridge, a mere 14-minute bus ride away. As they disembarked, Luan turned to the exuberant Li Dong and said, You stay here. I will go and take a look. Li Dong, brimming with enthusiasm, protested, No. I want to accompany you to confront the female ruffians. Luan cast him a sidelong glance and cautioned, Just temper your spirit. Do not create trouble for me. Li Dong clenched his fists and struck his chest, producing a resounding thump as he declared loudly, Rest assured, I shall heed your command. When you call for backup, I shall advance. If you signal a retreat, I shall withdraw. Luan gazed skyward, feeling exasperated by this lively companion. Pondering the whims of fate that led him to encounter such restless souls, both Sang Lingbo and Li Dong fit the bill. Casting a glance around, Luan pointed to a newsstand and instructed Wei Fangyuan, You need not follow me down. Keep an eye from above. If anything seems amiss, hurry to the newsstand and call the police. Wei Fangyuan, her face etched with concern, looked at him anxiously. You want to encounter any trouble, will you? Luan reassured her. No, it will be fine. Yet, Wei Fangyuan remained uneasy, cautioning, They are thugs. Do not engage them in a fight. Luan replied, I am not foolish. I will avoid confrontation. Wei Fangyuan reached into her pocket, retrieving 5 loose bills, ready to call for help at a moment's notice. She added, Luan, do not rush in blindly. If anything feels off, retreat immediately. Luan acknowledged her advice, preparing to head towards Xiaoshui Bridge. At that moment, a group of bicycles sped past the 3, their riders men, muscular and in their 30s, several of them bald, exuding an intimidating presence. Each bicycle bore a woman on the rear seat, the convoy racing toward Xiaoshui Bridge like a rocket. Simultaneously, Wei Fangyuan and Li Dong exclaimed. Wei Fangyuan, trembling with fear, murmured, The Mulan Gang. Li Dong's eyes widened. Female ruffians. Luan inquired of Wei Fangyuan, Do you know them? She pointed to the foremost bicycle. The girl on the back of that bike is someone I recognize. Luan followed her gaze. You mean the one with the voluminous hair? Yes, Wei Fangyuan affirmed. Then curiously asked, Luan, you should know her too. Have you forgotten? Luan had briefly glimpsed the girl's face and felt a sense of familiarity but could not place her. Who is she? He asked. Wei Fangyuan responded. Her name is Yang Lianhua. The name echoed in Luan's mind, and suddenly he recalled who she was. This was indeed the same Yang Lianhua whom Zhang Lingbo had once humiliated in middle school, leading to her grandfather pursuing him with a hoe for over 10 miles. Subsequently, due to the intervention of her delinquent father, Yang Lianhua had withdrawn from the town and left with her family. Noticing Luan's dawning realization, Wei Fangyuan inquired, Do you remember now? Luan nodded in affirmation. Wei Fongyuan let out a soft sigh. Suddenly understanding why the Mulan gang had chosen to confront Zhang Lingbo at the entrance of the second high school, Luan remarked, "This is a case of vengeance with a known culprit. They have come to settle a score." Wei Fongyuan cast a questioning glance at him. "What should we do? Are you still going over there?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luan forced a smile and replied, "Yes." With that, he took a step forward. Li Dong followed closely behind. Grumbling in dissatisfaction, "What a ridiculous bunch the Mulan gang is. I just saw that girl with the frizzy hair. She has got a large bust, short legs, and a rather coarse appearance. She is not even as attractive as the girls in our ordinary class at the first high school. What a letdown," Luan suggested. "Since you're so disappointed, why not stay back?" Li Dong shook his head vigorously. "No way. We are brothers. We must advance and retreat together." At Xiaoshui Bridge, a throng of students had gathered, most of them there to witness the spectacle and experience what it meant to confront female ruffians. As they approached the edge of the bridge, halfway down the left side, Li Dong, in a fit of madness, shouted down below, "Stop provoking trouble here. This is utter nonsense. I've already called the police." At his words, dozens of onlookers below turned their heads in unison to stare. Faced with so many predatory gazes, Li Dong shrank back and quickly hid behind Lu and was speechless, wishing he could slap this unreliable fool. He had initially intended to observe the situation from the sidelines, but unexpectedly, he had become the center of attention. Where could he hide now? He regretted bringing along such a liability. As the crowd above and below exchanged glances, a figure emerged from the throng, brandishing a red brick and shouting at the two. "This is none of your business. Get lost." Luan recognized the individual. It was that bird-like person, qíngqīn. Yang Lianhua, wielding a watermelon knife, impatiently kicked qíngqīn and commanded without looking back, "What are you rambling about? Crush them." qíngqīn, despite taking a hit, dared not retaliate and meekly replied, "Sister Yang." "I know them." Yang Lianhua inquired, "Who are they?" qíngqīn responded, "They have a close relationship with the county magistrate's daughter, and we." Upon hearing this, Yang Lianhua turned her gaze towards Luan. The moment their eyes met, she was momentarily taken aback. While Luan barely recognized Yang Lianhua, she immediately identified him. For his appearance had not changed significantly, merely becoming more refined. After a brief, silent exchange of glances, Yang Lianhua suddenly issued another command. "Drag that ugly one hiding behind over here. Ignore the good-looking one." Following her orders, qíngqīn promptly rallied a group of over 10 individuals to charge forward. Realizing the impending danger, Luan urged Li Dong, "Run. Head for the bridge." At that moment, all of Li Dong's prior bravado evaporated. Terrified, he turned to flee, but after only 2 or 3 steps, he hesitated and returned, trembling as he said to Luan, "Brother, these ruffians are cunning. They have us surrounded." Luan turned a glance back, noticing over 10 people stationed at the entrance of the bridge, instantly losing all semblance of composure. At the same time, it dawned upon them that this group was apprehensive of Zhang Lingbo escaping and had preemptively blocked all the exits. After a brief moment of hesitation, they observed a gang rushing towards them. The leader, displaying a tactical acumen, noticed Luan fiercely safeguarding Li Dong. With a hearty laugh, he raised a brick and commanded, "Separate the two. Do not harm the one in front." Chapter 78. Do you remember me? On a December afternoon, it felt as though dozens of suns were shining overhead. Beneath the Xiaoshui Bridge, a cacophony erupted, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any passing vehicles. A group of individuals dragged Li Dong to the front of Yang Lianhua, carelessly tossing him onto the ground before positioning themselves on either side of her. Yang Lianhua handed a watermelon knife to a girl with red hair beside her, then seized a belt from the girl's grasp and inquired of the prostrate Li Dong. "What is your name?" "Li Dong. You claimed you reported to the police?" Having just been forcibly manhandled by 6 burly men, Li Dong found himself disoriented and dared not be mischievous. "No, I was joking." Yang Lianhua pressed on. "What is your relationship with Luan?" "We are brothers," Li Dong replied. Casting a glance at Luan, who was restrained not far away, Yang Lianhua reiterated, "My next question is crucial. It would be wise not to lie. Should you deceive me, I shall toss you into the river to feed the fish." Stealing a furtive glance at the wide river, Li Dong fell silent. Yang Lianhua lowered her gaze and asked, "Does Luan have a girlfriend?" Li Dong hesitated, then vigorously shook his head. "No." Upon hearing his response, Yang Lianhua straightened herself and circled around him, stating, "Very well. I have posed 4 questions, and your answers to 3 have pleased me. However, 1. Before she could finish, she raised the belt, and struck Li Dong sharply across the mouth. In an instant, his lip swelled visibly, leaving a trail of blood. Ouch! Li Dong clasped his hands over his face, crouching to the ground, and after a cry of pain, he fell silent. Having concluded her reprimand, Yang Lianhua, irritated, remarked, "Your insolence stems from a lack of upbringing. Allow me to discipline you on behalf of your parents. Now be gone. Let me go?" Witnessing Li Dong being struck ignited a surge of strength within Luan, who struggled free from his captors and hurried towards Li Dong. He helped Li Dong to his feet and asked, "Are you all right?" With a quivering voice, Li Dong lamented, "Brother, we can't eat lamb hot pot anymore." Luan retorted, "How can you still be thinking about hot pot at a time like this?" Upon inspecting Li Dong's injury, Luan noted that Yang Lianhua's methods were quite ruthless. Despite the severity of the blow, it was merely a flesh wound. Relieved that the injury was not grave, Luan stood and turned his gaze towards Zhang Lingbo, who was about 10 meters away. At that moment, Yang Lianhua had approached Zhang Lingbo. Determined, Luan instructed Li Dong to follow closely and proceeded towards the two. Indeed, with the copper-headed belt in hand, Yang Lianhua bore a striking resemblance to a female enforcer from a drama, exuding an air of authority. Standing face to face with Zhang Lingbo, Yang Lianhua sneered repeatedly, "Hiding? Is it possible to evade me?" Zhang Lingbo, restrained, remained silent, his stubborn demeanor betraying no sign of submission. Yang Lianhua challenged, "What is the matter? Are you afraid to confront me?" Zhang Lingbo continued to remain mute. Yang Lianting spoke fiercely, 5 years ago, my grades surpassed yours. You flattered me daily, and I believed I had found my true soulmate, only to discover that both you and your father are ungrateful wretches." As she spoke, Yang Lianting swung a belt, leaving a trail of blood. Zhang Lingbo's muscles twitched, his head held high in defiance. Yang Lianhua whirled the belt in her hand, producing a whooshing sound in the air. "If you remain silent, do you think you won't be struck?" At that moment, Luan reached out to grab Yang Lianhua's belt. "Yang Lianhua, that's enough." Witnessing his childhood friend intervene, Zhang Lingbo finally spoke up, attempting to halt his interference. "Luan, stay out of this. It is our private matter. Let her strike. I owe her this." Yang Lianhua let out a mocking laugh, and indeed, she swung the belt once more. She vented her frustration with 3 consecutive strikes. Then, pointing towards the Zhejiang River, she turned to Luan and said, "Out of respect for you, if Zhang Lingbo jumps into the river and endures for 5 minutes today, I will erase all grievances between us." Luan frowned, "But it's winter." Yang Lianhua replied sharply, "Our family of 5 was forced to leave our home by his father, turning me from an exemplary student into an unemployed drifter. Don't you think he should be held accountable?" Luan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed possible that Zhang Lingbo's father could have done such a thing. Leaving him at a loss for words, Zhang Lingbo shouted, "Jump if you must, but don't make it difficult for my brother." The brother he referred to encompassed both Luan and the 2 students from the second high school accompanying him. Quite commendable. Now he resembled a decent person. Suddenly, a voice broke the eerie silence of the riverbank. The voice was soft yet remarkably penetrating, and everyone present heard it clearly. They turned in unison towards the sound and saw a tall, graceful figure descending from the side of the bridge. She wore a long red checkered coat, her large, bright eyes captivating, with soft, slender hair cascading lazily over her shoulders, the tips adorned with a pink hairpin and 2 pink earrings glimmering in the sunlight, her smile enchanting. Her name was Li Ro. As she walked elegantly across the sandy beach, the solemn riverbank echoed with soft rustling sounds, and the men and women on either side parted to create a path, none daring to disturb her. Even Yang Lianhua, who had just been so arrogant, quickly stepped aside upon her arrival, standing straight like a servant, gazing at her in reverence. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, Li Ro approached Luan with a rhythmic grace. She gently inquired, "Do you remember me?" Luan hesitated, momentarily unable to respond, as his mind involuntarily connected the present figure with memories from middle school. After a moment, Li Ro asked, "Have you forgotten?" Luan deflected, "Are they all your subordinates?" Li Ro surveyed the group and replied, "Not exactly, but they can be considered as such." Seeing his curiosity persist, Li Ro silenced him with her words, "My matters are not suitable for discussion here. Why don't we find a CAF and chat over coffee?" Luan gazed at Zhang Lingbo, commanding, "Have your men release him." Li Ro, following his line of sight, observed with her exquisite lips parting slowly, uttering few words, "Let him go." Upon hearing this, several bald men immediately relinquished their hold on Zhang Lingbo and stepped aside. Li Ro cast a sidelong glance at Yang Lianting, then back at Zhang Lingbo, smiling as she remarked, "Zhang Lingbo, it has been a long time. However, before she could finish her sentence. Zhang Lingbo abruptly lunged forward, plunging into the Zhejiang River with a fierce dive. Luan. On the shore, the crowd stood in stunned silence. They had intended to assist him, yet the old Zhang remained true to his nature, decisive and ruthless, exhibiting a fierceness towards others that he matched with an even greater severity towards himself. Upon their first meeting, he raised his right hand high, revealing a mechanical watch on his wrist, excitedly shouting across the beach, "It is now 1:23 p.m. Yang Lianhua hastily approached the riverbank, her gaze fixated on Zhang Lingbo, who was tirelessly treading water. Luan expressed his concern. "I fear." Li Ro interrupted, "There will be no trouble. These bald men make their living from the river." Chapter 79. The past. Watching the avian figure, qíngqīn, exuberantly raise his right hand and dash across the riverbank, Luan felt a surge of irritation. Without hesitation, he approached and delivered a swift kick. With a splash, the birdman fell into the water, joining Zhang Lingbo in the depths of the Zhejiang River. 34 seconds. qíngqīn exclaimed, but in a moment of distraction, he was engulfed by the frigid waters. Luan disregarded Yang Lianhua nearby and shouted at Zhang Lingbo, "Get up. Luan, don't worry about me. I can endure." Zhang Lingbo replied, treading water. Luan retorted, "Then why did you ask Fa Yuan to call me?" Zhang Lingbo was momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing he couldn't admit in public that he had hoped Luan would come to retrieve his body in the event of disaster. Luan then turned his cold gaze toward Li Ro. Upon receiving his look, Li Ro felt a pang of anxiety and signaled to a few nearby bald men. Following her cue, they promptly leaped into the water, retrieving both Zhang Lingbo and qíngqīn. "How foolish," Luan muttered. "Always trying to show off. If you get yourself killed, don't expect me to come to your aid." He removed his jacket and handed it to Zhang Lingbo, scolding him for his recklessness. "Let us hurry back to school. You might catch a cold." Zhang Lingbo glanced at Yang Lianhua, his lips moving slightly as he handed Luan 2 damn 5 yuan notes. "Here. Buy your brother some anti-inflammatory medicine," he said, patting Luan's arm before departing. Luan looked at the bills in his hand, 2 5 yuan notes, and turned to Li Dong, saying, "Let us go back. We should get you some medicine as well." Seeing him prepare to leave, Li Ro followed. "I drove here. Let me take you back." Luan glanced at Li Dong and, feeling the biting cold of the northern wind without a jacket, accepted her offer. An Audi was parked at the bridgehead. And after a brief pause, Luan climbed into the car when Li Ro opened the door for him. He had intended to call out to Wei Fang Yuan, but upon scanning the area, he realized she had already vanished from sight and abandoned the thought. This was Li Dong's first time in a private vehicle, and he felt both uncomfortable and curious, fidgeting about, completely oblivious to the wound on his mouth. Without needing Luan's direction, Li Ro efficiently started the car and headed to the nearest clinic. "How's this one?" Li Ro inquired, peering out the window. Luan, not particularly concerned, replied, "It's fine." Upon entering the clinic, Luan gestured toward Li Dong's mouth. "Doctor, could you take a look? Is there any issue?" The doctor, donning reading glasses, leaned in for a closer examination and shook his head. "Nothing serious. Just apply some medicine, and it will heal in a few days." It was only then that Li Dong asked, "Will it leave a scar?" As the doctor began preparing the medicine, he did not turn around. "You were hit, weren't you?" The assailant was quite considerate. "If you don't pick at it, there shouldn't be any marks." Hearing this, Luan felt relieved and glanced at Li Ro before stepping outside. Li Ro removed her long coat and offered it to him. "Put this on. Don't catch a chill." Luan observed her attire but declined, saying, "You should wear it yourself." Before Li Ro could protest, he frowned and asked, "What exactly happened today?" Li Ro hesitated. "If I tell you, will you be angry?" Juan remarked, "My anger is contingent upon you. It depends on whether you are worthy of it." Li Ro, with her eyelids drooping, pondered for a moment before replying truthfully, "In fact, it was I who asked Zhang Lingbo to summon you." Juan remained silent. Li Ro continued, "Yang Lianhua seeks vengeance against Zhang Lingbo, but fears she may not succeed. So she turned to me for assistance." Juan, taken aback, questioned, "Wasn't it said to be the Mulan gang? With so many people, can they not overpower Zhang Lingbo?" Li Ro explained, "It's all a ruse by Yang Lianhua. They are merely ordinary female workers from 5 canning factories. This year, due to poor economic performance, they have been largely absent from work, mingling with unsavory characters in society." Juan inquired, "And those you met, what about the bald one?" Li Ro replied, "They are all workers under my father's command. The bald one hails from a mining company. He shaves his head for convenience due to the excessive line. The others are from a sand extraction factory, managed by my elder brother, and occasionally assist him in collecting debts." Juan understood. In these times, those daring to engage in sand extraction and mining were invariably linked to violence. Otherwise, one could not thrive in such industries. Thus, encountering such individuals became unsurprising. One asked, "Why did Zhang Lingbo agree to your proposal?" Li Ro explained, "Firstly, he knows I have feelings for you, and he wishes to facilitate our union. Secondly, I have promised to create an opportunity for him to pursue Wei Fongyuan." One mused, "I thought as much. Old Zhang has always been steadfast in principle. Even if he were to meet his demise, he would never drag his loved ones down with him." After a lifetime of acquaintance, he felt assured of Zhang's character. Luan then inquired, "Are Yang Lianhua and Zhang Lingbo merely putting on a show today?" Li Ro laughed softly, "Not at all. Yang Lianhua has been entrenched in society for years, associating with individuals like those you met, and has been ruthless in her pursuits. She has been seeking revenge against Zhang Lingbo for some time. This time, Zhang has nowhere to hide, which is why he acquiesced to my arrangement. In truth, he remains oblivious that the so-called Mulan gang is merely a fade constructed by Yang Lianhua. Otherwise, he would not be so fearful." Juan listened without responding, turning to head towards the clinic. At that moment, Li Ro grasped his sleeve and asked, "Am I truly so unappealing to you? Do you not wish to linger with me for even a moment longer?" Juan halted, turned slightly, and queried, "Were you the one who reported Meng Qíngqīn?" Li Ro's expression stiffened before she candidly admitted, "That was indeed me." Juan pressed, "What compelled you to do so?" Li Ro bit her lip and replied, "There are 2 reasons. Firstly, I have feelings for you. The second reason is that you once mocked my flat chest in our first year. It is a memory I cannot forget." Juan was taken aback. Did that truly occur? He could not recall such an incident, yet he acknowledged the possibility. Having engaged in fights with delinquents during that time, while his academic performance hovered around the 50th rank in the school, it was only in the second year that he turned over a new leaf and soared to success. After a moment of silence, Juan asked, "Do you not find these 2 reasons to be in conflict?" Li Ro remarked, "You scold me, and I begin to harbor resentment towards you, subsequently finding myself inexplicably drawn to you." Luan felt a jolt of disbelief at this rationale for affection. It was utterly absurd. He replied, "Meng Qíngqīn is your close friend. Your actions are profoundly unethical." Li Ro bit her lip and confessed, "I understand. But I cannot bear to criticize my flat-chested man for gazing at the bosoms of others." What in the world was this logic? Luan was left utterly perplexed. Chapter 80. The initial confrontation. Luan gazed at her with a face that suggested deep contemplation before letting out a sigh. "Back then, I was young and naive. If I inadvertently offended you, I sincerely apologize. However, one must always look ahead. So many years have passed, and it is unwise to dwell on the past." Upon hearing his words, Li Ro's face, which had been illuminated by the joy of their reunion, gradually dulled. After a prolonged silence, she fixed her gaze upon him and softly inquired, "Are you suggesting we sever ties?" Luan replied, "Not at all. With the college entrance examination approaching, we should prioritize our studies. I do not wish for you to be distracted by past grievances." He had heard from Zhang Lingbo that her performance at No. 2 high school was commendable. If you maintain your focus, gaining admission to a prestigious university should not be an insurmountable challenge. Do not slack off in these final stages. Upon hearing about the exams, Li Ro fell silent, instead looking up at the sky. She then pointed towards a CAF diagonally across the street and remarked, "It's quite chilly. Let us warm ourselves with a cup of hot coffee." As Luan followed her gaze and opened his mouth to respond, his attention suddenly froze, landing on 2 figures at the street corner, or perhaps just one of them. Their eyes met across the distance, and Meng Qíngqīn paused momentarily before making her way towards him, her steps measured and graceful, despite the howling northern wind. Wei Fongyuan trailed behind, his eyes darting back and forth between the 3 like a radar. Noticing Luan's gaze shift towards the end of the street, Li Ro sensed something and turned to look as well. And then, as if magnetically drawn, their eyes remained fixed. As Meng Qíngqīn approached with an unruffled demeanor, she expressed concern, "I heard about the situation here," and hurried over. "Are you all right?" Their eyes locked, and Luan shook his head, assuring her, "There is no need to worry. I am fine." Nonetheless, Meng Qíngqīn appeared unconvinced and, disregarding the presence of others, meticulously scrutinized him before turning to Li Ro and saying, "I've heard from Fang Yuan about the incident under the bridge. Thank you for looking after him. Otherwise, I would have been quite worried." Her words were gentle, yet they resonated differently among the 3 listeners. Luan inwardly lamented, recognizing that Meng Qíngqīn remained her usual self, adept at wielding soft daggers, patiently simmering her way into matters, potentially leading one to a slow demise. If this continued, his aspirations regarding qīngqīn would become as formidable as climbing the heavens. As he contemplated the person before him, he couldn't help but wonder if she had already discerned his feelings for her sister. Had she begun to sharpen her metaphorical knives? If that were the case, based on his understanding of the two sisters, the next step would likely involve qīngqīn maintaining her distance from him. While Luan was caught in his musings, Li Ro felt a pang of discomfort, unable to suppress her speculations. Had Luan and Ming qīngqīn not truly separated? Were they still intertwined, secretly involved? Had her own sacrifices led to this current predicament? Did she truly have no chance at all? Was this the reason behind Luan's repeated refusals to meet with her? The more vibrant a person is, the more they care, and the more they tend to overthink. Li Ro has been ensnared in distress by a single remark. As for Wei Fengyuan, with her round face and large, curious eyes, she flits her gaze from Luan to Ming qīngqīn, and then to Li Ro. Her thoughts swirling chaotically, more tangled than the intricacies of Tai Chi. Despite her tumultuous emotions, Li Ro forces herself to maintain composure in front of her old friends, saying, "Rest assured, qīngqīn, as long as I am here, Luan will come to no harm. The city hospital is quite a distance away. I appreciate your efforts." Huh? Wei Fengyuan tilts her head, interpreting Li Ro's words with an unspoken implication. As long as Luan is under my watch, there is no need for your worries. Ming qīngqīn. With this thought, she glances back at Ming qīngqīn, curious about her response. She muses that if it were her, she would struggle to respond. Ming qīngqīn nods gently, smiling softly. "We have been close friends since childhood. I naturally trust you. However, Luan's health concerns me, so I must express my gratitude." The mention of close friends and the expression of gratitude make Wei Fengyuan, the onlooker, uneasy about Li Ro's expression. Indeed, Li Ro's thin lips quiver. Despite her efforts to mask her emotions, her age betrays her discomfort. Luan can no longer bear to watch. What level of cunning does Li Ro possess? He cannot ascertain at the moment, but it is evident that she is being overshadowed by qīngqīn. Nevertheless, he knows he must separate the two women, lest they engage in an endless exchange. He then reaches for Ming qīngqīn, inquiring of Wei Fengyuan, "Fengyuan, since you have a rare break, would you like to sit for a while at Guifei Alley?" Casting a glance at their intertwined hands, Wei Fengyuan shakes her head. No. I still have many exam papers to finish. I must return to my studies and will join you both once winter break arrives. Very well. Then please take care on your way back. Luan does not insist, knowing that with Li Ro present, Fengyuan would be safe on her journey. At that moment, Li Dong emerges from the clinic. Spotting the two holding hands, he immediately feigns ignorance of Luan, then grins and scurries away. Luan, Ming qīngqīn, this mischievous lad, without so much as a word of thanks, despite the assistance given today. Luan mutters to himself before saying to Ming qīngqīn, "Shall we?" Ming qīngqīn softly replies, appearing as if she is content to follow him wherever he goes. Embodying the adage of marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. As Luan departs, he expresses his gratitude to Li Ro. Ming qīngqīn too follows quietly beside him, allowing herself to be led without resistance, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Watching their figures grow increasingly distant, Li Ro stands there, lost in a haze of confusion. After a long while, Wei Fengyuan tugs at Li Ro's arm, asking, "Li Ro, are you returning to number 2 middle school?" Snapping back to reality, Li Ro forces a smile. "I am heading back to number 2 middle school. We should go as well." Wei Fengyuan glances at her, uncertain how to offer comfort in this complex situation, given her own lack of romantic experience. Returning to the car, Li Ro started the engine and drove for a while before inquiring of Wei Fengyuan. "Fengyuan, is there any discomfort with Luan's health?" Wei Fengyuan pondered seriously for a moment and replied, "Everything else seems fine, but he often suffers from headaches. The doctor mentioned it's due to neurasthenia." Li Ro had heard about neurasthenia from Sun Lina and contemplated whether she should take him to the provincial hospital one day. However, reflecting on Ming qīngqīn's family background, she felt somewhat disheartened. After all, they had 2 doctors in the family. What chance did she have? Both girls attended the same experimental class at number 2 middle school, hailing from the same hometown, and today's experience had drawn them much closer together. Curious, Wei Fengyuan asked, "It seems you have a fondness for Luan?" Li Ro tacitly agreed. Wei Fengyuan continued, "What does it feel like to like someone?" Li Ro focused her gaze ahead, noticing a liberation truck approaching. She gently turned the steering wheel to the right and slowed down, saying, "I'm not quite sure." Wei Fengyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Aren't you fond of him?" "And yet, you don't know?" Li Ro replied, "I can't quite articulate that feeling." Whenever I find myself slacking off in my studies, I think of his excellent grades. And it motivates me to keep pace with him. Late at night, when all is quiet, I reminisce about him. I recall every word we exchanged. Every action he took. What once seemed so ordinary now feels profoundly significant, as if it were just yesterday. I become completely immersed in those memories. Wei Fengyuan struggled to envision such a scene but ultimately sighed, unable to grasp it fully. At the other end of the street, Luan grasped Meng Qingshui's left wrist, walking quietly beside her until they turned a corner, at which point he released her. Yet, they continued in silence, maintaining this tranquil state as they strolled forward. He surveyed Baoding's urban landscape, perceiving little change from his memories, the aged buildings, the biting northern wind, the winding stone paths, and the bicycles passing by all conveyed a sense of nostalgia. Luan, do you remember that promise you made to me? As they walked shoulder to shoulder past a photography studio, Meng Qingshui suddenly broke the silence, gazing up at the large letters of the studio's name. Luan rummaged through his recollections but found nothing emerging, ultimately attributing his forgetfulness to his frequent headaches. I often forget things because of my headaches. Upon hearing this, the light in Meng Qingshui's eyes dimmed slightly, though they remained clear and bright. Half turning to meet his gaze, she said, "During our first date by the river in the first year of junior high, you promised me you would take a photo together and write me a letter, sending me a postcard." Luan searched his memory once more but still could not recall. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Meng Qingshui looked down at her toes, hesitating before making a decision. With a hint of playfulness, she reminded him, "You did that to kiss me." "Oh, now I remember," he said. As for other matters, due to the passage of time, Luan could hardly recall them. However, the memory of his first kiss surged forth instantly. At that moment, neither of them knew much. Yet Luan embraced her and nibbled for a while, until an old man wielding a hoe on the riverbank let out a laugh that resembled a pig's squeal, prompting their hasty retreat. That image, that scene, oh, it's better left unspoken. A long sigh escaped, and Meng Qingshui's face could no longer conceal her embarrassment. It began with a blush, then deepened to a scarlet hue, ultimately surpassing even the redness of intoxication, as a rosy flush visibly spread to her neck. She intertwined her hands over her abdomen, taking small, shy steps in place, wishing for a hole in the ground to disappear into. Observing a once proud and confident young woman now flustered before him, the older man felt a sense of accomplishment, yet could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Finally, he said, "Let us go inside." Caught off guard by this sudden delight, Meng Qingshui looked up sharply, her face blooming like a peach blossom, instantly filled with joy. "Really?" "Yes," Luan affirmed, leading the way inside. Some things, some words, should not be spoken lightly. Once a promise is made, one must uphold it. This was a principle his mother had instilled in him from a young age. However, Luan harbored a slight concern that this girl might take the initiative, becoming increasingly attached to him, thereby binding him completely. It was not that he was unwilling, but memories from a past life loomed, difficult to articulate, fraught with unspoken burdens. In his view, if he wished to live freely in the years to come, enjoying the blossoming days of spring, he must avoid being prematurely ensnared by her. Otherwise, he could foresee a future far more arduous than any dog-ass life. "Are you here for a photo shoot?" As they entered, a female photographer approached and inquired. "Yes." Luan nodded. "Are you taking artistic photos or ID photos?" Upon receiving a positive response, the photographer's enthusiasm grew. Luan glanced at Meng Qingshui, who replied, "We'll just take a regular group photo." The photographer's gaze flitted between the two before resting on Meng Qingshui's still flushed face, as if understanding something unspoken. With a smile, she said, "Let us go into the back room." What was originally a simple group photo became a lively affair as the photographer urged them closer, closer, encouraging more expressive faces and natural poses. Luan thought to himself, "I am already cooperating, yet the photographer seems to be stirring up trouble." At first, Meng Qingshui held back a bit, but under the photographer's frequent encouragement, she bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttered, and suddenly, as if reaching an epiphany, she resolutely turned her head and gently leaned against his. "Ah, this is good, just like that, keep it, smile a bit more, and don't move." In the end, they stood shoulder to shoulder, heads touching, completing the photo with an intimate closeness. Luan inquired, "How much is it, boss?" The photographer replied, "How many prints will you order?" Seeing him look at her, Meng Qingshui cheerfully said, 6 prints. The photographer noted the number in her book, $5. As Meng Qingshui reached for her purse, Luan quickly placed his hand over hers, retrieving a $5 bill from his pocket and handing it over. When can we expect to collect the photos? The photographer, with a smile, cast a glance at the two individuals whose hands were pressed together, accepted the payment, and said, "In a week, you may come to collect it next Sunday." Upon exiting the photo studio, Juan inquired, "Will you come to pick up the photographs, or shall I?" Meng Qíngqīn softly replied, "Either is fine." After a moment's contemplation, Juan decided, "I shall come, as I live nearby. Sending it through the envelope would still fulfill my promise." Meng Qíngqīn gazed at the shimmering surface of the Zhejiang River and responded with a tranquil voice, "All right." Thus, the afternoon passed in this manner, and Juan extinguished any thoughts of returning to Guifei Lane, intending to head straight to the first high school. As they passed a restaurant, Meng Qíngqīn halted and said, "You invited me for photographs. I shall treat you to a meal." Thus, it had transformed into her treating him for the photos. Despite being the one coerced into this situation, Juan initially intended to decline, stating he was not hungry. Yet, before he could voice this, his stomach audibly protested, rumbling with a sound akin to thunder. Consequently, under the warmth of her smile, Juan found himself entering the restaurant. "How many?" called out the owner from within. "Two." The establishment was modest, featuring only 6 small tables, their surfaces dark and greasy. Juan contemplated changing locations but soon dismissed the thought, recognizing that these days, every place seemed to be the same. He settled into a seat. When the owner approached, Juan inquired, "Do you have preserved vegetable pork?" "Yes, one of those. And also a braised fish." "Certainly." Juan then turned to Meng Qíngqīn, asking, "What would you like?" After a moment of scrutiny over the menu, she finally ordered a plate of greens. Chapter 81. The letter discovering that 2 individuals sharing 3 dishes is a rather extravagant endeavor in this day and age. The old man promptly served the dishes, while the table next door, having ordered before them, still awaited their meal. "Boss, where is our food?" grumbled the portly gentleman beside them. The proprietor, feeling a twinge of guilt, called out, "It's in the wok, being sought as we speak." Lewin had a penchant for meat, and upon seeing it, his spirits soared. Without hesitation, he seized a pair of chopsticks and began to indulge heartily. Meng Qíngqīn, however, showed little interest in the streaky pork, delicately pinching a piece of fish with her chopsticks and savoring it in small bites alongside her rice. After years apart, this was their first meal alone together, resulting in a somewhat subdued atmosphere. Nonetheless, their long-standing acquaintance since childhood rendered the silence far from awkward. In the midst of their meal, noticing a droplet of oil on his shirt, Meng Qíngqīn retrieved a pack of napkins from her pocket, pulled out a sheet, and gently wiped it away. She then placed another fresh napkin beside his left hand, remaining silent throughout, before resuming her slow consumption of food. Lewin glanced at her, deftly used his chopsticks to lift a piece of lean meat from the pork, and placed it in her bowl as a gesture of gratitude, before continuing to feast. After a brief moment of contemplation over the piece of lean meat, a subtle smile graced Meng Qíngqīn's lips. She promptly set aside the half-eaten fish and focused solely on the lean meat, even pairing it with half a bowl of rice. Eventually, the older man, unable to bear it any longer, procured 2 more pieces of lean meat for her. Once she finished the 3rd piece, Meng Qíngqīn gazed at him with eager eyes, filled with unspoken anticipation. Initially, Lewin remained unmoved, but after a minute, he relented, adding another piece of lean meat to her bowl and remarked, "Did you invite me to dine, or have you purchased a servant?" Upon hearing his words, Meng Qíngqīn merely smiled coyly, her lips curling in quiet amusement. As the latter part of the meal unfolded, Lewin found himself entirely at ease, enjoying the attentive service she provided, fetching him dishes, wiping away grease, and offering warm water. After 2 bowls of rice, with his appetite thoroughly satisfied, Lewin wiped his mouth and gestured toward her half-full bowl, urging, "You should eat, or it will grow cold." Meng Qíngqīn replied softly, diligently focusing on her remaining rice. As his gaze traversed her lustrous black hair, delicate features, and elegant collarbone, Lewin leaned forward and inquired, "Did you answer Yiran's call? Is Sister Qíngqīn not at the hospital today?" The light-hearted mood that had enveloped Meng Qíngqīn faltered at the question. Her chopsticks hesitated before she calmly replied, "Sister is attending a classmate's wedding today." Lewin deliberately pressed on, asking, was the classmate male or female? "Female," she answered. "Oh, that's splendid," he responded with apparent delight. Meng Qíngqīn glanced at him, silent, as she quietly finished the last morsel of rice, then proceeded to settle the bill before exiting the restaurant in silence. She entered the gates of the high school, still accompanied by him. And though her face wore a smile, it lacked the previous vibrancy, and her eyes had lost their earlier brilliance. At such a tender age, Lewin pondered whether she had been too harsh. The three key classes in the liberal arts were located on the third floor, while the three key classes in the sciences resided on the fourth. Just as the two were about to enter the academic building, Wu Yu approached from the dormitory. Upon seeing Ming Qishue, she immediately called out, but then froze, her gaze shifting to Lu and Qishue. You both know each other? Wu Yu initially intended to inquire about their relationship, driven by intuition, but found it too abrupt and altered her question at the last moment. Lewin, well aware of the dynamics among the trio of friends, interjected, we were classmates in middle school. Wu Yu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. After more than 2 years of high school, how had she not heard Qishue mention this connection? Why do you both act like strangers when you see each other? Why no greetings? A flurry of questions danced through Wu Yu's mind. As a self-proclaimed gossip queen, she instinctively sensed something amiss, as if there were secrets lurking beneath the surface. Lewin chuckled. Oh, come on, we're from the same hometown. Right, you're both from Qíngqīn. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, darting between the two as if attempting to unveil their hidden truths. After exchanging a few words, Lewin encountered Yi Run and followed him into the corridor. Once his figure vanished from sight, Wu Yu curiously asked, Qingxue, if my eyes aren't deceiving me. You both came to school together, didn't you? Ming Qishue smiled and replied, yes. Wu Yu tentatively probed, did you meet on the way? Ming Qishue sweetly responded, we had a meal together outside. Wu Yu linked her arm with hers, inquiring, who treated whom? Meng Qingxue exchanged a knowing glance with her friend and softly replied, he treated me. Oh, Wu Yu exclaimed, impressed, Qishue, you truly are the pride of our school. Even the handsome Lewin has become your admirer. Meng Qingshue's eyes sparkled with delight, though she remained silent. Meanwhile, Lewin sincerely thanked Yi Run, saying, thank you for today. He understood that Meng Qingshue's presence was undoubtedly due to this young lady's assistance. Yi Run appraised him from head to toe and remarked, what a formal way to speak. What kind of relationship do we have? You needn't be so distant. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. She then added, in the future, I advise you not to dive headfirst into such situations. It can be perilous. Lewin contemplated explaining himself, but ultimately decided against it. Just as she had indicated, there was no need for clarification given their relationship. Returning to class, he first completed a mathematics test. Strangely, he still had no idea who had gifted him the Huanggong test papers. However, since he had been unable to guess the sender the first time, he had grown indifferent to the mystery. After all, he had nothing to lose. If the sender remained anonymous, the loss would be theirs. With these thoughts in mind, he began checking his answers. 2 minutes later, the results were revealed, a score of 104 out of a perfect 120. The second sub-question of the two major problems felt to him like encountering a beautiful woman on the road, familiar yet indifferent to him. This was quite troublesome. Yi Run had been observing him closely and leaned over to inquire, did you get the last two big questions wrong again? The older man wore an awkward expression, at a loss for words, realizing he couldn't continuously feign headaches as an excuse. There must be a limit to everything, right? This time, Yi Run did not press him further or delve deeper. She examined the two questions and finally asked, where did you get these test papers? Lewin replied, someone gave them to me. Yi Run inquired, who is so generous to you? Is it a girl? Lewin responded, whether she is a girl or not. I know you are eager to tackle these papers, aren't you? With her secret thoughts laid bare, Yi Run felt a bit embarrassed but candidly admitted, I find these questions quite novel. Lewin generously handed over all the test papers he had completed. After all, he had answered them on scrap paper, leaving the official sheets pristine and untainted by his performance. Yi Run took the papers and asked with genuine concern, with the exam approaching, how well are you preparing? Reflecting on how he had memorized all the political, historical, and geographical material, and having reviewed the language and English twice, he confidently replied, I'm doing quite well. Yi Run teased, I'll be waiting for you in the first examination room next semester. Lewin nodded solemnly. Lu, have been absent from the world for too long. It is time for my return. Each day was consumed with classes and problem solving, and before he knew it, another week had slipped by. On a Sunday afternoon, Lewin arrived punctually at the Sunshine Photo Studio. Boss, I'm here to collect my photos. He called out as he entered. You must be Lewin. The female proprietor looked up and asked. Yes, that's me. You have a good memory, boss. Lewin complimented. The female proprietor smiled. It's not merely my memory. Your appearance is quite memorable, especially to women. Lewin blinked, thinking to himself that the compliment was rather overt. How should he respond? As she opened the drawer to retrieve the photos, the female proprietor suddenly posed a curious question. Do you want to make some quick money? Lewin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. The proprietor explained, "There's a female boss who saw your photo here, and she is quite taken with you. She asked me to discreetly inquire if you'd be interested in making a quick sum." Ah, now it made sense. Lewin understood that someone was interested in his physique. Feeling rather idle, he curiously probed, "What does this female boss look like? How is her figure?" The female proprietor glanced down at herself. "In terms of looks and figure, she is quite similar to me." Lewin was taken aback again. Casting a peculiar glance over her, "Not bad at all. How much are you offering me?" The female proprietor tossed her hair, speaking mysteriously. "If you accompany the female boss to celebrate the new year, I'll pay you 1,000. If something happens during the celebration, it's 2,000. If you end up marrying her, the sum increases significantly." Lewin chuckled, taking the photos back. "Boss, your method of pursuing someone is quite innovative, but alas, you've arrived too late." Confronted directly, the female boss displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, she boldly inquired, "Is this young lady in the photograph?" Lewin affirmed her question and promptly turned to leave. At that moment, the boss hastily scribbled a telephone number on a piece of paper and rushed after him, insisting, "Business may not have been concluded, but kindness prevails. Let us be friends in the future." Was this truly the appropriate context for such a phrase? Did she genuinely care for him? On his way back, he purchased a postcard, leaving it blank, and subsequently mailed it along with 3 photographs. Li Shooting and Meng Qingshui. 2 days later, the homeroom teacher of class 323 approached Meng Qingshui's seat, only to find it vacant, prompting him to inquire of the attentively Shooting in the front row. Today marked the first day of her menstrual cycle, leaving her fatigued and resting her head on the desk. Upon hearing the question, she lifted her head and replied, "Teacher, Qingshui has gone to get food and has not returned yet." The teacher nodded, handing her a letter. "She has received a correspondence. Please give it to her when she returns." "Oh, certainly," Li Shooting responded, taking the letter. Noticing that the teacher lingered, Li Shooting curiously asked, "Teacher, do you require anything else?" The teacher glanced around the empty classroom and, lowering his voice, inquired, "You and Meng Qingshui are inseparable. Has she been secretly seeing someone?" Li Shooting's eyes widened in astonishment, bewildered as to why their usually attentive teacher would pose such a question about Qingshui. The teacher, feeling the weight of her gaze, awkwardly laughed it off and departed. His suspicion was not unfounded, for the letter contained a photograph, easily discernible by touch. However, what raised his concern was the unmistakable handwriting of a male, prompting his inquiry. With the college entrance examination only 6 months away, the teacher felt a keen interest in Meng Qingshui's academic and personal life, given her status as the second most promising student in the class. As the teacher left, Li Shooting gazed inquisitively at the letter in her hand. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback, her heart racing as she recognized the handwriting. Was it not Luann's? His calligraphy, nurtured by his mother since childhood, was exquisite, imbued with a unique charm that made it unmistakable. Having harbored a secret affection for Luan for 2 years, Li Shooting was intimately familiar with the script. Could it truly be a letter from him? What was his relationship with Qingshui? Why did Qingshui feel the need to keep it hidden? It seemed there might be photographs within. Li Shooting's right hand gripped the envelope tightly, her fingers nearly cramping from the tension. Chapter 82. The intrigue of thoughts in the phone call. The evening sun cast a dim light, filtering through the glass and falling upon Li Shooting, devoid of any warmth, rendering the atmosphere even colder. Her gaze was fixed on the letter in her hand, her heart engulfed in desolation. She felt utterly lost and bewildered. She was not naive. The 2 individuals who usually exchanged no greetings suddenly established a connection, and it appeared to be extraordinary. How could this not provoke contemplation? She surmised 2 possibilities. Either Luan and Qingshui were genuinely strangers until this sudden correspondence, or they had known each other for quite some time, concealing certain truths. Given that they had now exchanged photographs, Li Shooting leaned towards the latter interpretation, concluding that Qingshui and Luan were hiding some secrets. In this verdant season of youth, what secrets could 2 prominent figures, a boy and a girl, possibly harbor? A mere flicker of thought would reveal the nature of their relationship. Romantic entanglement. The word love abruptly surged into Li Shooting's consciousness, marking the first time she encountered the bitter taste of such emotions. She yearned to open the letter and validate her suspicions, yet fear held her back. She could not bear to disturb her friend's belongings, let alone confront the photographs contained within. She preferred to engage in self-deception rather than confront the brutal, sanguine reality. What should she do? Li Shooting's heart raced with anxiety as she questioned herself, her fingernails nearly tearing the envelope apart. Ultimately, however, she succumbed to her timidity and chose to ignore it. Rising, she placed the envelope within Qíngqīn's desk. After a moment of hesitation, she suppressed her discomfort and swiftly departed from the classroom. Qíngqīn and Wu Yu would return soon, wouldn't they? She wished to prevent any association between Qíngqīn and the letter, opting to pretend that the letter did not exist. This decision served two purposes: to preserve her friendship with Qíngqīn and to maintain the possibility of her affection for Luan. In her muddled thoughts, Li Shooting suddenly halted, a terrifying notion emerging in her mind. Could it be that Qíngqīn had intentionally allowed her to see this letter? Had Qíngqīn orchestrated for Luan to send it? Perhaps to subtly dissuade her? Was this an attempt to encourage her to withdraw without jeopardizing their sisterly bond? After all, Qíngqīn had observed her infatuation with Luan over the past 2 years. Was this her way of navigating a difficult situation, seeking to safeguard their friendship and her own dignity? As these thoughts spiraled, Li Shooting trembled, her body chilled as if struck by a sudden gust. After regaining her composure in the corridor, she quickened her pace to escape the building. Minutes later, Meng Qíngqīn and Wu Yu returned to class 323, carrying 3 lunchboxes. Where is Shooting? Didn't Tishi say she was feeling unwell? Upon entering the classroom, Wu Yu inquired about the empty seat. Meng Qíngqīn remarked, "Perhaps she has gone to the restroom." Wu Yu pondered and concurred. Women, especially on the first day of their menstrual cycle, often experience heavier flow, making it likely for them to frequent the restroom. Meng Qíngqīn returned to her seat, and Wu Yu settled beside her. As they chatted, they opened their lunchboxes and began to eat. After a few bites, Wu Yu complained, "The school meals are always monotonous, lacking variety, and utterly unpalatable. Qíngqīn, please pass me the stinky tofu." Meng Qíngqīn advised, "You have mouth ulcers. Do you really want to eat?" Wu Yu poked at the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks, adopting a self-defeated demeanor. "Why not eat? If I don't fill my stomach, how can I build antibodies to fight off viruses? Just bring it out." Meng Qíngqīn, knowing this would be her response, reluctantly set her lunchbox on the nearby table and lifted the lid with her right hand. However, in the next moment, her gaze fixed intently on an envelope, scrutinizing the writing and the nearly punctured nail marks on its surface. Was this a letter sent by someone with the surname Liu? Had someone read it? Who? Was it Shooting? Almost instantly, she deduced the reason for Shooting's absence from the classroom. What's wrong? Is the stinky tofu missing? Wu Yu inquired, noticing her prolonged silence. "No, it's here." As she spoke, Meng Qíngqīn swiftly tossed the envelope to the back of the desk and retrieved a jar of stinky tofu she had brought from home. Wu Yu eagerly opened the lid, took a piece, and exclaimed in delight, "Ah, this is the flavor. Compared to the school food, it's simply the finest delicacy in the world." Meng Qíngqīn also took a piece with her chopsticks and placed it in her bowl, then opened Li Shooting's lunchbox, selecting the largest piece to add to it. Wu Yu teased, "Ah, you're biased, giving Shooting such a big piece." At those words, Meng Qíngqīn paused, then promptly transferred some stinky tofu from Shooting's lunchbox to Wu Yu, choosing a more moderate piece to return to Shooting's box. She added, "Is this satisfactory?" "Yes. You treat me the best, Qíngqīn," Wu Yu responded, thoroughly pleased. Meng Qíngqīn secured the lid and returned it to the desk, although she couldn't yet be entirely sure that Shooting had left the classroom due to the letter. The absence of any unusual behavior seemed most fitting for Shooting's current state of mind. Thus, she decided to give the larger piece of stinky tofu to Wu Yu to avoid agitating the sensitive Shooting. About 10 minutes later, Li Shooting returned, her eyes red and glistening, clearly having washed her face. Wu Yu paused her eating, concern etched on her face. "Shooting, what happened? Why are your eyes red?" Li Shooting fibbed, "I'm not sure. My eyes feel a bit itchy and dry, so I went to wash them." Meng Qíngqīn handed her the lunchbox, remarking, "It might be due to eye strain, and since you already have myopia, you should take care to rest." In the presence of Meng Qíngqīn, Li Shooting seemed somewhat lacking in confidence as she accepted the lunchbox and began to eat, occasionally exchanging words with Wu Yu. After a discreet observation, Meng Qíngqīn confirmed her suspicion. Shooting had indeed seen the letter, and the nail marks were left by her. In class 323, Luan remained oblivious to the unfolding events as he diligently prepared for his final examinations. In the presence of Yirun, Haikao had boasted, and now he had to fulfill his promise of returning to the first examination room next semester. "Luan, there's a call for you," Zhou Jingni announced at the classroom door midway through the evening session. Stepping outside, Luan inquired, "Teacher Zhou, who is calling?" Zhou Jingni replied, The caller claims to be your elder sister. Upon hearing this, Luan hurried over, picking up the phone with a greeting. Elder sister? Shawan, how have you been lately? Is your head still hurting? Luyan asked. I'm doing quite well, sister. Please don't worry. Recently, Qíngqīn took me to the hospital for a checkup, and I'm fine now, Luan reassured her. Really? Lu Yin inquired with delight. Of course, I would never deceive you. If you wish, you can call Qíngqīn to confirm, he added. After discussing this matter for a while, Lu Yin broached the topic she was most concerned about. My sister mentioned you send her 20 yuan each month. Is that true? Luan acknowledged with a sound. You just gave me over 300 last time. Where do you find such money? He had intended to explain how he earned money through painting during the winter break. But he was caught off guard by his elder sister's sudden realization. Sister, I've struck it rich, he declared. Taken aback by this seemingly nonsensical statement, Lu Yin responded. What are you talking about? I'm serious, sister. Listen closely. I really am making a lot of money, Luan insisted, aware of his elder sister's impulsive nature. He then recounted the entire story of his painting endeavors. After a few minutes, Lu Yin had listened and understood, yet remained perplexed. She longed to ask, Shawan, how did you suddenly become skilled in oil painting? Didn't T-Mother teach Chinese painting? However, she refrained from asking, fearing that Shawan might be in the company of others. Instead, she simply inquired, is this really true? Noticing Zhou, who was pretending to read at the desk across from him while eavesdropping, Luan confidently passed the question to Ming Qíngqīn, sister, would I deceive you? Qíngqīn was present and witnessed everything. You can ask her if you doubt me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin felt a sense of belief. While she might not trust her younger brother, she held great faith in Ming Qíngqīn. After a moment of silence, she asked, how much have you earned? 60,000. Luan replied. Lu Yin was momentarily stunned, gasping in disbelief. How much? How much did you say? 60,000, Luan reiterated. Not 6,000, but truly 60,000? Indeed, it is 60,000. Lu Yin fell silent, rendered speechless, her body nearly collapsing if not for the wall supporting her. After an extended pause, she finally moved her eyes and, feeling a semblance of strength return, whispered into the receiver, Shawan, who else knows about this? In an effort to assuage her concerns, Luan reassured, sister, rest easy, your younger brother is clever. Apart from Qíngqīn and myself, no one else in this world knows about it. Zhou Jingni couldn't help but glance up at him, feeling an overwhelming urge to hurl a book his way, as if to question whether the teacher was even human. Chapter 83, A Better Home. Zhou Jingni could not resist the urge to glance at him, feeling an overwhelming desire to strike him with a book. Was the teacher not human? Sensing the palpable hostility from across the desk, Luan turned slightly, pretending not to notice. That's good, that's good. Lu Yin murmured on the other end of the phone, her heart finally at ease. Having endured hardships since childhood, she was acutely aware of the treachery of human nature. Knowing that most people could not bear to see others thrive better than themselves, her younger brother had earned 60,000 yuan from a few paintings, along with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. In that moment, after being oppressed by life for over 20 years, Lu Yin felt a sense of clarity she had never experienced before. It seemed that life might finally hold some promise again. Since the passing of her parents, Lu Yin had taken it upon herself to care for her younger siblings, rising before dawn and retiring well past midnight. Before heading to town, she would prepare the feed for 3 pigs and cook their meals, then apprentice at the tailor's shop. In the evenings, she would rush home, staying up late to chop the pig feed and cook the pig's food. Though the chores of cooking, washing, and gathering firewood were exhausting, Lu Yin found them bearable. What weighed most heavily on her heart was the reality that her peers in the village were all married, with children old enough to run errands, while others were reciting ancient poems. As for her, she had become the subject of gossip throughout the countryside. Many young men found her appealing at first glance. Yet it was in vain, with 2 dependents in tow and the impoverished situation of the Lu family. It was no surprise that those with better prospects sought more advantageous matches, while those of lesser means dared not approach her. In these times, even the landlord's family struggled to make ends meet. Regardless of her beauty, she could not rely on it for sustenance, especially not with 2 scholarly dependents dragging her down. When others learned that her brother and sister were still in school, they would think, even in such dire straits, she dreams of sending them to university. Alas, while Lu Yin may be admirable, they would choose girls from better families. Now, however, she felt a sense of pride. Her younger brother was more capable than she. aspiring to attend university and become an intellectual. The future of the Liu family appeared to be brightening, and her face was adorned with joy, the kind that comes from persevering through adversity to witness the dawn after the fog. She was unsure how the phone call ended, but her smile remained, tears brimming in her eyes. She pulled out the 20 yuan that Song Jia had given her, examining it under the light, scrutinizing it repeatedly. In the past, such a sum would have seemed monumental, taking ages to accumulate. Yet now, she resolved to take the money to school the next day to return it to her sister. Ensuring she had sufficient nourishment, her hair had grown so dull, it was high time for her to be well cared for. Replacing the receiver, Luan stood in place for a long while, lost in thought. Remembering his elder sister and younger sister still struggling, he felt a pang of guilt. He had indulged himself lately, savoring good food, and even found time to flirt with women. The comforts of fullness often lead to desires of the flesh. It was all the root of misfortune. Yǒuqíng had been observing him, and seeing him appear so lost, she inquired with concern. "Do you want to take a couple of days off to go back?" "No, the final exams are approaching. I must stand up for our teacher, Zhou," Luan replied, gathering his thoughts. Yǒuqíng clasped her hands across her chest and chuckled. "Don't involve me. Teacher Zhou doesn't possess such influence. Instead, you should strive for your own dignity, and for the admiration of those young ladies who fancy you." Luan glanced out the window, stroking his chin as he inquired, "Comrade Zhou, does your family run a vinegar factory in winter? The scent is quite overpowering." "Oh dear, I'm infuriated." Yǒuqíng could no longer tolerate this, and, without a moment's hesitation, seized a book from the table and hurled it towards him. Luan, having anticipated her reaction, swiftly ducked and made a hasty retreat. As he exited the office, the sound of a pin clattering to the ground could be heard. This was indeed ruthless. Who claims that beautiful women are gentle? He felt compelled to roll up his sleeves and engage in a thorough debate with her. With merely a week left until the final exams, Luan, unconcerned about scholarships, did not exhibit the anxiety, busyness, or oppression that others displayed. He rose punctually each day, ate his meals on time, and occasionally dabbled with a paintbrush on canvas before retiring for the night. Having memorized the knowledge from his politics, history, and geography textbooks, he finally felt a sense of calm, focusing now on mathematics and his collection of mistakes. Occasionally, he pondered whether to compose his college entrance examination essay in advance. The college entrance examination, a pivotal event that altered the course of his destiny, had transformed him from a humble country boy into an enviable urbanite, admired by many in his vicinity. Even decades later, while he may forget many details, the essay topic remained etched in his memory like a first love, unforgettable. He could still vividly recall several keywords from the essay prompt: sneakers, a red raincoat, and everything beneath the umbrella. Moreover, he remembered the disdainful words of the woman under the umbrella. Alas, such a lack of public spirit among the Chinese. In this era, the pursuit of studying English abroad has become a competitive phenomenon, with a tendency to idolize foreign cultures prevalent among certain youth. So much so that this very phenomenon became a focal point in college entrance examination essays. After much contemplation, he decided against writing the essay at this moment. Currently, amidst the bustling school environment, it seemed unsafe to do so. He would prefer to reflect on it thoughtfully during the winter break when he returned home. Luan's academic state was as steady as an old dog, improving day by day, while Yǒuqíng, on the other hand, found herself sleepless, weeping under her covers throughout the night. She could not fathom the reason behind her tears. Why did she cry for him, especially when he was oblivious to her feelings? Though Yǒuqíng did not vocalize her sorrow, the restless movements she made during the midnight hours were notably conspicuous, inevitably drawing the attention of her dormitory mates, Meng Qíngqīn and Wu Yu. Wu Yu secretly felt relieved, thankful for her own astuteness and feigning ignorance about the relationship between Qíngqīn and Luan. Otherwise, Yǒuqíng would likely be even more distressed, and their sisterhood would be at risk. While Wu Yu rejoiced, Meng Qíngqīn's relief was overshadowed by melancholy. Why did the boy she admired have so many others vying for his affection? In middle school, there had been Li Ro. In high school, there was Yǒuqíng, one a former friend, the other a current confidant. Just a few years had passed, and already two such rivals had emerged. What if there were more in the future? She had endured Li Ro's betrayal, but she had successfully sealed Yǒuqíng's budding feelings with a letter. However, what if in the future she encounters an adversary stronger than herself? Would she be able to cope? She felt lost and anxious, uncertain of her own capabilities. What troubled her even more was that Luan had developed inappropriate feelings for her sister, unabashedly declaring them, which left her feeling restrained and utterly bewildered about how to respond. In the first examination room, the second, and the 12th, after numerous twists and turns, Luan once again found himself back in the second examination room through sheer effort. Wu Yu, who had sat to his left during the last exam, was again positioned there, indicating a strange fate. Yet, it was a pity that her long, fair legs were encased in bulky cotton pants, rendering them somewhat cumbersome. Noticing him stealing glances at her legs, Wu Yu playfully scribbled a note. "Do you find it attractive?" The older man, unperturbed by being caught, replied boldly, "You're wearing too much." After pondering for 3 seconds, Wu Yu teasingly wrote back, "There are those who would prefer you to wear less. Would you care to try?" At that moment, a boy on her right opened the window for fresh air, unexpectedly causing a gust that whisked the note away to the front of the classroom. Wu Yu was instantly both furious and anxious. The invigilating teacher glanced down at the note at his feet, bent down to retrieve it, and then, without further ado, his eyes widened in surprise. He alternated his gaze between Luan and Wu Yu before handing the note to a female teacher in the same room. Whispering with a smirk, "Big news, take a look." The female teacher inquired, "What news?" To which the male teacher replied, "You'll see for yourself." Moments later, after reading, the female teacher's gaze shifted back and forth between Luan and Wu Yu, realizing, no wonder Luan's grades fluctuate. It all originates from this. Feeling the intense scrutiny of the two teachers, Luan resignedly began fiddling with his eraser. Wu Yu, however, was far from composed. With the eyes of teachers and fellow students upon her, she silently prayed that the rumors about her and Luan would not reach the ears of that boy. For if they did, there would be no way to clear her name. The first subject was Chinese, and Luan swiftly completed the paper. Finding that he still had half the time remaining, a glance revealed that Wu Yu had only just begun her essay. In mathematics, Luan and Wu Yu found themselves evenly matched, both stumped by the final, challenging question. Their attitudes diverged. Wu Yu was scratching her head, intensely focused on her answers, seemingly unwilling to give up, while Luan, disinterested, occasionally glanced at Wu Yu's progress, causing her heart to race. With the invigilator's piercing gaze fixed upon them, Wu Yu's mind screamed, "Luan, for the love of all that is holy, stop looking at me. If you keep this up, I'll never be able to clear my name." This situation persisted for 2 days, until Wu Yu, overwhelmed, seized a moment to write a note to Luan. "If you think I'm pregnant because of you, you must take responsibility. TSK, TSK. Anyone who dares to claim that girls these days are not open-minded should reconsider. After all, merely looking at someone could lead to such a predicament. Who could truly achieve that?" The final examinations proceeded smoothly, making these 2 days perhaps the most pleasant of his school life since his rebirth. Unsurprisingly, that note made its way, with a twist and turn, into the hands of yǒuqíng. yǒuqíng summoned him into her office, pointing to a note on the desk and inquiring, "The research group is buzzing about your romance with Wu Yu. Is there any truth to this?" Luan, unfazed, replied, "I say there isn't. Do you believe me, teacher?" To his surprise, yǒuqíng nodded decisively, "I do." Luan raised his thumb in admiration, showering her with compliments. "Teacher Zhou, you are truly discerning." yǒuqíng tossed her hair with a teasing smirk. "I believe you because you have better options at home." Luan instantly grasped her sarcasm regarding the sketches he had drawn. Indeed, if one could depict a woman so vividly with their eyes closed, it would be suspicious if their heart were untainted. After the final exams, as they headed home for the winter break, Yirun inquired with concern, "Luan, how did you perform?" Luan replied, "You're in trouble." "Huh?" Yirun gasped, then quickly realized, "Congratulations, Luan has finally returned to form." At that moment, Li Dong interjected, "Yirun, you're always so biased. Why never ask about my grades?" Yirun smirked, "I disdain conversing with those who resort to underhanded tactics." Li Dong huffed in indignation, "I." To their astonishment, the door of number 9 Guifei Lane was ajar. Seeing this, Li Dong and Yirun lost any desire to venture inside. As Luan entered, he cheerfully called out, "Sister Qi, you're here." Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Ming Qi emerged from the bedroom, smiling as she asked, "Exams are over. How did it go?" "Pretty well," Luan replied, leaning in to scrutinize her. "Were you just sleeping?" "Yes," Ming Qi confirmed, adding, "I plan to pursue a PhD. I was reading and got tired, so I took a nap." Luan's heart sank, his joyful expression vanishing instantly as he anxiously asked, "A PhD? When?" Observing his shifting emotions, Ming Qi replied, "At the end of January." Luan fell silent. Some matters did not require inquiry, for he could surmise the reasons. In her previous life, she had pursued a PhD as well. But not this early. She had succeeded in 1993. Unexpectedly, in this life, she was a whole year ahead. It seemed he had been too complacent. Even the seemingly tranquil Qíngqīn had begun to challenge her sister. With the wind howling outside, Qíngqīn moved to close the door and, in a deliberative tone, said, I initially intended to take you to Changsha for a health check as soon as winter break began. However, you seem to be recovering well these past 2 months. So let us wait until after my exams to go. Shaun, what do you think? He was well aware of his own health. His neurosis had long since dissipated. And he readily replied, You're the doctor. I'll follow your lead. However, Sister Qíngqīn, I've always felt my health should be fine. Qíngqīn remarked, That's best, but we must remain cautious. When the time comes, I'll accompany you for a thorough examination at a major hospital. Luan did not withdraw, simply agreeing with the good. With the purpose of her visit made clear, Qíngqīn shifted the topic. I brought some fresh lamb. You shouldn't return home tonight. Let us have hot pot together, and you can leave in the morning. Upon hearing these words, the previously dejected elderly man was instantly revitalized. Exclaiming with the exuberance of a child, Lamb is delightful. It is my utmost favorite. You understand me, Qíngqīn. Qíngqīn smiled gently, shedding her cashmere coat to don her work attire and proceeded to the kitchen. Luan followed her into the kitchen, where Qíngqīn began to prepare the lamb. Luan busied herself as well, arranging an array of accompaniments. She remarked, In a moment, do give your family a call to ease your elder sister's concerns. Oh, I will, Qíngqīn replied. Suddenly recalling something, she added, During the new year, we will return to our hometown in Shenzhen. It would be wonderful if you could bring Song Jia along for a meal. At the mention of this, Luan appeared somewhat troubled. Due to a significant dispute between her inexpensive uncle and Meng Shu, Song Jia had kept her distance from the Meng family over the years, refusing to visit or meet with them. Luan sighed. It might be a bit challenging. She may be petite, but her temper is quite fierce. I cannot guarantee I can persuade her. Qíngqīn was not taken aback by this. She simply replied, Do your best to try. The last time I spoke with my sister-in-law, she mentioned encountering Song Jia on the street and intended to greet her, but Song Jia turned her head and walked away. However, my sister-in-law later remarked that Song Jia's skin appeared rough, her hair was severely split, and her face lacked fullness, which is indicative of malnutrition. After your return, you must make a concerted effort to improve the family's dietary provisions. Luan listened, feeling a pang of discomfort, and agreed to do so. Chapter 84, Night Outside. The rain poured and the wind howled, icy particles striking the eaves with a soft rustling sound. Qíngqīn glanced outside, predicting snowfall. Luanxin chirped, Let it snow. Let it snow. The heavier, the better. Ideally, it should last for days and nights, keeping us indoors. The lamb hot pot on the table bubbled, releasing a cloud of steam. Seated side by side, Qíngqīn added tofu and mushrooms to the pot, knowing Luan's fondness for long garlic sprouts, and had specially washed a few to include. Luan searched frantically for liquor but found none, eventually dashing to door number 1 to procure a bottle of saltwater liquor. Qíngqīn, with this downpour, there is no way to head back. Let us have a drink. Qíngqīn laughed. Sister can only manage 1 cup of this liquor. Luan produced 2 cups, placing them on the table, then filled one to the brim and set it before her. Then you drink one, and the rest is mine. Since his rebirth, he had yet to truly indulge in alcohol. This time, he intended to get a little tipsy, primarily because she was there, providing him with a sense of security. Luan raised his cup, cheers, wishing Shaun good health and Sister Qíngqīn success in her doctoral exams. They exchanged smiles and clinked their cups together. After sipping the liquor, Qíngqīn placed a piece of prime lamb into his bowl, before taking a piece for herself. After finishing, she inquired, Shaun, how do you plan to spend the 60,000 you earned? Understanding her intent, Luan spoke from the heart. I plan to build a new house in my hometown. A structure of red bricks. I've grown weary of the wooden house. Often, I feel a bit frightened when I'm home alone, which has caused my elder sister distress. Qíngqīn asked, How large will you build it? Luan pondered, It doesn't need to be too big. 3 bedrooms per floor. 2 stories should suffice. Qíngqīn agreed. That sounds good. A smaller house is cozier and more economical. Luan continued, I'm not sure how much it will cost in total. I plan to give my sister 40,000 first. If it's insufficient, I'll provide more. Qíngqīn nodded with a smile, raising her cup. Shaun has grown up. I toast to you. Luan seized the opportunity, gazing directly into her eyes. I have indeed matured. Sister Qíngqīn, please don't regard me as a child anymore. Qíngqīn smiled softly, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Having recently turned 18, she would be 26 next year, 8 years his senior. In her eyes, he still resembled a child, no more grown than the water he was named after. Luan felt a knot in his chest. Once again, he had been subtly rebuffed. Why was it so difficult? To compare himself to water only made his intentions painfully clear. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Luan downed the liquor in his cup and refilled it. Ming Qíngqīn watched him without interjecting, using her chopsticks to offer him several pieces of lamb. After consuming 2 cups of liquor in quick succession, Luan stared blankly at the bubbling hot pot and suddenly remarked, "Some people think they understand everything, yet in reality, they grasp nothing." Hearing this cryptic statement, Ming Qíngqīn chuckled softly to herself, choosing not to respond as she continued to eat. After savoring a glass of liquor in small sips, Ming Qíngqīn placed the cup before him and remarked, "Today's drink is delightful. Pour me some more." "Just 1 cup?" she teased. "Let us see how it goes. What if I get drunk?" With shouting around, "If you become inebriated, so be it." Hearing such trust in her words and gazing into her enchanting eyes, he found it impossible to harbor any ill intentions. Their gazes locked closely. Feeling the fervor in his eyes, Ming Qíngqīn seemed to decipher his thoughts and, without hesitation, raised her cup to drink. As she drank, she praised, "Shawan, earning money through painting at 18 is impressive. I look forward to the day you soar high. Drinking alone is dull. I shall keep you company." Luan filled his own cup and, with a playful blink, asked if that day comes true, what reward would Sister Qíngqīn offer? Ming Qíngqīn pondered for a moment and, unable to think of anything, inquired, "What reward do you desire?" Luan blurted out, "Dance with me." Ming Qíngqīn replied, "What kind of reward is that? I often dance with you." Seizing the moment, Luan pressed, "Exactly, so let us dance later." Ming Qíngqīn paused. Then, with a modicum of restraint, continued to drink and eat, neither rejecting nor agreeing. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew merrier, someone's courage swelled. When they reached a spirited peak, Luan dashed into Ming Qíngqīn's bedroom, emerging with an old-fashioned record player. As the needle dropped, a unique melody filled the air, evoking the charm of a night in Shanghai. Luan approached the table, extending his hand gallantly. "Sister Qíngqīn, the ambience is perfect. Let us dance." Ming Qíngqīn looked up, a teasing smile gracing her lips, and ultimately placed her right hand in his palm, following him to the center of the room. "Wait a moment. Let me take off this work attire." Ming Qíngqīn was a woman of exquisite taste. Luan, with keen insight, fetched a cashmere coat for her to wear. Shortly after, he drew the newly made curtains and switched on the lights. Ming Qíngqīn observed him with a smile, choosing not to interrupt his efforts. "When was the last time we danced?" Luan inquired. Ming Qíngqīn replied, "You don't remember?" Luan pouted, "Because you turned me down last time." Ming Qíngqīn gazed at him silently, taken aback. Tall and strikingly beautiful, with a pair of expressive eyes that captivated. Ming Qíngqīn drew attention effortlessly. Luan placed his right hand on her waist, intertwining his left hand with hers. Their faces closed together as they danced gracefully to the poignant melody. Feeling the gentle curve between her chest and hips, Luan swallowed hard and suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Qíngqīn, I've thought of a reward." Ming Qíngqīn softly asked, "What is it?" Luan replied, "You must not dance with other men." Ming Qíngqīn chuckled and said, "I have never danced with other men. It was Gao Yao who taught me. Have you forgotten?" Luan gazed intently at her, remaining silent. Ming Qíngqīn assured, "Very well. I shall await the day you achieve great heights." The 2 individuals lost track of time, unaware of how long they had been dancing or how many melodies they had traversed. Yet, both Luan and Ming Qíngqīn were enveloped in a harmonious rhythm. In numerous moments, they drew close, their gazes intertwined, allowing them to sense each other's breaths. On several occasions, Luan felt an uncontrollable urge to kiss her. However, Ming Qíngqīn seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate his desires, as she would gently press her palm against his chest just as he was about to act, diverting her gaze slightly to quell the tension. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and at one moment, Luan firmly grasped her waist, pulling her into his embrace, whispering, "Qíngqīn, I'm feeling a bit fatigued." He could feel the rapid rhythm of his heart against her, as his fingers lightly glided across her back. After a brief pause, Ming Qíngqīn replied, "All right, I'm feeling a bit tired too. Let us return and enjoy some wine. There is still plenty of lamb left that we shouldn't waste." "Yes, that meat is on me," Luan responded, yet he remained still, holding her without any intention of letting go. Ming Qíngqīn did not resist. She waited patiently, allowing him to calm his emotions. Half a minute later, Luan released her, and with a charming smile, Ming Qíngqīn said, "Don't speak. You're better suited to accompany me for a drink right now." Outside, the north wind howled, rattling the windows. yet it did nothing to disrupt the warmth within the room. They returned to their original seats, adding fresh charcoal to the fire, sipping wine, and engaging in soft conversation, tacitly avoiding any mention of the earlier dance. After 8 o'clock, Meng Qíngqīn set down her chopsticks and declared, "I can't eat anymore." Concerned, Wan inquired, "Are you feeling dizzy?" They had intended to share a single cup of liquor, but instead, they had gradually consumed 3, finishing an entire pot. Meng Qíngqīn felt a slight throbbing in her head and stood up, saying, "A bit. I'll go lie down for a while. Please tend to the charcoal." Wan rose to his feet, assisting her gently to the bedroom. After removing her shoes, Meng Qíngqīn leaned against the headboard, stating, "I've never drunk this much before." Wan offered, "Shall I fetch you some hangover soup?" She shook her head, "No need. Just go manage the charcoal and then come back to chat with me for a bit. It's been years since we've spoken like this." "All right," Wan replied, filled with joy as he exited the bedroom. Watching his retreating figure, Meng Qíngqīn sighed softly, pondering whether it had been wise to come today and if Qíngqīn would harbor any resentment towards her. That night, the snow fell thicker outside, the cold wind rendering Guifei Alley desolate. Inside, Meng Qíngqīn reclined against the bed's headboard, while Wan pulled up a chair, and the two conversed warmly, like old friends, sharing countless words. Chapter 85. One umbrella. 2 people. The heavy snowfall had rendered the mountains impassable. The route from Baoqing to the nearby town was fraught with cliffs, causing the bus service to cease operations. After making a phone call home, Luan retreated into Guifei Alley. As he entered, Meng Qíngqīn, freshly washed, inquired, "What shall we have for breakfast? Noodles or rice?" Rolling up his sleeves, Luan approached her with determination. "It's the holidays. It's time to treat my dear sister Qíngqīn to something special. Allow me to prepare breakfast this morning." Meng Qíngqīn, though momentarily pushed aside, couldn't resist lending a hand. The breakfast, at her request, was simple yet ample: a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers and a platter of cabbage. As they ate, Meng Qíngqīn casually remarked, "I have surgery this afternoon and need to return to the hospital. Are you coming home with me or staying here?" Luan yearned to be closer to her, yet the thought of Meng Qíngqīn extinguished that desire. "It's cold outside. I'm too lazy to move. Best to stay here at home," he replied. Meng Qíngqīn teased, "Aren't you going to see me off?" Luan quickly reversed his stance, declaring, "Of course. I'll see you off." After breakfast, each took an umbrella as they exited Guifei Alley. On their way, they encountered a young woman hurrying through the snow with a child in her arms, lacking an umbrella. Without hesitation, Luan offered his umbrella to her and, under Meng Qíngqīn's watchful gaze, stepped beneath it himself. "Such a kind-hearted soul," Meng Qíngqīn remarked as he assumed control of the umbrella. Luan, unfazed, replied, "What can I say? I've been taught to respect the elderly and care for the young. I can't bear to ignore someone in need." Meng Qíngqīn teased further, "Then perhaps you should stoop down and offer to carry her a bit." Luan shook his head. "I would, but it's not feasible. Kindness is important. Yet your safety, dear sister, is paramount." With a smile, Meng Qíngqīn acknowledged his sentiment, refraining from pressing further into his intentions. Due to the strong winds and the umbrella's modest size, Luan held it with his left hand while wrapping his right arm around Meng Qíngqīn's shoulders, tightening his embrace. Instantly, they were closely nestled together. Meng Qíngqīn cast him a glance, not opposing him, but quietly stated, "Next time it snows or rains, I shall remain indoors." Luan chuckled heartily, adding, "That goes for sunny days too." Meng Qíngqīn smiled, playfully adjusting her wind-tousled hair. Upon arriving at the hospital, she turned to ask, "Would you like to come up for a while?" Luan shook off the snow from his shoes. "No, I'd rather not. You'll be busy, and I'd find it dull to sit alone. I'd prefer to head back, warm up by the fire, and read." Meng Qíngqīn nodded. "That's fair. Please be careful on your way back. There are many pickpockets these days." Luan, confident in his boxing skills, felt unfazed by the prospect of encountering a couple of thieves, but nodded in agreement. On his way back, he met Liao Shiqi at the alley's entrance. The girl no longer carried a knife in her hand. Instead, she had 2 sheathed at her thighs, swaying with her every step, reminiscent of a heroine from ancient times. As Liao Shiqi confronted Luan with a scornful expression, she remarked, "Luan, I thought you were too proud to look down on me or my mother. Yet last night you were dancing with Meng Qíngqīn, who is 8 years your senior. Be careful, or you might end up with a broken tooth." Luan raised an eyebrow. "You saw that I drew the curtains? How did you manage to see?" Liao Shiqi lightly touched the hilt of her knife and said, "My mother leaned by the window and remarked with a hint of acidity, 'What good could a lonely man and woman do late at night with such seductive music playing?' he felt relieved. Realizing it was mere speculation, he had thought this girl might have been spying on him. If that were the case, he would have been truly infuriated. Lewin waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Enough, it's winter, don't be so jealous." Upon hearing this, Liao Shiqi nearly ground her back teeth to dust. The snow had fallen for a day and a night. The gentlemen of Guifei Alley, who should have been huddled indoors during the cold winter, rarely gathered in the alley. In small groups, they spoke of a singular event, the demise of the polar bear. These men, who had scarcely ventured beyond Baoqíng in their lifetimes, expressed sentiments of sadness, confusion, and unexpectedness. Even Li Dong arrived with a newspaper, pointing at the headline in outrage. "Brother, this is serious. The sky has fallen." Lewin cast a disinterested glance at the headline, then turned to his book, saying, "Come now, what is it to the sky? Tend to your own business, and stop meddling in such matters." Li Dong stamped his foot, waving the newspaper in despair. "No, brother, you don't understand. My faith has crumbled." Lewin snatched the newspaper, placing it beneath him, and retorted, "What faith? If you had faith, would you engage in petty theft?" He promptly corrected himself. "Oh, and stealing undergarments too." Li Dong's face flushed with embarrassment, and after a moment of furious glare, he replied, "As if I wanted to. That matchmaker is intolerable. Spreading rumors that my mother and sister-in-law were in bed with the deputy factory director. If it weren't for them holding me back, my brother would have killed her." Lewin was taken aback. So, did the deputy director not take action against her? Li Dong, exasperated, exclaimed, "The deputy director is the matchmaker's lover. Why would he take action against her?" Lewin instinctively asked, "And what about the matchmaker's husband?" Li Dong cursed, "He's a coward. Everyone in Guifei Alley knows I stole his wife's undergarments, yet has he ever confronted me?" Lately, Lewin had been preoccupied with studying, practicing his skills, and painting, rarely visiting others. He was momentarily baffled. "So everyone knows?" Li Dong, dejected, replied, "They didn't catch me in the act, so they don't dare confront me. However, in Guifei Alley, my grandfather was the only habitual thief, and any missing items would be blamed on our family. My father and brother don't appear to be thieves. Yet I, with my sharp features, certainly resemble one." Lewin chuckled. All right, stop stealing. I've heard that theft can become an addiction. It's best you quit while you're ahead." Li Dong sighed and sat down, asking, "If you say I'm skilled at stealing, why can't I steal a woman's heart?" Lewin scrutinized him earnestly and finally remarked, "You still look a bit unattractive." Li Dong reached up to touch his own face, which was rather grimy. Having spent 2 days at home without engaging in any activity, he had merely ventured to the department store to purchase a digital watch and an alarm clock. Living alone without a watch left him with a disconcerting sense of timelessness. Previously, he had refrained from such luxuries due to financial constraints. Now that he was affluent, he indulged freely, selecting a commendable watch that cost him over 100 in the blink of an eye. On the third morning, yǒuqíng arrived at his door, bringing with him an assortment of oil paints and canvases. Upon inquiry, Lewin discovered that these were sent by yǒuqíng for him. He carried the items into the room and inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" yǒuqíng replied, "Yes, I had a steamer basket of dumplings on my way here." Lewin glanced at his watch and asked, "Do you have time? Could you take me to the train station?" yǒuqíng inquired, "Are you heading home?" "Yes." Lewin affirmed, "I should have returned long ago. The heavy snow has delayed me for several days." "Let's go. Get in the car."